Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 1 Driven by the Avengers. Dear Mr. She Stark, as a veteran of Avengers, what do you think of Mr. Lin Mullen, who was also a veteran? An interview with the Avengers Big Six is playing on TV. They just solved the Ultron crisis a while ago. And Lin Mo, who was mentioned by the host, was sitting on the sofa with a stubborn face at the moment, watching the show indifferently. Lin Mo, he is not from this world. 40 years ago, he traveled to this Marvel world in awakening super ability. Become a mutant who can communicate with any life. As early as 10 years ago, before the Avengers plan was launched, Lin Mo had already become the person in charge of super ability countermeasures with his extraordinary ability. He ran from all sides, and finally persuaded those in power to launch the Avengers plan. Lin Mo found Nick Fury and hand-picked Iron Man Stark, Captain America Rogers, Hawkeye Lin Te, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hulk Banner, and Thor. It can be said that for these Avengers, Lin Mo is both their mentor and their guide. And Lin Mo himself was among the Avengers, becoming one of the original Big Seven. However, over time, the other 6 of Avengers were suspicious of Lin Mo's ability. How can a mutant who only has the ability to communicate with all things depend on the elite Avengers alliance? Especially after Loki led the Chitauri army to invade Earth, and after the Ultron crisis. The group, led by Iron Man, increasingly questioned Lin Mo. Finally, She Stark stood up and said what all the members wanted to say. Mr. Lin Mo, in view of the development of the Alliance, your ability is no longer needed by the Alliance, please leave the Alliance. At this moment, Lin Mo knew. He was swept out of the house. Get kicked out of the Avengers he's devoted his life to. He was kicked out by the protégés he personally selected. After Lin Mo left the Avengers Alliance, whether it was on the official website of the Avengers Alliance or anywhere, all credit for Lin Mo has been emptied. Even in the Avengers Alliance hero statue group in the city center, the statue of Lin Mo was individually destroyed. As if overnight, Lin Mo became an existence abandoned by the whole world. There is no regret in Lin Mo's heart, only endless unwillingness and resentment. There is also a chilling heart for protégés such as She Stark. As the TV show continued, Stark She answered the host's question. I don't think Lin Mo can be considered a veteran. Actually, he's more of a janitor in the league. Sweeping the floor, serving tea, or something. After all, you also know that his super ability. Saying that, She Stark frowned slightly, and spread his hands for the camera with a mocking expression on his face. Captain America Rogers also said, I deeply regret Mr. Lin Mo's voluntary withdrawal. But considering the Avengers are the defenders of the planet, the League is all elite. So, the withdrawal of Mr. Lin Mo is a good thing for the long-term development of the League. Hearing Rogers' words, Lin Mo couldn't help sneering. He didn't quit voluntarily, but was kicked out. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff also said, I have nothing to do with Lin Mo, she has no sense of presence in the League. Saying that, she tilted her head to look at She Stark and Rogers, and asked suspiciously. So there is still such a number 1 in our team? Natasha Romanoff's question caused everyone to burst into laughter. The laughter was full of ridicule and contempt for Lin Mo. Looking at the red-haired beauty with a better face on the screen, Lin Mo's eyes were cold. Black Widow said that he has no intersection with himself? At first, she actively pursued Lin Mo and maintained an underground relationship with Lin Mo for a year. Now, on the show, his attitude towards Lin Mo is full of contempt and ridicule. Hulk Banner shook his head and said, I don't know how to define Mr. Lin Mo, but to be honest, neither against the Chitauri army nor Ultron. Mr. Lin Mo did not contribute much. I think people who don't contribute should make room and let better people join in. Lin Mo's heart was particularly chilled by Banner's words. Because, every time Banner ran wild, it was Lin Mo who comforted him. If it wasn't for Lin Mo, then Banner's personality would have long been occupied by the Hulk personality within him. Thor said in a thick voice. In Asgard, only the bravest warriors are praised. But Lin Mo has no role, but enjoys the same honor as us, which is a despised behavior. I don't think he's even 1/10,000th as good as my brother Loki. It's a shame to get along with someone like that and still be a teammate. Thor shows no mercy to Lin Mo, and what he demeans Lin Mo is useless. No regard for Lin Mo's kindness. In fact, after Thor came to Earth, it was Lin Mo who guided him step by step to adapt to life on Earth. For every member of the Avengers, Lin Mo has kindness to them. At first, they got along well. However, as more and more people follow them, they have more and more halo and honor. Everyone has changed. They are arrogant, hypocritical, and no longer have the humility and kindness they used to be. Lin Mo couldn't watch it anymore, he turned off the TV and checked the forum. However, as soon as I opened it, I saw the audience discussion of the talk show just now. To be honest, I didn't think Lin Mo deserved it when he was still in Avengers, and now he's finally quit. What is his super ability? Communicate with all things? Can he communicate with cockroaches? Ha, died laughing, communicate with cockroaches. Lin Mo's super ability is really trash. What can he do in a fight? Communicate with the enemy? Laugh. Actually, what I don't understand is how on earth could he stay in Avengers for so long? Shouldn't he have been kicked out long ago? Lin Mo's fighting power is not even as good as Hawkeye's arrows. In addition to these joking comments, there are also insulting ghost videos. Lin Mo single-handedly formed Avengers. Avengers wouldn't exist at all if it wasn't for his tireless efforts. And now these people who sneer at Lin Mo have long since become slaves of Chitauri. However, these people are not only unkind, but they are extremely disrespectful to Lin Mo. The betrayal of the Avengers Alliance protégé and the ungrateful people he protected completely angered Lin Mo. All he wants now is to make the Avengers Alliance and punish these ungrateful people. At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Ding! The host's strong desire for revenge has been detected and bound to the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the SXP Foundation system. Foundation statement: in order to prevent the ban and affect the reading of observers, the name of the Foundation has been changed to SXP. Chapter 2. The host can control all the containment, and the containment is absolutely loyal to the host and will not attack the host. SXP Foundation? My system is SXP Foundation. For the name, Lin Mo couldn't be clearer. Before crossing, he was the webmaster of the Dragon Kingdom website of the SXP Foundation. Lin Mo knows a lot about the weird containment objects in the SXP Foundation. SXP-173, the most classic containment, Peanut. SXP-682, the most model worker in all containment, the indestructible lizard that can't be killed no matter what. It is often used to test the ability of other containments. SXP-096, a shy person, a terrifying and eerie existence. As long as you see its face, even a single pixel will lead to death. SXP-049, the epidemic doctor who healed the living, the epidemic doctor who healed dead man, and more. The terrifying and powerful containments that originally existed only in fiction are now under my control, Lin Mo. With these powerful containment objects, why not get revenge? Lin Mo's mind moved, and he immediately opened the containment list. The list goes from SXP-001 all the way to SXP-7999. All containments from all 8 series are available. However, Lin Mo found out. The containment items on the list are all grey, and the chain icon is also suspended. It looks like it's blocked. Ding! The containment needs to be unlocked with fear value. When the containment causes panic, intimidation, and killing, they can get panic points. It turns out that the containment objects need to be unlocked. However, I haven't unlocked a single containment now, what can I use to get panic points? Ding! The system is initially bound, please choose one of the following 3 containments to unlock it for free. The system voice fell, and a virtual selection panel appeared in front of Lin Mo. The 3 options on the panel are SXP-096, SXP-4999, SXP-049. Of these 3 options, Lin Mo chose 096 without hesitation, a shy person. 4999, Watchman. How much fear can a cigarette handling containment that only the dying can see? 049 Epidemic Doctor, a bird-beaked doctor who is not aware of the harm to humans and animals during the plague, and he can't create much fear. However, the 096 is different. When it comes to creating fear, the most efficient way to obtain fear points is this guy 096. After making a choice, Lin Mo said, "Unlock SXP-096." As Lin Mo's voice fell, the grey chain attached to 096 was released. All files of 096 are presented in front of Lin Mo. Item Note, SXP-096. Item Level, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, SXP-096 is to be kept in a 5mm×5mm×5mm steel airtight cubic compartment at all times, and the compartment must be inspected weekly for cracks or holes. No surveillance cameras or optical tools of any kind are allowed in the SXP-096's compartment. Security personnel are to use pre-installed pressure sensors and laser detectors to confirm that SXP-096 is in the cell. Description: SXP-096 is a humanoid creature about 2.38 meters tall. Subject has little muscle, and preliminary weight analysis indicates mild malnutrition. Its arms are grossly disproportionate to its body, each about 1.5 meters long. Most skin is completely depigmented and hairless on the body surface. SXP-096 is generally extremely tame, with pressure detectors in the compartment showing it pacing back and forth against the eastern wall for most of the day. However, when someone sees the face of SXP-096, whether directly, or in a video, or even in a photo, it goes into a state of severe sadness. SXP-096 will cover his face with his hands and begin screaming, crying, and making muffled sounds. Approximately 1 to 2 minutes after being viewed, SXP-096 will rush towards the person seeing its face, referred to as SXP-096-1 from now on. The recorded speed of SXP-096 varies from 35 km per hour to km/h, seemingly depending on the distance from SXP-096-1. At the moment, no known materials and methods can stop SXP-096 from moving forward. The actual location of SXP-096-1 does not appear to affect SXP-096's responses, it appears to be inherently aware of SXP-096-1's location. Looking at this long string of text descriptions, Lin Mo simply coded the face of 096's photo. The image was then posted to the forum with an anonymous IP with a challenging title. This is a very dangerous image, do not try to unravel the mosaic of the image, or you will die. After doing all this, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. It's time for the Avengers Alliance who betrayed themselves and the world to feel the fear of the SXP Foundation. In an apartment in Minnesota, an Eagle National redneck is frantically typing on the keyboard. What is Lin Mo's super ability? Communicate with all things? Can he communicate with cockroaches? Lin Mo, the damn yellow-skinned monkey, doesn't do anything with us taxpayers' money. Just quitting is not enough, and he should be asked to compensate everyone. Ha ha ha, Thor is so right, a person like Lin Mo who does nothing is a shame. I hope to check all of Lin Mo's property, he has been at the top of the Avengers Alliance for so many years, there must be a lot of stolen money. Hey, my brother, as long as you scold Lin Mo with me, we're brothers. After frantically typing on the keyboard, Redneck Micron showed a satisfied smile. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, finally get out. As he said that, he also poured a mouthful of fat house water. In the talk show, he watched the clips of the 6 giants of Avengers Alliance's evaluation of Lin Mo. It's not enough to watch it by himself. He also shared the video link to his friends, so that they can also watch the group mocking Lin Mo. It can be said that Micron hates Lin Mo to the extreme. Just as he spared no effort to insult Lin Mo, the message pop-up window in the lower right corner flashed. Beep. The prompt sounded, and Micron clicked on the message pop-up window. It was sent by his friend. Hey, bro. I have a coded image here, decode it for me. Pictured. Chapter 3. Micron clicks on the attached image. A very strange person appeared on the computer screen. The man was slender, with long, narrow arms, and was pale, looking like a malnourished deformity. Just seeing it for the first time, Micron felt extremely strange. The longer I watched it, the more nauseated and disgusted McConnell felt. He frowned and quickly tapped the keyboard to reply. Where did you get the picture from? It's really bad luck. The FBI is monitoring us all the time, and I don't touch unidentified photos. Not long after, the other party replied with a message. It's a forum for horror stories with a lot of fun stuff on it. The title of the post on this picture is very stupid. It is said that the picture is very dangerous. Don't decode it. I'll send you the link. Immediately afterwards, a long list of URLs marked with blue underlines came over. Micron looked at the URL, typed on the keyboard vigilantly and asked. You guy, could it be that you sent me some Trojan virus? Other side. Do you think that I, like you, always launch cyber attacks on others? The corners of McConnell's mouth were slightly raised, and he said very stinky. Speak slowly. I'm a well-known hacker on the dark web, be careful I hack your account. After typing, click on the link. Sliding the mouse wheel, McClone soon found the post posted by Lin Mo. This is a very dangerous image, do not try to unravel the mosaic of the image, or you will die. Looking at the title of the post, McClone scoffed. Now these netizens really have no new ideas, and the eye-catching methods of 800 years ago are still used. I will die if I unravel the mosaic of the image, but I want to see how I will die. When his friend saw that Micron didn't reply, he sent a message and asked. How is it? It's very tricky, can't it be solved? Micron's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said contemptuously. An image like this that has only one encryption method, I can easily unlock it with my finger. Saying that, he clicked on the picture, and simply tapped the keyboard a few times to easily unlock the image. With a curious mind, McConnell carefully looked at the face of the strange creature in the photo. After seeing the uncomfortable face clearly, Micron couldn't help but swear, and scolded. FK, this guy looks so ugly. What kind of fat mother can give birth to such a deformed monster? Micron scornfully dragged the picture into the dialogue. Just as I was about to click send, a gust of wind suddenly blew in. The wind was cold and wet, and it blew chills down one's back. Micron frowned slightly, and he craned his neck to look at the window and the door. The windows and doors were closed, and the air conditioner was not on. Where did this wind come from? Just as McClone was puzzled, the computer screen in front of him suddenly went black. The ceiling lights in the room also flickered psitzily. The sudden change made Micron uneasy. He looked at the reflection on the computer screen and suddenly realized. A pale, weak figure with long and narrow arms stood behind him. And the face of this monster is exactly the same as the picture he just decoded. It was followed by a shrill scream. The whole room was completely silent. Minnesota, in an apartment 2 blocks from McClone's home. Micron's friend Matt is anxiously waiting for his friend's reply. since he sent the coded picture to be decoded. More than half an hour has passed by now, and Micron has not replied. Matt shook his legs involuntarily. Check the time on your phone every few seconds. What the hell is Micron doing? After another 15 minutes of waiting, Matt finally grew impatient. He sent a message urging. If you can do it, you can give me a word. If you can't crack it, I will spend money to find someone else to crack it. Matt's message had just been sent when he saw McClone's avatar grayed out. Micron is offline? This fat house that is online all the year round and never goes out except for shopping has gone offline? McClone's anomaly makes Matt feel very uncomfortable. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Pick up the phone and dial quickly. However, Matt made more than a dozen calls to McClone, but he didn't get through. The anxiety in my heart grew stronger. Eventually, he called the police. Hello, my friend is most likely killed. He is. Police officers in Minnesota are fast. After receiving Matt's alarm call, he rushed to the scene as soon as possible, and also brought Matt over by the way. Standing in the courtyard, McClone's house was brightly lit and very quiet. The yard was overgrown with weeds, enough to cover the calf, and it looked like it had not been weeded for a long time. Because Matt called the police that his friend might have been killed. So this time, a total of 6 police officers were dispatched. One of the officers was left outside to watch over Matt. 5 other officers entered the house. Pushing open the door, the smell of blood wafted through the nostrils. The police officers frowned slightly, and immediately took out the guns around their waists. They bent down slightly and searched room by room lightly. Finally, we found McClone's room. Before I got to the room, I smelled a pungent bloody smell. The officers looked at each other, kicked the door open, and walked in with guns in hand. When they saw the horror scene in the room, all the police officers widened their eyes. Some younger ones even vomited directly. The scene in front of him is comparable to purgatory on Earth. The corpse of Micron on the ground is completely out of human form. The whole room was dyed blood red, and there was even blood on the floor, walls, and ceiling. The 5 police officers had nowhere to stay in the room at all. Such a tragic and terrifying scene made the 5 police officers terrified. They have never seen such a cruel scene after being in the police for many years. Resisting the feeling of vomiting in their hearts, the police officers searched the room without destroying the victims' remains. However, the remains of the victims are everywhere, and it is impossible not to destroy them. After some searching, a police officer found it. There are surveillance cameras in the corner of the room. Because it was covered with blood, it was not discovered for the first time. Surveillance cameras are evidence of surveillance. A policeman wiped blood from a computer screen and scoured folders for surveillance video. After some searching, they soon found the surveillance records of the time period of the incident. Double-click the mouse to open the video. 5 police officers witnessed the whole process of 096's murder. Such a scene completely refreshed the world view of the 5. What monster is that? Is that a human? How on earth did he get into the room? Suddenly, in the frame of the surveillance video, 096 looked up suddenly and looked at the 5 police officers. At that moment, it was as if the pale-skinned monster looked at the 5 police officers through the screen. The feeling of weirdness and fear grows in the hearts of the 5 people. The 5 detectives immediately shut down the video. A timid police officer pulled out a walkie-talkie to contact headquarters. Headquarters, found a major case and needed support. Headquarters receives it and dispatches it immediately. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, a gloomy wind blows. There was a rustling electric current interference sound from the walkie-talkie. In the next second, a strange creature with a pale body appeared in the room out of thin air. Chapter 4. Outside the McClone house, Minnesota. It has been a long time since the detectives entered the room. But there was no movement in the room, and the police officers had no intention of coming out. Matt, who was waiting in the police car, was anxious. McConnell was his best friend. If nothing happened to McClure, the officers would come out soon after going in and questioning him. However, now that so long has passed, the police officers have not come out. Something must have happened to McConnell. He won't die, will he? The more he thought about it, the more anxious Matt became. He walked up to the police officer who stayed behind and asked, "Is McClone all right? Why haven't your people been in for so long?" The police officer who stayed behind did not answer his question directly, but spoke to reassure him. "Rest assured, we will take every case seriously. You are the reporter of this case, and you are also the first suspect in this case. My colleague is now collecting evidence in the room. If it proves that the case has nothing to do with you, you can leave." The words of the police officer who stayed behind were beside the point. But Matt already understood what he meant. Micron is dead, and I am afraid it is not easy to die. However, before Matt had time to grieve, there was a sudden sound of gunshots in the originally silent house. Boom. Boom boom. Bang bang bang. There were 35 shots in total. Every shot was deafening. The police guns worn by the officers contained only 7 bullets in a single magazine. 35 shots were fired, and the 5 police officers had fired their bullets. After 35 shots were fired, there was no sound from the room. This is not a good phenomenon. Police officers in Minnesota are trained to shoot professionally. The policeman's marksmanship is excellent. In ordinary police calls, even when encountering extremely vicious gangsters, there has never been a case of empty magazines. And now, 5 people not only emptied the magazines. And after 35, there were no more gunshots. This shows that the 5 police officers did not have time to change the magazines at all. The police officers left behind realized that something was wrong. He took out his pistol and rushed into the room with quick steps while calling for support on the walkie-talkie. Seeing this, Matt followed closely, and rushed to the door with a single stride. Before entering the house, the strong smell of blood wafted from the nostrils. The smell is so strong that Matt almost fainted. Fighting the discomfort of dizziness and the urge to vomit, Matt and the officer pushed the door open. When they saw the scene in the room, they were completely stunned. Intense discomfort and uncontrollable vomit came crazily. Matt and the officer who stayed behind vomited. Looking around, the entire room is floor, wall, or ceiling. Even the furniture and decoration are completely covered in bloody red. The terrifying minced meat even instantly reminded the two of the boundless hell. The police officer left behind is an experienced old detective. He has been to the scene of many horrific homicides. He had already seen the bodies of various victims. Even if the corpse that has already shown the giant's view is placed in front of him, it will not affect his appetite at all. The police officer who stayed behind has long felt that there will never be a crime scene that can make him feel uncomfortable or even fearful. He has become numb. However, the terrifying scene in front of him completely shattered the worldview of the police officers left behind. Even, the veteran police officer with a lot of battle experience has the idea of resigning, leaving here, and never set foot in Minnesota. That's the case for a seasoned police officer, let alone Matt who's never met dead man. Looking at the horrible and bloody scene in front of him, he couldn't help trembling. There was only one thought in Matt's mind, and that was to get out of here, as far away as possible. However, her legs that were numb and heavy due to too much fear did not obey him at all. His legs seemed to have taken root in the blood everywhere. No matter how much Matt wanted to get out of here, he couldn't move. Endless fear hits his brain all the time. Finally, Matt couldn't take such huge amounts of stimulation, he completely lost his mind and went crazy. Matt screamed and lay in the blood on the ground, rolling and rolling. It seems that only by smearing his whole body with blood can he integrate himself into this terrifying drawing of hell. The old police officer who stayed behind saw Matt who was going crazy, and his legs were slumped outside the door. Controlling his trembling hands, he lit a cigarette with difficulty. He was so terrified that he couldn't even smoke a full puff. Just resign when you go back, get out of this ghost place. Not long after, the headquarters support arrived. This time, the headquarters directly added 16 police officers. When they saw the old police officer who was slumped at the door with blank eyes, their hearts sank. 16 additional police officers entered the room. Soon they all ran out as if they were escaping, holding the big tree by the roadside, their faces turned green from spit. What they see today will be destined to become a psychological shadow that they will never forget. The horrific tragedy that took place in Minnesota, the picture of the scene like a drawing of hell quickly spread on the internet. In an instant, the entire network was detonated. And such a strange thing quickly caught the attention of Avengers. Chapter 5. A well-known expert on the dark web died tragically at home. There were 5 police officers buried with him. Photo. As soon as the post with this title appeared, it caused a storm of retweets on the internet. Countless people clicked on the picture out of curiosity, and then ran to the toilet to vomit. Some readers even suffered a heart attack after seeing the picture and were sent to the hospital for rescue. Subsequently, the land that advertises freedom of speech immediately blocked relevant posts, which did not cause greater confusion. However, the police officers and Matt who experienced the robbery were not so happy. Matt is crazy, he is completely dumbfounded, screams when he sees red things, faints when he sees pieces of meat, and can't live independently at all. The other police officers also have some psychological problems. All of them have resigned to the local police station. Some people have even taken all their belongings and left the city and their nightmares. Whether it's chasing the wind on the internet or the silence of those who have experienced it in person, all kinds of anomalies make the whole case even more bizarre. And far away in New York, Spider-Man Peter Parker is talking with his sweetheart Mary Jane. I really don't know why the Avengers treat Lin Mo like this. His ability is super cool. And it was Lin Mo who proposed to form Avengers at the beginning, but they abandoned the founder. They are simply sinners. Peter Parker felt a little uncomfortable hearing his sweetheart say this. He retorted. Mr. She Stark and the others are not sinners. They are the ones who can fight the most directly in the entire Avengers. A flash of longing and admiration flashed in Parker's eyes, but then it turned into disdain. And what about Lin Mo? He doesn't do anything, he's useless. His super ability is like a joke. No, his whole being is a joke. Lin Mo, he is also ashamed, so he left voluntarily, which is a good thing for Avengers. Without him, Mr. Stark and the others will make greater progress. Peter Parker said excitedly, as if he was an integral part of the Avengers. When Mary Jane, who was standing beside him, heard Parker say this, she looked a little unhappy, and left quickly with her head down. Seeing this scene, Peter Parker was stunned for a moment. He didn't realize that he had angered Mary Jane, and he was asking if he wanted to ask. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. Peter, come on. Hearing the voice, Peter Parker turned his head and saw a fat Asian-looking man walking towards him with a mobile phone. Hey, Ned. Peter greeted him listlessly, but Ned didn't notice it and walked right up to him, leaning back. Look what I bought online. With that said, Ned handed his cell phone to Peter. What? Peter didn't look at the phone for the first time, but glanced at Ned with a puzzled face, and then moved his gaze to the phone. When he saw the title of the file on the phone screen, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Tragic death at home? A group of police officers also died. Peter's face darkened, and he tapped the document with his hand. The file is a compressed package, and the decompression speed is very fast. Immediately after the decompression was over, one photo after another jumped out, and the terrifying picture played automatically, just like a slideshow, showing it to two young people who didn't know the sky and the sky. Seeing this, Peter's stomach was churning for a while, and finally, he couldn't help turning his head. Vomit. Peter threw up all the food he just ate, and Ned, who was beside him, was not feeling well either. The two of them stood in place and vomited together. Where did you get this stuff from? Ugh. Peter asked his best friend as he vomited. Bought it from the dark web, ugh. Hearing Ned's words, Peter's heart was shocked. He thought that these pictures were just some people's spoofs, but when he learned that it was exposed on the dark web, he knew that things were not easy. Must report to Mr. Stark. Parker thought to himself, grabbing Ned's phone and running for the toilet. After entering the toilet, Parker directly dialed Stark's number on his mobile phone, but the connection was delayed. This worried Parker a little, but the phone was finally connected after several rings. Hello, this is Mr. Stark's housekeeper Happy, what's the matter? Hearing that Stark wasn't answering in person, Peter felt a little disappointed. He said immediately. Happy, I'm Parker. That's Spider-Man Parker. I have something very important to report to Mr. She Stark. There are a lot of bloody pictures circulating on the dark web. The content is a dark web master and 5 police officers. The picture of the tragic death, I think there is a big problem here. Peter said excitedly, but there was a slightly perfunctory answer from Happy on the phone. Parker, there are many pictures of this kind on the dark web. Generally speaking, they are made by boring people. The so-called unsolved cases are just because the local police did not handle the case well. Also, I'm busy moving the Avengers building right now, don't call again, my time is precious. Hearing that the Avengers building was going to be moved, Peter asked anxiously, not caring about the unsolved case. Avengers headquarters is moving. Yeah, moving to Georgia. Happy replied indifferently, the perfunctory meaning in his words was obvious. Peter, as if he didn't hear it, said to himself. It's a long way from Queens. Well, I'm busy, bye. In the end, Happy didn't even bother to perfunctory, and hung up the phone directly. Hearing the busy tone in his ear, Peter looked a little surprised. The news that Avengers is moving out is far more shocking than the pictures he just saw in Ned, and his dream has always been to join Avengers. And now that it has to move away, there is little hope for him to continue like this, he has to do something. Peter put down the phone, only to find that Ned's phone was still in his hand, and he just wanted to send these pictures to Stark. But Stark didn't answer the phone, and Happy didn't take it to heart, so it was useless. Peter was about to send Ned back, but just after taking 2 steps, he suddenly thought of a way. If I can crack this case and figure out who the hell did it, then can I join the Avengers? As soon as this thought appeared in Peter's mind, it swelled rapidly, his eyes lit up, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Chapter 6. Peter Parker has made up his mind, he's going to make a big deal. Give it a go, the bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Although the Minnesota case looks weird and terrifying. But the thought of being able to join Avengers as long as he finds out the case makes Peter feel very motivated. The fear in my heart also diminished a lot. On the way to the crime scene, Peter couldn't help but remember the conversation with Mary Jane. He didn't expect that Mary Jane would speak for that trash Lynn Mo and sympathize with Lynn Mo. They even thought that Mr. Stark and their actions were wrong. It is simply incomprehensible. Avengers are defenders of the planet, and members must be the best of the best. Elite like me. I can lift objects 180 times my own weight, and I'm not inferior to Captain America in terms of strength. I can't join Avengers, Lynn Mo can. It's not fair at all. Now that Lynn Mo is out, I finally have a chance. As for Mary Jane, she will understand me. After comforting himself, Spider-Man finally arrived at the crime scene. There are heavy guards here, and the cordon is drawn. Spider-Man, hiding behind the wall, saw the S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers coming and going frequently. This case has alarmed SHIELD. It seems that what Happy said is all useless nonsense. Being able to get S.H.I.E.L.D. to step in, Peter knew it wasn't easy. But the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. Spider-Man is more determined. If he can crack the secret in the direct case, Avengers will accept him. However, this place is heavily guarded, and it is not easy to get in. Glancing around for a week, Peter saw a huge billboard on the roof not far away. He's going to yank the billboard down and slam some of the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s guards away. That's right, Peter is going to turn the tiger away. He aimed at the billboard and fired Cobweb, pulling the billboard down with a single tug. The huge billboard fell from the top of the building more than 10 meters high, causing a loud noise. The guards of S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately went into martial law. All vigilance, come with me to see what's going on. The police officers in charge of vigilance, under the leadership of the sheriff, carefully moved their guns to the vicinity of the billboard. People who were still in ambush in all directions also appeared one after another, cautiously approaching the billboard. Seeing that the time was right, Peter immediately sneaked into the crime scene. S.H.I.E.L.D. has cleaned the room. The blood in the house in the photo is long gone. But even so, Peter could still smell the strong smell of blood. After searching in the room, he soon came to McClone's room. S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers have thoroughly figured out the ins and outs. The cause of everything is a coded picture. Studies have shown that all victims saw their real faces hidden by mosaics. Whether it is in the form of a picture or a video, as long as you see its appearance, it will lead to death. Peter also found a coded picture at the crime scene. After he copied the picture, he quickly shut down the computer and left here. Peter, who has read the results of the study, thinks. If you want to catch this monster, you have to see his face clearly. But decoding pictures is not something I am good at. Peter is not good at it, some people are good at it. That man was good friend Ned. After a while of flying between the tall buildings, Peter came to Ned's house. Ned is putting together his Death Star Lego. Looking at Peter dressed in a spider suit, he asked suspiciously. Mr. Stark contacted you. Peter shook his head, he looked left and right, and asked cautiously. Are you the only one at home? Ned nodded. Definitely. My parents have already driven to visit my grandparents. Do you want to come to my house to play games this week? Peter shook his head, took out the USB stick with the mosaic pictures copied, and said. Ned, I need your help. The corners of Ned's mouth curled slightly, he was in high spirits. I'm your super backup. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Ned, I want you to decode this picture. With that said, Peter told Ned about seeing S.H.I.E.L.D. at the crime scene and the results of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research. After listening to Peter's words, Ned shook his head in astonishment and exclaimed. Brother, you brought me a super cool thing. With this photo, I can make a name for myself in geek circles. Spider-Man said seriously. Ned, this isn't a joke, it's about human life. The results of the study show that all the people killed were because they saw the faces of the coded creatures, which must not be groundless. After the decoding is completed, you must not watch it, only I can watch it. Looking at Peter so serious, Ned nodded and assured. Don't worry, why would I joke about my life? I swear in the name of God, I will never look at this thing. Spider-Man was relieved to hear his best friend swear by him. He closed his eyes and waited quietly for Ned to decode it. However, despite what he said, Ned's heart was full of curiosity. Faced with his best friend's warning, Ned thought, I'll take a look when the picture is decoded. What can happen with just one look? After making up his mind, Ned took over the USB and started decoding. Little by little time passed, and there was a faint sweat oozing out of Peter's forehead. Because he knows that once the decoding is completed, he will face this monster that has already claimed 6 lives. Decoding. Already decoded 10%. 20% decoded. 99% decoded. Ding, the decoding has been completed. Hearing the decoded speech, Ned gave Peter a sneaking glance. Seeing that Peter was still closing his eyes, he glanced at the decoded picture at a very fast speed. Ned felt that it should be fine to just look at it. This creature is not an omniscient and almighty God. How does it know that it has seen its picture? Still thinking about what to do next, Spider-Man closed his eyes and asked, Ned, have you decoded it yet? However, Ned's response was not heard after half a day. Gradually, the wisps of blood swept the nostrils. The bloody smell was getting stronger and stronger, until it finally choked the nose. Meanwhile, Peter's spider telepathy gives him a frantic warning. A bad premonition came up, and Peter was already aware of what was going on. He dared not open his eyes. Because, he knew that once he opened his eyes, he would definitely see a terrifying and bloody scene. Even, Peter can clearly perceive it. Just less than a meter away from him, an extremely dangerous and terrifying existence is staring at him. Chapter 7. Warning. 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 Happy, who was instructing the workers to carry the items, suddenly heard an alarm sound, and his chest vibrated wildly. He quickly took out his mobile phone. Seeing the red exclamation mark displayed on it, he clicked it immediately, and then he heard a mechanical voice prompting. It has been monitored that Peter Parker's various life values have dropped sharply, please hurry up and rescue. Hearing this, Happy's face froze. Peter just called, why did it suddenly become like this? After realizing the seriousness of the matter, he immediately called She Stark's number. However, before hubby pressed the dial button, She Stark's communication has been forced to come. I'll give you a simple task, watch Peter Parker. However, for such a simple task, you have failed. Happy smiled bitterly and answered helplessly. Sir, I'm on my way to the rescue now. If something happens to Peter, you and I will blame ourselves for the rest of our lives. She Stark, who was wearing a Mark 50 bloodside armor, had a gloomy face. He hung up the communication with Harpy, and his eyes were fixed on the reality of Peter's vital signs in the helmet. It can be seen that several values have already moved closer to the endangered red line, which makes She Stark extremely worried. Peter is a young man with great potential, and Stark even sees the shadow of his youth in him. He already sees Peter as his protege, and even plans to add others to the Avengers. The Alliance needs such fresh, powerful and potential blood. Since Ultron's accident, he has always been a little worried about the future, so he spared no effort to enhance all strengths. The bloodside armor was very fast, and soon came to a dilapidated high-rise building, and as the mecha scanned, She Stark saw Peter's figure at a glance. There is no other life reaction beside him, which means that the enemy has retreated. A trace of fear flashed in She Stark's eyes. He had come very quickly, and he also called for satellite surveillance to lock on, but the enemy still fled quickly before he came. Boom! With a little anger and anxiety, She Stark directly slammed open the window and came into the house. The whole room was covered with blood, and the human flesh and bones were smashed to pieces. Not caring about the smell of blood in the room, he looked where Peter Parker was. Peter was covered with scars all over his body, and 2 scars even nearly cut him in half. If Peter's physical fitness was far superior to normal people, he might be the same as Ned lying on the ground now. Looking at the body that was cut to pieces, She Stark's pupils shrank suddenly, and the value detection of the bloodside armor immediately soared. He shouted, "Survival armor!" As soon as he finished speaking, a suit of armor was directly separated from his body and flew towards Peter Parker quickly. While lifting him up, it gradually wrapped around his injured part. One by one nanorobots quickly repaired Peter Parker's injuries. She Stark opened the mask and walked up with a sullen face. In a daze, Peter Parker saw the face of his idol, and he spoke with difficulty. "Mr. Stark, don't look at that photo." This sentence seemed to take all his strength, and after speaking, he lost consciousness and fell into a coma completely. Watching this scene, She Stark's face was so gloomy that water dripped. Because his armor already told him that Peter Parker was too heavy. Even if the body recovers, consciousness may not be able to wake up. Likely to be a vegetative. Such a result was unacceptable to Stark. Peter Parker is young, but he already has everything a superhero needs. History Stark put a lot of energy into Peter and had high expectations for him. But now, all of She Stark's expectations have been dashed. Peter, whom he is most optimistic about, has become a vegetative person. History Stark had tested Peter's fitness. His physical toughness is comparable even to that of Captain America. History Stark can't imagine what kind of attack Peter Parker suffered before he came to make Peter seriously injured and become a vegetative state. The last sentence Peter left behind was also odd. "Don't look at that picture." She Stark murmured to himself that his bloodside armor had searched the entire building and found no photos. Suddenly, he thought of Peter's phone call with Happy. He immediately pressed the mecha's mask, and the system automatically dialed up the communication with Happy. She Stark asked Happy coldly as he flew out of the building with Peter, who was suspended in a life-saving mecha. "What did Peter talk to you on the phone before?" When Happy heard She Stark's voice, he didn't dare to neglect, and said quickly. "Mr. Peter said that he saw some pictures on the dark web. He said that a dark web programmer was killed, and the police who went to investigate were also killed. Mr. Peter thinks this is an extremely important piece of information and wants to report it to you. I thought it was Peter's little trick again, so I didn't report it." Without listening to Happy's explanation, She Stark immediately hung up the phone. The interface in front of him had switched to the dark web page, and he quickly retrieved relevant information. Soon, Stark found the pictures Peter mentioned, and when he saw the horror in those pictures, he only frowned slightly. The enemy is indeed extremely ferocious, and can actually destroy the human body so seriously. Peter was attacked by the same thing as those people. After coming to this conclusion, She Stark didn't stop there. He said, J.A.R.V.I.S. Continue to search for relevant information, find the source of the decedent in these pictures, I want to know what they have done recently. Hearing Stark's order, J.A.R.V.I.S. directly mobilized the computing power of the entire Stark industry to start searching. In just 1 second, he passed a picture to She Stark and explained. A few days ago, a mysterious person posted a picture with a mosaic, asking everyone not to unlock it. Decedent McClung received this picture alone, but he didn't care about it and went straight to the mosaic restoration, which then led to the attack of the mysterious object. And the detectives around him, who died while watching the video, were also attacked by mysterious objects. Hearing J.A.R.V.I.'s explanation, She Stark frowned and asked. Who was the original poster of that image? Can you trace his IP address? No, the other party's traces are very clean. Hearing this, She Stark shook his head. He felt it was necessary to go to headquarters. Chapter 8. Manhattan, New York City, Avengers Building. The 6 elders of the Avengers who had been summoned were sitting in their respective places. War Machine James Rhodes stretched out his hand and pointed in front of everyone. Pictures and reports appeared in front of him, and he said grimly. Things like McClure's happened 9 out of 13 states. The total death toll is already over 100, and that's not counting unmonitored areas. And, even rs.h.i.e.l.d researchers have lost 17. Under circumstances like this, we still don't know what the attacker looked like. Hearing Rhodes' words, Dr. Banner, the Hulk in a calm state, said curiously. Didn't Tony say we have some clues now? Why not try to start here? Tony Stark nodded when he heard the words. The projection in front of everyone immediately turned into a picture full of mosaics, and he introduced in a low voice. This picture is the direct trigger of 9 cases, each of whom was killed by a mysterious object after seeing the real content of this picture. When Banner heard this, he raised his brows and said nonchalantly. In that case, let's just decode the picture. We are all here anyway. Even if that thing dares to come, I will let it come and go. With that said, Banner turned directly into the Hulk, almost crushing the chair under his A. Hearing this, She Stark shook his head and said with a serious expression. This proposal is not good. Peter Parker's ability is no worse than any one of us present. Even he was beaten by this mysterious object without any resistance, and was even seriously injured. The strength of this thing can be imagined. It's not that Stark didn't think about Banner's proposal history, but based on the severity of Peter's injuries, it was difficult to accurately infer the enemy's true strength. We must not act rashly before we are uncertain about the strength of the other party. Stark's words made everyone nod, and they knew that the Iron Man had to have a reason for saying it. And at the moment, Captain America Steve Rogers in tights pointed to the picture in front of him. Since our odds of facing this monster are not high, or we are unwilling to face that monster directly, can we try to find out who posted this picture? After all, if this thing wants to be published on the internet, it always needs people to operate it. She Stark shook his head helplessly. No, I have already tried this idea. The poster is very shrewd, and his hacker ability is very strong. Even J.A.R.V.I.s can't track him. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of everyone present. J.A.R.V.I.'s tracking ability is almost the first in the world, and he was originally the pinnacle of data. And such an existence can't find the foothold of the other party on the network. This kind of situation, whoever heard it, would be shocked. The beautiful-faced Black Widow Natasha Romanoff immediately thought of a possibility after being surprised, and she frowned and said her thoughts. We must first figure out, what is our enemy? Is it a person? Or an organization? Whether it's hacking skills or instant kills that ignore space, it doesn't seem like the same person can do it. The other party is most likely an organization. We need to think about it now. What kind of organization is the other party? As soon as these words came out, everyone present fell silent. Natasha Romanoff's words undoubtedly point to the bigger problem behind this mosaic image. Murder or hacking may be just the tip of the iceberg of this organization. They will follow the existing clues to investigate, and they may unearth an extremely terrifying truth. Facing this mysterious and terrifying organization, will the Avengers have enough strength to defeat them? Compared to the silence in the Avengers building, Lin Mo's mind was full of excitement. The system's announcement has not stopped since he released the photo. Erase Hacker McConnell and 5 police officers, get 100 fear points. Cause a large area of terror on the dark web, get 300 points of terror. Erase Spider-Man's friend Ned, seriously injure Spider-Man into a vegetative state, and gain 1000 fear points. Hearing this last system prompt, Lin Mo, who was sitting on the sofa, raised his brows. Huh? And a windfall? Actually met little Spider-Man. As expected of a superhero, one person's fear is worth 10 people. The system's broadcast gradually subsided. It seems that the fear of SXP-096 has reached its peak. And he chose to have accumulated 2500 fear points. What kind of concept this is Lin Mo is not very clear, but from the 1000 points that little Spider-Man contributed to himself, it should be worth a lot. Sure enough, when Lin Mo clicked on the containment list, he saw the value needed to unlock the next containment. 2000 points. It takes 2000 points to unlock the containment of the next level 1 segment. If little Spider-Man hadn't contributed a big wave to him, he would have to wait a while to unlock it. This also made Lin Mo look forward to what this containment object that requires 2000 fear points to unlock. On the list, he saw 2 simple words. Shadow Demon. Chapter 9. Looking at the word Shadow Demon, Lin Mo raised his brows lightly. Reached out and clicked the details button behind the system containment list. All the information about the Shadow Fiend is presented. Item Note, SXP-017. Item Level, Keter. Special Containment Procedures, SXP-017 is kept in a room with a file size of 6M x 6M x 4M, suspended in a 100 cm x 50 cm x 50 cm acrylic glass cage in the center. The walls, ceiling, and floor of this room are covered with arc lighting, aimed at the cage in the center to ensure that the SXP-017 is exposed to all angles of light at all times. Description: SXP-017 has a humanoid outline, 80 cm in height, similar in appearance to a human child, but without any discernible physical features. The body of SXP-017 appears to consist of an indistinct cloud of smoke. No physical substance has been successfully found inside the smoke screen, but the possibility of finding it in the future cannot be completely ruled out. SXP-017 will react quickly once a shadow is formed and covered on SXP-017. It immediately wraps the entire shadow source in a smokescreen, which then reverts to its normal file size. The wrapped object disappeared without a trace. Shadow Fiend's appearance and ability all reveal the power of Keter-level containment, even Lin Mo has to sigh. As expected of something that can only be unlocked at 2000 points, try your power. The voice fell, and Lin Mo's hand gently pressed the release button next to the Shadow Demon's name. Never gonna give up. Toby hummed the notorious Divine Comedy while driving a Peter Pelt 579 heavy-duty truck to a motel rented on the outskirts of the city. As a cart driver who runs night cars all the year round, he is used to staying overnight in a motel on the outskirts of the city after delivering the goods. In this way, his energy can be quickly recovered, and he can choose the gold owner who needs to deliver the next order. However, when he drove past the gas station along the road, he never saw the motel, which made him a little puzzled. I didn't open it, did I? The motel is only 700 meters from the gas station, which is why he chose this place as his place of residence. But now he drove at least 500 meters, but he couldn't see the lights in the motel at all. He thought maybe he was driving too fast, so he didn't see the motel. Toby released the accelerator and brakes, turned off the truck and parked on the side of the road, got out of the car and walked to the place where the motel was in memory. After walking about 20 meters, he finally saw a familiar sign. A giant neon sign that says motel is flashing, much to Toby's relief, he thought. Is there a power outage at the hotel? Why can't I see where the wall is? Continue to walk forward, the neon signs are getting brighter and brighter. The scene in front of him made Toby completely stunned. The motel location was empty, and the entire parking lot had disappeared. A whole piece of land in the hotel was sunken, and you could even see a dirt pit more than half a meter deep. It's like someone uprooted the entire motel. Toby's legs softened, his back was cold, and he muttered to himself, hey, don't be kidding, the last part of my order is still in the hotel. Toby immediately took out his phone from his pants and called the police. Hello, sir, the Southern California Police Department, what can I do for you? Hearing the voice from the other end of the phone, Toby shouted loudly as if he had found a life-saving straw. I met aliens. They sucked up the entire motel. Not even the foundations. Alien? Please don't joke, sir, and take up public resources. There was a screeching sound on the other end of the phone, which annoyed Toby. He growled. It's true, I'm not lying. Okay sir, I'm sure you're not lying, but I don't think you should call the police station, but the mental hospital. Toby was furious at the teasing of the wiring police, and he shouted hysterically. There are still more than 30 people living in the motel. It's just at the gas station in the south of California. If you don't believe me, come and see. None of them are here now. With that said, he turned his head towards the direction of his truck, telling him rationally that it is best to stay away from this place at this time. However, when he looked up, he found that the truck that had taken up a full lane had disappeared. There was only a weathered street lamp flickering in the parking area. Toby trotted over and looked at the place where the truck disappeared. In addition to anger, there was fear in his heart. He didn't know how the motel had disappeared, but he knew how he wanted to make that multi-ton truck disappear right under his nose. For out-of-the-box drivers, the truck is their life. The truck was stolen, and Toby was furious. He yelled at the operator on the other end of the phone. Now even my half-hang is gone. It must have been those aliens who called the Avengers to clean up their mess. Toby decided that some Chitauri must have done this. The people of the Avengers Alliance didn't wipe out the aliens, they were doing it. Chi Xiao's voice on the other end of the phone became stronger. Toby felt greatly insulted. What are you laughing at? I'm not easy to mess with, Toby's scolding stopped abruptly. Because he suddenly saw it. In the middle of the empty road, a black fog stopped in the middle of the road. The black fog could vaguely see the outline of a human figure, and it was 80 centimeters high. At midnight, such a thing suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. Everyone feels scared. Toby swallowed and took a deep breath to calm himself down. It must be an illusion. Toby thought that he was wrong, and quickly wiped his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the black mist didn't disappear, he just stood in the middle of the road. Toby shuddered with fright, his sweaty palms couldn't grasp the phone, and fell directly to the ground. He didn't dare to pick it up now. He looked around quickly, hoping that someone would come to rescue him, but no car passed by here for a long time, which made Toby's expectations destined to become disappointment. Toby shouted as he stepped back. "Don't come here! You monster! What the hell are you? Why are you staring at me?" The black smoke always kept a certain distance from Toby, neither dashing forward nor dodging backwards. This sense of oppression made Toby almost collapse. He cried out loudly, but it was useless, the black smoke was always there like a shadow. Toby didn't realize that his shadow had been pulled extremely long, and he was almost in contact with the black smoke. He was still going backwards, and this step directly covered his shadow on the black smoke. As if he felt something, Toby, who was crying, glanced subconsciously, and saw the black smoke covering the sky above his head, and endless darkness followed, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he screamed in shock. "Call! What?" After this short scream, the phone that landed on the ground faintly heard the questioning voice of the police who had just connected. However, at this moment Toby has disappeared, and the whole road has returned to silence. Chapter 10. In the Southern California Police Department, a newcomer to the police station, Jack, is sitting bored on the table of his partner and master David, he said with a little ease. "I seem to be very busy today. Is this the way to be on duty at night? You can't talk nonsense." Police veteran David rolled his eyes when he heard his new partner, and continued. "Otherwise you'll be busy waiting." Before David could finish speaking, the phone on his desk rang. Seeing this scene, Jack immediately left the corner of David's desk with a little embarrassment on his face. The veteran David sighed, pressed the speaker button on the phone, and then said in a deep voice. "Hello sir, Southern California Police Department, how can I help you? I met aliens. They sucked up the entire motel. Not even the foundations." Hearing the anxious voice on the phone, Jack laughed. And David, who was in a bad mood, was a little irritable, and he frowned and replied. "Alien? Please don't joke, sir, and take up public resources. It's true, I'm not lying." The voice on the other end of the phone was still loud and frightening. It sounded like it was real. Just as David was about to say something, Jack said first. "Okay sir, I believe you are not lying, but I think you should not call the police station, but the mental hospital, ha 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 ha." Jack's words made David a little unhappy, but he didn't say anything, because he thought most of the callers were indeed mentally ill. He stretched out his hand and wanted to hang up the madman, but more hysterical words came from there. "There are still more than 30 people living in the motel. It's right next to the gas station in the south of California. If you don't believe me, come and see. None of them are here now." Hearing the information in the words, a corresponding picture immediately appeared in David's mind. He has an impression of this motel, and he has been arresting people there for so many years. And just when David wanted to recall more, there was another crack sound on the phone. This is the sound of the phone falling from the hand. This kind of sound made David realize that something was wrong. What could scare people off their cell phones? He quickly turned on the computer and wanted to call up the monitoring there. But at this moment, Toby's exclamation came over the phone. "Don't come here! You monster! What the hell are you? Why are you staring at me? What?" It took only a few seconds from when Toby shouted to when he shouted, and David stood up quickly and shouted into the phone. "Sir! What's the matter with you? Sir!" There was a rustling sound of electric current on the phone, but there was no answer from Toby. David and Jack looked at each other subconsciously. Both of them knew that something had happened. "Bring your gear, let's go." Veteran David was only stunned for half a second, then immediately grabbed his police uniform and walked out. Jack, who was a little nervous, quickly followed, holding his hand on his waist. David, who had already walked to the side of the car, patted the roof of the car and shouted. "Come on, stop touching your damn fire stick." Hearing this, Jack was smart and rushed into the car immediately, and the two quickly drove to the place Toby said just now. When they got out of the car, their pupils shrank in unison. Really disappeared. David took out the surveillance footage he had found before leaving, and compared the photos of the hotel inside with the open space in front of him. The neon sign is still the same neon sign, the street light is still the same, but the hotel has disappeared. The soil is still fresh and moist. Jack, who was squatting on the edge of the pit, touched the soil in the pit and said loudly. David frowned when he heard it, and stepped forward to take a closer look. The soil in this pit is not only fresh and moist, but also has neat edges, a large square, and it doesn't look like a bulldozer or something dry at all. If those construction machines want to work, they will inevitably put a certain amount of pressure on the surrounding soil, and there should be traces on the ground. Thinking of this, David couldn't help but think of the reporter's statement, and he muttered to himself. Is it true, as he said, was it sucked by aliens? David, here's a cell phone. Jack's words interrupted David's conjecture. He turned around and went under the street lamp, picked up the mobile phone on the ground with gloves, and put it in the evidence bag, before opening it and taking a look. I saw that there was still a record of the call between the owner and them, which made David even more curious. The phone is here, the person is gone, and there are no traces of blood or dragging around. David, he was really taken by aliens. Yes. Jack, who was standing opposite David, asked expectantly, with fear and excitement in his eyes. Looking up to see this scene, David frowned slightly and said coldly. Less talking, more working. As soon as the voice fell, 2 pure black Chevrolet sedans stopped in front of them with a sudden stop, and then 8 strong men in black suits got out of the cars. David looked at these people of unknown origin, put his hand on the bulging part of his waist, and asked sharply. Who are you and why are you here? The strong men in black suits ignored him, took out some sophisticated instruments from their lockboxes, and tested the place where the motel had disappeared. And another person came down from the car. This was a middle-aged man with blonde hair. He showed it with a certificate in his hand. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Nathan, tell me what you found here. David could see clearly that the seal of the Federation was knocked on it, which made him look relieved. We also just arrived here. As you can see, there is nothing here, only a fresh pit. Oh yes, the reporter said he saw aliens suck the motel away, and when we arrived, he disappeared too, leaving only a mobile phone. With that said, David handed over the mobile phone in the evidence bag. Hearing his words, Nathan frowned, and instead of taking the phone directly, he turned around and said to the men in black. Let's test this. The man in black took a test with the instrument, and then gave Nathan a glance at the value displayed by the instrument. Huh? Same as the previous one. The value on the instrument is almost the same as the death case in the pictures and surveillance video that happened not long ago. Nathan felt that there must be an inevitable connection between the two events. He stretched out his hand to take the evidence bag, and said to David in a calm tone. Next, this place will be taken over by the SHIELD agent, you can go back. Chapter 11. Hearing this, David's expression relaxed, and he drove away with Jack reluctantly. The situation here is not something that ordinary people like them can solve. After the officer left, Nathan returned to the car. He picked up the car satellite phone and dialed Stark's number. Mr. Stark, I need satellite access to a place in Southern California. Can. Before Nathan could finish speaking, Stark's slightly impatient voice came from the phone, and then the call was hung up. However, Nathan's onboard computer had been authorized, and he sat in the car and typed into the computer. According to the reporting time of the reporter Toby, the time when the motel disappeared must have been within the previous few hours, so I only need to check the satellite video within these hours. Soon, the corresponding screen appeared on the computer, and Nathan turned on the 8 times speed and quickly checked. In the video, there is nothing unusual about the motel, and there is no large machinery approaching. Just as Nathan was about to see the end of the video, the motel disappeared in the blink of an eye. Nathan immediately pressed pause, rewinded the video a bit, and started viewing at normal speed. And this time, he still didn't see how the motel disappeared. As if in the blink of an eye, the motel was gone. But people can blink, satellites can't, and Nathan adjusted the speed of the picture to extremely slow, so that he could see clearly how everything happened. I saw that the hotel was suddenly shrouded in thick black smoke in a certain frame, and then disappeared together with the black fog in the next frame. It all happened in one frame, and Nathan would have missed it if he hadn't been watching closely. What is this black fog? Where did it come from and where did it go? Nathan had some doubts in his heart, and he immediately compared and observed the pictures before and after this frame carefully. However, because of the poor quality of the picture, he had only seen the culprit of the disappearance of the motel after he had zoomed in with high precision for many times. A cloud of black smoke. Before and after the motel disappeared, before and after the truck disappeared, before and after Toby disappeared, it appeared in the picture. Moreover, after high-precision magnification, Nathan found that the black smoke seemed to be an energy body, and it had no entity. On the energy body, Nathan immediately thought of Dr. Banner, the Hulk, one of the 6 elders of Avengers. The reason why Dr. Banner became the Hulk is that after detonating the energy bomb he developed, he was affected by a huge amount of gamma rays before he mutated. He was originally an expert in this field, and after personally understanding the real situation of various energy rays, he is unmatched in energy research. Nathan pressed the satellite phone in his hand without hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The female voice on the other end of the phone was cold and unwavering. Agent Nathan Rhodes, number 0531, found the activity of high-energy objects in my jurisdiction, which is consistent with the death energy of 17 S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers. Request headquarters to immediately invite Dr. Banner to the site for testing. As soon as Nathan's words came out, the female receiver on the other end of the phone was no longer emotionless, and her voice rose slightly. Understood, I will immediately notify the director here, you all stay vigilant. Hearing this, Nathan hung up the phone with confidence. As long as this incident alerted the director, then Dr. Banner would definitely be in place. Sure enough, half a day later, when the sky darkened again, a helicopter came to the top of Nathan and the others. The strong airflow forced Nathan to narrow his eyes. When he looked at the helicopter, he found that Dr. Banner had jumped down and was walking towards him. Seeing this, Nathan hurried up and handed Banner the tablet and detector in his hand. Banner walked towards the scene while watching. After the helicopter left, he frowned and said, "It's very likely that this thing has intelligence, and it's acting like it's hunting." "Why do you say that?" Nathan asked in confusion when he heard Banner's words. "Because it didn't leave after devouring the motel, it means that its motive was not sabotage or murder. When the whistleblower drove here, it devoured the truck without the whistleblower noticing. I suspect, it's energy absorbing." A glimmer of pride flashed in Banner's eyes, and he said with a confident expression. Nathan actually had some doubts in his heart. For example, if it came for energy, why not devour the gas station on the side? It's just that Banner's authority made him subconsciously classify his doubts as useless speculation, so he didn't ask. At the moment, Banner, who was standing aside, also began to carefully examine the scene. Satellite images clearly show how the motel vanished, covered in black smoke and engulfed, as did the car and the informant. The energy value here is also clearly displayed on the instrument, which is similar to that shown by She-Stark et.al. in previous conferences. This also confirms the speculation of Natasha Romanoff. The enemy they face is not a person, but an organization. What struck him most was the discipline of the organization. Anyone with super ability is extremely shining. They are different from ordinary humans. Under the extremely strong destructiveness, everything will become the power of the power user, and their desires will usher in a skyrocket at this time. Just like all kinds of superheroes save the world, at first it is because they like everyone's admiration for themselves, which will greatly satisfy their various desires. And the evil superpowers are similar. Whether it is pure evil or revenge on society, they are venting their inner desire for destruction. They enjoy people's fear, helplessness and even despair. These are desires, which are more addictive than power because they are human instincts. Banner doesn't think anyone can resist such a temptation. But the people of this organization broke his cognition, and they could refuse the desire. They haven't heard any rumors for so many years, as if they were invisible. Only recently did they just appear out of nowhere and go on a rampage that didn't even bother the Avengers. This organization is announcing to the world with an almost invincible attitude that they are here. Banner, who was squatting beside the pit, was full of thoughts. At this time, the sky has completely darkened, and the surrounding high-power searchlights have also been turned on. The entire motel's original site was bright as day. With the illumination of the lights, everyone suddenly saw a black fog quietly appearing on the road. Chapter 12. The appearance of the black mist directly alerted Banner and Nathan, and the two immediately came to the side of the road. I saw the black fog quietly stay in place, motionless. Banner frowned at this and observed it carefully. Nathan next to him took out the energy meter just now and wanted to test it against the black fog. Unexpectedly, the instrument beeped as soon as it was pressed, and Nathan glanced at the value displayed on the energy meter. His. Nathan gasped directly. I saw the word 9999 flashing on the energy meter, which means that the energy value of the other party has exceeded the upper limit of the instrument. You must know that the upper limit of this energy meter is calculated based on the history of Stark. Even if Iron Man himself comes, it is impossible to make it burst. The data that S.H.I.E.L.D tested at the crime scene before was 5 or 6,000. This value is already unique. Except for the 6 veterans of the Avengers Alliance, almost no one can reach it. That's why they suspect that the two cases are behind the same person or the same organization. However, Nathan is a little confused now. He actually encountered an existence that can make the energy meter burst, which means that the black fog standing in front of his group is several times stronger than She-Stark. Thinking of this lair, obvious fear flashed in his eyes. Nathan's change didn't surprise Banner too much. When he learned that the black fog was from the same organization as the previous mysterious picture, he was already mentally prepared. Peter Parker's physique is no worse than Captain America Rogers, even his body is easily injured by the opponent, their energy level must be very high. Although the fact that the energy meter exploded is indeed quite appalling, but if the 6 veterans of the Avengers Alliance burst into full strength, it can be done. Rather than solving the enemy, find out where the enemy is coming from. Banner is now more interested in figuring out the abilities of these monsters. He remembered what Stark said at the meeting. Only after understanding the opponent's ability can they formally fight with it, and now is an excellent opportunity to understand the opponent. Looking at the black fog in front of him, Banner's brows were slightly wrinkled. The other party had been exposed to them for more than 10 seconds, and Nathan also used the energy meter to test him. But the other party didn't seem to care at all and didn't react at all, which was not in line with his previous speculation. A wise thing is usually angry at the prying of strangers, especially the prying of some weak people will make them feel ashamed. But the black fog in front of him is very abnormal, let alone anger. From the time it appeared to when it was watched, it didn't move. In order to confirm the new inference in his heart, Banner and Black Mist kept a safe distance and deliberately provoked. Hey, what are you stupid? Did you devour the hotel over there? Black Mist. You idiot. Banner had a friendly exchange, but he still didn't respond. This made Banner's brow even tighter. He groped his chin, wondering in his heart. Am I wrong in my judgment? This thing has no wisdom. Most of what he said just now was questioning and provocation, and he was also insulting and provocative by name. As long as the other party has a little bit of wisdom, they should respond accordingly. You shout at an animal, and it will turn its head to look at you subconsciously. And the Black Mist didn't respond, which also confirmed Banner's new inference that the other party was in existence without wisdom. Thinking of this, Banner raised his head and said to everyone around him. Everyone immediately back 50 meters. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. stepped back after hearing the words, and Nathan quickly left. After seeing everyone retreat to a safe distance, Banner picked up a small stone and threw it towards the Black Mist. Because it was a test, Banner didn't use much force. The little stone's flight is not very fast, and everyone can clearly see it. Everyone present was watching the small stone nervously. However, no one found the small stone illuminated by the bright searchlight. His shadow just covered the Black Mist. All of a sudden, the Black Mist suddenly erupted, and it flew to the small stone place almost like Shinyi. In the blink of an eye, the small stone was wrapped. In the next second, it returned to its original file size, but the pebble had disappeared, and not even the powder was left. This made the pupils of everyone present shrank suddenly. Before, they only saw the process of swallowing in the video, and they didn't think there was anything scary. Now I can really see it, and it will be different after I feel it in my heart. There is a faint sweat on the forehead of every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who is alerted at the periphery. Nathan also took a step back in fright. He felt that the distance of 50 meters was not very safe. Banner was also surprised in his heart, but he didn't panic, he just frowned, and his brows almost formed a Sichuan character. The speed displayed by the black fog was too amazing, and he didn't see clearly how the black fog settled down to the stone. After thinking for a while, he turned his head to Nathan Road. Bring some other things, the more styles the better, no stones. Hearing Banner's words, Nathan immediately executed. Soon 20 or 30 items of different purposes were sent to Banner. There are small buttons for clothes and large spare tires for roadside cars. After everyone retreated to a safe distance, he threw them into the Black Mist one by one. Black Mist refuses to come, no matter what Banner throws, it is swallowed and absorbed. Banner threw the last button in his hand, and the Black Mist erupted again to cover it and swallow it. Seeing this scene, Banner's brows finally eased, and he said indifferently. This black fog has no intelligence. Devouring it should be an instinct of it. Put down the transparent cage and capture it. Hearing Banner's words, Nathan breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly gestured to his waiting men. A 100-meter square transparent glass box was slowly lowered. The glass is made of grade 10 bulletproof material, which can even resist the explosion of 2 high-explosive grenades. Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. maneuvered carefully. The crane hangs the storage box with steel cables and slowly descends. Everyone's attention was focused on the Black Mist, and no one noticed that under the illumination of the searchlight, a shadow appeared in the glass box. The shadow of the steel cable linked Banner's shadow with the shadow of the glass containment box to form a hole, and the shadow of the glass box just covered Black Mist's body. At this moment, the black fog moved. The containment box was swallowed by it in an instant, and the sturdy steel cable was also swallowed clean. Continue to devour down the shadow of the wire rope. The next target is Dr. Banner. Chapter 13. Everything happened between Lightning and Flint, and even before the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents could see why the containment box was missing, they saw a black fog covering Dr. Banner. Relying on the powerful reaction ability, Banner could clearly see some of Black Mist's movements, and he subconsciously stretched out a hand to block in front of him. And the black fog just happened to cover his forearm. But after the black fog covered him, Banner couldn't feel his forearm, which caused his pupils to shrink suddenly, and the muscles in his body suddenly swelled. Dr. Banner, who was just a skinny human just now, immediately turned into a Hulk with all his tendons. Hulk took a step back, freeing himself from the dark fog. At the same time, because the high-power searchlight behind him was not covered, it suddenly shone on the black fog. I saw that the black fog, which was still arrogant just now, immediately returned to its original file size, and stayed in place quietly. It behaved as if nothing had happened, and looked very harmless to humans and animals. But everyone knows that something has happened. The quiet monster in front of him devoured one of Hulk's arms alive. Hulk at the moment doesn't have the time to think about why the black fog changes rapidly between the two states, and the lighting is always subconsciously ignored. Also, all of Hulk's attention is now back on himself. After being covered by the black mist just now, he couldn't perceive his left hand at all, so he lowered his head and glanced. I saw that my left forearm was completely gone, only the thick arm was still there. There was no wound in the entire left arm, and no blood flowed out, except that a neat cut surface appeared at the joint, as if the creator deliberately did not make the forearm when he carved him. This defective even seems to have an unexpected aesthetic. Venus with a broken arm? A thought flashed through Hulk's mind. This kind of thinking is so weird that Hulk thought for a moment if he was born without that half arm. But this was just an illusion after all. Hulk knew very well that half of his arm was swallowed up by the black mist and disappeared, not a natural defective at all. He was originally an able-bodied person. Only to be swallowed an arm by this monster now. This lost arm frees Hulk from anger. The muscles of his whole body bulge, the blood vessels bulge like a horned dragon, and the momentum of the whole person becomes stronger and stronger. If Nathan remembers to use the energy meter to test it at this time, he can also hear the beeping alarm of the burst meter. The power of the Hulk comes from anger, and the more angry he is, the stronger his ability will be. At this moment, Hulk came directly to the heyday of his ability, and he saw that he stretched out his fist and slammed a hammer on the ground before leaping. Even She Stark, who was wearing an anti-Hulk mech, would not dare to take it hard. This was the strongest blow from a superhero with anger. However, as soon as Hulk took off, his shadow directly covered the black fog. The black mist that had been sitting quietly below instantly skyrocketed, turning into a huge amount of net and wrapping it towards Hulk. Seeing the black mist rising from the sky, Hulk's huge amounts of eyes flashed a trace of hatred, and his still intact right hand clenched into a fist and hit him with the momentum of wind and thunder. The strong fist style even forced the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D agents to squat down to stand firm. This shows the power of this punch. However, the moment the punch landed on black mist, Hulk realized something was wrong. He didn't feel any real feeling coming from his fist at all, it was like hitting the air. At the same time, he also lost the control perception of his entire right arm. This familiar feeling shocked him, and he immediately ducked away. Hulk glanced at his right arm. This time he didn't even have an arm left, he just became a green stick with only half an arm. After losing his left forearm, Hulk lost his entire right hand under the attack of the black mist, which filled him with fear, and subconsciously pulled the distance away from the black mist, not daring to stimulate the black mist again. However, the black fog was persistent, because Hulk still had a shadow covering the black fog under the illumination of the spotlight. The black fog struck again, and Hulk, whose arms had been swallowed up for no reason, did not dare to take it hard, and could only dodge frantically with his powerful physical strength. Nathan, who was standing on the side, finally realized that something was wrong. He found that the Hulk couldn't do any damage to the black mist at all. Even under the strange and inexplicable attack of the black fog, there are dangers and dangers, and it is about to be swallowed by the black fog. Nathan shouted without hesitation. Everyone, fire unlimited. After that, he took out 2 guns directly from his arms and shot frantically at the black fog. The surrounding agents obeyed the orders, and all took out their guns. What's more, someone rushed directly into the car, and a Vulcan cannon on the roof slowly rose, shooting a burst of fire into the black mist. In an instant, hundreds of bullets covered the black fog, and Nathan knew that shooting the black fog should not cause too much damage to the energy body. But his purpose is not to kill the black mist, he just needs to buy some time for the Hulk to escape. There is no wisdom ability in black mist, and all its actions must have a trigger condition. These agents can't figure it out and can't solve it, but as a doctor, Hulk must have a solution. Nathan's idea was as simple as that. He hoped that Hulk would have a little respite, and then found the weakness of black mist and subdued him with a single blow. They have carried out such actions many times before, and everyone cooperated very closely. However, the fan-shaped bullets did not meet Nathan's expectations, and they passed through the black fog without causing any damage to it. He didn't even delay for a second, the black fog was still black fog, no more, no less, still chasing Hulk. Nathan also noticed that some bullets were directly swallowed by the black mist when they were close to it. Only a small part flew out and shot into the trees around the road as stray bullets. At this moment, the black fog has caught up with Hulk, wrapping the sky and covering the sky. Everyone on the scene who was enveloped in the black mist just now knew very well, and everyone was sweating for Hulk. Nathan's heart trembled even more, he couldn't help thinking. Is it possible, am I going to see the demise of an old Avengers? Before he could finish thinking, the black mist had already fallen on Hulk's half-less left arm, and was rapidly covering his head and torso. Chapter 14. Seeing the black fog that had settled in front of him, Hulk's eyes flashed with countless memories of the past, and the fear of death was pressing in his heart. However, just when everyone thought that Hulk was going to die here, a strong light flickered. This light made the whole scene like daytime, and everyone who stabbed could not look directly, and subconsciously blocked it with their hands. Nathan tried to see clearly what it was through his fingers, but he really underestimated the power of this light, stared at it for a second, his eyes were red, and tears kept flowing out. On the other side, the Hulk who escaped the catastrophe looked at the motionless black mist in front of him and immediately dodged away, and he suddenly wanted to understand something. Remaining life Banner turned to look at the source of the light. But the light was so strong that he couldn't see it clearly, and could only vaguely see a figure. Hulk subconsciously tensed his nerves. A shadow demon had already made him so embarrassed. If this person was his accomplice, he would really be dead today. However, just as he was about to ask who it was, a familiar voice sounded from behind the light source. It is afraid of strong light, as long as it is always exposed to strong light, it can't move. Hearing She-Stark's voice, Hulk could finally feel at ease, and then he saw the humanoid sun slowly fly towards the shadow demon. She-Stark had more than a dozen high-power lights all over his body illuminating the black mist shadow demon, keeping it quiet all the time, with no signs of moving at all. This made She-Stark secretly relieved, and he was still very vigilant about this extremely strange thing. He was doing his own research at headquarters just now, but J.A.R.V.I.S suddenly told him that Banner had gone crazy and entered the state of the Hulk. He immediately realized that something was wrong, and the bloody armor started directly, and while flying here, he called the satellite to check the situation. When he saw that Banner in the Hulk state had lost both of his arms due to a black fog, he immediately raised his evaluation of Shadow Demon by several levels. After all, even if he wears the Hulk mecha, he can only suppress the Hulk, and it is impossible to cause any substantial damage to him. And the black mist can actually hurt Hulk's body very easily, and even the method is different from the one that seriously injured Peter before. This situation is extremely dire, because the facts before us have proved it. No matter which weird photo it is, or the black fog in front of you. These two completely different monsters belonging to the same organization have the ability to easily cause superhero casualties. The invincible Avengers are no longer invincible in the face of these strange things. They could be killed by each other at any time. In the face of these strange monsters, Avengers simply cannot take the initiative to attack. The whereabouts of these monsters are erratic and impossible to detect at all. The enemy is in the dark, the Avengers are in the light, and their situation is very passive. To put it bluntly, they can only be beaten passively. And when and where to fight, it all depends on the opponent. Thinking of this, She-Stark's face is very ugly. He has always been the one who controls the overall situation. When has he been so passive? But now he has found a breakthrough, and that is the black fog in front of him. The history of the Black Mist Shadow Demon's every move from a satellite perspective, Stark can see it clearly, and J.A.R.V.I.S also calculates that the reason for its riot is because of shadows and lighting. When the light shines on it, it will not move, and if the shadow falls on it, then it will frantically devour the source of the shadow. To this end, Stark specially designed a custom capture box on the way. Catch. Following his order, a group of nanorobots flew out of his mecha, and they built a box with 6 inner sides entirely composed of reflectors around the Shadow Fiend. Inside the box is a tiny backup reactor that serves as an energy source, powering a high-brightness light source. This ensures that the entire interior of the box is always bright, and the shadows outside will not intersect with the interior. After being contained in this box, the Shadow Fiend immediately returned to its original appearance, squatting in the corner like a child, without any movement. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, even She-Stark, he said with a serious expression. This thing is really too dangerous. It must be kept properly. It's not enough to have a layer of boxes like me. We must take more care of it. Nathan and several other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents immediately nodded in agreement after hearing this. They didn't dare to be sloppy about such things, and they were eager to guard and reinforce him on the third and third floors. After dealing with the Shadow Demon, She-Stark fell from the sky and came to Banner's side. At the moment, Banner was still in the state of the Hulk. He sat on the ground in embarrassment, his face full of disappointment. When he saw She-Stark walking over, he opened his mouth and reminded him. Be careful with this ghost, it can devour existence. Banner's words caught She-Stark's attention, he frowned and asked. What is swallowing existence? Banner thought about how to express his thoughts in an easy-to-understand manner. After thinking about it, he explained. My arm was not devoured and destroyed by him, nor was it transferred to another time and space, but as if it didn't exist in the first place. She-Stark is a smart person. After hearing Banner's explanation, he immediately had an idea in his mind, and he asked tentatively. The concept of your arm's existence was swallowed up. That's right. That's it. There are no scars on both sides of my arms, and there is no damage to the flesh and blood, as if I was born without hands. When Banner learned that Stark's thoughts were the same as his own, the whole person was a little excited, and he was too aggrieved. He was clearly a person with healthy hands, but he was stunned by a guy who didn't know what it was. Originally, being the Hulk was his trouble, but now, he doesn't even have any hands. Hearing Banner's words, She-Stark's heart shuddered violently. It is definitely a terrifying existence that can cause damage to the Hulk's body, but the concept of existence that can devour whatever it touches is not terrifying. Words can describe it. It should be said that all people are equal in the face of the swallowing of the shadow demon, and it will not make any difference because you are a power user or you are an ordinary person. As long as it is covered by its black fog, everything covered will cease to exist. Stark never thought that the black fog in front of him would be so terrifying. The enemy hidden in the dark can even control this kind of thing. The situation was far more dire than he imagined. If there are more things like black mist, even if all the members of the Avengers are dispatched, they are probably no match. He knew that they could no longer be beaten passively like this, they had to take the initiative. Find the man behind the scenes at all costs. Chapter 15. In the Avengers building, 6 elders gathered together. Stark released the picture of Banner fighting the Black Mist Shadow Demon. In the projection, the entire mechanism of the Black Mist Shadow Demon was displayed in detail. Stark said with a serious expression when he saw that everyone had read it carefully. Banner's fight with Black Mist this time, you must have seen some doorway, right? Everyone in the seat nodded, and Natasha Romanoff spoke directly. Its trigger mechanism is light and shadow. As long as the light shines on it, it can't move, and once a shadow covers it, it will immediately go into a frenzy. Stark nodded when he heard Black Widow's words. Yes, this is the mechanism of this monster. According to this idea, we can explain why the motel, the truck, and the reporter Toby disappeared. Their shadows are all linked to the Black Mist, so they are all now it doesn't exist anymore. Captain America heard Stark's words and keenly caught the point of his last sentence. Existence? Why do you stress this? Stark did not answer Captain America Rogers' words directly, but pointed at Banner. Afterwards, a group of nanorobots flew towards Banner under the puzzled eyes of everyone, and soon a pair of mechanical arms were formed on his shoulders. It's just that the robotic arm has been drooping after the manufacture is completed, and it can't move anyway. This made the elders present even more puzzled. Stark still didn't speak. He walked to Banner's side and gently lifted the mechanical arm. The moment the robotic arm left Banner, it moved flexibly again, fully able to move according to Stark's thoughts. It's not difficult at all to pick up a cup to drink water or something. But when Stark pulled it off and put it back on Banner, it was back down and motionless. War Machine Rhodes's face changed, and he asked with some doubts. What's going on here? Isn't the robotic arm made by nanotechnology that can be controlled only with thoughts? Why can't Banner? Hearing his old friend's question, Stark's face was a little ugly, and he glanced at Banner. Banner, who had lost his arms, explained helplessly. Because that black shadow devoured the concept of the existence of my 2 arms, my arms were not simply cut off, but they didn't exist from the beginning. Banner's words were undoubtedly a bombshell, and everyone's eyes on the shadow fiend changed, becoming extraordinarily fearful. It's like a snail doesn't grow arms. On my body, arms don't grow, and the existence of the concept of arms is swallowed up by it. My body thinks it's normal that I don't have arms, so there's no corresponding command to communicate, which affects the arms that are attached to my body in any way. In layman's terms, I am now a brand new species, armless man. After such a period of psychological construction, Banner has accepted the fact that he has become an armless person, so he can still laugh and joke with everyone at this time. But the faces of the others were not good looking, and they looked at each other in shock. Although they, as superhero, have seen the Chitauri Legion and Thor, the aliens, it is reasonable to say that they can keep a normal heart for all kinds of situations. However, when they know that there is still something in the world that can devour the concept of existence, it feels incredible no matter how they think about it. This is a kind of ability that is difficult to understand. It not only acts on things that exist in reality, but can even affect the thinking of the devoured. Seeing that everyone's mood was a little down, Stark took a deep breath and said aloud. You don't have to worry so much. Now that the thing has been successfully captured, this is our initial victory. And the weakness of this thing is very clear. From this, we can boldly infer that most of the subordinates who are behind the scenes are like this. This sentence is like a shot in the arm, and all of a sudden let everyone get rid of the depressed mood. Seeing this, Stark turned to Banner who was sitting beside him. Don't worry, Dr. Banner, I'll be researching that thing. I've invited Dr. Hank Pym, who has made a lot of achievements in the quantum and biological fields, to participate in the research. I'll definitely get your arm back. Dr. Hank Pym used to be one of S.H.I.E.L.D's technical advisors, the discoverer of Pym particles, and a researcher with great ability originally. At the same time, he has made achievements in many aspects such as biology, engineering, chemistry, etc., and is indeed the best candidate to study shadow demons at the moment. Banner couldn't help feeling a little moved after hearing this. He looked at Stark excitedly and nodded. On the other hand, everyone felt more or less confident after hearing Stark's promise. Behind them are the world's top richest people, the most professional processing team, and countless top talent reserves. Even if the other party has more means, they don't need to be afraid. Stark looked around and saw that everyone's faces were still fully restored to their former self-confidence, so he said in a deep voice. First Peter, then Banner, the enemy's target is obvious. He wants to target us. Whether it's the picture that can't be seen, or the black mist monster that disappears as long as it is swallowed, it's just a test for the other party. He is testing our reaction, testing how strong our ability is. It's absolutely impossible to let him go on like this, we must be vigilant. Avengers is in a state of emergency from now on, and all Avengers must make sure to travel in pairs. We can't give each other another chance to weaken us. After speaking, he arranged. Natasha Romanoff, Banner, you two will act together in the future. Hawkeye, you are with the captain. I'm with Thor. After listening to Natasha Romanoff and others, they nodded in agreement. Stark's arrangement is correct, everyone has a teammate who can learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, so the combination of survival and combat can largely prevent the other party's intentional sniping. Moreover, even if the two Avengers really encounter an unmatched enemy, at least one of them can be delayed, and the other can send information. However, at the moment, at the end of the round table, Thor, who had been sitting on the chair, smiled disdainfully after hearing this. I am the Prince of Asgard, and nothing on this planet can hurt me. After speaking, he smiled confidently, threw his hammer and left. Chapter 16. Unlike the nervousness and anxiety of Avengers, Lin Mo at the moment is relaxing listening to the continuous broadcast of the system in his mind. The Shadow Demon devoured 30 people in the motel and gained 900 fear points. Swallow and intimidate Toby, the night train driver, to gain 100 fright points. Swallow the Hulk's 2 arms and gain 1000 fear points. Shock and intimidate S.H.I.E.L.D agents, get 400 points of terror. Stimulate the members of the Avengers Alliance and gain 600 fear points. A total of 3000 fear points were obtained. SXP-017 is contained by Iron Man Tony Stark. Listening to the system's broadcast, Lin Mo was not shocked, but a small smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Stark is worthy of being my proud student. This wisdom is really good. It seems that my teachings over the years are not useless. However, the containment of SXP-017 was part of my plan. My good apprentice, the show has just begun. If you want to study shadow demons safely, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. SXP-017 was contained, and Lin Mo didn't feel like he was missing anything. In this world, there is no Foundation's ubiquitous ability. The Avengers Alliance, led by Stark, cannot do anything to safely contain the Shadow Fiends. What Lin Mo wanted was fear. The contained Shadow Fiend is like a time bomb that will detonate at any time. Its existence, originally, can make people terrified. As for Shadow Demon, it can't be killed again, so what's there to worry about? Compared to Shadow Fiend, Lin Mo is more concerned about the 3000 points of fear. I don't know what new containment can be unlocked this time. Lin Mo was looking forward to it. When Lin Mo opened the containment list, he saw the value needed to unlock the next containment, 3000 points. Seeing this value, Lin Mo felt a little pain in the flesh. I have obtained these fear points, but I haven't warmed up yet. This system, on purpose? Before he had time to complain, Lin Mo started to look at the new containment. This time there are 3 options. On the list, he saw 3 options. Without hesitation, Lin Mo clicked the details button behind the I am a toaster list of the first containment. Item Note, SXP-426. Item Level, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, SXP-426 must be sealed in a room without any windows to allow SXP-426 to be seen. The door leading to SXP-426's room must have a label completely unrelated to SXP-426's number and properties, to prevent accidental transmission of SXP-426's main effects. This is the system's description of me as a toaster, and Lin Mo from at the moment also saw what this containment looks like that requires 3000 containment points to unlock. I am a toaster just lay there quietly, with some rust on the grey casing, just looking at the appearance, it really is no different from an ordinary toaster. But as a Euclid class containment, it is naturally unusual. In a way, the SXP-426 is really just an ordinary toaster that can toast slices of bread when powered on. However, when any human mentions SXP-426, they subconsciously use the first person to refer to SXP-426. After SXP-426 has been around for 2 months, individuals will begin to think of themselves as a toaster. Unless stopped by external force, these people will end up seriously hurting themselves by trying to mimic the standard functionality of the SXP-426. Even Lin Mo had to sigh, this thing is really evil. It is indeed a containment that requires 3000 panic points to exchange. If you send this thing to Avengers headquarters, it will be fun to watch. When the time comes to see Iron Man and Hulk, this group of people will feel like they are a toaster. I'm looking forward to that scene. Although Lin Mo was a little excited, he didn't choose this containment item right away. After all, there were 2 others that he didn't watch. What if there were better ones? After all, this 3000 panic value, this wave of spending will be gone. Lin Mo clicked on the details option behind the second containment, morgue. Item note, SXP-022. Item level, Euclid. Special containment procedures. When SXP-022-1 appears, the automatic incineration system should be activated immediately after it leaves SXP-022, after which the vault door can be opened to clean up the residue. If the automatic incineration system did not destroy SXP-022-1, it should enter SXP-022 and destroy it. Living persons are not to enter SXP-022 under any circumstances. Description: this is a special place, located in a morgue in the basement of a hospital. Every once in a while, a random drawer in the morgue will open on its own, and a shroud covered by a shroud will be displayed. Corpse. After just 6 minutes, the body will move on its own and attempt to leave the mortuary. At the moment the corpse will be labeled SXP-022-1. SXP-022-1 don't breathe, eat, and sleep, and they don't have body temperature, but they have superhuman strengths. Seeing this, Lin Mo shook his head. Although this containment is strange, it does not bring much fear. Then Lin Mo clicked on the details of the last containment. Hopefully this one doesn't disappoint me too much. Statue, original work. Item note, SXP-173. Item level, Euclid. Special containment procedures. Item SXP-173 is to be kept in a locked containment cell at all times. When it is necessary to enter SXP-173's containment chamber, no less than 3 persons are to be present at any time and the doors are to be relocked. At least 2 persons are to maintain eye contact with SXP-173 at all times until all personnel have left the containment cell and have been relocked. Description: the statue is constructed of concrete and steel, with traces of Krillin brand spray paint. It is alive and has a strong attack. It will break other people's necks at the first time when others are unprepared. But as long as the eyes are on it, the statue doesn't move. SXP-173 is mobile and highly hostile. The object cannot move within direct line of sight. The object attacks by breaking the neck at the base of the skull, or strangling the neck. When no one is present in the containment cell, there is the sound of scraping stones, and the reddish-brown substance on the floor is a mixture of feces and blood. All 3 of these containments obviously have their own unique properties, but their flaws are also obvious. SXP-426, it's been in effect for a long time, and it's a bit of a surprise to see such a shabby toaster at Avengers headquarters. According to She Stark's extravagant living conditions, maybe he would throw away such a toaster as soon as he saw it. Lin Mo muttered to himself. An SXP-022, although it is very strange, its derivatives are still too weak compared to these superhero, and it is difficult to cause substantial damage to them. That is SXP-173, very useful. Thinking of this, Lin Mo made up his mind to unlock the SXP-173 statue, the original work. Then, Lin Mo clicked unlock behind it without hesitation. Is the host sure to spend 3000 fright points to unlock SXP-173? Sure. 10 more today, full of sincerity. The protagonist will never reconcile, nor lick the Avengers Alliance, and it will be cool. Chapter 17. Avengers Building, 4 basement floors. This is Stark's secret research institute. Only those with the highest authority are qualified to know. Even the other 5 elders in Avengers don't know that there are such magnificent research facilities under the building. Of the entire Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., only Iron Man History Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury know about it. In the research facility, captured Kentarians and Skrulls serve as various researchers. This underground research facility is the predecessor of the Heavenly Sword Bureau dedicated to resolving interstellar disputes in the future. Right now, Iron Man Stark is working with Dr. Pym on Shadow Fiends. After successful containment from the motel, S.H.I.E.L.D. placed the containment box at the Institute. In addition, a variety of robotic arms that are far beyond the control have been added to the containment box, and a special camera that can still output a clear picture under strong light. It can be seen through the monitoring screen of the camera. Under the strong light, the Shadow Fiend curled up in the corner, showing complete safety and no desire to attack. But, Stark knew, these were all appearances. Once a shadow covers the Shadow Fiend, it will quickly attack and devour the source of the shadow completely. Stark turned his head to look at Dr. Pym, and said with 1,000 warnings. Dr. Pym, the experimental target is highly dangerous, and you must be careful when conducting the experiment. Even if the experiment can't be carried out, it must not be rushed. Remember anyway, never let the shadow cover the experimental target. Stark's command to Pym almost made his ears calloused. Stark has been talking about this since he first got on the plane. Now in the experimental facility, Stark is still talking about it. Even a gentleman like Dr. Pym was a little impatient with Stark. He nodded and said perfunctorily. Okay, I see, now I'm going to start the experiment, please don't disturb me. After finishing speaking, Stark was driven away. Although Tony was worried, he didn't want to interfere with Dr. Pym. In desperation, he chose to leave with worry. Whether it's a shadow demon or a murder photo, the culprits behind these strange existences are still at large. She Stark decided to catch him before the next terrorist act. From the root cause, completely solve the problem. After Iron Man left, Dr. Pym finally ushered in a rare cleanse. He controlled the mechanical arm and approached the Shadow Fiend cautiously. In order to prevent the robot arm from shadowing under strong light, a searchlight head is installed at each end of the 3 robotic arms. The 3-point light sources illuminate each other, and even if a shadow appears, it is completely in the opposite direction of the shadow demon. She Stark said that this black fog is an energy body that can devour anything. Since it is an energy body, Dr. Pym decided to use a robotic arm to simulate lightning and strike the black fog. See if the energy contained in the lightning can cause substantial damage to the black fog. Controlling the robotic arm to slowly approach the Shadow Fiend, during the whole process, Black Mist did not show the slightest fear or anxiety. On the contrary, it is like an inanimate object, quietly staying in place. Dr. Pym frowned slightly. It does seem that, as Dr. Banner said, this thing has no intelligence. The 3 robotic arms stopped less than 10 centimeters away from the black fog. Among them, the 2 robotic arms are facing each other, and the other robotic arm is responsible for lighting to prevent the shadow from falling on the shadow demon. After the robotic arms were in place, the 2 completely opposite robotic arms gradually burst out with bright blue energy light balls. With the continuous accumulation of energy, suddenly, only a crisp, muffled sound was heard. Bright and dazzling lightning burst out. Filmed by idiosyncratic high-speed cameras, Dr. Pym saw. The lightning went straight through the Black Mist's body. And the black fog did not show any reaction from beginning to end. There was no change in the value of the black fog on the data monitoring panel. This result surprised Dr. Pym. He never thought that with the terrifying energy of thunder and lightning, it would not be able to cause damage to the black fog at all. You know, there is only one reason for this result. That is the energy contained in the black fog, which is far beyond the energy of lightning. This principle can be explained in a homogeneous way as follows. The mayfly shakes the tree. However, the book that puzzled Dr. Pym. The energy value displayed by the monitor that detects the energy value of the black fog is not higher than that of lightning. He reached out and tapped the value monitor lightly. In the next second, a burst of electrical sparks erupted from the numerical monitor. Immediately afterwards, thick black smoke rose up. Looking at this scene, Dr. Pym reacted. It turned out that the energy value of the black fog was lower than that of the lightning. But the energy value of the black fog is too high, which burns the screen to the monitor. Dr. Pym, who realized this, looked at the black mist on the surveillance screen again. The whole person's heart could not help sinking. He couldn't help but wonder, how exactly did Iron Man contain this monster? And many more. Could it be that? Suddenly, a terrifying thought came to Dr. Pym's mind. Could it be that the monster in front of him deliberately let Iron Man contain him? As soon as the idea appeared, Dr. Pym was completely terrified. The back was cold, and the hairs all over his body stood up in an instant. Look again at the black fog in the surveillance screen. Dr. Pym even felt the sight of black mist. But this black fog is obviously just an energy body, not to mention sight, it doesn't even have facial features or even human body structure. But for some reason, the sight that Pym felt couldn't be taken away for a long time. Dr. Pym subconsciously took out a tube of Pym particles. He knew that he couldn't stay here for long. He must get out of here immediately. However, at the moment, the smoke billowing from the burn-in monitor activated the fire alarm in the laboratory. The sound of chich-itchy sprinkled water suddenly came to mind. The fine water droplets spilled over the whole room like a shower. Dr. Pym avoided the water droplets, his eyes fixed on the dark shadow on the monitor. Suddenly, Dr. Pym saw. One by one, tiny droplet-shaped shadows appeared on the floor of the containment room. Not good. This is the shadow of the water droplets from the fire alarm. Dr. Pym hit the stop button immediately. But it's too late. Dense droplet-shaped black shadows cover the black mist one after another. The black fog, which had been silent for a while, finally moved. In an instant, the 10-meter square containment box was instantly swallowed up. Dr. Pym uses Pym particles to get bigger and get out of this hell. However, the speed of the black fog was far faster than Dr. Pym's movements. All Pym particles were swallowed by the black mist. In an instant, Black Mist's body quickly grew larger. On the street, people come and go, and vehicles flow incessantly. The whistle of Diddy is endless, showing the noise and prosperity of the city. The Avengers Alliance building is really majestic. The final battle with the Chitauri army was held there. Avengers Alliance building has almost become a landmark building in New York, one of the must-see places for foreign tourists. Wait, what is that? Look at the Avengers Alliance building. I don't know who suddenly shouted, and everyone stopped to look at the Avengers Alliance building. It was seen that huge amounts of black mist enveloped the entire Avengers Alliance building. In the next second, the black mist shrinks and disappears. And the original Avengers Alliance building is completely gone. Chapter 18. New York, Lin Mo's residence. Lin Mo, who was thinking about how to maximize his fear value, suddenly heard the system's broadcast. Ding! The shadow demon contained by the Avengers Alliance suddenly went berserk, swallowing not only Dr. Pym and his Pym particles, but also the entire Avengers building. When it was swallowed by the Shadow Fiend, there were 79 people in the Avengers Tower, and the veterans of the Avengers Alliance were not among them. People outside the Avengers Alliance building saw the scene of the Shadow Demon swallowing the building, causing serious panic and even a stampede accident, causing 34 casualties. The Shadow Demon's direct and indirect attacks caused 113 casualties. The sudden system broadcast called Lin Mo frowning lightly. Although it was his intention to let the Shadow Fiend be contained, in order to cause greater losses to the Avengers Alliance. But Lin Mo didn't expect it to be so fast. It has only been 3 days since the Shadow Fiend was contained by the Avengers Alliance. This sudden unexpected joy, I don't know how much horror it will bring. Just as Lin Mo was thinking, the entertainment program that was playing on TV came to an abrupt end. An urgent news break sounded. Now urgently insert a news. The Avengers headquarters in New York, the Avengers building, was attacked by an unknown source, causing more than 100 casualties. The road near the Avengers Tower has been completely blocked. Please don't panic, the Avengers were not harmed, and they are rushing to the scene of the crime. The following is a video of the attack taken by witnesses. The host's voice fell, and the TV screen changed. The video shot in the vertical screen of the mobile phone is playing. In the picture, a huge black fog enveloped the entire Avengers Alliance building almost instantly. In the next second, the black fog shrank and disappeared. Along with the black mist disappeared, and the Avengers building. In the video, panicked screams alternate with loud car horns. Even more frightening obscene language can be heard. Looking at the picture on the TV, a smile finally appeared on Lin Mo's face. How is it, my good student? Thinking that you have successfully contained the Shadow Fiend? But because of you, you destroyed the Avengers Alliance building, the foundation of Avengers. How does it feel to have something you built with your own hands destroyed? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said, Avengers, traitors. This is just the beginning. The system finally finished calculating the fear value of the harvest. The system broadcast sound began to sound in Lin Mo's mind. Devouring the Avengers building to gain 3,000 fear points. Devouring revenge and all the people in the building, get 2,000 points of fear. Swallow Dr. Pym, and Pym's particles, and gain 2,000 fear points. The media reported wildly, causing widespread panic and gaining 1,000 points of panic. The Shadow Demon is furious, and the host has a total of 8,000 fear points. Hearing the high value of 8,000 points, Lin Mo couldn't help being a little surprised. 8,000 points, which is far too much to frighten the containment objects. The horror value caused by 096 is 2,500 points in total, and the horror value caused by Shadow Fiend before being contained is 3,000 points. The two containment objects caused scare and killing in general, and only caused a total of 2,500 points. Now, Lin Mo deliberately has the Shadow Fiend contained, and then gives the Avengers Alliance a blow. The fear value of the harvest is directly 8,000 points. More panic than two containments combined. Lin Mo realized that it seemed that he couldn't just panic the containment in the future. Gotta get something bigger, scarier, weirder. For example, having two containments together create a panic. Now that he has 8,000 fear points, Lin Missouri decided to unlock a new containment. Let the new containment create panic with peanuts. Opening the containment list, Lin Mo found out. The latest containment requires a full 10,000 fear points to unlock. It seems that 8,000 points is still not enough. However, how powerful is a containment that requires a full 10,000 fear points to unlock? Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity in his heart. Now there are 8,000 points, 10,000 points are not far away. Little Peanut doesn't know how much fear points will be harvested. In any case, it will not be less than 2,000 points. Just as Lin Mo was thinking, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The host can now spend fear points to buy objects swallowed by the Shadow Fiend. For example, Hulk's arm, Pym particle, motel, Avengers Alliance building, semi-trailer, etc. In addition to this, the host can also spend the panic value to add terror measures to the dispatched containment. Listening to the system's prompt, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. Each of these two functions is very useful. Spend horror points to purchase objects swallowed by Shadow Fiends, and add terror measures to dispatched containment items. One is to harvest useful objects, and the other is to harvest a large amount of fear more quickly and efficiently. And among the objects swallowed by the Shadow Fiend, there was one thing Lin Mo wanted very much. That's the Pym particle that can make people and objects bigger and smaller. If this thing is used on the body of the 682 indestructible lizard, make the already huge inextinguishable lizard bigger, bigger than a mountain, bigger than a continent, even bigger than the earth. What will that be like? How much horror will that bring? How much shock and fear will it bring to the Avengers Alliance? Just thinking about it makes my heart skip a beat. Lin Mo said without hesitation. Buy PIM particles. Ding. PIM particle price, 6,000 fear points. Hearing the price, Lin Mo couldn't help but be taken aback. Then he yelled. You're so black. The shadow demon devoured Dr. Pym and Pym's particles to get a total of 2,000 fear points. It cost 6,000 to buy from you. It's 6 times more. The system listened to Lin Mo's scolding obediently, but did not respond at all. But scolded, this should be bought or must be bought. Pym particles are something that only Dr. Pym can produce. Now that Dr. Pym has been devoured by the Shadow Fiend, the Avengers can no longer get the Pym particles. This preciousness is worth the price. After purchasing Pym particles, Lin Mo still has 2,000 fear points left. He thought about it for a while and said, System, I'm going to add terrorist measures to Containment No. 173. I want the world to feel the huge horror brought by the little peanut. Chapter 19. The news that the Avengers Alliance building was engulfed by black fog spread quickly and caused a very high topic in the entire internet. After all, after the Chitauri invasion and the Ultron crisis, the powerful combat power displayed by Avengers has brought a great sense of security to the world. In people's hearts, Avengers is an unshakable existence. It is the defender of the Earth that will not fail, always protecting the Earth and human beings. There is no enemy that can harm the Avengers Alliance. But now, the Avengers Tower has been destroyed by a mysterious enemy. No one knows how the enemy did it. A tweet of a live photo has just been posted on the forum for Avengers Alliance fans. Just a few minutes more than 1,000 comments. The tweet posted several photos of the Avengers Alliance scene. It's like a video on a news broadcast. The entire Avengers Alliance building was uprooted, save for the disappearance of the buildings on the surface. Even underground, there are deep foundation pits of about 200 or 300 meters. Looking at these photos, the comments below the tweets are extremely heated. To make the entire building disappear in an instant, this is only possible with magic, right? It looks more like a space transfer technology, but I don't think even Stark Industries can reach this level of technology. My God, the Avengers Alliance building has such a deep foundation below the ground. What was it that used to be installed here? It's terrifying. When the building disappeared, there were still many people working in it. Are they alive or dead? What should I do if that dark shadow suddenly attacks me? The Avengers Alliance building can't escape, and I can't escape. Really, what are the heroes of the Avengers Alliance doing? Hurry up and solve the problem. It's so scary, I don't even dare to go to class. I thought the Avengers Alliance was indestructible, but even the headquarters building was attacked. Isn't the Avengers Alliance not that powerful? Can they still protect us? Gradually, people shifted from fear of shadow demons to distrust of the Avengers Alliance. Iron Man heard the J.A.R.V.I.S alert at the very first moment of the attack on the Avengers Alliance building. He immediately stopped searching and turned back at the fastest speed. But even if he has the fastest speed to go back, when we arrived at the Avengers Alliance building, it was already too late. The Avengers Alliance building has long since disappeared without a trace. Even how the building disappeared, Stark learned from the video shot by the witnesses on the scene. He had seen what it looked like when the Black Mist devoured the Hulk. I also know what it means after being swallowed by the Black Mist. Now the Avengers Alliance building has been swallowed up. More than 70 employees inside, and Dr. Pym were all killed, and no one survived. Even the memory of Dr. Pym, as well as the memory of the Avengers Alliance building and the more than 70 employees in it, has gradually disappeared from Stark's mind. This is the effect of being devoured by concept of existence. Stark shook his head, he knew that it was time to take the initiative. Georgia, the new headquarters of Avengers. It was still empty, and Happy had just brought the first batch of supplies. The rest disappeared together with the Avengers Alliance building before it could be moved. Several veterans of Avengers gathered together. The news of the disappearance of the Avengers Alliance building, they have learned through the news broadcast. Captain America spoke first and said, "Why do monsters that have been contained still cause damage? Didn't you make a proper mistake? Lost Dr. Pym, lost the Avengers Alliance, lost the trust of the people." Captain America Rogers is full of dissatisfaction with Stark in his heart. He believes that since Stark chose to contain that monster, he should be responsible to the end. But now there has been an accident, a large number of casualties have occurred, and it has brought an extremely bad influence on public opinion. These are not what Captain America wants to see. Thor said indifferently. You know, in Asgard there is a legend of the Ragnarok. So, in order to prevent the destruction of Asgard, we are always vigilant and prepared. If you were all prepared, there would be no such thing as today. Dr. Banner said. Tony. I told you long ago, that thing is very dangerous. Why don't you listen? Even War Machine, Stark's good friend, sighed helplessly and shook his head. Several veterans of the Women's Federation, all but Natasha Romanoff, agreed. It was Stark's fault that caused such a setback. Captain America opened his mouth and said, "Now, the Avengers Alliance faces an unprecedented crisis. People are already starting to wonder if we have the right to protect the planet. War Machine also added at this time. Federal government MPs have also started to consider whether to continue supporting the Avengers plan. The federal MPs are saying that since Lin Mo left, the Avengers are getting worse and worse. Hearing these words, She Stark, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up. He clenched his fists and hammered the table hard, and said, "What nonsense! The departure of Lin Mo is the greatest help to Avengers. Avengers don't need trash like him. Also, you all put the blame on me, and you all think it's my fault. How many casualties did this black fog bring? Am I the only one in the Avengers? Thor, the plan of joint action I said last time, why didn't you follow it? Rogers, you are the captain of the league, why do you have to blame me for something? Am I wrong? I could have ignored it, just like you. And Banner, who did I study that monster for?" She Stark's questioning immediately detonated the depressing atmosphere. Seeing that the elders of Avengers are about to fight each other, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff suddenly stood up and brought the topic back on track. She opened her mouth and said, "Now is not the time for infighting. The enemy can even destroy the Avengers Alliance building in an instant. This strength is really terrifying. And with existences like this, how many enemies are there? 1? 2? 10? 100? How sure are we to defeat the monster that devoured the building of the Avengers Alliance? How sure are you that you can defeat thousands of monsters like that? What is the enemy's purpose? Is his purpose to destroy all the Avengers?" Natasha Romanoff has been silent because he has been thinking about it. When she finished thinking it over, the whole person unconsciously fought a cold war. Because, these questions, all the answers she can give are negative. After listening to Natasha Romanoff's question, the veterans of the Avengers Alliance also fell into fear and confusion. They found that the Avengers could not give a definite answer to these questions. They are not sure of victory. And until now, they don't even know who the enemy is. When I think of the great terror that lurks beneath the veneer of peace. This alone made several veterans of the Avengers get goosebumps. At the same time, Little Peanut also started its action. Chapter 20. Mississippi is located in the middle of the Union, surrounded by agricultural states. Kentucky, Tennessee are its neighbors. Several of the brothers are poor federal states, and Mississippi is the most among them. Therefore, many impoverished people are forced to migrate here, wanting to take root here and gain a firm foothold. Southeast Asians are the main foreign population here. They buy apprentices here, start construction projects, and build rows of cheap and low-quality houses. Then sell them to fellow Asians who came to the Federation first to work hard. The stories of fellow villagers seeing fellow villagers and being shot behind their backs often happen here. These Southeast Asians don't dare to cheat the main race here, but they only dare to use their own brothers. At this moment, Tai Kun, a real estate developer from Southeast Asia, led his subordinates to burn incense and worship Buddha in a smoke-filled room. "Blessed by the Buddha, I hope that our project will go smoothly. We are providing a high-quality residence for the brothers who come, and we are doing a good deed. You must bless us." Tai Kun, who was kneeling at the front of the altar, muttered in his mouth. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and kowtowed 3 times. The worker representatives and subordinates behind him also kowtowed together. But after the inherent ceremony was over, he raised his head and took a peek at it. I saw that the head of the Buddha statue in the altar was actually crooked. Tai Kun straightened up, craned his neck and took a closer look before he realized what was crooked. The neck of the Buddha statue was simply broken. This made the superstitious Tai Kun burst into anger. He just prayed with the Buddha statue for blessing, but the Buddha statue was pinched and his neck was broken, wouldn't it have no effect? He stood up and turned to look at the people kneeling behind him, his eyes horrified, and he yelled, "Who the hell did it?" However, both the worker representatives and his subordinates shook their heads like a rattle, and Cha-Chai, Taken's bodyguard, spoke directly. "Boss, the Buddha statue was still in good condition when we came in just now. Everyone followed you and prayed for the blessing of the Buddha. No one moved." Hearing Cha-Chai's words, Tai Kun was taken aback for a moment. He trusted himself as a personal bodyguard. So the only possibility that the Buddha statue went wrong is his prayer just now? Thinking of this possibility, Tai Kun couldn't help swallowing his saliva, looking a little flustered. He vaguely heard that something happened to his previous project, so he came to the Federation from his hometown. Now this is the first project to encounter such a thing. Could it be that the Buddha was blocking him? Tai Kun couldn't help but secretly glanced at the Buddha statue, only to see those dark wooden eyes as if staring at him, so frightened that he turned around quickly and shouted loudly, "Go to work! Don't tell anyone what's going on here." After he finished speaking, he added with a grim expression, "Otherwise you know the consequences." As soon as these words came out, Cha-Chai's fierce eyes followed closely, so frightened that the workers' representatives and his subordinates did not dare to object, and quickly nodded in agreement. After a while, on the construction site outside, a worker representative wearing a low-quality safety helmet looked at a large group of workers in front of him, his face no longer panic, and he announced loudly impatiently, "Start work now! The voice fell, and the excavator workers who had been prepared for a long time immediately entered the cab. They were the most profitable workers on the construction site. Here in the Commonwealth, they charge by the hour, and get in early to make a little more money. However, the first operator who went to the excavator found that his machine couldn't catch fire. He unbelievingly pulled out the key again and followed the procedure again. This time he finally heard the sound of the engine working, but he didn't wait a second for the smile on his face to last. Click. The sound of the engine stalling and turning off came clearly, which made the operator a little stunned. He has always maintained good maintenance of the excavator and specially checked it this morning. However, now it can't be activated again and again, which makes him a little anxious. But at this time, there were several familiar voices outside. He looked up and saw that most of the excavations lined up with him had not started. The sound he heard just now was the same as him, the sound of the engine stalling, which made him realize that something was wrong. 7 or 8 machines have problems together. How can that be? The operator immediately got out of the car and wanted to explain the situation to the worker representative standing on the platform, but at this moment, a loud noise came. Boom. Everyone looked at the direction of the sound with a blank face, and saw that the hook sling was swaying back and forth in the air at the moment, and the steel bars hanging under it had already fallen, and they were stuck on the ground like javelins. The closest one was the worker who was responsible for tying the sling to the steel bar. A steel bar fell 1 meter in front of his eyes, and the tail was still shaking. This scared him so much that his lower body warmed up, and he didn't care about job requirements, so he screamed and ran away. The changes on the construction site made the worker representative's expression change, and he suddenly remembered the scene in front of the Buddhist shrine just now. Is it really the Buddha who is preventing us from warning us? He muttered to himself, and the bodyguard standing beside him reminded coldly. Go and see what's going on, so I can report to the boss. When the worker representative heard this, he nodded and shouted to the other side. What's the situation? Do you still want to do it? If this person dies, can you afford to pay for the loss of the construction site? However, no one paid any attention to his words. Everyone was frightened. The construction site was so big, whether it was the abnormality of the excavator or the problem of the crane was clearly seen by everyone. Workers are also human, they will be afraid, they will be afraid. At this time, even if you whip them with a whip, they may not dare to move. For fear of being smashed to death by flying bricks in the next second, death is more terrifying than the pain of being whipped twice. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, the worker representative rushed forward angrily with round eyes, grabbed the collar of the nearest worker, and shouted. Did you hear me? Before he could finish his words, there was a muffled sound of bang from the 2 excavators that had already started. This was something they had dug. It is a common occurrence to dig up things at the construction site. If you dig up anything in the Federation, it is your own, and no one will come to collect it. The worker representative loosened the worker's collar and walked to the place where the excavator was located with Taekun's bodyguards. As soon as they got there, they saw a statue that looked like a peanut and had weird spray paint on its face lying in the mud. It closed its eyes tightly, motionless. Seeing this scene, the worker representative and the bodyguard looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. The bodyguard grinned. We dug up artifacts. I'll call the boss right now. The worker representatives also nodded excitedly. They didn't even notice when they turned their heads to look at each other. The statue's eyes opened. Chapter 21. The onlookers were not only the worker representative Basin and the bodyguards, but also the workers, who were also curious about what could be dug up on the construction site. Although it has nothing to do with them, people always like to join in the fun. The worker Sampa who was standing beside saw the statue opened his eyes and said to his partner with his eyes fixed. Did you see the statue wink? The co-worker and fellow villager Shachu next to him got goosebumps when he heard his words, turned his head and said in disgust. Isn't it keeping its eyes open all the time? Don't scare people. Worker Songpa frowned and muttered to himself. No, I can't read it wrong, it was closed just now. Saying that, he stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand. However, the moment his palm blocked his sight, the statue lying in the mud moved. I saw it as if teleporting to the front of the worker Songpa who rubbed his eyes, his stone hands were raised, and he snapped his neck neatly in an instant. Crack! It wasn't until the crisp sound like celery was twisted that everyone turned to look at it, and at this moment the worker who rubbed his eyes just fell into the arms of the statue. It's just that his body is facing the statue, but his head is opposite. The dazed look on his face made the co-worker Shachu, who was talking to him just now, startled, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Others were even more alarmed, because what they noticed was not the decapitated worker Sampa, but the statue that suddenly came out of the pit. They had seen it so clearly just now that the statue was lying in the dirt, but now it is in front of it. What does that mean? This means that the statue will move. A statue can move and kill people. It is a problem if they are not afraid when they see it. Most of the workers immediately fled around, and the worker representative Basin ran away early. When he saw the statue coming up, he already realized that something was wrong. The scene in the shrine always stimulated him. Next to the statue were the dead worker and the worker who had spoken to him. Worker Shachu stared at the statue, trembling all over. He didn't see clearly how this thing killed his fellow villager. He couldn't accept such unknown terror. At this time, he couldn't help but glance at his partner who was in a tragic state of death, and it was this look that made his heart skip a beat. Because he found that there seemed to be a tall thing suddenly in front of him, which frightened him cleverly, and blinked his eyes subconsciously. On the other side, outside the construction site. Okay, we will protect the site, and we will never let the workers do any damage to it. The bodyguard hung up the phone and happily turned his head and walked into the construction site. Although they had no money to take the cultural relics they dug, as long as the boss had money, their treatment would be better. If this thing is worth hundreds of millions of knives, it is not impossible for them to follow the chickens and dogs to the sky. However, as soon as he entered the construction site, the bodyguard was stunned. Corpses all over the place. All the workers were lying on the ground with twisted postures. On the pile of corpses stood a statue, the one they had dug up just now. The bodyguard looked at the statue, which was motionless, as if none of this had anything to do with it. But whether it is where it is now, or the faint bloodstains on its hands, it all shows that it is closely related to it. He was a little terrified, and there was a faint cold wind passing through his body, and the cold sweat kept flowing. Bodyguards like Deadman have seen a lot with Tai-kun, but this is the first time he has seen such a strange scene. I just went out and made a phone call, but everyone on the construction site died. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but wonder who killed these workers. And his first object of suspicion was this strange statue with hands and feet in front of him, but he couldn't understand how a statue could kill people. With its stony hands? Or smashing people to death by weight? The bodyguard was terrified and decided to inform his boss of the situation here. He took out his mobile phone and glanced at the screen subconsciously. At this moment, the statue slowly turned its head, and the eyes painted with mysterious lines of paint looked at the bodyguard who was groping for the phone. In the bright and elegant study, Tai-kun put down his phone, a smile on his face. When he learned from his subordinates that the cultural relics had been dug on the construction site, the whole person was very excited, and the haze of the Buddha statue being pinched and severed in the morning was also swept away. He even felt that this was the Buddha's blessing for him to make a fortune, and this cultural relic statue was an opportunity. The history of the Federation is very short, from the founding of the state to the present, but only more than 200 years. Therefore, the things that can be dug up from such a deep and remote place must be the ancient cultural relics of the Indian nation. The value of the ancient cultural relics of the Indian people is different. They have existed on this land for thousands of years, although they have not formed a unified culture. But Mississippi happens to be the birthplace of villages and sacrificial civilizations more than 1,000 years ago, and this statue is likely to be something from that time. Not to mention tens of millions of dollars, at least there are millions. It must be very valuable anyway. Thinking of this, the smile on Tai-kun's face became brighter and brighter. He only earns hundreds of thousands of dollars a year doing engineering here, and a single cultural relic dug up now may top his income for 10 years. Moreover, such a large area can't just produce a cultural relic, right? Tai-kun felt that there must be more cultural relics buried on that land. However, he didn't plan to dig it out all at once, because the rarer the cultural relic, the more valuable it is. He wants to use a long line to catch big fish. Maybe, he doesn't need to do anything in his life, just rely on this piece of land to live his dream-rich life. Fragrant car beauty Franklin can have everything. When Tai-kun thought about these things, his mind went crazy. He had already decided that the appearance of the cultural relics must be used as a hotspot for hype. Find a lot of media to expose. Open a conference. Make the news section of the entire Commonwealth occupied by this statue. In this way, the rich collectors will be madly fighting to carry the cultural relics produced here. Do what you want, Tai-kun immediately guessed to Cha, the bodyguard. Immediately contact the media we can contact and tell them that the ancient Indian cultural relics with a history of thousands of years have been unearthed here, and let them hurry to report. We can even provide travel expenses. As for the boss's words, Cha-gu didn't dare to neglect, and immediately went out to do it. After arranging all this, Tai-kun took a sip of the red wine in front of him with a smug smile on his face. Chapter 22. Everyone, this is the place where we dug up the cultural relics. Our Tai-kun Construction Company is a dedicated enterprise. The cultural relics have been best protected after they were excavated. You must take good photos later. Tai-kun, who was wearing a formal suit, said with a smile to the media reporters who followed him. The reporters nodded their heads one after another. The value of this cultural relic depends on its appearance. If it's broken, it's definitely not worth much, and it's not worth reporting. Although some of them were hired by Tai-kun to pay for their appearance, there were also those who originally came for the cultural relics. Tai-kun's words undoubtedly made them feel good about him in their hearts. As Constant approached, everyone found that there was really no sound in the construction site. At this point, even Alice, the most critical state TV beauty reporter, couldn't help but admire Tai-kun who was leading the way. In order to protect the cultural relics, even the work on the construction site has been stopped. This person can really do it. However, Tai-kun frowned, and he remembered that he clearly explained it on the phone. While protecting cultural relics, don't forget your own work. The work on the construction site has to continue, it's all Green Franklin. It's all his money. Thinking of his lack of money, Tai-kun's face sank, and he stepped forward, vaguely leaving the team. His unusual performance made the media reporters and cameramen who came to feel a little puzzled. There are a few discerning old photographers who directly turned on the camera's recording function. They realized that everything doesn't seem to be what it was told to Tai-kun. Everyone invariably quickened their pace to catch up, and even Alice walked briskly regardless of her wearing 10-centimeter high high-heeled shoes. In the end, the group walked into the construction site almost at the same time as Tai-kun. But the scene in front of them made everyone's jaw drop in shock. I saw that on the construction site, a corpse shrine entirely made of corpses and concrete stood there. Inside the shrine, a statue stands. A brown-red viscous liquid flows under the statue's feet. The liquid exudes a foul smell, and I don't know if it is feces or blood, or a mixture of the two. Seeing this scene, Tai-kun, who was standing in front, didn't have time to speak, he just bent down and vomited. And this time it was like a chain reaction, and the reporters and cameramen who came bent down and vomited. All were not looking directly at the statue, except for a state television cameraman who was setting up a camera. Looking at the scene in front of him that looked like sheer hell, he took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart. Try to control your body so that the camera lens in your hand does not shake. This scene is definitely tomorrow's headlines, and no, today's headlines too. That's what the old videographer was thinking at the moment, he couldn't help blinking. And at this moment, the statue moved. It tilted its head to look at Tai-kun and a group of reporters and cameramen. This bizarre scene was faithfully recorded by the camera. The cameraman was shocked and his heart was cold. He immediately clicked the function of cloud transmission. This kind of big event has to be fast, and a little bit of slowness may steal the headlines. After his eyes left the statue moved again. It came to Tai-kun's side in an instant, just like a super high-speed fighter, and the stone arms just moved. Then I heard a crisp clicking sound, and Tai-kun had already collapsed with his neck tilted, his whole face full of horror. He never imagined that his fortune was actually a talisman. In the last second of consciousness, Tai-kun couldn't help but think of the scene in front of the Buddhist altar. He couldn't help but regret it. Why didn't he listen to the Buddha's advice? However, there is no regret medicine in the world, everything that happened will never go back, and Tai-kun's life also stops at this moment. When the reporters who were bending over and vomiting heard the movement, they looked at Tai-kun, who was lying on the ground, in disbelief. The panic in that face seemed to be contagious. The reporters didn't care about their tumultuous stomachs at all, and immediately turned their heads and ran away like frightened birds. However, all this is in vain after all. The speed of the statue is simply not comparable to that of human beings. The reporters run all the way, and it kills all the way. A path was paved in front of the shrine of the corpse alive. And the cameraman standing a little later finally understood how the shrine came from. That was completely killed by the statue in front of him. Their previous imagination of Tai-kun was completely self-indulgent, and the reason why his construction site was so quiet was not for the protection of cultural relics. Instead, everyone was killed by the statue. The cameraman who wanted to understand all of this suddenly heard the scream of the beautiful colleague Alice in his ear, and he raised his head subconsciously. I saw that a pair of stone arms had reached his neck at some point. In the end, his eyes didn't move to the top, and he only heard a click, and he found that the sky was spinning in front of him. Before the intense pain was transmitted to his mind, his consciousness had dissipated. Up to now, there is only one living person left on the entire construction site, the colleague of the old cameraman, the beautiful reporter Alice. She ran back immediately after seeing Tai-kun's death just now, but when she passed by her colleague, she hesitated, and just as she was about to speak to remind him, she saw that the statue had embraced him. Terrified, she couldn't make any sound except screaming, and when she saw her colleague fell to the ground, she ran to the outside of the construction site without hesitation. She didn't care about any colleague, camera, or image, and she even threw off her high heels, just to run faster. However, all this was doomed to be in vain, because the statue came behind her again at an almost teleporting speed, and very neatly pinched the slender neck of this beautiful reporter. Looking at the camera in front of her, Alice's eyes flashed with disbelief. Her beautiful life is over like this? Yes, it's over. After the statue was slaughtered, he stretched out his hand and dragged Alice's ankle and walked back, letting the white and pink face keep bumping and rubbing on the ground. After returning to the shrine of the corpse, it carefully added Alice to the shrine of great significance to it. Immediately after this was a reenactment of this scene, and everyone was added to the shrine by it. There was more brown-red viscous liquid on the ground, and the statue stood back in the shrine, just like before, but the shrine was bigger. Chapter 23. 67% in camera signal reception. Watching the progress of the video uploaded on the computer, the staff of Mississippi State TV station was stunned for a moment, and he muttered to himself. Alice and the others were filmed so quickly? Isn't it fake news again? As soon as he finished speaking, the system dinged to inform him that the video had been downloaded, and he hurriedly clicked on it. Help! Crack! Please, let me go! Click! What? Crack! The video is very short, only 2 or 3 minutes in total, but the content in it is so terrifying that the staff in charge of the review directly scare the urine. He saw with his own eyes the familiar figures in the video whose necks were pinched by the statue, and no matter what they said, they couldn't stop each other's slaughter. At the end of the video, he even saw Alice, the new goddess of his TV station, being pinched alive in front of the camera. The scene where the statue drags Alice to fill the shrine made entirely of dead bodies is also clearly recorded. This made the reviewer directly collapse, and he exclaimed. His anomaly immediately attracted the attention of colleagues around him, and everyone immediately surrounded him. And when they saw the video playing on the computer in a loop, everyone's heart was shocked, and some people even vomited. The reviewer just passed out, and someone around immediately called the emergency number. On the other side, there were also staff members whose thoughts were still clear, and immediately picked up the phone on the table and dialed the landline of Simon, the director of the TV station. This is Simon, what's the matter? Director, we have received the video from Alice here, you'd better watch it. Having said that, the caller operated the computer to send the video to the director Simon. At this moment, Simon, who was sitting in the office, saw his mailbox flickering, and he hurriedly opened the email. Inside the email was a small video, which he opened with a little curiosity. He remembered that Alice was going to interview cultural relics at a construction site. Although they encountered few such reports, they shouldn't have disturbed him. Could it be that this cultural relic is a treasure worth hundreds of millions? Simon thought so, and at the moment, the video on the computer screen had started playing. Halfway through, Simon's eyes froze. The way the statue tilted its head to look at Tycoon in the video was really terrifying. He even thought the statue was smiling. And the scene that followed made him shudder even more. The massacre was a complete massacre. No one escaped, no one resisted, and the statue was slaughtering with inhuman intensity. There is no doubt that the statue in the video must be a monster. Simon thought so, and at this time, there were questions from his subordinates on the other end of the phone. Director, do we want to release this video? Once this video is released, it will definitely be a hit, because the things that appear in it are bizarre and explosive enough. But after the release, it will definitely bring great panic to the public. Simon couldn't help but feel a little tangled after hearing the question from his subordinates. Simon's hesitation made the employee on the other end of the phone a little anxious. He suggested aloud. Director, why don't we report this to Avengers first? This statue not only moves, but also kills people. We can't control or handle this kind of weird thing. After all, this kind of thing is very involved, and it may be that countless people's lives will be involved. It is normal for him to say so. But these words raised Simon's brows, and he shook his head without hesitation. No, the people at Avengers can't believe it, let me think again. After receiving the reply from the director, the staff did not dare to refute it and could only wait quietly. Simon is thinking about the pros and cons of publishing or not publishing on state TV. After publishing, state TV will definitely get a lot of attention. But it is also easy to attract the attention of the statue. If it is a vengeful thing, wouldn't the whole party be dead? But Simon thinks about it carefully. Their state TV station has become so impoverished that even the next generation of their own reporters died on the scene. Can it be as miserable as it is now? They are barefoot and are not afraid of wearing shoes, so they should seize this opportunity no matter what. After thinking about it again, Simon gritted his teeth and said, publish the video immediately. After speaking, he slumped on the chair as if all his strength had been exhausted. The fate of the next state TV station depends on the reaction of the society. His blog is equivalent to handing over fate to the entire Federation. And at the moment, in a dimly lit room somewhere, Green, a black man with dreadlocks, is streaming a horror game live. After he easily cleared the level, he switched his computer screen back to the desktop. The audience in his live broadcast room sent barrages one after another. It's so boring, you've played this game several times. Yeah, get something fresh. Green smiled helplessly. He was very poor, he couldn't afford too many games, and the revenue from live broadcasts was also very long. But at this moment, there was an email in his mailbox. Green clicked it subconsciously, and when he saw the title, he immediately smiled and said to the audience in the live broadcast room. Everyone, aren't you saying that you're tired of watching horror games? I have a baby video that I want to share with you, I'm sure you will be interested. Hearing his words, 4 or 5 barrages urged him to play it quickly. Green did not hesitate, just clicked on the link in the mailbox, and a video was playing automatically. The scene that happened on the taken construction site was clearly displayed. FK. This is so fake, right? A lot of blood. It's terrifying. It's held. Don't play this kind of fake video. It's really boring. It's better to play horror games. To use a corpse as a shrine is to desecrate life. This is unforgivable. Which game's new CG is this? It feels so realistic. I feel like my whole body is hairy. The barrage of the entire live broadcast was scrolling rapidly, and the number of people watching the live broadcast was also increasing. Although Green was also a little disgusted by the picture shown in this video, when he thought that it was all Franklin, his face was full of smiles. He didn't respond to everyone's comments. After all, as an anchor, he had better not have too many ideas and just earn money honestly. Seeing that the entire live broadcast room has reached tens of millions of people, and millions of people are watching the video he played, Green suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. Just listen to his deep voice. Everyone must be curious about the source of this video. In fact, this is not a game CG, nor is it a fake video, it is from the state TV station in Mississippi. As he spoke, he showed the upper left corner, which had been obscured, with the Mississippi TV logo clearly visible. Chapter 24. News of a bizarre statue in Mississippi slaughtering locals instantly exploded the internet. Countless netizens are discussing this on the internet. I think this statue is an alien, it came to us unintentionally, and he is now building his own spaceship. Nonsense, I think it was sent by aliens to rule mankind. Didn't you see that it has already established a shrine? The gods we believe in may be changed in the future. I think what everyone here is saying is reasonable, but I think it should be just a gimmick made by Mississippi TV. Their TV station is about to cool down, and they just want to struggle with this hype. The person who said this was a man named Alex. He was a relatively well-known explorer, and he often posted adventure-related videos and articles on weekdays. His message came 3 days ago, the first day the Mississippi TV video was released. On his personal page, he updated his address the next day and showed a photo of him with Mississippi TV. From the lighting point of view, it was indeed taken by him himself, and there was no trace of falsification. He even added a text to the picture. Today, I will arrive at the construction site of the Taken Construction Company where the video is located, and expose the farce directed and performed by this TV station. For such an adventurous person, everyone still admires him, and countless people pay attention to him. But 2 full days have passed since he posted that post, and this account has never posted any news, not even going online. It makes people feel a little strange. Alex is a professional explorer, and he has his own fan base. Logically speaking, he shouldn't just leave quietly like this. Even if he really received money from Mississippi TV, he should tell everyone. As a result, some good people guessed that he was at the scene, but did not dare to go in. Now he is worried about how to deal with the backlash from fans. Some people even boldly speculate that the warrior should have been killed and become part of the shrine. After all, everyone has seen the video of the statue killing. Anyone who came into its sight seemed to be dead. What they didn't know was that this kind of thing had happened several times in the past 3 days. About 20 or 30 explorers had entered the construction site of Taken Construction Company in Mississippi. They all ended up the same, no one could get out of that construction site. Correspondingly, their news will no longer be seen on the internet. Mississippi has seen a direct spike in disappearances. Mississippi TV's phones were also about to explode. Netizens across the Federation are asking if they have found the 20 or 30 missing explorers. With huge amounts of pressure, Mississippi TV director Simon decided to rent a helicopter to film the site. The statue was moving very fast, and it was too dangerous to observe on the ground, so Simon felt that aerial photography was the best choice. And in order to ensure the safety of the cameraman, he specially leased a new S-55 helicopter, which is a model retired by the federal military and has very powerful performance. Even if the statue wanted to hunt down the cameraman, it had to be able to outrun the helicopter. Soon, under Simon's arrangement, the videographer of the TV station went straight to the scene by helicopter. When he arrived at the scene, the cameraman saw the terrifying corpse shrine at a glance, which was a little different from what he was seeing in the video. The shrine is a whole circle larger, and it has already shown a clear architectural style. Its top is large and covers a wide range, but the support below is very small. It looks like a light-hearted canopy. On the 4 corners of the ceiling, there are also rows of wind chimes. The cameraman squinted and took a closer look, only to see that it was not a wind chime at all, it was a corpse hanging. Even at an altitude of hundreds of meters, he and the reporter smelled a strong stench. This is caused by the high degree of decay of the corpse. In the cameraman's shot, a crow flew over slowly, and was standing next to a corpse preparing to have a feast, but at this moment, the statue flashed suddenly, directly twisting the neck of the crow. Seeing this scene, the cameraman immediately asked the helicopter pilot to lower the altitude, and he manipulated the camera in his hand to zoom in simultaneously. In the camera, the entire construction site was covered with brown-red viscous liquid. After the crow landed, it became a part of the brown-red viscous liquid, and it became a kind of embellishment. The cameraman followed the shot and saw that the ground was full of dead crows, and they surrounded the shrine as if they were worshipping. This scene is too weird and too terrifying. The reporter was so shocked that it was difficult to speak, and he could only keep pointing at the pictures on the ground with his hands. These were all broadcast live by the cameras in the hands of the videographers, and countless people watched the live broadcast of Mississippi TV through various channels. They were also frightened by such a scene, and their hearts were full of horror. The helicopter didn't descend any further, but began to shoot in all directions around the shrine. When they made a detour to the front, the statue suddenly looked up at the helicopter. This startled the cameraman, his heart sank, and a bad premonition haunted him. He murmured, "Isn't this ghastly thing going to the sky?" As soon as this idea came out, the cameraman was shocked. The statue didn't say that it couldn't fly, and from the video from a previous colleague, its moving speed almost ignored air resistance, which was dozens of times that of an adult male. For it, flying to the sky might just mean sprinkling water. Thinking of this, he hurriedly turned his head and said to the pilot of the helicopter, "Pull the height." After speaking, he immediately turned his head and wanted to continue to observe the statue, but as soon as his eyes were in place, his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that the statue was already flying into the sky, and it was less than 100 meters away from them. The cameraman felt that its speed was almost breaking the speed of sound. At the moment, in the live broadcast room at the moment, everyone saw a terrifying scene a second before they heard the cameraman say "pull up." I saw that the statue looking up at the helicopter rose out of thin air, and the body was rapidly enlarged in the lens. Everyone clearly understood that the statue was approaching the helicopter at high speed. Then, everyone heard the terrified urging voice of the cameraman. "Pull up! Pull up! Run! Get out of here!" As soon as the voice fell, the camera went black. Then the audience in the entire live room heard a voice that was so familiar that it could no longer be familiar. Crack. Chapter 25. As the screen went black, the number of barrages in the live broadcast room exploded directly. My mother too. This is so terrifying, that thing actually flew up when I turned around. Is the cameraman still alive? Is this 300 or 400 meters high? You don't have to guess, it must be dead. Even if it didn't break the neck and die by that thing, it was a crash. Will he be dragged back after he dies? Then he will never get rest, right? This monster is too perverted, it feels very difficult to deal with. The people of Mississippi should be careful. A lot of unimaginable things have happened in the Federation these days. The Avengers building has mysteriously disappeared, and hackers and multiple police detectives have died unexpectedly. This is another crooked neck statue. It's a troubled time. Netizens are discussing the barrage of the last scene of the live broadcast just now. Some people care about the locals, and some lament the power of Little Peanut. But the vast majority of people have already determined that the cameraman is dead. In the footage, they clearly saw the statue flying up, and then they heard the snapping sound of the neck being twisted and broken. This kind of sound appeared very frequently in the video released by Mississippi TV before, and everyone is familiar with it. Just when everyone was discussing heatedly, the live broadcast room suddenly stopped for a while, and then a system prompt appeared. This live broadcast room is suspected of violation and has been suspended. Please watch other live broadcasts. Seeing that the live broadcast room was closed, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Whether it was them, or the big bosses above, they were all frightened by Little Peanut's terrifying ability. The big boss spanning the live broadcast room proves this. Think about it too, Peanut has a Superman-like speed, can run and fly, and is omnipotent. As long as it is found, it is an indiscriminate attack, coming directly to you and snapping your neck. That's not all, after death, it will be dragged and gathered up and become part of the shrine. In the words of some believers, that is blasphemy against people, and those who do this cannot enter heaven. The big guy in front of the screen felt chills and creepy just thinking about it. It seems that the above has also realized that if this is the case, the picture will only make everyone more panic. Don't say it, I still have lingering fears, and my hands are shaking when I rub a lighter. I'm in Mississippi right now, what should I do? Will that thing come out and kill me? I'm so scared. Hurry up and run, the endless plains of Mississippi. As long as this statue comes out, it's easy to see you. Where are our Avengers? Are they visiting their new headquarters and forgetting that everyone is still in trouble? Although the live broadcast room was banned, the netizens did not leave immediately, and they exchanged barrages one after another. The entire Mississippi TV broadcast room was like an instant chat group, with countless messages rolling. And Lin Mo, who is far away in New York City, is also watching this live broadcast room, and he is very satisfied with everyone's reaction. In fact, it is reasonable to say that Little Peanut would not be a shrine for a corpse, because it would only follow instinct to kill. As far as the eye can see, as long as no one is staring at it, it will rush in front of you and break your neck, it's that simple. However, Lin Mo deliberately let the Shadow Fiend be caught, and then gave the Avengers a severe backstab operation, which not only brought him a high income of 8,000 fear points. He also let the system launch a brand new service for him. Spend panic value to add fear measures to the dispatched containment. Lin Mo felt that he must have studied this system in a pig farm, and this method of forcing Krypton is simple. The fear measure he tailored for Little Peanut is the corpse shrine. The original meaning of a shrine is a small pavilion where gods or sages and ancestors are placed, and it is a product that is convenient for belief or worship. Later, some changes took place in Neon, and it became light-headed, and it was no longer simply placed in the house. The statues inside have also become more and more complex. Little Peanut was originally a statue, and it was reasonable to put it in the shrine, and even this gave it a layer of mystery, as if it was some kind of evil deity. Before crossing, Lin Mo saw someone on the internet saying whether Little Peanut would become the new god to rule mankind, and everyone should convert to Little Peanut in the future. In addition, a shrine composed entirely of corpses has a strong visual impact, which, like Jingguan, is a way to show off force and blood. The additional fear measures have expanded everyone's fear of small peanuts, resulting in an extremely efficient harvesting effect. Lin Mo, judging from the fear level notification in his backstage, that the additional fear measure of Corpse Shrine is simply a bloody profit. In just a few days, he received 15,000 horror points from the audience watching the live broadcast. You know, Spider-Man Peter Parker only brought 1,000 points when he was seriously injured, and this wave directly topped 15 superhero serious injuries. Lin Mo just invested 2,000 fear points in exchange for so many benefits. And this is just the horror value brought by the audience watching the live broadcast. Little Peanut's original horror value through killing did not fully resolve. This wave of Lin Mo won directly. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly. With more than 10,000 fear points, he has a lot of money on his hands. Whether it's strengthening Shadow Fiend and Peanut, or unlocking new containment items, it's a good choice. This time, the movement of Little Peanut in Mississippi is so big and its influence is so wide that Avengers must not be able to sit still. Lin Mo has seen more than one person online questioning Stark why they haven't acted yet. There were people complaining in the live broadcast room just now. In fact, it did, although the Shadow Fiend devoured the Avengers building and wiped out both Dr. Pym and the Pym particles. But the Avengers were not hit, they just lost some of their subordinates, and they haven't had any action or reaction so far. Lin Mo can even imagine the confusion and surprise at their new headquarters in Georgia. This made the corners of his mouth rise slightly. What he paid more attention to was She Stark, who had completed the containment of the Shadow Fiend this time. As a teacher, Lin Mo knows Stark very well. As an extremely confident and even conceited person, he will definitely try his best to cure the Hulk. It is precisely by taking advantage of this psychology that Lin Mo specially set up a bureau for him, so that the Shadow Demon pretended to be lost and was contained in the Avengers building. And then quietly exert force to amaze everyone. Lin Mo is very much looking forward to the expression on She Stark's face in this situation. Chapter 26. The pleasant climate of Georgia is home to the new Avengers headquarters. It is close to the seaside, with a dock and a tarmac. It's just that because of the rush of time, many things have not been moved in. As a result, the interior of the entire headquarters is still very empty, and after New York's historical Stark Industrial Building, the old Avengers building, was swallowed up, many things were gone. So now the new headquarters is even more empty. However, the most basic equipment such as desks, chairs, computers, etc., which are convenient to purchase, have been installed. In the conference room, 6 Avengers veterans including Iron Man Stark, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hulk Banner, Captain America Rogers, Thor, Hawkeye Barton gathered together. Next to She Stark sat War Machine Rhodes representing the Federation. The 7 of them were concentrating on the screen playing on the holographic projection in front of them. In the picture, you can clearly see the massacre of Peanut on the construction site of Taken Construction Company. When they saw the beautiful host Alice was mercilessly pinched her neck in front of the camera, and dragged back to become part of the corpse shrine, they all frowned. Immediately after that, there was another live video, and the scene of Little Peanut jumping into the air and killing the cameraman made the eyes of the 7 present flash a trace of fear. Spooky statues, terrifying abilities, uncomfortable corpse shrines. All this seems to tell them that things have reached an extremely serious point, and they must come up with an effective plan. Before Leader Stark could speak, the brown-haired Captain America Rutgers knocked on the table and said with a serious expression, "We should strike now, we are the superhero, we are the Avengers, and we have to bring confidence to the people when they are most panicking." Hearing Captain America's words, Thor raised his eyebrows and said confidently, "Let me go, I don't believe this thing can break my neck." As the Prince of Agarth and the future owner of Asgard, Thor has the qualifications and confidence to say so. But at this moment, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff shook his head. "We can't act rashly like this, we don't know the true strength of this statue at all. If this statue and the murder photos that appeared before, the black fog that devours the concept of existence is something from the same organization, then it must also have a killing mechanism that needs to be triggered, or do you think this helicopter has a chance to fly in the sky for so long before being shot down? So we definitely can't act rashly until we figure this out." Captain America frowned at Natasha Romanoff's words and closed his mouth. Thor's face also sank. The black fog and the murder photos shocked them a lot. Although they were not afraid, they still had some fears in their hearts. The statues in front of them are indeed somewhat similar. Although the two of them are strong in their mouths, they are still very cautious in their hearts. It's just that with the straightness of the two of them, it's hard to stand by and watch the conversation just now. On the other side, Hulk Banner nodded with a wry smile. I also agree with Natasha Romanoff's opinion. Without my arms, I don't have enough offensive means at present, and I almost lost the ability to fight. Banner is now a waste, not much better than Peter Parker. His greatest ability is to transform into a Hulk and fight with great power. And now his most accustomed hands no longer exist, and his combat ability has dropped to the lowest point. Once something happens, he can't do anything except run faster by transforming. She Stark, who was sitting in the chair, did not speak, but nodded in agreement. He looked solemn and could not see any emotional fluctuations. On the side, War Machine Rhodes, representing the Federation, said, "The Commonwealth is outraged by this and they have ordered that we must come forward and resolve this issue as soon as possible." Hearing this, She Stark's face was gloomy, and he said with some displeasure, "Avengers are not tools of the Federation. We are the defenders of the Earth. Don't these people in the Federation understand? They dare to order us." Rhodes heard his old friend's words and knew that he was not very happy, so he shrugged helplessly. "There's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm just a colonel and can't manage that much." Rhodes is a colonel of the Federal Air Force, and he is also the head of the Weapons Development Department. He is in charge of some technical work, and he really has nothing to say about the order. She Stark also knew to him that it was not easy to be a man between the two sides, but he nodded and didn't speak again. However, Captain America Rutgers couldn't sit still. He stood up a little excitedly and said loudly, Wait. Been waiting. But what were we waiting for? When Peter became a vegetable? When Banner lost his hands? When Dr. Pym and the Avengers building were gone? Is this what we waited for?" Rutgers' words made everyone in the room look a little unhappy, because this is the truth, they have waited for a little chance to not say it. Also lost a lot of help, whether it is Peter or Banner, is an important fighting force for the Avengers. Needless to say, Dr. Pym was a genius comparable to that of Stark, and his disappearance also led to the permanent disappearance of Pym particles. No one in this world can make Pym particles anymore. As for the Avengers building, that is the face of the Avengers, which was swallowed up by the Shadow Fiend and disappeared. As the Avengers elders, they are the most humiliating. She Stark just said that they are the defenders of the Earth, but now it's better, they can't defend their own buildings, and they still defend the Earth. Captain America Rutgers didn't give the others a chance to speak, he continued. Now that there are weird statues in Mississippi, so many people have died, causing countless panic, we are still waiting. How long do you have to wait? Roger's words were directed at She Stark, and he was naturally asked this question as well. She Stark was silent and did not speak. He was bitten by a snake for 10 years and was afraid of the rope. What happened to Spider-Man Peter and Banner's devoured hands made him wary. He didn't dare to act rashly, so as not to cause more huge amounts of losses. At least until you know more about the enemy, you shouldn't take the initiative. Stark insists that waiting for more intelligence is the best solution for now. Seeing this, Rogers shook his head and sighed. You don't go, I'll go by myself. I can't let the people lose faith. I exist to bring hope to the Commonwealth. 70 years ago, it was the same now, 70 years later. After speaking, he turned around and walked out without looking back. Roger's actions made the others look at each other, feeling a little hesitation in their hearts. On the other side, Thor stood up and looked around, only to hear him say in a thick voice. The Avengers I know are not a bunch of timid bastards. After he finished speaking, he jumped up and flew away from the building with Mjolnir in his hand. The departure of the two made the brand new Avengers headquarters even more empty. Chapter 27. A day later, Captain America Rogers on a motorcycle came to the construction site of Taken Construction Company. Before he got close, he had already smelled a disgusting smell. The smell was familiar to Rogers, having smelled it countless times while on the battlefield. As long as no one cleans up the battlefield where corpses are scattered in half a month, those corpses will rot and disintegrate, and then emit such a smell. That kind of battle is often the death and sacrifice of tens of thousands of people to have such a flavor. And now the construction site in front of him has such a smell, doesn't it mean that there are more dead people here than he knows? Thinking of this, Rogers frowned, feeling that he was right to leave the others and come directly. As a superhero, as Captain America, he has to be there when everyone needs him, not from behind. After getting out of the car, Rogers took out a face towel and covered his mouth and nose, and then proceeded cautiously to the construction site. His stride is huge, but that doesn't mean Rogers is slack right now. He consciously blocked the shield made of vibranium on his chest, which was a position that could protect his own neck at any time. He had already seen it clearly in the projection yesterday. The method of killing this statue is to break the neck. Although Rogers believes that it should be difficult for the opponent to pinch off with his own physique. But Rogers is still very careful, not afraid of 10,000, he doesn't want to overturn like the Hulk Banner. And he couldn't guarantee that he would be as lucky as Banner. The person who controlled the black mist before had obviously let Banner survive. The people behind the scenes deliberately made She Stark think that it was the black fog that could be easily contained and arrested. It greatly reduced everyone's vigilance against the black fog, and their mistake would eventually cause great trauma to Avengers. When Rogers lost his temper at She Stark yesterday, he meant that he was dissatisfied with the matter. They had reminded him again and again during the meeting, and asked him to strictly watch over the black fog, and don't let it take advantage of it. And everyone knows what happened next. Rogers didn't think Stark could come to his rescue in time in this situation. So with this idea in mind, Rogers opened the gate of the construction site with great care. The rusted door creaked open, and Rogers walked in cautiously. As soon as he walked in, Rogers felt a sticky feeling under his feet. He glanced at the corner of his eye and saw that the floor was covered with foul-smelling, sticky brown-red liquid. The mucus was so thick that it had covered his ankles. If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to walk, let alone run. If you are stared at by that statue, you will surely die. Fortunately, Rogers' uniform was specially made, and those viscous liquids that hindered his movement were greatly weakened. Whether it is equipment or physical fitness is Rogers' confidence. After discovering that the slime had little effect on him, Rogers turned his main attention to the present. Looking around, the entire construction site is filled with dark green smoke, which is very dense. Rogers was also very familiar with this kind of smoke, which is the miasma emanating from the long-term decay of the corpse, and it is very poisonous. Ordinary people can feel dizzy after taking 2 breaths, which is more terrifying than the white miasma seen in the mountains. The piece of cloth wrapped around his face has completely turned dark green, and it is hard to imagine what it would be like if he directly inhaled and exhaled. Rogers tried his best to control the frequency of his breathing, trying not to let the cloth wear out too quickly. Through the fog, he vaguely saw the shadow of a huge shrine, and the corpse wind chimes on the 4 corners were swaying. Just as he squinted his eyes to observe carefully, the thick green fog in front of him rolled violently. Afterwards, a foul smell hit, not to mention that everyone knew that it was the attack of Little Peanut. The waiting Captain America. Rogers subconsciously raised his shield to resist. With a muffled sound, Rogers only felt as if he had been hit by a meteorite, and his entire body flew backwards uncontrollably. Cough cough cough. The strong impact made Rogers feel a pain all over his body. He couldn't help coughing twice. When he got up from the ground, he even felt that his strength was running out. Sitting up, Captain America was breathing hard. The heavy blow just now caused Captain America to have short-lived breathing difficulties. This shocked Rogers. After being injected with serum, he has never encountered such a formidable opponent. Just a single blow knocked him out of breath. However, when he looked down at the vibranium shield in his hand, the shock in my heart is even stronger. The shield on the hand, which was completely made of vibranium, was actually punched out by a dent. Vibranium, the hardest metal on Earth. Even if it is hard to resist a RPG, it can't leave the slightest trace on the surface of the shield. But now, just by resisting the opponent's blow, the shield made by vibranium has not been shallowly dented. How powerful is the enemy? How strong is that murder statue? Rogers' pupils shrank suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he thought that his shield would be knocked into the air. But he never imagined that his indestructible shield would one day be damaged. After all, no one in Avengers has ever done any damage to the shield. And the statue in front of me has done it. Does this mean to some extent that its attack ability far exceeds that of the Avengers? Rogers thinks yes, the statue attacking him has a crushing advantage in strength. Just when Rogers was shocked, Peanut didn't give Captain America any breathing room at all. It charged up again just as Captain America stood up. This time, it was still a blow to the neck. Rogers didn't dare to go head-to-head with Peanut, so he could only dodge on the ground full of sticky, foul-smelling liquid while blocking with his shield. During this period, he didn't talk about looking at Little Peanut. He didn't dodge in time several times, and he almost let Little Peanut hug him enthusiastically. In order to make up for these mistakes, the shield in his hand was used to resist many times. Correspondingly, the shield made by vibranium has been sunken everywhere, there is no shield shape at all, it looks like a tattered pot lid, and has no ability to protect. Rogers knew very well that as long as the statue in front of him attacked him again, he would die. Captain America regretted it. History Stark and Natasha Romanoff are right. Until you understand the mechanics of this monster, it's best not to mess with it. Otherwise, it will be like what he is now, not to mention the dilemma, only to say that it is certain death. But there is no regret medicine in the world, Rogers has almost accepted his fate, and all he is doing now is just resisting. He, Captain America Rogers, had never thought that he would be pushed into a corner like a pig and beaten by others with no resistance to ability, and even no hope of escaping. Now that I think about it, Rogers thinks he's being reckless. Just as the foul-smelling gust of wind struck again, a thunderous roar sounded. Chapter 28. Looking up, Rogers saw the thunder falling from the sky, and the purple-blue electric light swept away the dark green miasma of the entire construction site. Then, the continuous thunder blasted in his ears. At this moment, the entire construction site seemed to have turned into a pool of thunder, and there were wanton thunders everywhere. The dense thunder and lightning not only cleared the miasma, but even the stench of mucus on the ground disappeared. In the middle of thunder, Thor, wearing a silver armor and a blood-red cloak, is kneeling on one knee and appearing as a hero. Thousands of thunders gathered in him, and all of them eventually flowed to Mjolnir in his hands. Thor didn't leave Avengers headquarters much sooner than Captain America, and both straight talkers chose to do the same. Fighting. Seeing that Thor was coming, Rogers's heart lightened, and his sense of crisis suddenly diminished a lot. As the miasma dissipated, he finally saw the real appearance of the construction site at the moment. I saw that the corpse shrine at the very center of the construction site had become a shrine composed of carrion and white bones. Countless skeletons were hung on the eaves composed of large bones such as leg bones, as if a pair of bones formed a Senluo hell. And Little Peanut, it was standing next to the shrine, looking down at the thunder flowing on itself. It was motionless, as if stagnant. Thor's heroic debut saves Captain America's life. He glanced at the embarrassed Captain America behind him, and said with a smile, "That's not your style." With that, he reached out to Rogers. Captain America Rogers is bleeding from the corners of his mouth. Just now, he was hit hard by Little Peanut, and the tight battle suit he was wearing was damaged in many places. There were wounds everywhere, and those wounds were grinning like a child's mouth, so he was not embarrassed. Captain America grabbed Thor's hand and stood up. He waved the shield in his hand like a broken pot lid and said, "I could fight like this all day." Hearing this, the two looked at each other and smiled. The battle was something engraved in their bones, and they had had enough of this period of grievance. So they decided to have a good fight today. The two who had a tacit understanding did not need to communicate, and chose to shoot at the same moment. Captain America's shield and Mjolnir came out together, and flew straight to Peanut with the wind and thunder. At the same time, the two of them also rushed up, and they were very handy in such a battle. However, Peanut remained motionless, like a real statue. Captain America's shield landed on Peanut and bounced off with just a clang sound, as did Thor's hammer. Physical attacks didn't work, and that didn't stop Thor and Captain America Rogers from giving up. Captain America, who was close to Peanut, caught the flying shield and kept attacking constantly. He tried his best to contain Peanut. And Thor, who retracted the Thor's hammer, raised it high, countless thunder lights flickered in his eyes, and a thick thunder cloud appeared over the construction site. With the waving of Thor's hammer in his hand, the rolling thunder all fell on Little Peanut's body following the guidance. He had used this trick on Ultron before, and at that time, it was directly shut down for a few seconds. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Little Peanut is, it should be affected. However, when the thunder light dissipated, Thor's eyes froze. I saw that his confident blow did not even leave a charred black mark on Little Peanut's body, let alone a wound. At this time, Rogers also reminded loudly, "This monster has been inactive, is it accumulating energy and preparing to give us a big one?" Hearing this, Thor thought it was possible. A casual blow from the opponent can seriously injure them. Now the statue in front of him is motionless again, maybe it's holding back the big move. But the two of them can't even break the other's defense now. Realizing that the physical strength of the enemy in front of him is outrageous, Thor feels that this is not something that ordinary moves can deal with. If they want to cause damage to the opponent, they must work hard. Thinking of this, Thor subconsciously glanced at Captain America, just in line with his gaze. Both of them saw the solemnity in each other's eyes, and nodded in unison. Their thoughts are the same: if they want to interrupt the statue's momentum, or want to destroy it, the two of them must come out with 120% ability. However, what the two didn't know was that after their eyes left Little Peanut, they directly liberated it. Little Peanut tilted his head, and instantly attacked Thor, who was closest to him, at a very fast speed. Hearing a swipe, Thor saw a tall statue suddenly appear in front of him. This sudden attack made his pupils shrink suddenly, and he held Mjolnir's arm subconsciously in front of his neck. And this quick bit just saved Thor, and with a click, Little Peanut broke Thor's arm without any effort. The pain of the broken arm made Thor subconsciously let go of Thor's hammer in his hand. Seeing this scene, Captain America Rogers knew that the two of them would not be able to escape without help. He dashed to Thor's side, picked up Mjolnir, and slammed on his shield. A strong impact burst out, instantly knocking Little Peanut back a few meters. After a brief shock of the small peanut, Rogers held Thor without hesitation, and the Mjolnir that had been prepared in his hand danced just right, and flew out with the two of them. And Little Peanut's reaction was also very fast, almost jumping up at the same time as the two took off and pounced. Little Peanut's leap is dozens of meters high, and the speed is extremely fast. It is still rising, and there is no sign of decline. Seeing the distance between the two sides shrink, Rogers was also startled, and Thor even shouted, "Hurry up! Hurry up!" I don't know if Thor's words played a role. Mjolnir's speed suddenly increased, and it was instantly lifted by hundreds of meters. Little Peanut can't fly, it just jumps very high with extremely fast speed, and glides with extremely fast speed. In the end, Peanut stopped rising half a meter away from Thor and Rogers. As long as the distance is shortened by half, or Peanut's hand is a little longer, it can directly pinch Captain America's neck. Looking down at the spooky statue that was shrinking in sight, Captain America and Thor both let out a sigh of relief. She Stark is right, the enemies are strong, everyone is strong. Captain America also nodded, and he took Mjolnir and flew to the new headquarters. Avengers, need more heroes. Chapter 29. Inside Avengers' new headquarters, Georgia. History Stark is scrutinizing the statue's secret with the help of Jarvis. Although the Shadow Fiend incident caused him a lot of trouble, Stark knew very well that his previous containment method was correct. His mistake was simply not knowing the energy levels of these monsters. An extremely confident leader, Stark always believed that they needed to act with sufficient information. He is not afraid of sacrifice and death, he just thinks that meaningless sacrifice is unnecessary. Like what Thor and Captain America Rogers did, it just didn't make sense to him. Who wouldn't die? At this moment, J.A.R.V.I.S suddenly reminded loudly. Alert! Alert! Mjolnir is approaching at high speed. Turn on the energy shield. Call up the screen immediately. When J.A.R.V.I.S made a sound, Stark's blood-side armor had already covered him, he ordered very calmly. Mjolnir is Thor's weapon and generally does not cause a warning from the J.A.R.V.I.S, unless it is not in Thor's hands. Stark is not worried about the history of security issues. He has specially improved the protection ability of the new headquarters. He is more concerned about who is controlling Mjolnir. Also, what happened to Thor and why his weapon was being held by someone else. Between thoughts, J.A.R.V.I.S has transmitted the high-definition satellite images to his eyes. I saw the tattered Captain America Rogers flying over with Mjolnir in his hand, and Thor on his shoulders. Seeing this scene, Stark's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately ordered. The life-saving mecha is dispatched. After finishing speaking, he also flew out of the headquarters and caught Captain America, who was already exhausted. The life-saving mech also just caught Thor. The three of them came to the ground, and the rest of them gathered around after they got the news. God, what happened to you? Black Widow Natasha Romanoff looked at the two seriously injured in disbelief. Banner, on the other hand, looked at the Mjolnir in Captain America's hands in shock. He tried it before when he still had arms, and he couldn't hold Mjolnir with his strange strength, and Thor's explanation at the time was that only he could hold the hammer. The way Banner looked at Captain America was a little different. Could it be that this is the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods? On the other side, Captain America Rogers pushed away the robot that was repairing his body after slowing down a little, and he said with a serious look. I fought that statue with Thor, and neither of us is its opponent. After speaking, he turned to look at Iron Man beside him and said solemnly. Stark, Avengers need to rally. Avengers need more heroes. Hearing Rogers' words, Stark's face flashed a heavy look, he nodded and then ordered to Jarvis. J.A.R.V.I.S, call up the video of Thor's battle with the statue, and analyze it immediately, we must find out the mechanism to deal with it. Natasha Romanoff, you go and gather more heroes, those backup hero candidates, it's time to join. With this leader's arrangement, the entire Avengers went into high gear. Hawkeye, who was on vacation with his wife and children at home, received Black Widow's call immediately. Then came Falcon, Scarlet Witch, and Doctor Strange in London, who were called and responded. Avengers' strength instantly ushered in a wave of enhancements. At the same time, Lin Mo, who was far away in New York, finally waited for Peanut's panic value to settle. Beep. Containment number 173 killed a total of 133 people and gained 13,000 fear points. Shocked, caused a large area of fear, and harvested 15,000 points of fear. Creating Captain America, breaking Thor's arm and earning 2,000 fear points. A total of 30,000 fear points were obtained. Hearing the system's broadcast, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction, the fear value brought by the killing of Little Peanut's body was not low. Especially after he added the terror measure Shrine of Corpse, the fear value was even greater than the Shadow Demon and the Shy People combined. It seems that this terrorist measure will be added in the future. It's a huge profit. Lin Mo said with bright eyes, a terror measure has 2,000 fear points, not to mention 20,000 benefits. The fear value of these superheroes is high, but there are too many ordinary people. The current Lin Mo is no longer the one who used to have thousands of fear points. He is now a rich man with 30,000 fear points. He confidently clicked on the containment list. Let me see what I can unlock. With that said, Lin Mo saw the two names that lighted up at the top of the list. One is SXP 4000, the Forbidden Land, which is worth 10,000 fear points. Lin Mo clicked to unlock it without hesitation. Because the Forbidden Land is worth the price. The second is SXP 307, a Carnivorous Vine, worth 8,000 fear points. Lin Mo also unlocked it without thinking, and even did not forget to add an optical stealth fear measure worth 2,000 fear points to the Carnivorous Vine. The Containment has had 3 encounters with the entire Avengers Alliance. Now, it's also time for the SXP Foundation to make an appearance. And the headquarters of the Foundation, Lin Mo already has a goal in mind. Isn't the Avengers Alliance building swallowed by the Shadow Demon the best choice? With this in mind, Lin Mo spent a full 10,000 points of fear to buy back the Avengers building, which was devoured by the Shadow Fiend. Since it is the headquarters of the Foundation, it must be placed in a protected place. The Forbidden Land, this is the perfect place to put it. After the purchase, Lin Mo directly chose to put the address of the building in the Forbidden Land, and he improved the appearance of the entire building. The Avengers mark on it has been erased, and the SXP Foundation now hangs. Looking at the preview panorama in front of him, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction and muttered to himself. Avengers, you will love this housewarming gift from me, right? Chapter 30. Georgia, the new headquarters of the Avengers Alliance. With the continuous purchase of Happy, the new headquarters of the Avengers Alliance is gradually becoming less empty. History Stark asked Hawkeye and Black Widow to gather more heroes. This time, Iron Man knew that things were getting serious and that the Avengers had to come together. Whether it's the murder photo or the black fog that engulfed the Avengers Alliance building. Or now this spooky statue that can break Thor's arm and damage the Captain America shield made by vibranium. Each of these unpleasant ghosts is stronger than the other. The terrifying power displayed by these things is comparable to the Chitauri invasion and the Ultron crisis. Moreover, it is much more serious than the 2 Alliance incidents. This is no longer an ordinary event. This is an Alliance-level event, an event that can threaten the security of the entire planet. All Avengers must be dispatched. Even she Stark faintly felt that even if all Avengers were dispatched, they would not necessarily be able to defeat these 3 strange things. History Stark speculates that these 3 weird things are likely to come from the same organization. But what exactly is this organization? What purpose do they have? What exactly do they want? How many more terrifying beings like this exist? The more he thought about it, the more fear in she Stark's heart. He involuntarily quickened his breathing, panting heavily. Dr. Banner on the side noticed the strangeness of she Stark, and he asked. She Stark, what's wrong with you? She Stark shook his head and said. It's okay, let's continue our research. Hawkeye and Black Widow are calling for more superhero. Thor and Captain America are cultivating. She Stark worked with Banner on Peanut. For Thor and Captain America besieging Peanut, Stark had J.A.R.V.I.S build a 3D model. He played the battle screen over and over again, trying to find something from the repeated footage. However, what puzzled Stark and Banner was this. Why was there a long period of stillness when the spooky statue was under siege? Before Thor's arrival, the statue's uninterrupted high-frequency attack on Captain America. The final blow can directly crush Captain America to death. Captain America would be dead by now, had it not been for Thor's rescue in time. Why did the spooky statue not move after Thor arrived and joined the fray? Could it be because of Thor? Like she Stark, Banner watched the battle screen for days in a row. He had some guesses in his heart, and said. She Stark, could this statue be energy absorbing? Look, it didn't move when Thor and the Captain attacked. Could that be a sign that the statue needs energy to move? And the reason why it doesn't move when attacked is to absorb Thor and the Captain's attack. She Stark frowned upon hearing this, although he felt that this guess was impossible. However, there is no certainty that there are other possibilities. After some thought, she Stark expressed his guess. In the beginning, it was the weird photo that was coded. The mechanism of its killing was to see the real face clearly. Then there is the black fog. The mechanism of its killing is that a shadow falls on the black fog. I was wondering, could this statue also have a killing mechanic? She Stark's guess made Banner deeply interested. He nodded and said. She Stark, your guess is very likely. If you think about it this way, the statue doesn't move and it makes sense. Thor and the Captain activated the statue's killing mechanism without knowing it. So, until the killing mechanism is activated, the statue will not act. The question is, what exactly is the killing mechanism of the statue? Banner frowned and pressed the play button again with the elbow that had lost his forearm. The battle screen is replayed again. She Stark felt that only one sample was not enough to observe the killing mechanism of statues. He ordered the artificial intelligence butler J.A.R.V.I.S. JARVIS convert all murder records of statues into 3D models. I'm trying to figure out what the statue's killing mechanism is. Avengers Alliance new headquarters, within the training ground. Accompanied by the sound of hoo-ha breaking the wind. A black man with sunglasses and mechanical wings grew out of his back from the sky. He looked around the lavish new headquarters with a satisfied smile on his face. Big white teeth contrasted sharply with black skin. This man is none other than the Avengers Alliance backup, Falcon. Then, 2 dense red mists condensed on the ground. A woman with a good figure and beautiful appearance fell from the sky wearing a deep V. Her slender hands released red energy from the same source as the reality gem. As Magneto's daughter, Scarlet Witch Wanda has an infinite ceiling. Immediately afterwards, a golden spark burst into the air. Gradually, there are more and more sparks, and finally it expands into a circle. There is a very primitive scene in the circle. And a magician wearing a cloak and a sling ring floated out and slowly landed. This man is the future Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange. Black Widow and Hawkeye stood in front of the three and said, "Congratulations, starting today, you are officially a member of the Avengers Alliance. However, before officially joining, you all need to answer a question. What do you think of Lin Mo, the founder of Avengers?" The three of Falcon heard the words and looked at each other, and then said one after another. "Falcon, I think Avengers doesn't need trash. Even if he is the initiator and the founder, he should leave if he can't keep up with the team, rather than occupy the position of the elders to make a fortune. Scarlet Witch, Ultron killed my brother, which proves that Avengers has a flaw. And Lin Mo is the flaw of the Avengers Alliance. My addition will make up for that flaw. Doctor Strange, professional things must be done by professional people. Lin Mo is obviously not professional when it comes to defending the Earth." Listening to the extremely low evaluation of Lin Mo by the three, Black Widow and Hawkeye were quite satisfied. The two nodded and said, "Okay, it's time to show you the veterans of the Avengers Alliance." In the research room, J.A.R.V.I.S has made a three-dimensional model of every killing of Peanut. She Stark put his hands in the air and swung outwards. The 3D image spread instantly. Every killing image of Peanut is suspended in the air, surrounding Banner and Stark. Watching Peanut kill again and again. History Stark gradually found clues. Dr. Banner also found Hwadian. The two looked at each other and said in unison, "Sight." And at the moment, J.A.R.V.I.S suddenly broke out with a rushing alarm. "Mr. She Stark!" The murder statue at the Taekun construction site suddenly moved. Now, the statues are coming to the new headquarters at breakneck speed. Chapter 31. What? That statue is coming towards the new headquarters. Hearing J.A.R.V.I.S's report, She Stark and Dr. Banner could not help but speak in unison. Dr. Banner frowned, and then he thought of a possibility, and said in a panic, "She Stark. Could it be that this murder statue is the same as that murder photo? If anyone sees its appearance, it will be chased to death." Dr. Banner's guess is very likely. Because the new headquarters of the Avengers Alliance is very secretive, in the entire Avengers, except for the 6 veterans and Nick Fury. The rest don't know at all. Even S.H.I.E.L.D, a subsidiary of Avengers, doesn't even know it. It is impossible for the 6 Avengers Alliance giants to reveal to the enemy the location of the new headquarters of the Avengers Alliance. Nick Fury is preparing for the construction of the Tianjian Bureau, and it is even more unlikely that he will betray the Avengers Alliance. The enemy has no reason to know the address of the new headquarters of the Avengers Alliance. How on earth did the murder statue know about this place? Apart from Banner's guess, I can't think of any other possibility. After listening to Banner's guess, She Stark's heart was even more panicked. They have only just speculated on the killing mechanism other than the killing statue. Now this murder statue is attacking the new headquarters at high speed. This is simply a surprise to the Avengers. She Stark was anxious, and he asked, "How about Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye's rally? Now Captain America and Thor are recovering from injuries and unable to fight. The Avengers Alliance is seriously underpowered. We need more people." After She Stark finished speaking, he immediately ordered J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately dispatch the high-level agents of S.H.I.E.L.D over here. Protect the new headquarters no matter what. As soon as She Stark's voice fell, the door of the research room slowly opened. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye came in with Falcon, Scarlet Witch, and Doctor Strange. Looking at the 3 new members in strange clothes in front of him, Dr. Banner complained inappropriately. "What's the situation? Are you having a pajama party?" The 3 of them looked at Dr. Banner when they heard the sound, and when they saw his defective arm, they were all shocked. Falcon was the first to speak. "Dr. Banner, what happened to your hand?" Banner shrugged and explained. "Remember the shadow that devoured the Avengers Alliance building not long ago? My arm was just eaten up by it." After listening to Banner's explanation, the 3 of Falcon were shocked. The enemy can actually hurt the Hulk. This was completely beyond the expectations of the 3 of them. The news that Dr. Banner was seriously injured in the attack and that Spider-Man Peter Parker became a vegetative state was all blocked. Only the executives of the Avengers Alliance know about it. Ordinary people don't know. People think that the Avengers Alliance is inactive, but they don't know that the Avengers Alliance simply doesn't know how to act. Scarlet Witch frowned slightly, then stretched out his hands. The red magic power was attached to the Hulk's arms, forming a pair of magic arms. Wanda wants to use her reality-altering magic to create a pair of magical arms for the Hulk. But when the dense red arm takes shape, before a smile appeared on Wanda's face, the magical arm quickly disintegrated, turning into a magical smoke that dissipated all over the sky. Banner didn't report much hope, he said with a slight disappointment. The shadow devoured the concept of existence of my arm, and unless I go back in time, there is no way to repair my arm. Hearing the words back in time, Doctor Strange, who had not spoken, raised his brows lightly. He opened his mouth and said, "You just said back in time." After speaking, he spread his arms in the eyes of everyone's doubts. The magical weapon made of bronze on his chest, the Eye of Agamotto slowly opened. The dazzling emerald green gemstone emits an alluring magical light. Doctor Strange stretched out his right hand. The green magic circle is attached to the wrist. I saw Doctor Strange turn his wrist counterclockwise. In the next second, a magical scene appeared. On the bare arms of the Hulk, new flesh gradually grew. After just a few minutes, Banner's arms that had been swallowed by the concept of existence were restored to their original condition. Looking at the reborn arms, Banner couldn't believe his eyes. He looked up at Doctor Strange in astonishment, and said, "You actually have the ability to control time." Dr. Banner's words brought everyone back from their shock. She Stark immediately asked, "Can you get the Avengers Alliance building back?" It is false that Stark wants to bring the Avengers Alliance back, but it is true that he wants to take back Dr. Pym. He looked at Doctor Strange hopefully. But Doctor Strange's answer dashed his renewed hope. Doctor Strange shook his head and said, "I know you want to resurrect the dead, but time doesn't work that way. Time is a line that cannot be turned back, and what has already happened cannot be changed." After hearing Doctor Strange's words, everyone was even more puzzled. Dr. Banner asked, "If it can't be changed, how are my arms repaired?" Doctor Strange reached out and drew a long black line. The long line has no beginning and no end, and he flicked his fingers on the long black line. In the next second, countless colorful lines stretched infinitely from his bullet point. Doctor Strange pinched one of the long lines and said, "The fact that your arms are devoured concept of existence cannot be changed, it is an established fact. However, in countless parallel worlds, you successfully defeated that black fog with a very low probability. In that very low probability world, you didn't have your arms devoured. And I just borrowed your arms from that world. In the final analysis, your arms are borrowed, and they must be returned. And the time I leased your arm to that world is the time that time gem reversed. In other words, it's been too long since your arm was devoured. How long can I borrow these arms for a while?" After speaking, Doctor Strange turned to look at She Stark and said regretfully, "And in the infinite number of parallel worlds, none of the world's Avengers Alliance buildings escaped attack. There is not a world of Dr. Pym who has survived." Hearing Doctor Strange's words, Banner's joy instantly halved. It has been half a month since his arms were devoured by the Shadow Demon. As Doctor Strange said, he can only recover his arm for half a month. When the time passes, he will still become an armless man. Seeing this, Hawkeye on the side spoke to reassure. "Banner, at least you have half a month to regain your arm. In the parallel world, you have defeated the Black Fog, which means that you have the possibility to defeat the Black Fog. Trust yourself." Hawkeye's words gave Banner renewed hope. The atmosphere of the whole team has become a lot more relaxed. However, just when the atmosphere was getting hot, J.A.R.V.I.'s siren sounded again. The murder statue has entered the headquarters, less than 100 meters away from the headquarters. Please prepare to be attacked. Chapter 32. The words of J.A.R.V.I.'s shocked everyone. Especially Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye who just got the news. The two looked at She Stark in amazement, their eyes filled with questioning meaning. As if asking, how did the murder statue know about this place? However, now is simply not the time to figure out why. She Stark opened his mouth and ordered. "Listen to everyone, the enemy's killing mechanism is sight. As long as no sight falls on the statue, it will riot and kill. The speed, physical strength, jumping power and power displayed by the statue are amazing, and have exceeded the level of superhero. So, in this fight, any one of us may lose his life. If anyone wants to quit, I won't stop." She Stark's voice fell and glanced at everyone, especially the three newly added Avengers. Everyone looked at death as if at home, and there was no timidity in their eyes. She Stark nodded and said, "Avengers. Assemble." Outside the Avengers' new headquarters. Iron Man, War Machine, Scarlet Witch, Doctor Strange fly in the sky. Hawkeye occupies the highest point in the headquarters and draws a longbow. Banner has already transformed into the Hulk and is ready to go. To regain his arms, although it takes time, he can't wait to get back the original feeling. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff takes a fighting stance. On her arms, she wears a bracelet developed by Stark technology that can release high-voltage electricity. Everyone was on guard, waiting for the attack of the murder statue. 10 seconds have passed. A minute has passed. 10 minutes have passed. Several superheroes and Avengers waited for half an hour and did not see the murder statue. This can't help but make Dr. Banner a little puzzled. It stands to reason, with the terrifying speed shown by the murder statue in the battle screen. A distance of less than 100 meters can be reached in 5 seconds. But now half an hour has passed, and there is no sign of the murder statue at all. Could it be that the detection of J.A.R.V.I.S went wrong? Iron Man History Stark was also puzzled. He raised his hand and tapped the helmet and asked, J.A.R.V.I.S, where's the murder statue? After a while, J.A.R.V.I.S responded. Mr. Stark, there is an undetectable distorted space 2 kilometers away from the new headquarters of the Avengers Alliance. This space was not discovered when it was scanned yesterday. The murder statue detected before, it is not coming towards the new headquarters. Instead, rush to that distorted space. Hearing J.A.R.V.I.S's report, She Stark frowned. Today's new twisted space. The murder statue went into the twisted space. What on earth is it? Just when She Stark was puzzled, J.A.R.V.I.S sent another report. The high-level agents of S.H.I.E.L.D have arrived outside the distorted space and have sent people to enter. Chief Nick Fury was also present, and he was commanding the operation from outside twisted space. S.H.I.E.L.D already in? Nick Fury too. She Stark realized this time that there was really a big problem. Georgia, in the wild jungle 2 kilometers away from the new headquarters of the Avengers Alliance. A dozen military Ford SUVs parked side by side. Towering wireless signal radar erected on the signal car. Make sure the agents have real-time radio communication. Several heavily armed high-level agents are wearing cameras. After receiving the order from Stark, Detective Nathan immediately prepared the team and arrived at the scene. However, before arriving at the new headquarters of the Avengers Alliance, a large area of energy disturbance was discovered here. The level of energy disturbance is severe. Nathan immediately dispatched a remote-controlled rover into the jamming area. As a result, just as the front foot of the rover entered the interference area, the rear foot disappeared in front of everyone. It felt as if it had disappeared. Not only that, but even the video signal sent back by the rover has completely turned into a blurry screen. But the only good thing is that the remote control signal of the rover is very stable. Nathan had the remote crew steer the rover back the way it came. However, no matter how the remote control personnel operate, the rover cannot be recovered. Obviously it is a direct push and straight pull operation, but satellite positioning shows that the rover appears in 2 places far apart like teleportation. Nathan realizes that this forest of energy disturbances is far from simple. He immediately reported the news to the chief. Soon, Nick Fury arrived at the scene with the most experienced high-level agent. I saw a black marinated egg wearing a black trench coat, a black blindfold, and a cigar walking off the SUV. He scolded with a serious face. FK's She Stark, after driving away Lin Mo, he made a mess. I can't handle it myself, let me wipe his now. Tell me in detail, what's going on here? Agent Nathan Wu's fake mod, oh no. After explaining the situation to Nick Fury frowned. He opened his mouth and said. Since the remote control signal has not failed, it proves that the video equipment should also be in good condition. The rover must have captured useful content, and immediately dispatched a death squad to bring back the video footage captured by the rover. After Nick Fury gave the highest order, a group of death squads were assembled very quickly. These guys are all seasoned SHIELD. S.H.I.E.L.D is nominally affiliated with the Avengers. In fact, there is a shadow of the federal government behind it. The full name of S.H.I.E.L.D is Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. These agents are all working hard for the Federation. Certainly, part of it is Hydra's undercover. Because this distorted space is too dangerous. Therefore, the members of the Death Squad knew that they had little chance of surviving this time. However, they voluntarily made such sacrifices for the safety of the people of the Commonwealth. Nick Fury for video footage of the interior of warp space. He ordered every Death Squad member to wear a camera. Photograph everything that goes into the forest. And told them to come back alive no matter what. Nick Fury knew that the chances of the Expendables coming back alive were slim to none. But even if only one person came back alive. Even no one survived, but it was able to send back the video data in the distorted space. This is enough. All Nick Fury wants is video material. He walked up to the members of the Death Squad and mobilized. Mom Jo to fake and come back alive for me. Even if you can't come back, send me the video data. I have to say, this mobilization is useless. The members of the Death Squad walked into the twisted space with the heart of death. And the next second when they stepped into that space, everyone evaporated and disappeared. Chapter 33. The core area of the Forbidden Land, a place surrounded by countless carnivorous vines. The Avengers Tower, swallowed by the Shadow Fiend, stood impressively. However, the word Avenger representing the 3 words Avengers is no longer on the Avengers building. Instead, it was replaced by the words S.X.P Foundation by Lin Mo. Represents the SXP Foundation. And Lin Mo, sitting on the top floor of the Foundation. Once the place where the 7 giants of the Avengers Alliance met. The huge display shows the scene from all over the Forbidden Land. Lin Mo made a cup of hot tea, blew off the hot steam lightly, and took a sip. The warm and mellow heat quickly awakened Lin Mo's whole body cells. He lay comfortably on his back on the armchair, with his feet stacked on the operating table. Pillowing his arms, he looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D agents who broke into the Forbidden Land with a playful face. For Forbidden Lands and carnivorous vines, Lin Mo's mind moved. Details of the two containments emerge. Project name, SXP-307. Item level, Keter. Special containment procedures, SXP-307 is placed in a square steel petri dish with a file size of 0.5 meters, and placed in a hydroponics cabin equipped with remote-controlled lighting and irrigation equipment. A telescopic saw blade is provided next to the petri dish, and the operating table must be placed outside the containment compartment and manned at all times. The hydroponics compartment is placed in a 5mm×5mm×5mm room, and the walls, floors, and ceilings in the room must be made of stainless steel. The room has no windows, all lighting comes from remote-controlled lighting devices, and any viewing behavior is carried out through monitors. The room temperature was kept at 15 degrees to inhibit seed growth. Description: SXP-307 is a climbing plant, similar in shape to common English ivy, heterohelix, with yellow-green rhizomes and purple leaves. The rattan lays down a root approximately every 30.5 centimeters, 12 inches. These roots can penetrate most porous substances, but do not include metals. Any plant part disconnected from the root system can be confirmed dead and safe for close observation. SXP-307 appears to be carnivorous and displays some level of intelligence. If there is a warm-blooded animal nearby, hereafter referred to as the victim, it will extend towards the animal at a rapid growth rate. Usually 3 canes grow at a time to attempt a flanking attack. Upon contact, SXP-307 will first paralyze the victim, then dissolve and expel all internal organs, muscles, and blood. How this mechanism works is currently unknown, however, because of the mechanism, similar to some spiders, the researchers call it a spider tang. Carnivorous ivy, although the containment is a plant, it does not have the weakness of a plant. All herbicides can't do damage to 307, including paraquat. 307 is also extremely resistant to flames. I am afraid that the only one who can burn the ivy is the sun, right? As a plant, ivy does not have the weaknesses of plants, but it has the advantages of plants. Even if the rhizome is damaged, it can still regenerate. I am afraid that the only thing that can be called a weakness is that it will only attack warm-blooded animals, not cold-blooded animals. Project name, SXP-4000. According to the 4000 ESHA protocol, this name has been banned. Item level, Keter. Special containment procedures. The extra-dimensional locations described below and the entities and landmarks they include have a naming hazard, ESHA level, so they cannot be described by any name, title, or title. References to abnormal forests and their local entities may only be described by way of description. A different description must be used each time an object is described. Different object descriptions can be color-coded one for distinction, and complex and fancy language can be used to prevent duplication of names. Description: Pending SXP is an extra-dimensional forest area with many anomalous properties, including a named hazard phenomenon. Implementation of Procedure 4000 Halloway, see document Doc 4000H. This document can be found in the relevant work, can enter the anomalous area. After completing the procedure, the testers will emerge from a dilapidated brick well on the forest floor. The only path through the anomalous area safely is a small dirt road. Exploration beyond the aforementioned trails resulted in an immediate loss of contact with those involved. The only safe path is one way, and any attempt by the participants to turn around or go back the same way ends in a similar loss of connection as described above. No name does not obey the constraints of linear space. Any attempt at cartography results in a different route recorded for each quest, not where the logically obligatory paths should overlap or intersect. 3. The only places on the map that are identical are the entry points, located at both ends of the main road. After entering, the only way to safely leave the forest of no name is to go all the way and go back to where they started on the other end. Numerous anomalous entities inhabiting the no-name settlement have been documented. Local entities frequently alter their physical structure when unobserved, making it difficult for researchers to tell whether the entity is a new iteration or a new entity of a previously recorded entity. Entities stated that they had no control over the change and often expressed dissatisfaction when it occurred. Local entities often block testers' trails, making it necessary to interact with the entity to get through. Local entities are intelligent and often highly excitable, but interact with them safely under 4000 SEP precautions. 4. Consequences of failure to implement preventive measures will depend on the entity offended. The level of punishment experienced by the subjects included verbal accusations, acts of violence, abnormal changes in the person's physical appearance, conception, or nomenclature. Using the same name for the unnamed realm, or local entities and landmarks will cause many anomalous phenomena. Such phenomena remain elusive. Special emphasis on content. The naming phenomenon recorded is as follows. 1. Paroxysmal cluster headaches in persons exposed to the influence of the name. 2. Visual and auditory hallucinations in persons exposed to the influence, usually involving the appearance of the named environment or entity. Taste and smell hallucinations appear in some cases. 3. The subject's sudden onset of mental amnesia. 4. Subject exhibits non-human physical features such as feathers and pollen sacs. 5. The biological component occurs in the non-biological medium in which the nomenclature is recorded or written. 6. When the 4000 Halloway procedure is not performed, the personnel are suddenly transported to the wilderness of nameless creatures. 7. Use named spaces to appear multiple flora. 8. Local entities are suddenly teleported to where the name is being used. 9. Biological integration of subjects with local entities. 10. Use the biological integration of named architectural spaces with local entities. 11. Extreme deficiency of iron in the subject, but no expected negative side effects. For the archives of the Forbidden Lands, the amount of text is staggering. However, such a large amount of text also just proves the horror of the Forbidden Land. This is an extra-dimensional realm, a place that cannot be named. If you call this place by the same name multiple times, you will immediately be disturbed by the Forbidden Land. Even the SXP Foundation was unable to name the containment. The title changes with each mention. Similar to pending SXP, no name forest, unnamed realm and so on. This forbidden place is the housewarming gift specially prepared by Lin Mo for Avengers. Not only did he prepare the Forbidden Land, but he also recalled Peanuts, Shy People and Shadow Demons to ambush all over the Forbidden Land. However, what surprised Lin Mo was the detectives of SHIELD. Since you people are not afraid of death, feel the fear from the Foundation in advance before the arrival of the Avengers. Chapter 34. The S.H.I.E.L.D. expendables only felt dizzy after stepping into the Forbidden Land. With a rustling sound coming from the earphones, this dizzy feeling was instantly cleared. 15 Death Squad members clenched beam rifles in their hands. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. modified from the weapon technology of the Chitauri army. The bullets fired by the beam rifle can instantly melt a 5 cm thick steel plate for tanks. The range has also reached an astonishing 5,500 meters. Twice as much, or even more than triple that of a sniper rifle. It can be said that these beam rifles are the most powerful amounts of single combat rifles in human beings. Even Iron Man wasn't sure enough to resist a single hit from a beam rifle. SHIELD director Nick Fury outfitted the expendables with such huge amounts of rifles. It's enough to see how seriously he takes this action. Captain DK immediately counted the number of people after entering the Forbidden Land. After some inventory, the captain found it impressively. There should have been 15 death squads, but 8 people were missing. He immediately called out his 8 teammates on the radio. However, only the busy voices of the 8 team members returned to my ears. Just after entering the Forbidden Land, 8 team members disappeared instantly. Such a bad start is not a good sign. DK quickly reported to the director. Director, 15 seconds into the unknown area, 8 team members are missing. Please check the life status of the 8 team members. After a while, Nick Fury's permission came through the headphones. DK raised his hand to look at the combat watch. The above shows the health status of all members of the squad. And the 8 missing members, without exception, all died. DK's eyes widened when he saw the result on the combat watch. He didn't even know how his 8 team members died. Shocked and appalled. But their mission is to explore the Forbidden Land. Reinvigorated, DK opened his mouth and ordered. All attention, bind each other with mountain ropes. From now on, you must not leave the team. The remaining 6 team members quickly carried out the order. Everyone took out the mountain ropes, bound each other to each other, and practiced a straight line. The distance between each person is 1 meter, which is just the range where the rifle line can be flexibly rotated. After confirming that everyone was bound, DK took a deep breath and made a forward gesture. No one noticed that behind a few people, a trail of vines spreading out was approaching several team members. And there is nothing to see on the traces at all. This is because Lin Mo added a terrorist measure, optical stealth, when he unlocked carnivorous ivy. With the naked eye, the vines of carnivorous ivy cannot be seen. The death squad took 15 steps forward, a total distance of 20 meters. However, it was this short 20-meter distance. DK found that the scene before them had changed 6 times. Every transition is abrupt, and going backwards doesn't return to the original scene. If all 6 of them were not bound to each other with mountain ropes, they would have been separated long ago. DK led the team forward while reporting the situation to the chief. Suddenly, another scene changes. However, this change made DK completely stop. Because, in front of him stood a statue that looked like a peanut. This statue has a very weird spray paint on its face. And behind the statue, a monster with stunted body and a disfigured complexion can be seen vaguely. The monster reached out and covered his face, looking very sad. DK had seen Peanut before, and he knew it was the monster that killed hundreds of people. He took a deep breath and reported the situation to the director in a low voice. Director, enter the unknown area for 27 minutes and 19 seconds, and encounter the targets of murder statues and murder photos. Over the earphones, Nick Fury shouted to all the players in a hurried voice. Everyone remember, don't look directly at the face of the target of the murder photo. Don't look away in front of the murder statue. Listening to the director's advice, the 6 surviving members of the death squad were heartbroken. One can't watch, one can't watch. This is no way out at all. Fortunately, the target of the murder photo was hiding behind the statue. I can't see the other's face yet. Now, just keep your eyes on the killer statue all the time. However, at this moment, Captain DK suddenly felt dizzy. Immediately afterwards, a severe headache made it difficult for DK to stay on his feet. He crouched on the ground, his face flushed. The severe headache made his forehead bulge with blue veins. The reason why DK reacted like this? It's because he called the Forbidden Land by the same name twice. For the first time, he referred to the Forbidden Lands as unknown areas when reporting the disappearance of 8 teammates with Nick Fury. The second time, after encountering Little Peanut and the shy person, he used the unknown area to call the Forbidden Land. This triggers the terrible ability in Forbidden Lands. Captain DK instantly lost his combat ability, and he would slowly die in extreme pain. The captain suddenly did this, and the 6 surviving team members were extremely frightened. They wanted to step forward to rescue the captain, but Little Peanut stared straight at them. As long as the 6 of them made a move, Little Peanut would immediately step up and snap their necks. Fear spreads endlessly in the hearts of the 6 people. Suddenly, one of the expendables flew straight into the sky with his right foot up. In the next second, the flesh and blood all over his body melted instantly, and even the bones were melted into slag. This sudden scene completely collapsed the already terrified daredevils. Everyone runs and runs away. In an instant, everyone looked away from Peanut's body. Without the lock of sight, Little Peanut is instantly unlocked. It instantly appeared behind a female death squad member like a ghost, crushing her neck mercilessly. One of the 3 remaining expendables recalled Peanut's killing mechanism. He immediately looked up at Little Peanut. However, Little Peanut is no longer there. What he saw was a pale body and a terrifying face. What? Accompanied by a shrill scream. The shy person instantly attacked, and it almost flashed directly in front of the death squad. A pair of blood-stained blood claws mercilessly ripped apart the body of the daredevils. The other 2 death squads also failed to escape. Invisible carnivorous ivy hooked their legs like ecstasy chains. Just the moment of contact, it turned into blood everywhere. The captain, who survived a severe headache, saw his teammates die. Deep fear completely took over his brain. At this moment, all the brave sacrifices for the Federation were left behind by him. There was only one thought in his mind. Run. Live. Run. Resisting the severe pain that almost ripped his skull apart, Captain DK fled desperately. In order to make himself run faster, he throws one piece of equipment on his body. Only the camera on the body has not been disassembled. He fled frantically, not daring to look back at all. DK knew that the murderous statue must be after him. However, these terrifying monsters are now chasing their opponents. He can escape, and when his teammates die tragically, he can escape safely. I don't know how long I ran forward, and I don't know how many times the surrounding scenery has changed. Finally, he ran out of power. Even breathing takes all of your strength. When he raised his head and looked forward, the sight in front of him completely stunned him. The disappearing Avengers building stood in front of him. And there are 8 corpses floating around the Avengers Tower. Those 8 corpses were the 8 death squads who disappeared at the beginning. DK was completely terrified. Boundless fear and severe pain were hitting his body and mind all the time. He raised the pistol to his chin. Speaking to Commissioner Nick Fury through the headset. Director, I saw the missing team members in the Avengers Alliance building. Stop struggling, we are not their opponents. Outside the Forbidden Land. Nick Fury pinched the headset. He could clearly hear the screams of the detectives before they died. After every scream, an agent died. By the end, Nick Fury was shocked by the muttering of the Expendables Captain DK. See the Avengers Alliance building? Wasn't the Avengers Alliance building swallowed up by monsters? Why is it here? Wait, DK said we are not their match. Who are they? Who are they? Nick Fury held the headset and asked loudly. DK. Who are you talking about? ZZ. ZZ. They are. The SXP Foundation. Bam. A gunshot rang out in the headset. Nick Fury frowned. The death squads he sent out were wiped out. Chapter 35. She-Stark rushed to Nick Fury's direction as soon as he got the report from JARVIS. War Machine was left at headquarters to prevent the last time the home was stolen from happening again. Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Banner, Falcon, Scarlet Witch, Doctor Strange fully armed. Stark discovers when he arrives at Nick Fury's place. Captain America and Thor have been waiting for a long time. After a period of rest, the two have recovered almost. However, what made She-Stark's face sank was, beside Captain America and Thor, there is also Loki. He asked with a frown. Why let the prisoners out? Stark's words were addressed to Captain America and Thor, but his eyes remained on the man with dark green hair and a handsome face that always revealed a cunning and evil spirit. Loki, Thor's younger brother, the god of cunning, was once the greatest enemy of the Avengers Alliance. Seeing Stark's sullen face, Captain America explained. In extraordinary times, we need more manpower, and we can't take care of so many. Stark looked Loki up and down, and said lightly. I don't want to give my back to Loki. Loki's performance has always made Stark have no confidence in him. He even felt that he could not believe the 10 or 11 words in the mouth of this cunning god. But after he said this, he didn't speak any more to express his objection. At Stark's reaction, Captain America and Thor looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They know very well the strength of the things they have encountered before, and if the Avengers are to match the opponent, they must unite all the forces that can be united. Although Loki has always regarded the Avengers as an enemy and a situation breaker, he has been honest during this time. Also, they're all out now, and it's not realistic to just keep Loki at the base. If they came back and found that their hometown had been stolen, it would be really miserable. On the other side, closer to the periphery of the Forbidden Land, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, Fake, Nick Fury, is standing there with his subordinates. With a gloomy face, he stood at the front of the crowd with his hands behind his back. He was waiting for news of the squad that had gone deep into the Forbidden Land, he said to himself as he waited. Fake, these few things that happened recently are really weird, and none of them are worry-free. Every monster that comes out is not easy to mess with, and they all make a big mess. FK's Avengers, Stark's performance is really bad, they can't solve this trouble. The mood didn't get any better after Nick Fury ranted. He frowned as he looked at the mysterious twisted space in front of him, he thought. Anyway, this thing in front of you must be checked out. This is already the 4th sudden anomaly in the Federation, and the pressure on both the Federation and the people is very great. It is because of the pressure on him that Nick Fury is so angry. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps behind him, and he asked without looking back. Is it the news from inside? Hearing the director's question, the agent did not dare to neglect and said quickly. Yes, Agent Nathan, they have been out of touch with us for almost an hour. Nick Fury raised his brows and cursed softly when he heard this. Fake. Knowing that his director was in a bad mood, the agent quickly told the follow-up information. But they sent us a message before they lost contact. They said they found the Avengers building that was suspected to be swallowed up. And they found a lot of weird creatures inside. Finally heard some useful news. Nick Fury's face looked better, but only a little better. He hadn't forgotten that Nathan and the others had not heard from each other for an hour, and in such a strange place, being out of touch for so long often meant death. Avengers building? Didn't Stark say that the concept was swallowed up? Nick Fury frowned and muttered to himself. The agent standing by the side did not dare to speak, just waiting for the next order from his director. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury has a lot of problems, but he still has a brush in his work. I saw him wave his hand and ordered. Let the Avengers in, it's their job. As soon as the voice fell and the agent hadn't answered, Stark flew to him with a group of Avengers. J.A.R.V.I.S said he heard you yell at me, Nick. Nick Fury heard Stark's voice, and turned his head with the same expression. Then he must have heard it wrong. Don't you know what kind of person I am? You guys hurry in and bring my people back. Having said that, Nick Fury paused and sighed. Even if people can't bring them back, it's very important to us to bring back the records they searched. Seeing Nick Fury's serious look, Stark didn't even bother to jokingly pursue him, he nodded. Rest assured, I'll do it, Avengers are never inferior. After speaking, Stark walked deeper with the group. Whether it's Nick Fury's self-talk or his conversation with the agent, Stark and the others have heard it. They don't care what Nick Fury thinks of him, but they do care about Avengers. The devoured Avengers mansion appeared in this mysterious and eerie place. This undoubtedly tells the Avengers that the man behind this forbidden land is the one they are looking for. Everyone was on guard, because they knew there was going to be a fierce battle waiting for them when they got in. However, as soon as he walked in 2 steps, Doctor Strange and Stephen Strange frowned, and he reminded aloud. I feel a very dangerous atmosphere here. Hearing this, Stark, who was leading the team at the front, shook his head. Which of the enemies the Avengers face is not dangerous? Seeing his own reminder can't make the leader change his mind, and Strange can't help it either. He's a part of the Avengers now, there's no way he can leave his teammates behind and run off on his own. He had to wave his hands and put a magic shield on everyone, so as not to be deceived. The danger here is unknown, and he must be careful enough. Then, the group entered the Forbidden Land. Chapter 36. Stark and the others walked around the Forbidden Land in a formation of 2 people closely following each other, which ensured that no matter who the whole team disappeared, the other person could open a warning to remind everyone. Along the way, nothing unexpected happened. It's a solid dirt road, but it's a little small, because the dirt road is flanked by thick bushes, and no one would walk in the bushes in such a place. And the periphery of the whole strange place is filled with white mist, and people's vision has been greatly hindered. When they got here, they couldn't see Nick Fury at all. That didn't stop the Avengers, though. The group walked forward cautiously, and soon they encountered the first problem. Fork in the road. 1, 2, 3. 10. Falcon subconsciously counted after seeing these forks. There are 10 fork in the road, which is consistent with the number of them coming, as if to imply something. Strong doubts appeared on the faces of Stark and his party. Could it be that the mastermind behind the scenes knew that 10 of us would come? Black Widow Natasha Romanoff guessed, and upon hearing her words, Stark shook his head. That should be 9. Loki is not from our alliance. If the other party can still know this kind of temporary decision, then we don't have to go in and just surrender. Stark's words made the others even more puzzled, and Doctor Strange said with a heavy expression on his face. Could it be that this place has autonomous intelligence? It knows that we are 10 people. As soon as these words came out, the Avengers instantly felt a chill on their backs, and Stark's face became even more gloomy. He said. Probably. The appearance of the Forbidden Land originally revealed a strangeness, and Strange's guess is likely to be the truth. At this time, Thor, who had been driving the way in front of the team, suggested. Since it wants us to go into different places alone, it's better for us to work in pairs so that we can also take care of each other. Similarly, it will also make it easier for us to find the missing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, which will definitely be much more efficient. The rest of the people nodded in agreement after listening, but Stark shook his head and said firmly. We should all go the same way, don't forget, there's not just one tough guy here. Stark's words made everyone's heart skip a beat. Indeed, since this is a battlefield set up by people behind the scenes, there must be more than one intractable statue. The black fog and murderous photos that can swallow the concept of existence may also be here. With that said, Stark's caution was right, and even Thor nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone agreed with his suggestion, Stark nodded and said with a serious expression. Then let me take the lead, and you all follow. After speaking, he chose a path and walked forward, and Banner followed closely behind him. However, as soon as Stark took a step, he disappeared. This shocked the hearts of the crowd that followed, and they were cautious all the way, but there was still a problem. This may be optical refraction, I'll go and see. Banner frowned and said. He also took a step forward, and then everyone saw that he disappeared too. Seeing this scene, Strange realized that something was wrong. This was not a problem of optical refraction at all. He immediately attached magic to everyone's eyes. This magic can make them see the space in front of them clearly, even if there are folds and crosses, they can see clearly. However, Strange discovered unexpectedly that the scene just now was still in front of him, and he couldn't see the fluctuation of space at all, which made him a little puzzled. The rest of the people haven't reacted yet, but they also vaguely felt that something was wrong. Because if it was optical refraction, then Banner should come back and tell them to keep up. But Banner didn't appear for a long time, and at this moment Strange's voice rang. Let's walk the same road together. There is no optical refraction in front of us, nor does the folding of space exist. We have to find Stark and Banner, they'd be too dangerous if they were alone. Hearing Strange's words, Thor nodded. Okay, I'll go in with Loki. As he said that, he grabbed his brother's arm and walked forward, and the two of them disappeared at the same time without any accident. Then Natasha Romanoff and the others followed suit. Strange and Scarlet Witch were the last to get in. But when Strange stepped into the path, he found that there was no real feeling in his hands. When he turned his head to look beside him, Scarlet Witch Wanda had already disappeared, and there was no trace of human beings in front of him. Just as Strange was thinking about why, Stark's voice came from the nano-radio machine lying beside his ear. Avengers, can you hear me? Strange replied without hesitation. Can. He also answered with Hawkeye and others. After hearing everyone's replies, Stark continued. Since the wireless energy is connected, it proves that this space is connected. I think we may be in a high-latitude space now, where there is no continuity in space, and the connection of space is completely random. Stark's words made Strange suddenly enlightened. Indeed, under the blessing of his magic, the path he saw did not overlap spatially, which proved that everyone was not moved by the Forbidden Land to other places. But it was originally a high-latitude world, and the place where everyone was originally was a region, but because three-dimensional creatures couldn't understand the multidimensional world, they thought they had come to a different region. In fact, there might be Stark standing next to Strange, but the two of them just need to find a way to get directly to the opposite side. However, just as Strange lamented the world, the voice of Loki, the god of cunning, came over the radio. Excuse me, here I see a female agent in AS.H.I.E.L.D. uniform. Hearing this, Stark hurriedly asked. How is she? He remembered Nick Fury's explanation. The biggest purpose of the trip was to find the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. and go back with the information in their hands, and it would be best if they could bring them back together. However, Loki's answer made everyone's heart skip a beat, only to hear what he said. Ugh, she's sitting on a pile of bones now, holding a blazing baby. Chapter 37. It shouldn't be her personal preference, is it? In the empty field, Loki said with a stiff smile, but the radio did not respond to his joke. Loki had to step forward cautiously, watching carefully. This is a woman with a good figure. The uniform of S.H.I.E.L.D. did not cover up her figure, but with that red hair, it set her off very heroically. It's just that she is sitting on the pile of bones now, holding the fire baby in her arms, which is somewhat weird. Loki didn't have the heart to laugh at all, and just joking with his comrades on the radio was alleviating his own worries and fears. Strange had a hunch he actually had, as a devious god, his perception of danger was extremely powerful. He could even smell the danger emanating from the S.H.I.E.L.D. female detective in front of him. That's why he was so careful, and he did find some clues. Loki found a special nameplate on the female detective's chest. This is something that almost every agent or soldier will wear, because sometimes there is no way to bring the body back after they sacrifice and die, and only a nameplate can be used instead. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s detectives all wore them, and Loki came to the female detective after confirming that he could escape at any time. He looked down at the nameplate and saw Mary Grant written on it. Obviously, this is the name of the female detective in front of him. Loki straightened up and tried to yell at her. Mary. People are highly sensitive to their own names, respond even in their sleep, and wake up easily after hearing their name. I believe that many people have had relevant experience. Loki's shouting was to confirm the state of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in front of him. Mary did not speak, and remained seated on the pile of bones. Loki took a closer look, and noticed that Agent Mary's face was calm, not looking like she was in trouble at all. This made him a little suspicious. Maybe the agent in front of him just likes to sit on a pile of bones and hold a burning child in his arms. Although the idea is wild and bold, it is not impossible for Loki. With such a constitution, Loki cried out again weakly. Mary. This time, Loki still didn't get a response from the agent in front of him. And the baby in her arms, which was burning with fire, didn't move. It all looks so weird. Rao, a devious god like Loki, was a little creepy, and he decided to shout again. If the agent in front of him does not respond, he will withdraw. Preserving his strength is his biggest task. He never thought about going back when he was released this time. He has had enough of captivity. Thinking of this, Loki spoke with a little excitement and anticipation. Mary. There was still no response, and the excited Loki walked backwards directly, he said on the radio pretending to be helpless. Agent Mary she. However, before Loki could finish speaking, Agent Mary, who had not responded for a long time, moved. I saw she slowly raised her head, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she smiled strangely at Loki. Loki just saw this scene, and it made him feel cold, and he also felt that a great crisis was approaching. But before he could react, a sharp pain hit his head, and he only felt that his headache was about to explode. And the second that thought came out, Loki's head exploded like a giant popcorn. Even so, Loki didn't die outright either. Time seemed to freeze on him. I saw Loki fell into stillness with his head bursting. Then Loki noticed that Detective Mary was staring at him with her deep eyes. However, before he realized what it meant, Detective Mary's head exploded the next second. Red and white things are flying everywhere. This makes Loki, who has always liked to walk on the edge of danger, feel a little disgusting and terrifying. This made his face turn pale. However, he also found a new change, that is, his head seemed to return to normal. Just as Loki was about to give himself a thorough examination, he found that his body seemed a little out of control. He walked around in a ghostly way, towards the pile of bones made entirely of bones. Coming to the pile of bones, Loki sat down directly, all of which happened when he was conscious. And that wasn't the end. Loki, who sat down just like Detective Mary just now, picked up the flaming child. This made him subconsciously look at the child in his arms. The scene in front of him terrified him. I saw that the face of the flaming baby was actually Loki's own face. In the corner of the eye, Loki also saw some changes in the pile of bones under his body. He took a closer look and saw that the pile of bones was full of his own corpse. This puts Loki in an inexplicable state, and he screams with a look of horror on his face. Just when Loki fell into this weird state, the Hulk Banner was walking back and forth with a frown. Because of the Hulk's physique, his mood fluctuates easily. Especially now that everyone is not by his side, and the strong unease surrounds him, Banner's heart is even more restless. He heard Loki's scream just now. To be honest, Banner's heart froze when he heard it, and a cold sweat broke out from his back. Since his hands were devoured by the Shadow Fiend last time, Banner, who lost his ability to attack, has been stuck in a psychological predicament. He used to be the Hulk who punched Loki and kicked Stark, but now he is a waste without even his hands. This situation has been maintained until Strange came to help him recover his hands for a short time. But it's only a little better. Banner now has great doubts about his own strength. To be clear, he is not confident now. Men don't care about the length or thickness of their arms, as long as they are confident, they are the pinnacle. However, Banner was directly castrated by the shadow demon, and he no longer had the powerful weapon of his hands in his concept. So he subconsciously started worrying about himself when he heard Loki scream. What is it that makes a cunning god who is on the verge of death so fearful? Banner muttered to himself that this was a sign of his high tension. However, before he could regain his senses, he saw a familiar black fog appeared in front of him. This made his pupils shrink suddenly, and the sweat flowed out like a waterfall. Chapter 38. The moment he saw the black mist, Banner directly transformed into the Hulk, but he didn't dare to fight against him with his entire body intact. Turning his head and running away, his strong muscles gave him unparalleled explosive power. With just one jump, Banner crossed a distance of dozens of meters. But when he turned his head to look behind him, he found that he hadn't left the surroundings of the black mist at all. This made him very desperate, and shouted in a hoarse voice. "Don't come! I don't want to see you!" The words reached Stark over the radio, followed by the sound of Banner's footsteps and gasps as he ran. This made Stark a little anxious. Loki is not from the Avengers, or even an enemy of his Stark. History Stark can completely ignore his life and death. But Banner is different. He is not just a veteran of the Avengers, but also a helper and friend to Stark. His friends and partners were in danger, which made Stark very anxious, and he hurriedly asked. "Banner, what happened to you there?" The black fog appeared again. It appeared again. Banner's slightly trembling voice came from the radio. Just hearing this sound, Stark could imagine how frightened Banner was right now. He quickly soothed. "That black fog is afraid of light, and you just need to be careful not to cover it with your shadow." However, there was no response from the other end of the radio, which made Stark's face darken. This time they came in by accident. First of all, everyone was separated, and each stayed in a separate area. Except for radio communication, there was nothing else to help. Afterwards, Loki encountered something strange that he didn't know. Now that Banner has encountered his old rival, Black Mist, Stark feels that he and others have been very unlucky recently. But Stark didn't complain, he was trying his best to think about the corresponding solution. At the same time, the information provided by Banner reminded Stark of the information they had received before. Not long ago, the Mississippi statue came to the new Avengers headquarters. But when they were ready to meet the enemy, they found that the statue had disappeared. Combined with the information that Black Mist has also appeared, Stark can reasonably suspect that the photo body that caused many bloody cases should also be here. As soon as he thought of it, he heard Doctor Strange's slow voice on the radio in his ear. "What's in that murder photo is here for me." Stark's heart skipped a beat, but it wasn't the end of it. Scarlet Witch's voice rang out on the radio, and she only heard her say it. "The murder statue is here for me." The words of the two directly confirmed Stark's conjecture, and he can even be sure now. This extremely strange place is the enemy's lair. And the man behind the scenes that they want to find may also be hiding here. Thinking of this, a divine light flashed in Stark's eyes. He understands the principle of capturing the thief first and capturing the king. He only needs to find a way to catch the person behind the scenes, and then everyone's crisis will be solved naturally. While Stark was planning how to take the head of an enemy general, Doctor Strange was already on his way to escape. Strange himself was also very helpless. He just explored this area for a while, but he encountered a difficult enemy. 096 appeared suddenly. When he appeared in front of Strange, the unsuspecting Strange didn't even have time to dodge, and collided with 096. Afterwards, I went directly to 096 to see it face to face, and I could even see a few eyes on 096's nose. This made 096 fall directly into extreme sadness, and is now chasing him behind him. Strange has seen 096. According to the information provided by Stark, he will be hunted and killed when he sees this monster. Facing 096 who was chasing after him, Strange didn't run back, but subconsciously opened a door to a parallel world in front of him with his hands. The magic floating cloak he wore took him directly into the parallel world, and the portal behind him closed. This move directly blocked 096 out, but Strange felt that this was not enough insurance. The magic floating cloak was activated again, and in just a short moment, it passed through various broken fields. This was a movement at the speed of light. When he stopped, he had come to a small broken world. The turbulent flow of time and space is everywhere here, and the whole world is full of brilliance, exuding calm terror. This kind of place is impossible for ordinary people to reach, even Strange can stay for a long time with the magic floating cloak and Eye of Agamotto. After he stopped, he did not stand, but kept stirring the surrounding energy with his hands, arranging the powerful magic traps in his mind one by one. It's a long time to say, but it's all Strange does in an instant. As the Sorcerer Supreme, he has such strength. After doing all this, Strange couldn't help thinking. No matter how powerful this monster is, it shouldn't be able to cross the world, right? After thinking about it, he shook his head and smiled. Even if you can really travel through the world and successfully break through the blockades of various broken domains, you will definitely not be able to escape my magic trap. This is not Strange boasting, but the ability he is proficient in is too many. He has mastered dozens of spells alone, the strongest of which is Monsoon's Exile, which allows Strange to concentrate all the magic in this world and release it. In addition, he can also obtain the constant power of various powerful magical entities through some mysterious method, which is to borrow power from various gods. This makes Strange a demigod. Not to mention that he still has all kinds of life-saving means. Now these countermeasures are already planned by Strange after learning the relevant information, and everything is in line with his plan. Even if the monster did follow, Strange still had the last few tricks to use. One of the tricks is exile, exiling 096 directly to a different space. The broken little world in front of him is a good place, and Strange can guarantee that the monster will come and go. However, just when he was complacent and thought he could sit back and relax, a pale figure suddenly appeared behind him. 096 actually crossed the parallel world and came along. Chapter 39. Boom. The alienated hand knife slashed down, but it hit a gravel, and 096 immediately turned his head to look behind him. I saw that Strange was soaring in the air, and the magic floating cloak behind him was rolling without wind. It was just that he transferred his master to a safe position. Looking at this bony, weird-looking thing in front of him, Strange was full of shock. He had no idea how such a thing could travel through worlds and broken realms. And he also broke through the magic trap set by him, which is a sure kill trap that even the Avengers can't resist. Shocked, Strange chanted the magic spell without hesitation. With the surging energy in his hand, the seven-element ring of Ragador shrouded him directly. It was a circular magic circle. Can attack and retreat and defend. In addition, Strange also used Cedarak's Crimson Girdle to form a magic chain and bound it to 096. Limiting the movement of the opponent is a basic rule of magician. However, 096's reaction in the next second made Strange's shocked pupils shrink to a point. I saw that 096 came behind him again at an almost flashing speed, this time it was still relying on the reaction of the magic floating cloak to let him escape. Strange realized immediately that 096 couldn't be trapped. The only way to get rid of the enemy now is to attack. He chanted the spell of wind banishment without hesitation, and the floating cloak moved him quickly, preventing 096 from interrupting him. It took a few seconds for Strange to prepare the spell, and the magic power of the entire small world surged along with it. The impact of this is not small. There are more cracks in the small world where time and space are turbulent, and the rainbow-colored light inside is dazzling but deadly. Strange cast the spell directly behind him after a flash, then immediately dodged. At the same time, 096 appeared directly where Strange was just now. A firework rain of magic blooms in the small world, and in the center of the firework is 096, and Strange sees him. With such a powerful magic bombardment, you can't survive. Strange said rather proudly. However, the next second, a very familiar yin wind struck. 096 actually appeared behind him again. Dr. Strange hurriedly dodged. Looking back at 096, I saw that it was still as pale as it was just now, and it was unharmed. Such a result made Strange unbelievable and even more unacceptable. He had driven Dormammu back and was chosen by the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One as the successor of the mantle. It is also known as the most powerful one of the Sorcerer Supremes of all dynasties. However, even if he used the most powerful magic, he has not been able to kill this strange existence. The shock in my heart rushed like a turbulent river. Strange forced himself to calm down. He realized that the enemy could not be killed. At least not at his current level. The only thing Strange can do right now is to exile 096 and run away on his own. Although Strange didn't want to do it, his reason told him that he had to do it, or he would die at the hands of this monster sooner or later. When 096 struck again, Strange directly used magic to summon a portal behind him, just to exile 096. Seeing this, Strange directly motivated the time gem kept in the Eye of Agamotto, and a powerful force made him escape into the watershed of time. He puts his time back before joining the Avengers. Looking at the dazzling river of time in front of him, Strange thought. I have traveled through time, unless you also master the power to control time, it is absolutely impossible to catch up. The time gem was already activated, a green light flashed before his eyes, and Strange closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the surrounding scene had become the supreme holy place. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and Strange knew it was Hawkeye. He's here to persuade himself to join the Avengers. And, after 3 seconds, Hawkeye will ask if he is home. 3, 2, 1. Doctor, are you at home? Hearing Hawkeye's voice, Strange finally confirmed. He did go back in time, before the Avengers invited him to join. The magic floating cloak supported him and walked slowly towards the gate, but at this moment, a gust of wind blew past. Strange's brows frowned slightly, and he suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart, and this kind of unease did not appear when he accepted the invitation last time. He felt that something was wrong, and immediately urged the magic floating cloak to take him around the house. But when he patrolled the entire holy place aside, he found nothing strange. Could it be that I feel wrong? Thinking of this, Strange felt a little tired. The battle with 096 just now took a lot of his energy. It should be like this, no one can break through the blockade of time to come here. Time rewind is Strange's life-saving secret technique, which he never told anyone and rarely used. Apart from him, he has never seen anyone appear in the river of time. So he was very sure that the monster couldn't follow him. After eliminating his unease, Strange floated towards the door, but at this moment, he glanced at the mirror next to him out of the corner of his eye. In the mirror, he saw a terrifying face behind him, and it just happened to be looking at him. This face Strange was too familiar, his pupils shuddered, and he said subconsciously, "Following." Hawkeye stood at the door for a long time. He knew that the place in front of him was the supreme holy place. There was a sorcerer supreme in it. The ability was powerful and mysterious. So he didn't dare to be too presumptuous, and the purpose of his trip was to ask the Sorcerer Supreme to become a member of the Avengers. The repeated anomalies in the Federation prove that a powerful organization is targeting the Avengers. They must gather all the forces they can muster so that they can gain some advantages in future battles and reduce everyone's casualties. Suddenly, Hawkeye heard a soft sound coming from the Supreme Holy Place, which sounded like the sound of a sharp blade cutting flesh. Then came the sound of people falling. This made his pupils shrank suddenly, and he didn't care about any etiquette and rules, he directly slammed open the door of Holy Place. The dim Holy Place was illuminated by the outdoor light, and Hawkeye saw the Sorcerer Supreme Strange lying on the ground at once. He was lying on his back on the ground, with a large pool of blood under him. Hawkeye took a closer look, and saw that there were several scars on Strange's neck that almost cut him off, and there were cracks all over his body. At first glance, it was wounded by a sharp blade. At the moment, Strange is dead and can't die anymore, his eyes widened, as if he saw something extremely terrifying. This kind of death made Hawkeye's heart sink, and he always felt like he had seen this scene somewhere. Chapter 40. In Forbidden Land. There was a sudden silence in the radio, which made Stark a little uneasy. He knew how strong the body of the murder photo was among all the people present. Peter Parker was still lying in the life support device. But Strange's ability is also very powerful. Not to mention a lot of attack methods, even the magic float cloak and eye of Agamotto on him are extremely precious props. Among the entire Avengers, Stark thinks that Strange is the first in the history of life-saving ability. Thinking of this, he asked in a flat tone, "Dr. Strange, have you dealt with your opponent?" However, there was no response from the other end of the radio for a long time, which made Stark feel a little strange, and a trace of unease appeared in his heart. While Stark frowned slightly, Hawkeye's voice came over the radio. "Dr. Strange died long ago, in Holy Place when I called him." Stark was stunned by Hawkeye's slightly suspicious words. He clearly remembered that Dr. Strange was there just now, and a few seconds ago he reported to himself that he had encountered the body of the murder photo. History Stark still remembers that before entering the Forbidden Land, Strange said he felt very dangerous here. And Stark also clearly remembered that he gave the answer. Which one the Avengers are dealing with is not extremely dangerous. Stark muttered to himself. He didn't believe that Strange was dead, long before the assembly. "Stark, don't be fooled." The determined voice of Captain America Rutgers came over the radio. In his opinion, Stark may have encountered some kind of monster, which has caused him to remain unconscious. Thor also spoke immediately. "Stark, wake up, this place is very weird, we have to be careful." Everyone's reaction made Stark even more puzzled. He didn't even reply right away, but thought on his own. Is Strange really dead? What happened to the memory in his mind? Is there really a mysterious force affecting him and creating a hallucinatory memory for him? Now the situation is too complicated, and Stark still begins to suspect that his memory has been manipulated. Although he knew that the memory of such details was unlikely to be artificial, when faced with this behind-the-scenes mastermind, Stark felt that the other party might really be able to do it. But just as Stark shook his head, Scarlet Witch Wanda's voice came clearly over the radio. "Your memory is not wrong. Dr. Strange did come in with us. Before he came in, he specially arranged a magic cover for each of us, which can resist the temptation of the mind." As soon as Wanda's words came out, Stark's eyes lit up. This proves that his memory is not fake. Strange was really with them before, but now he doesn't know why his memory was erased. And on the other end of the radio, Wanda continued. "But now the magic hood has disappeared, which shows that the body of that weird photo has killed Strange. He crossed the timeline, went back in time and killed Dr. Strange. This resulted in the killing of Dr. Strange in 672 parallel worlds at that moment." Wanda's words were flat, but terrifying. Stark's pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt a little cold all over his body. This is the result of the rapid pumping of blood into the heart, proving that one is in a state of high shock, accompanied by panic. The blood-side battle armor detected that the various values of his body were rapidly fluctuating, and quickly calmed down. History Stark draws a conclusion from Wanda's words that Dr. Strange is dead in the past. The monster that kills photos actually has the ability to cross the timeline, which is what makes she Stark feel terrified. Being able to travel through the timeline means that the murder photo can travel back in time and kill everyone before Operation Avengers begins. With this thought in his head, Stark couldn't help but imagine the Avengers being destroyed by a monster. He had even imagined the scene of the Federation being destroyed by this monster. A Federation without superhero guards is simply impossible to defend against such monsters. But soon, she Stark forced himself to calm down immediately. What I fear most is not the strength of the enemy, nor the disparity in strength between the two sides. What I am most afraid of is that my psychological defense line will collapse first and be in chaos. She Stark understands this, so he calms down quickly with the help of the blood-side dwarf Rame. With a clear mind, he immediately thought of the research conclusions he had drawn before. If you want to kill people, you need to activate the mechanism. Only when you see him or see his video data will he attack. Once this mechanism is not triggered, it will not cause the opponent's attack. This has been confirmed by the Black Mist Shadow Demon and the Murderer statue. In this way, she Stark has figured out the logical sequence behind Strange's killing. Murder Photos is a monster that doesn't voluntarily cross the timeline at all. The reason why he was able to cross the timeline and kill Strange was entirely because the Doctor himself would travel through the timeline. Strange must have chosen to go back to the past when he was being chased, trying to avoid this monster's pursuit. And Strange chose to backtrack before joining the Avengers. But what the Doctor didn't expect was that this monster could cross the timeline to hunt him down. As a result, he died in his supreme holy place. Everyone else's memories of him were altered at that moment, and they all thought the Doctor was dead. After thinking about this, the fear in she Stark's heart lessened a lot. Having the ability to actively cross the timeline is a very scary thing, because you have no idea if the enemy will kill you before you grow up. Take she Stark himself, if the monster can actively cross the timeline, he can be easily eliminated when he is a playboy. A superhero also needs to grow up, and crossing the timeline can avoid the superhero when they are strong, and go directly to their weakest childhood or adolescence. However, even if this monster cannot actively cross the timeline, his pursuit mechanism that can cross time and space is already appalling. At this moment, Scarlet Witch Wanda's voice without emotional fluctuations sounded again. Right now, that spooky photo is going after Doctor Strange in all the alternate universes. Chapter 41. Right now, that spooky photo is going after Doctor Strange in all the alternate universes. Everyone was shocked when they heard the voice coming from the radio. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff exclaimed directly. What? He's hunting Doctor Strange in all the parallel worlds. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's shocked cry, Wanda responded with some emotion. Yes, because Doctor Strange traveled to a different parallel world while avoiding pursuit. It made our enemy, that spooky murder photo, realize that there's not just one Doctor Strange, there are other Stranges in every flat cloud world. So the scope of his pursuit was expanded at once. What he's chasing now is Doctor Strange in the parallel world that has been expanding since the moment he saw his face. Wanda's explanation was clear. Captain America Rogers' thoughtful voice came over the radio. That is, Strange didn't choose to join the Avengers in some parallel world, or he didn't see the monster's face, so he wouldn't be hunted down. Yes, not all Doctor Strange in parallel worlds were hunted down. For Captain America's inference, Wanda gave his own conclusions. For a moment, the entire radio fell silent, and everyone was stunned. Hawkeye, who saw Strange's death with his own eyes, was most shocked when he learned the news. When Stark asked about Strange just now, he had no memory of entering this forbidden place with the Doctor. His memory of Strange stayed in the supreme holy place. Now that I think about it, Doctor Strange's death did look exactly like the man targeted by the murder photo. It is precisely because of seeing this with his own eyes that Hawkeye is the most obvious person whose memory has been affected. Hawkeye couldn't help but wonder if the monster was not killing Strange, but his wife and children. Moreover, it was a kill that crossed the timeline, so would he also forget his dearest person? To Hawkeye, Strange's death wasn't terrible, it was oblivion. He is already skeptical of his past memories, and he even thinks he may have lost some people in the past. It was only because of the tampering with time that he had forgotten it. Compared with Hawkeye's shock, Captain America is different, he is pure shock and worry. Having played against the statues, he knows how powerful these monsters are. Precisely because he knew that it was impossible to deal with these monsters alone, that's why he initiated Stark's proposal to gather more superhero. But he did not expect that even so, everyone still encountered trouble. And they directly lost a powerful boost. Strange's ability is very strong, and he can help the entire team by himself, greatly improving their life-saving combat ability. But now that he is dead, no one even remembers him. This is definitely a big nerf to Avengers. Rogers couldn't help but be a little worried about the next battle. He felt that things would not end like this, and the person behind the scenes must have more means waiting for them. It's hard to say whether their group of Avengers can go that far. Because the three old acquaintances that appeared now have caused them great trouble. Not to mention the new monsters that Loki has encountered. On the other hand, when Thor learned that Strange died because of this, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. As the son of a god king who is not afraid of the sky and earth, Thor has always felt that with his own strength, no one in this world should be able to hurt him. But now the fact is that these strange monsters seem to be a serious threat to his life. Needless to say about the statue, the two have already fought each other, and Thor's thunderous offensive is like a bath in the eyes of the other party, and it has no effect other than being cool. And the black fog that can swallow the concept of existence, Thor does not dare to try it lightly. If he is swallowed, it will really disappear forever. Thor is also very afraid of the monster behind this murderous photo. His ability is mainly in the power and speed of thunder. But in this he can't necessarily compare to Strange, who has the complete heritage of Sorcerer Supreme. So he felt that if he encountered this monster, he would probably have no way to escape. Thor couldn't help but feel ashamed of the seaports he had boasted about earlier. Fortunately, at that time, Stark and the others tried their best to stop them, otherwise Avengers should have one less person now. As for Banner and Falcon, they were a little silent. Banner was initially taken aback by the black mist. Now he is hiding in the distance honestly, staring at the black mist without daring to make any move. He still keeps observing his own shadow. For fear of covering the black fog, if he was kicked out this time, no one would be able to save him. Falcon's silence lies in the fact that he can't understand and accept the current situation for the time being. Even though it was fine just now, everyone suddenly has one less partner. If it wasn't for Scarlet Witch Wanda's explanation, they might not have known the news. And when he heard that Strange's body in other parallel worlds was also being hunted down, his face was even more distressed. It's the same as everyone's math class. Obviously, he just dozed off, but the blackboard he sees in the next second is all over the teacher's blackboard. The content of the lecture is a mathematical problem, but except for one solution that I understand, the rest are all guesswork. This feeling is really torturous, so Falcon simply doesn't speak, just listen to the instructions of the bosses. After a long silence, Stark's voice rang in everyone's ears again over the radio. Strange's death is a sad event, but we don't have time to mourn him now, as we have a much more pressing task ahead of us. Everyone nodded after hearing this sentence. The dead are gone, and they do not have the ability to resurrect Strange. But they can complete the task in hand with Strange's will and make his sacrifice worthwhile. It's just that Stark's next words made it a little difficult for them to understand. That monster went to various parallel worlds to hunt down Strange, which should be good news for us. As soon as the voice fell, Stark immediately explained. Until he kills Doctor Strange in all parallel universes, he should not attack us for a while. That way, we have one less formidable enemy. As soon as Stark finished his explanation, an invisible vine suddenly appeared, directly entangling him along with the man and the mecha. Chapter 42. New York City. Lin Mo was standing inside the house, his eyes looking outside through the huge amounts of French windows. Outside the window, New York City is full of lights. Everyone on the road is busy with their own future. The panic the containment caused everywhere seemed to have no effect on them. Humans are such animals, they always ignore the things they can't change in order to survive. Or, they feel that Avengers can help them solve their problems. After all, even if the sky falls, there are tall people who will bear it first. Observing ordinary people has been one of Lin Mo's recent pleasures in his spare time. Since being kicked out by Avengers, he no longer has to dedicate his entire time to building the Avengers alliance. It has to be said that Stark did this so that Lin Mo found another self. He no longer has to worry about how to balance the Federation and the Avengers alliance to ensure that the organization he has built can continue to develop better. Nor does he need to disrupt his vacation plans due to strange events happening everywhere. Such a leisurely time as now, Lin Mo has not experienced for a long time. Thinking of this, Lin Mo picked up the glass beside him and drank the amber whiskey with ice in one gulp. The two contradictory touches of hot and cold appeared in his mouth at the same time, which made him feel very cool. At this time, Lin Mo's mind also sounded the system's icy prompt. Containment 096 travels through time to kill Doctor Strange. And that act wiped out Doctor Strange in 672 parallel universes. A total of 60,000 fear points were obtained. Hearing this news, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly. This is a qualified subordinate, as his master lies at home, he can receive countless rewards. And he doesn't have to worry about 096, they'll backstab him like Stark did. After all, the containment items unlocked by the system have absolute loyalty to him. Looking at the huge number, Lin Mo put down the wine glass in his hand and muttered to himself. Killing a Doctor Strange gets so much horror, it's so worth it. For such a huge amount of income, Lin Mo understood it simply by thinking about it. Strange has the dimensional travel ability, and going to a parallel world is as easy as breathing for him. Every parallel world is open to him, and he can clearly see what's going on there. And Strange in each parallel world is the same person after all, it's just that they went in different directions at a certain time. However, 096's pursuit is indiscriminately covered. As long as anyone who sees him will become the target, it doesn't matter which time and space you are in, or whether you are in a parallel world. As long as this is strange, he will kill it, and only in this way can 096 return to normal. Killing was the only antidote to his shameful misery. So the 60,000 points of fear were basically provided by Strange alone. Is this a bug? Lin Mo said with a smile. In fact, this is not a loophole, because generally speaking, everyone will not know themselves in another parallel universe, nor will they realize that there is another self in other parallel universes. That is, Strange died and had to travel in parallel universes, which made 096 realize that something was wrong. So that 096 is still chasing Strange in other parallel worlds. This is to let Strange in other worlds know that he is implicated, and I am afraid that he will die of anger. But this is not a bad thing for Lin Mo, because there will be more fear points to be harvested in the future. For example, Lin Mo now sees the system prompt. 096 is in the zombie universe and the zombie Doctor Strange is playing. In fact, Lin Mo is still very curious. Zombie Strange is already a zombie in a dead state. Can 096 kill him? And what is the standard for this kill? Just when Lin Mo was puzzled by this, the system suddenly opened a report. Because of killing Doctor Strange in this world, the host can spend panic value to unlock Time Gem. The system's notification made Lin Mo's eyes light up. Time Gem allows users to fully control past, present and future time. In addition, it can also allow users to travel in time, accelerate time, reverse time, chaotic time, and even loop a certain time indefinitely. This ability has a very strong application both in the review and in the battle. When you encounter a difficult opponent, you can directly exile him into the time loop. In this time loop, he has to create the perfect moment to leave, but then he will find himself back here again. It will always be an endless cycle. Even if the person trapped in it dies, this cycle will always exist, and it will be resurrected from the beginning again. In a sense, the time loop can make people live forever, as long as you can stand the loneliness and boredom. Although this thing has caught a lot of time management, it is still a very powerful existence in the universe where Lin Mo lives. This kind of baby Lin Mo will definitely unlock, so he directly clicked on the list of the system. On the item unlock list, in addition to Dr. Pym, who was devoured by the Shadow Demon, the Hands of the Hulk, and a brand new truck, a new optional item appeared. Time Gem, worth 50,000 fear points. Seeing this price, Lin Mo shook his head helplessly, then clicked the unlock button. Give me 60,000 points of income, and then use a time gem to directly take back 50,000 points. Sure enough, you are the system. Lin Mo shook his head not because he didn't want to unlock the space-time gem, he was just sighing that he had definitely studied this system in a pig farm. Where to make money and where to spend it, I have learned a thorough way of thinking about taking it home. The 50,000 points of time gem have been consumed, and Lin Mo felt that it was better to spend the remaining 10,000 points of fear. He simply clicked on the list of containment items. Lin Mo intends to unlock one more containment, so that he has one more way to gain fear points. In the future, the speed of harvesting the fear value will be faster, and the fear value that can be consumed in the system will be correspondingly more. Fill money is a matter of one step, and stud is also a kind of wisdom. Opening the unlockable containment list, Lin Mo saw a bright name at a glance. Occupy Mask, SXP-035, requires 10,000 horror points to unlock. Lin Mo chose it without hesitation. Not for anything else, just for the price. 10,000 points, just in time to spend all the panic value in his hand, so that he doesn't need to think about buying and buying. When he clicked to unlock, the system also consciously jumped out the interface of the relevant introduction. Chapter 43. Item Note, SXP-035. Item Level, Keter. Special Containment Procedures, SXP-035 is to be stored in an airtight glass container with a wall thickness of not less than 10 cm. The container is always housed in a lead-shielded room wrapped in steel. Doors are triple locked at all times, and no less than 2 armed guards will guard the door at all times, except when persons are allowed in and out. Guards must be at the door at all times and must not enter the containment cell under any circumstances. A trained psychologist must be on site at all times. Researchers are not to have access to SXP-035 at all times. SXP-035 must be transferred to a new airtight container every 2 weeks. The previous vessel had to be processed by SXP-101 as it did not show any adverse reaction to corrosion by SXP-035. Anyone who came into contact with SXP-035's soy milk while it had a host received immediate psychological evaluation. Description: the appearance of SXP-035 is that of a white porcelain comedy mask, although it transforms into a tragic mask at some point. During such events, all existing visual records of the SXP-035, including photographs, video footage, and even portraits, will automatically change to reflect its new look. Judging from the containment procedures and description of 035, Lin Mo felt that this should be a more interesting thing, and he ordered enthusiastically. Release 035 and let it go to Scarlet Witch. The two toughest people in Avengers are Doctor Strange. Now that he was killed by 096, and he was chased by 096 in the parallel world, naturally he didn't need to worry anymore. Another particularly difficult one is the Scarlet Witch Wanda. Wanda with the ability to change reality is extremely difficult to deal with. No matter what you do to her, she can be changed by the same power as the reality gem. Peanut is just a statue and it should be hard to kill Wanda. And Wanda is a person who is strong when he is strong, and there is no upper limit to his combat power. If you want to deal with her 035's function, it is very suitable. According to Lin Mo's instructions, the system immediately dropped 035 around the Forbidden Land of Wanda. And in the Forbidden Land of at the moment, the invisible carnivorous ivy, that is, RSXP-307, is enthusiastically embracing Stark at this moment. It is trying to digest the person in its arm. However, its actions were unsuccessful, because at the moment Stark was in a tin can. This is the first defense layer released by the Bloodside Warframe when it detects something attacking. It was the appearance of this metal defense layer that earned Stark a short time, and he directly broke free from the shackles of the vine and flew out. As he flew out, Stark immediately shouted loudly, "Anti-Hulk armor!" This sentence was faithfully transmitted by the radio signal, and soon Stark heard Banner's puzzled voice in his ears. "What armor are you talking about? You're doing this kind of thing behind my back." Hearing Banner's complaints, Stark shrugged helplessly. "Who told you to always run wild, and now is not the time to talk about it, let's talk about it when we can go back alive." Although Stark was talking to Banner, his attention was always on the area in front of him. The metal defense layer that the Bloodside battle armor threw out has been twisted into a scrap of iron, which made him immediately realize that the monster that attacked him was a monster that could be invisible. He observed cautiously, and even called up the thermal imaging sensor in front of him, but it didn't work at all. In front of his eyes was a cold-colored image of a plant, and no heat energy was detected at all. Suddenly, tearing air sounds rang out in front of him, and Stark, who was on high alert, immediately avoided it. At the same time, dozens of huge amounts of armor fell from the sky, hitting the location of the Stark station just now. This time, Stark saw something different. Under the body of the anti-Hulk mecha, there were obvious thick and long strips squirming. Stark waved his hand lightly, and the anti-Hulk mecha was already on him. With the protection of the heavy mecha, Stark felt a lot more at ease, and he quickly issued a warning to everyone. "There is something invisible in the forest attacking me, maybe some kind of plant that can hide, you guys should be small." However, before Stark could speak, the tearing air sounds sounded again, and this time he couldn't dodge. Boom! Stark, who was wearing the anti-Hulk mech, was directly pumped up, and he rolled several times in the air. If the power system is not strong enough to automatically help Stark adjust the landing posture, maybe his dignified Iron Man will fall and eat shit. As soon as he landed, the missile bay on Stark's shoulder opened directly, and a large number of missiles flew out. The missiles weren't meant to kill the enemy, they were meant to be colored, and they burst open in front of Stark. Immediately afterwards, Stark saw what was in front of him. The optical tinting missile marked countless points of light on the object in front of it, and when these light points were combined, the outline was three long and thick things. Judging from its silent, twisted state, Stark immediately thought of an extremely common plant, the ivy. Was it a plant that attacked him? Or the most common ivy? J.A.R.V.I.S. Analyze its location. Stark had a puzzled look on his face, but soon enough he didn't have the heart to think so. Because in front of his eyes, the vines full of light spots began to surge wildly. Stark, no matter how stupid, should have known that this thing was going to attack him. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s analysis was very fast, and immediately marked the positions of the three vines. Stark directly urged the anti-Hulk mecha to attack the source of the vines. But everything was not as simple as he thought. One of the vines always protected the source, while the other two kept attacking Stark. Stark relied on the strong power of the anti-Hulk mech to constantly fight against the vines, but after the increase in power, there is a price to pay. The anti-Hulk mech is far inferior to the Bloodside armor in response speed, and Stark has been drawn by the vine several times. Each swipe from the vine sent the anti-Hulk mech into a frenzy, sometimes even knocking it out of the way by hitting a joint. Stark felt that this battle was very aggrieved. But he had no choice but to do his best to maintain it, constantly getting closer to the source of the vines. Fortunately, his persistence was still somewhat useful. In the end, he came to the source of the vine with multiple damages to the anti-Hulk mecha, and caused a lot of damage to it with a strong electric current that was enough to stun the Hulk. The vine immediately shrank back in pain. "There's no time to examine the extent of the damage to the anti-Hulk mech," Stark asked over the radio in a rough voice. "How is everyone? Is there anything new?" A voice came from Falcon, who had been silent for a while, only to hear his voice tremble. "I see Loki." Chapter 44. I see Loki. Falcon looked at the figure sitting on the pile of bones not far away, and said softly to the radio. Perhaps it is the rendering of various encounters before, or the strange scene in front of you. Various factors caused Falcon's voice to tremble, and he was somewhat frightened. But this is normal. Anyone who sees a big man sitting on a pile of bones on the road will be afraid. Not to mention that he was still holding a burning child in his arms. Plus, since entering this place, Falcon has always felt a crisis around him, so his fears are normal. After getting in touch with everyone, Falcon stepped forward cautiously. As he got closer, Falcon saw a little more clearly. Only Loki in front of him was sitting, but his head was down, so he couldn't see his face at all. This leaves Falcon unsure of Loki's current state. Holding the mentality of testing Loki's life and death, Falcon gave a tentative cry. Loki. The voice came out, but Loki didn't answer, didn't even move. Falcon heard only the slight explosion of fires burning flesh in his ears. The sight in front of him made him horrified. He swallowed and walked carefully around Loki. The bones under Loki's eye are clean, human bones, nothing else. Falcon is not very afraid of this. He often sees such things as corpses. Any superhero's ability to accept dead man is very strong. It is often the unknown stuff that scares them. It's the thing Loki is holding in his arms that makes Falcon feel dreaded now. There was no change in the burning child from beginning to end. He clearly remembered what Loki said on the radio just now, saying that he had seen the female detective of S.H.I.E.L.D. holding a burning child. Now the female detective is gone, but the burning child is still there, but the person holding him has become Loki. It's hard not to make Falcon think of something. After observing for a while, Falcon noticed that the child in Loki's arms didn't move at all, and he thought there should be no major problems. He just stepped forward, ready to start calling Loki again. But at this moment, Loki raised his head with difficulty. I saw that his face was flushed red, his eyes were bloodshot, and the 7 orifices of his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes were faintly flowing outwards with blood. The whole person looks like a ghost who has just crawled out of hell. Falcon was taken aback by this, and he quickly took 2 steps back. Then he saw Loki open his mouth, speaking very hard. Don't call name word twice. But because of the distance between the two, and Loki's words were intermittent, Falcon couldn't hear them at all. He subconsciously asked. What are you talking about? I don't know if Loki heard it. When he wanted to remind him again, Falcon added another sentence. Loki, what did you just say? As soon as the words fell, a trace of panic flashed in Loki's eyes, as if a catastrophe was imminent. And this was quickly captured by Falcon, who was standing beside him. He was about to speak, but he suddenly felt his head hurt. The intense pain made him feel like his head was about to explode. Under the severe pain, Falcon subconsciously wanted to ask Loki in front of him for help. However, the next second he started vomiting uncontrollably. At first, what he vomited was still undigested food. Although he was a superhero, he was still human after all, but his ability was outstanding. And as a superhero, Falcon still has a huge demand for food, and he spit out a lot of food in a row. There are residues that have been digested into a paste, and there are still undigested shapes. They all have one thing in common now, that is, the sour smell. Human gastric juice is extremely acidic, which can easily corrode many things. Microorganisms in the stomach also produce a lot of sour gas when breaking down food. Falcon hunched over and vomited until the food in his stomach was gone. After the food is vomited, there is gastric juice. Falcon thought that he should be better here. After all, there is nothing left to vomit. He can't vomit air, right? However, Falcon was horrified to find that his vomiting did not stop at all. After vomiting the sour gastric juice, he coughed violently, and then he felt a sweet taste in his mouth. A smooth, greasy fluid filled his mouth, and Falcon tried to keep his mouth shut, not wanting to let the vomiting continue. But it was in vain after all. When the feeling of vomiting came up for the second time, Falcon couldn't hold it anymore, and he spit out a large pool of blood. Yes, after Falcon vomited nothing in his stomach, he vomited blood, which made Falcon's face pale quickly. A 50-kilogram adult has about 4 liters of blood, and one mouthful of Falcon is nearly 500 milliliters. He spit out several mouthfuls in a row, and directly spit out most of the blood in his body. In front of him was the blood he spat out. It wasn't over yet, and gradually Falcon saw various pieces of internal organs in the blood that Falcon spat out. And his posture became more and more weak, more and more twisted, and finally he was lying on the ground directly, constantly spitting out fragments of internal organs from his mouth. By the time the liver was vomited out, Falcon had completely lost consciousness, only his body was still throbbing from vomiting. Loki, who is still a little conscious, can now easily see Falcon. In the end, Falcon even spit out his own bones and throat. In this case, even superhero cannot survive. Falcon just fell to the ground like this, in the pool of blood he vomited, with no organs in his body, and his eyes lost his vigor. Seeing Falcon vomit himself alive, Loki suddenly thought of what happened to him when he saw the S.H.I.E.L.D. female detective. The strong sense of crisis made him scream again in horror. However, in the next second, there was a crisp slap sound, and Loki's head exploded again. Compared to the tragic scene here, Scarlet Witch Wanda is not feeling well there. After being reminded by Stark, she began to consciously dodge to avoid possible attacks. The surrounding shrubs and woods became the focus of attention. But Wanda didn't notice that in a corner not far away, there was a cute statue standing there quietly, waiting for her arrival. SXP-173, Little Peanut, waiting for a long time. Chapter 45. Forbidden Land, in the dense jungle. Scarlet Witch Wanda is enveloped in red magical energy. These red energies come from the same source as the reality gem, which has the ability to change reality. Even, Scarlet Witch is powerful enough to use consciousness to travel to other self in the parallel world. With such a powerful force, even Doctor Strange in the state of the province is not necessarily her opponent. And now, the mighty Scarlet Witch encounters the murderous statue. SXP-173 Peanuts. As the most classic containment of the Foundation, Little Peanut even became the mascot in the hearts of fans of the Foundation. Even, in Lin Mo's original world, there are actually a large number of fans who believe in Little Peanut. Think of Peanut as a new god, a current artificial god. So much so that among the fan groups, Little Peanut has been tacitly regarded as a divine existence. No idea, right now, in this Marvel world. Does the Little Peanut with many believers have a body shape? Scarlet Witch hovered above the sky, and she looked down at the Little Peanut in front of her. There was no emotion in the expression on his face. She knew something about Little Peanut. Know what the killing mechanism of Peanut is. Therefore, at the moment when he unfortunately met Little Peanut, his eyes never left Little Peanut. Gradually, Scarlet Witch found out. The facial features on the murder statue's face were actually drawn. It has no eyes at all. Some are just two artificially drawn black dots. Even the patterns on its face are dried and somewhat faded spray paint. Noticing this detail, Scarlet Witch was stunned. There is no senseless, so how does this weird murder statue know that no one is watching it? Could it be said that this murder statue did not kill people through some kind of mechanism? Is it disguised? With the idea of giving it a try, Scarlet Witch used magic to create a duplication of his own. And use the energy of alter reality to hide his figure. At the moment when the sight disappeared, the Little Peanut, which was as motionless as a clay sculpture, was finally activated. It quickly finds its target in sight. Soon, Peanut found its target. The duplication of the magically created Scarlet Witch was deliberately avoided by Wanda under the control of Wanda. Little Peanut stormed towards the only living creature in sight. The speed of the attack is extremely fast, and it is not too much to say that it is instantaneous. Although the duplication of Scarlet Witch is a duplication, it also has 1/3 of Wanda's energy. Faced with the onslaught of Little Peanut, she raised her arms subconsciously. In an instant, the crimson mist that filled the sky blocked duplication's face. Little Peanut attacked quickly, and his outstretched arms fell firmly on the magic mist. It was obviously hitting a soft object, and it made a clanging sound of gold and iron. Moreover, there was even a slight white mark on Little Peanut's arm. This is unprecedented. Before this, neither Captain America nor Thor's attack could damage Peanut. Not to mention leaving little white marks on Peanut's body. But now, after fighting Scarlet Witch, not only did Peanut fail to break Scarlet Witch's defenses, it's even more injured. You know, it's only Scarlet Witch's duplication that fights Little Peanut. Playing against duplication is on a par. If it were to fight against the real body, wouldn't it not be Wanda's opponent at all? If it is an ordinary person, it will definitely have a sense of fear and retreat. However, Little Peanut was not afraid. It looked down at the white mark on its arm. The next second, Little Peanut seemed to be in a state of rage. Crazy attack. Bang. 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 One after another constantly hammering sounds, one after another. With each heavy hit, there is a sonic boom visible to the naked eye. The sonic boom produces a rippling shockwave that spreads outward. Wherever shockwave went, the jungle swayed. Gradually, the defense of the Scarlet Witch duplication gradually fell. The crimson magic shield turned dark red. The cover is full of cracks. Every time Little Peanut's arm fell, it would leave a large dense crack on the magic shield. Finally, accompanied by a crisp crack sound, the magic shield under the Scarlet Witch duplication shattered. The dark red shield fragments turned into little smoke and gradually dissipated. The witch duplication immediately retreated, trying to distance herself from Little Peanut and then repeating the same trick. Release the magic shield again to delay the time. Until the witch's real body finds a way to get rid of Peanut. However, the small peanuts that have already eaten a loss do not give duplication a chance to breathe. At the moment when the magic shield shattered, Little Peanut burst into the front of the duplication with an almost teleport-like speed. Immediately after that, he raised his arms and pinched the duplication's neck deeply. With force on his hand, a crisp sound like a broken celery rhizome rang out. The witch duplication's neck snapped. The better face that was originally in high spirits also became bloody and miserable. Little Peanut threw the duplication body to the ground like throwing garbage. Although the target has been killed. But little Peanut did not recover, but kept walking around and looking around. It looked like he was looking for something. Wanda, who used reality magic to hide her figure, was astonished in her heart. She never imagined that a duplication with 1/3 of her own strength could be pinched to death by a murder statue. What shocked her even more was that Peanut seemed to be able to detect the hidden Wanda. You know, the reason why reality magic is called reality magic. It is because it has a bug-level ability that can change reality. Wanda uses reality magic to hide herself. In reality, she seemed to be no longer there. It was impossible for anyone to notice her presence. However, the feeling expressed by the little Peanut in front of him seemed to be seeing through Wanda's magic. This surprised Wanda. Taking a deep breath, Wanda approached the duplication corpse cautiously. Looking at Tan fell to the ground, the neck was broken and twisted to an unbelievable angle. Wanda couldn't help but gasped. If she hadn't used duplication, I'm afraid it's not duplication lying here now. It's her Wanda Benda. However, just when Wanda felt that little Peanut's strength was terrifying, a little Peanut, who was constantly looking for something, suddenly stopped moving, and no longer made any noisy sounds. Wanda looked up in doubt. She thought that Peanut couldn't find herself, so she returned to death and turned back into a statue. However, what caught Wanda's eyes was indeed. Little Peanut was staring at himself. As if it could see through the camouflage of real magic, as if looking directly at Wanda. This feeling of being seen through made Wanda's eyes widen, and even her breathing became violently ups and downs. And little Peanut seemed to feel something. It rushed straight towards Wanda without thinking. On the body, killing intent is soaring. Chapter 46. Wanda was extremely surprised by the sudden attack of little Peanut, and she instantly flew to a height of hundreds of meters using magic. Wanda thought that as long as she flew into the sky, she would be safe. Little Peanut is fast on land, can it still fly? But just when Wanda thought she could sit back and relax, the little Peanut on the ground jumped up suddenly. An artificially drawn strange face attacked Wanda floating in the sky at a very fast speed. Look at the killing statue that is getting closer. Wanda rolled her eyes in astonishment. She never thought that little Peanut could jump so high. This is hundreds of meters in the sky. However, although shocked and stunned, Wanda did not wait for death. I saw her twitching her fingers. Blood-red magical energy poured out of Wanda's body. Almost instantly, the sky in this space was enveloped in blood-red magic energy. The red clouds are full of red clouds, and in the blood-red magic energy, there are also dazzling bright red runes suspended one by one. These magic runes add radiance and radiance to each other, and it seems that they are giving birth to some more terrifying and powerful magic. Little Peanut has no fear, it has only one goal, and that is to kill all living creatures in its field of vision. Wanda is its sure kill target. I saw it blasting at Wanda at a very fast speed, like a high-flying anti-aircraft gun. And just as it was about to approach Wanda, the entire time and space seemed to be stopped. Little Peanut's arms hovered in front of him. It's less than half a meter away from Wanda's neck. This distance is still a safe distance for humans. But for Peanuts, at a distance of half a meter, pinching the neck is only a matter of saving the world for a second. Wanda temporarily sealed the time and space of this space with powerful magic power. Although little Peanut is weird, it still belongs to this space and is imprisoned in this space by Wanda. And it is precisely through this opportunity that Wanda has the opportunity to observe and study the murder statue up close. She looked at Peanut carefully. Rough appearance, rudimentary humanoid structure. There is no place in the murder statue that does not express the meaning of shoddy manufacturing from top to bottom. And what really puzzled Wanda was, Peanut's body feels like it's made of concrete. There are not even movable joints in the limbs and so on. How did this murder statue achieve such speed and flexibility? What kind of energy does this murder statue rely on to drive it to move? The more she thought about it, the more doubtful Wanda became. Although she is very powerful in magic. But I am not proficient in these scientific theories. With yes, Wanda made a decision. That is to contain Peanuts and leave it to Iron Man and Banner to study. However, the Avengers have had the absurdity of being swallowed by the Shadow Fiend. So, just to be on the safe side, Wanda decided to only contain part of the murder statue. After thinking about it, Wanda decided. Just chop off the head of the little Peanut and save it for research. As for the body part of the little Peanut, it is too dangerous to be contained. After making the decision, Wanda moved his fingers slightly. Blood-red magic energy swiped on little Peanut's neck. In the next second, the little Peanut was separated. Because Wanda is not sure whether the little Peanut can still move after being decapitated. Whether its body will catch up with the head. Wanda raised her right hand slightly. In the next second, the ground below roared, and within a few minutes, a large pit that was more than 1,000 meters deep appeared. Wanda threw Peanut's body into the pit and overturned her right hand. The churning mud instantly covered the little Peanut's body. The little Peanut was buried 1,000 meters underground. However, this is not the end. Wanda also used the power of magic to make a cage for Peanut's head. To make sure that Peanut's head doesn't explode. After all these preparations were done, Wanda lifted the blockade of time and space. At the moment when the time-space blockade was lifted, the little Peanut in the magic cage hit the cage with its head frantically. Looking at Peanut, who was still active after being decapitated, Wanda couldn't help but be surprised. Sure enough, the vitality of this monster is really amazing. Landing on the ground, Wanda tapped her headset and said to the rest of the Avengers Alliance, "I have contained the murder statue." After this sentence, the members of the Avengers Alliance were extremely shocked. "Wanda, how on earth did you do it?" Dr. Banner was shocked by this. He had personally experienced more than a monster fight. "I know how tough these monsters are. Good job. With so many sacrifices, we finally got a city back." There was finally a hint of laughter in Thor's slightly heavy voice. "Wanda, you did a great job. As a rookie, your performance is dazzling." Captain America, as the nominal captain of the Avengers Alliance, is very satisfied with the performance of the newcomer Wanda. But Captain America cares more about how much they lost than the result. Captain America put his hand on the headset and asked, "Director Fury, how are our losses?" After a short zzz sound, Nick Fury's voice came through the headset. As Scarlet Witch said, "Doctor Strange is dead. Loki, Falcon have also lost vital signs. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff is missing. We lost a lot in this war." Listening to Nick Fury's words, She Stark and other veterans were all stunned. Doctor Strange is dead, so are Falcon and Loki. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff is missing. What on earth is it? Hulk Banner was concerned, and he asked, "What does it mean that Natasha Romanoff is missing?" Nick Fury's voice quickly came through the headset, and he said, "Natasha Romanoff's tracking and positioning flickered in the entire twisted space, and the landing points of each flicker were far apart, beyond human reach." Hearing Nick Fury's words, everyone fell silent. No wonder Natasha Romanoff hasn't been heard since just now. It's sad, but it doesn't matter now. They have more important things to do. Thor heard the news that his brother was dead, and he wailed. No. Although neither of them looks down on the other, they are brothers who grew up together in the final analysis. Thor clenched Mjolnir in his hands as he held the hammer high, catching the thunder. Boom boom. Thunder rolled down, and Thor was flooded with lightning. He said fiercely, "I don't care who is behind these monsters, you've already angered Asgard. You will be wanted by the 9 realms until your soul is destroyed. I, Thor, son of Odin, will hunt you down to the end. I'll make you feel Asgard's wrath." Thor's eyes filled with thunder, lightning, and thunder. And just after his voice fell, all members of the Avengers Alliance found that the space in front of them began to distort. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. Thor, Captain America, Banner, Stark, Wanda, Hawkeye, who are still alive and whereabouts, see each other. This sudden scene shocked everyone. But it didn't wait for a few people to feel happy for the reunion. In the next second, the scene in front of him takes shape. Everyone looked up. The previously swallowed Avengers Alliance building stood in front of him. And around the Avengers Alliance building are 11 corpses suspended. Among the 11 corpses, 8 were expendables who had disappeared before. The remaining 3 are Falcon, Loki, and Doctor Strange. Seeing this scene in front of you, everyone knows it. The final battle is about to begin. The initiator and the mastermind behind everything are in the Avengers Alliance building. Everyone looked at the text above the Avengers Alliance building. SXP Foundation. It turns out that everything is the Foundation doing the trick. On the top floor of the Avengers Alliance building, Lin Mo stood in front of the window, looking down at the Avengers. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said, 049-106, it's time for your activities. Chapter 47. While the tragic deaths of Loki and Falcon shocked the entire Avengers, they also provided Lin Mo with a huge amount of fear. In addition, Doctor Strange in each parallel world is providing him with constant terror, which directly allows Lin Mo to unlock 2 new containments. SXP-049 Epidemic Doctor and SXP-106 Terrifying Old Man. The unlocking of these 2 containment items cost him 30,000 fear points. But it's all worth it in Lin Mo's opinion, because 049 is the only Aculid level containment he can unlock right now. Aculid level containment objects are considered to have autonomous ability and are difficult to contain, which means that 049 is a containment object with wisdom. And 106 is also a relatively powerful containment object. He has the control of superdimensional space, and it may play a miraculous effect when dealing with superhero. Just like 096, which has brought nearly 100,000 points of fear to Lin Mo, who would have thought that he could actually eliminate the existence of all the parallel spaces of Strange. The investment of 30,000 points of fear value is a bloody profit in Lin Mo. Where can he find such obedient and dedicated employees these days? He doesn't even need to provide follow-up wages, and he doesn't need to include food and housing, so he can let a group of super-strong containment work for him. Moreover, even She Stark and the others could not easily deal with these super wage earners. Lin Mo felt happy when he thought about it. After Lin Mo gave the order, 049 took 035 to stand in front of the Avengers building. Facing a group of Avengers, 049 stood there condescendingly and looked down at them. Under the mask made of ceramics was his cold and deep gaze. He stood there like this, as firm as a reef by the sea, and he seemed to have a feeling of being alone. When She Stark and the others saw this tall figure that suddenly appeared, they immediately stopped their steps vigilantly. There are too many dangers in the Forbidden Land. They lost 3 Avengers to get here, so they had to be careful. 049 didn't care about the vigilant eyes of the Avengers, he said calmly in a voice that everyone could hear. The world is full of plagues. 049's words made the faces of all the Avengers puzzled. As a superhero in this world, why didn't they know there was a plague? But 049's next words immediately gave them the answer. And you power users with super ability are plagues of plagues. All singularities that are different are plagues. Having said that, 049 looked down at the superhero in front of him, and the cold and deep eyes just now seemed to be ignited, gradually becoming crazy. When he was not completely insane, 049 looked at She Stark, who was standing at the front of the Avengers team, and said with a little appreciation. The history of Iron Man Stark, you do not belong to the plague, you are just the crystallization of human technology. This is 049's approval for She Stark, but She Stark's face is not good looking. Not that he felt that 049 was dividing himself and his Avengers teammates. But he has been using the scanning ability of the battle armor to observe since just now, but the result of the detection surprised him. In front of him, this strange man in a thick robe and a ceramic mask on his face has an energy value comparable to that of statues and black mist. This means that this is another monster that can crush the Avengers on paper. And his words all revealed that this was a monster with wisdom. This is the most terrifying, and also the most feared by Stark. Statues, black fog, and murder photos without thinking are already so terrifying. What kind of performance can a monster with wisdom have? Stark didn't know, but he knew he had to be very careful. On the other hand, 049 did not stop his speech because of the attitude change of She Stark and others. He turned his gaze to Thor, who was standing beside Stark. This time his eyes became manic and distorted in an instant. Thor, you alien species, you are simply the most serious existence in this plague, you must be eradicated no matter what. 049's voice was hoarse and harsh, completely different from the clear one just now. And his whole person also fell into a violent state, exuding a powerful momentum, which made the Avengers fearful. But Thor has just lost his own brother and is already in a rage state. Now that 049 said this, he was even more angry. Thor swung the Thor hammer in his hand and flew to 049 instantly, shouting violently. Then let's try it. 049's provocation was very successful, and he angered Thor in an instant, and he immediately became angry. At this moment, 106 slowly emerged from the ground. He stood directly between 049 and Thor, grinning at Thor. 106 is obviously smiling, but it just gives people a sense of horror, as if this old man will screw your limbs and head off at any time, and then play with you as a toy. 106's smile is like hiding a knife, it may hit you at any time, and you know this very well, so you have to be careful. Thor knew that his opponent was this weird old man, and he didn't change his direction, waving Mjolnir directly to 106. Pulling one hair and moving the whole body, Thor's shot immediately put the whole situation into a tense state, and everyone was on high alert. Instead, Scarlet Witch Wanda is a little different, she is standing at the back of the Avengers team. All the changes on the field were in her sight. When she saw that 106 dragged Thor, her heart sank. The longer the Avengers are put off by these monsters, the more disadvantaged they are. Because according to the intelligence, the monsters in this place are far more than 106 and 049. The mysterious object that kills Loki and Falcon, who can easily crush Banner's black fog, is chasing Strange's murderous photo. At least these 3 monsters have not appeared, and once they appear, the odds of the Avengers will be minimized. So Wanda didn't plan to waste any words with these monsters in front of him. The magic power in her body surged, and she was about to take her to the sky. Catch the thief first and catch the king, she only needs to catch the mastermind behind the scenes to solve all the troubles. But just when she wanted to act, a comedy mask made of white porcelain was thrown in front of her. 049's voice also rang at this time, only to hear him say in a slightly relaxed tone. I have a present for you, take it. Hearing this sentence, Wanda subconsciously caught the mask. The moment Wanda held the mask, a tempting voice sounded in her heart, put on me, and I can bring your brother back to life. When she heard this, Wanda's pupils shrank suddenly, and she looked in disbelief. For Wanda's surprise, 049 did not give an explanation, and looked at him indifferently. This is completely different from the frenzy that 049 showed just now, but the restless Wanda didn't care, and her eyes returned to the mask in her hand. Wanda still took off, but now she was in a trance, and she didn't have the confidence to capture the thief just now. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on 049's face, but his smile was blocked by the ceramic mask. The Avengers present did not see this scene. Seeing that there was only 1049 left in front of them now, they couldn't help but look a little relieved. To be honest, when She Stark and the others saw 049 standing alone in front of the Avengers building, they were still vigilant, for fear that more strange and unpredictable monsters would appear on both sides. But now it seems that apart from the old man, the tall figure in front of him seems to have no other help. Everyone's eyes were focused on the tall figure who spoke up in front of him. When they were called the Plague, the Avengers had already thought about it. They must teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Moreover, they also wanted what Wanda thought of, since the strange person in front of him was alone, they should take the opportunity to join forces to kill and contain. In this way, no matter what monster comes over, they can deal with it more intensively, and they don't need to worry about being surrounded by multiple monsters. So now, solving 049 has become their top priority. Looking at each other, Stark, Banner, Rogers and Hawkeye cooperated and launched a righteous attack on 049 at the same time. Fighting is never fair, and beating an enemy is a just fight. Anyway, as long as they win in the end, no matter what you do, you can do it. Not to mention that the other party has killed a group of their own, and they even hung their bodies in the air. The 8s.h.i.e.l.d agents who were killed in the backbone of the Avengers were all their friends and partners. Now that they are dead, She Stark and other 4 people's shots are full of anger. How can they care about justice and injustice, and they are done. However, in the face of the 4 superhero who were attacked by the sudden face, 049's furious eyes did not reveal the slightest fear and panic, he just said with a smile. I can cure the plague. And death is also a plague. I have healed your friend. As he said that, he waved his hand frantically, and the 11 corpses suspended in front of the Avengers building slowly fell. After they landed, the 11 people opened their eyes almost at the same time, and unconscious roars came out of their mouths. She Stark's pupils shrank suddenly. They didn't expect that this strange person in front of them could actually resurrect a corpse. And judging from the power emanating from the 11 corpses in front of him, they are definitely not good people. This made the hearts of the 4 of them sink. The Justice Siege had not yet begun, but they were about to be beaten by the other side first. Although only 3 of the 11 corpses are superheroes, even the S.H.I.E.L.D agents have become a little different under the blessing of the weirdo. Everyone has an aura of danger. And what really makes everyone feel jealous is who is suspended in the air, surrounded by dark green magic. Doctor Strange. No, it should be Zombie Strange. Although he is not conscious now, he is just a zombie fighting by instinct. But his energy value had already exploded, and She Stark felt that the fighting strength of the Zombie Strange and the weirdo in front of him was on par. Turn the situation around. Chapter 48. Black Mist is not here, Banner is the invincible Hulk. Roar. The arms that were briefly restored made him full of confidence, and he directly roared at the 11 zombies. These people are his former teammates and his current enemies. For the enemy, Banner never let go. Banner's roar seemed to be a signal, and the Avengers and the zombies moved at the same time, all attacking each other. The Avengers rushing ahead are Captain America and Banner. Both of them are fighters with explosive physique, with rough skin and thick flesh. They are the first candidates for a meat shield. The 2 of them fought against the zombies controlled by 049 for the first time. Boom. As soon as they fought, there was a sound of huge amounts of impact from the open space. I saw that the 5s.H.I.E.L.D agents running at the front were directly kicked out by Banner's angry fist. They flew over the top of 049's head and were directly embedded in the Avengers building, and they couldn't even move for a while. That's Banner's strength. Rage's Hulk never loses strength to anyone. Immediately after, Hawkeye's 5 explosive arrows followed. As the explosion sounded, the 5 zombies did not appear again. He killed half of his enemies with one blow, which made Banner very happy. He raised his head and shouted, wantonly expressing his grievances during this period of time. After the battle with Hei Wu, he always felt uncomfortable and unable to exert his strength. The loss of both hands deprived him of the opportunity to fight happily. Fortunately, Strange temporarily restored his arms for him, otherwise Banner might slowly collapse and become a waste forever. The mentality of superhero to become a crippling person is more terrible than ability crippling. They will gradually degenerate into a destroyer, a person they spurn. On the other side, Captain America Rogers fought the multiplayer directly after rushing into the crowd. He has both the cunning Loki and the agile Falcon in front of him, so his main task is to drag the zombies, not kill them. The vibranium shield in his hand kept spinning, causing damage while assisting him in defense. Under the constant attack of the 6 men, Rogers never panicked, and he even had time to knock several S.H.I.E.L.D agents to the ground. Marksman Hawkeye, who had no arrows, also used explosive arrows to kill several S.H.I.E.L.D agents who had become zombies. In an instant, the resurrected S.H.I.E.L.D agents in 049 were wiped out. But this is also normal. None of the Avengers are weak, they are not even stronger than the agents of SHIELD. Even if they have now become zombies and have been strengthened, under the joint efforts of many Avengers, they are nothing more than chickens. The number of enemies on the scene was suddenly reduced to 3, and the pressure on the Avengers was instantly reduced. It should be a good thing to win the first battle, but there is no smile on the faces of the Avengers headed by She Stark. Because the zombie Strange has not yet shot, this is the strongest of the remaining 3 zombies, even She Stark dare not say that he can deal with it alone. Loki to me. The Berserk Banner wouldn't be polite to everyone. With a roar, he rushed at Loki, who looked like he was stunned. He had wanted to beat this guy for a long time. Seeing that Banner had already started, She Stark's mind moved, and he arranged it immediately. I'll deal with Strange, you guys get Falcon and Loki out first. Rogers nodded solemnly. He knew that Stark wanted them to get rid of the remaining 2 as soon as possible, and then concentrate on dealing with Strange. And after Hawkeye heard She Stark's order, the burst arrow in his hand had already shot out. Falcon evaded the arrow with a nimble takeoff, but he was already attracted by Hawkeye, and didn't care about Banner and Stark at all. The 2 troubles were diverted, and She Stark could finally focus all his attention on the zombie Strange in front of him. 4 small holes appeared on the shoulders of the bloodside battle armor, and countless small missiles hit Strange at supersonic speed. However, before they could get close, a dark green circular magic circle appeared beside Strange, blocking the missile directly outside. This is one of the abilities he has shown before, the 7 Rings of Ragador. The explosion of the missile did not cause him any damage. Although he was already prepared in his heart, She Stark's heart was still a little heavy, and he absolutely did not want to be an enemy of Strange. But the battlefield didn't leave him much time to think, and the zombie Strange took action immediately after being attacked. The magic that usually needs to be chanted and released turned out to be instant here, and a golden arcane energy wave attack flew directly towards She Stark. This directly prevented She Stark from fighting personally, and was forced to turn to dodge. Even in the blood edge armor, She Stark did not dare to face Strange's energy attack directly. However, as soon as he moved, a red-green magic chain trapped him. It was the crimson girdle of Strange's housekeeping skill, Sidorak. She Stark was fatally restricted all of a sudden, and the strength of Strange's magic power strengthened by 049 was simply unmatched. Iron Man was in immediate danger. On the other side, the Manic Banner has been fighting Loki for a while. Loki, the god of cunning, even if he becomes an unconscious zombie, his fighting style is extremely clumsy. Banner is often made to ignore his head and tail, which makes Banner more angry and stronger. Finally, when Loki attacked Banner from the back again, Rage's Hulk gave up his defense and turned his head with a headbutt. The impact, a truck-like impact, knocked Loki to the ground, but before he could get up, a large hand grabbed his ankle. Then I saw Loki, like a wooden stick, being held by Rage's banner in his hand and flying back and forth. Bang! Boom! Boom! Loki, who was held by the Hulk, was in close contact with the ground, and was soon smashed. But as a zombie, he was not conscious, everything acted according to instinct, and he still stubbornly wanted to cause harm to Banner. But this was doomed to be in vain. Banner threw Loki out as a lead after the Mad Hammer. After landing, Loki's whole body was completely gone, and he couldn't move at all, and naturally it was impossible to cause trouble to the Avengers. While Banner was tackling Loki, Falcon, who had been attacking Captain America Rogers and Hawkeye with mobility, was caught by Captain America Rogers' feet during a fall. This greatly delayed his dodge, and then Hawkeye's explosive arrow shot right into his eye socket, killing him in the head. The 3 who were liberated immediately turned to She Stark for reinforcements. Just now, Stark's magic girdle directly made She Stark eat 2 magic shockwaves. These 2 magical shockwaves directly knocked Stark's bloody armor into a semi-obsolete state. Fortunately, She Stark was fighting the possibility of the mecha exploding, and chose the ultra-high power energy release in time, which offset the magic belt on his body and got out of trouble. Otherwise, what everyone sees now is his body. After getting out of trouble, the nanorobot on She Stark quickly repaired the mecha and repaired his injuries. But Strange did not give him a chance to breathe, and teleported directly in front of him, and the magic circle in his hand appeared again. But Stark was no longer alone. Captain America Rogers' shield and Hawkeye's energy arrow appeared in front of Strange almost simultaneously. Vibranium shield lost power after breaking through Strange's circular magic circle defense, and Hawkeye's energy arrows went straight into Strange without hindrance. The cooperation between Captain America and Hawkeye was accurate to the millisecond level, giving Strange no time to react. Fur flowers. But the next scene made everyone's eyes widen. I saw that the energy arrow just flickered after it exploded, then stopped and suspended in the air. Strange was not injured at all. Huge magic power. She Stark's eyepiece immediately glanced at the abnormality around Strange, and saw countless magic powers gathered around him. And this layer of magic protection makes Strange do not have to worry about being hurt by external forces, unless his magic power can be exhausted. Stark's reminder made the 3 Rogers frown. They couldn't see the magic power on Strange, but they could clearly feel the other's ease. Let's go together, even if it is magic protection, there should be an upper limit. Banner suppressed his anger and proposed. She-Stark nodded in agreement, but before they could act, Strange's eyes lit up like searchlights, and a strong wind blew toward everyone. Then they felt a strong crisis hit. No, it's the exile of the monsoon. 35. She-Stark just hesitated for a moment, and immediately thought of this extremely perverted spell. But it was too late when he opened his mouth to remind, the zombie Strange's curse was almost smooth. Before his voice fell, countless magical brilliance condensed in the open space in front of the entire Avengers building, and the entire space became sluggish, even the terrifying banner could not move. The magic tide brought by the exile of the monsoon directly locked the four of them. They are now travelers in the swamp, and the more they move, the faster they die. She-Stark gave up after struggling twice, and J.A.R.V.I.S had already helped him figure out the possibility of survival. 0.0001%. And this 0.0001% possibility is not that they can survive the magic bombardment of Monsoon's exile, but that Strange is willing to revoke this spell. Counting on a dead man who has become a zombie to let them go? She-Stark has accepted the fact that he is about to die, and although he does not want to admit it, he knows that he has failed this time. The Avengers are crushed, and the superheroes will all die here. But at this moment, he suddenly felt the restraints on his body loosen, and the survival index shown to him by J.A.R.V.I.S in the eyepiece suddenly jumped to 100%. This mutation shocked She-Stark, and he immediately looked up at Strange in front of him. I saw that Strange, who was slowly walking towards them just now, has stopped at the moment. Not only Stark, but also Rogers and the others noticed this change. All of them looked at the zombie Strange with astonishment. Strange, who had never spoken before, and had never had a look in his eyes, spoke. Looks like I'm here just in time. Hearing Strange's English accent again, She-Stark's eyes lit up. He asked. Are you Strange in a parallel universe? Yes, I'm Dr. Strange from universe 199999. I already know that Strange is being hunted in all the parallel universes. And I have not seen the face of that monster. 35. Stark's spirit was shaken by Strange's words, which was undoubtedly good news for the Avengers. What Strange said next made Stark, Banner and the others even happier, only to hear him say it in a flat tone. I only crossed the universe and possessed this corpse after I read the Book of the Dark God and mastered the power of darkness. I will assist you in fighting during this time, kill these monsters, and recorrect this parallel world. As soon as these words came out, a smile appeared on everyone's face. They lost an enemy and gained a powerful helper. Rounded to the nearest 100 million, blood earned. Spoon. Chapter 49. Thor holds Mjolnir in his hands, his whole body tense. Standing in front of him is SXP-106, a containment object with the appearance of an elderly person. In fact, it is not accurate to say that he looks like an old man. 106 has no good skin all over his body, and his entire appearance is in a state of high decay. Those folds on the face are not the sagging skin of the old man at all, so the objective description should be a humanoid man. At the moment he is staring at Thor, his prey. Thor is very careful, and he has suffered a lot from Peanut, so he is very vigilant about these monsters created by this organization. But the prolonged confrontation quickly drained Thor's patience, angered by the death of his younger brother Loki. So soon he made a decision, and the Mjolnir in his hand was directly raised, and thunderclouds condensed in the sky in an instant, and countless thunders smashed towards 106. Little Peanut is a statue, so his thunder doesn't have much effect. Thor doesn't believe that the old man in front of him can resist Thor's angry blow with his dilapidated body. However, he immediately saw 106's first ability. I saw that when countless thunders were about to fall on 106's head, he directly sank into the ground. Only then did Thor notice that there was some slime where 106 had just stood, and the slime was constantly corroding the ground. Regarding the mobility of 106, Thor just discovered 657 just now. This old thing often appears suddenly from the ground, coming and going without a trace, which is very scary. Therefore, the purpose of his strike was not the body of 106 at all, but an entire area with the orientation of 106 as the center of the circle. Boom! The thunder of the sky fell, and the indiscriminate coverage attack directly blasted countless deep pits on the ground. Thor expected the scene where 106 was injured and lost the ability to concentrate, but did not appear, which made his brows furrowed. Did he run away at a very fast speed, or did he dive deeper? Thor moved as he thought. Since the opponent was not hit, it meant that his original position was no longer safe. However, the cautious Thor still could not escape the attack of 106. I saw that a hand stretched out at his feet at an unknown time, and it was quickly attacking his ankle. Thor couldn't dodge in time and was directly injured. Thor, who was in pain, didn't go to check the injury immediately. The Mjolnir in his hand smashed down at the moment when the palm attacked, and swapping injuries for injuries was his first reaction. Boom! 35. Thor's hammer fell with the momentum of wind and thunder, directly piercing the stone brick under Thor's feet, and a pit 3 or 4 meters deep appeared in front of him. However, Thor knew that his hammer had failed. This made his complexion extremely bad. This old man who always wore a strange smile must have a special way of dodging, otherwise it would be impossible to avoid this blow. Also, Thor felt his injured left foot was out of control, and he glanced out of the corner of his eye. I saw blood dripping from his left foot, and at the same time there was a thick layer of mucus covering it, which was constantly corroding his skin. This slime Thor had seen before, and it was the slime left by the old man who had just disappeared. He didn't know what was special about the slime besides being corrosive, but he knew he had to clean it up as soon as possible. Thor waved Thor's hammer without hesitation, letting the thunder directly cover his body. The purple-blue thunder throbbed on his body, instantly purifying the mucus. However, Thor found that his left foot was still unable to move, his face sank, and he didn't have to think about it, it should be the tendon was injured. Originally 106's whereabouts were very strange and extremely difficult to deal with. Now Thor has injured another foot, which undoubtedly makes things worse, making it harder for him to dodge later. Thor really wished he could fly now, so he wouldn't have to worry about a sudden attack on his feet. Just when he was on guard, 106 appeared not far from him, still looking at Thor with his weird smile. Thor was horrified by the sight of him, because he saw an emotion called playing in the monster's eyes. As the Prince of Asgard, Thor has hunted a lot, and he will show this look to his favorite prey. Did you take me as prey? Thor's brows twitched and he asked fiercely, but 106 didn't answer him at all, just smiled. This makes Thor very angry, he sneers. Okay, let's see who the real hunter is, Thunder. Thor's voice has not fallen, the whole person has already jumped high, Mjolnir in his hand took him to fly to 106. The world-destroying thunder followed, and at this moment Thor truly showed his terrifying as a god. That is infinite divine power, which is fundamentally different from other superhero abilities. However, 106 was not afraid of this, and saw that he stretched out a finger and lightly touched the thunder in front of him. Call out. A powerful corrosive force came into contact with the thunder, instantly destroying the electric light. The roar of thunder in the sky stopped abruptly, and Mjolnir was as bleak as the firewood whose flames had been blown away. Thor's eyes widened, he had never been in such a situation. His power was actually cracked, and even the power of Thor contained in Mjolnir was temporarily suppressed. However, the bow did not turn back. Although there was no Thunder's help, Mjolnir still had a strong destructive power. Even if it was just weight, it could cause great damage to the enemy. Thor knew this very well, so he continued to attack and slammed the hammer in his hand towards 106. 106 did not choose to resist hard this time, but disappeared directly in place. Thor didn't have time to stop and fell directly to the place where he disappeared, but as soon as his feet landed, he found something wrong. The touch under his feet told him that he was standing on a patch of slime. Thor subconsciously wanted to leave, and just as he was waving his hammer to take off, a corrupt old hand grabbed his ankle, pulling him down with huge amounts of strength. This kind of feeling is like swimming in the water and being pulled to the bottom by someone's feet. Even Thor felt a moment of panic. Thor hurriedly glanced down, only to see that there was no slime below, there was a blank space with no light. And 106 was standing in the depths of the void space, looking at him with excitement and anticipation. At this moment, Thor knew that this space was the home of the old man. He fought so hard outside, and once he was pulled into the void, he was afraid that he would not be far from death. The desire to survive forced his mind to run fast. The Mjolnir in his hand is trying to pull up flight and wrestling with 106. For a while Thor was stuck in the middle of the void space and the real world, half outside and half inside. Crack. Finally, Thor couldn't hold on under the torn between the two, and the sound of broken bones came directly from his injured left ankle. Seeing this, Thor directly gritted his teeth and increased the power installation of Mjolnir. Immediately after hearing a screeching sound, Thor dropped his left foot. However, he also quickly moved away from the void with the help of Thor's place. A large patch of scarlet blood radiating golden radiance was sprinkled in the air, the blood of Prince Asgard. On the other side, Scarlet Witch Wanda is suspended in the sky, she is looking at the white porcelain mask in front of her with a hesitation expression. Can you resurrect my brother? Wanda didn't speak, but the moment she asked this question in her mind, a seductive voice answered. Can I, don't you already know? 035's rhetorical question made Wanda stunned for a moment. In fact, when the other party said it was possible, she had already acquiesced in it. This is a kind of hunch in the dark. As a genetically modified person who can rival strange and spiritual power, her hunch is very accurate. Wanda was silent for a moment, then asked. Then what do I need to pay? The resurrection of Quicksilver Pietro Maximov must have come at a price, she knows it well. Although Wanda really wanted to revive her younger brother, she told herself in her heart that she must understand the cost, which was the change after the two of them turned their backs on evil. The price? The price is that your brother wears women's clothing, Ushi. However, the white porcelain mask did not directly answer Wanda's question, and it went on to bewitched. Quicksilver died to save the Avengers, and you did so much for the Avengers, maybe you can think about yourself, don't you? 035's words made Wanda's eyes flash with confusion. Consider yourself. She muttered to herself that as a genetically modified person, Wanda had never done anything for herself. After Quicksilver's sacrifice, she was even more reclusive, for fear that she would cause further trouble to everyone. Whether it is her own ability or her childhood experience, it is doomed that she cannot live like an ordinary person. In such a situation, someone suddenly tells you in your ear that you can think about yourself and stop caring about everyone's thoughts. This is undoubtedly a great temptation. So when the idea popped into Wanda's mind, it immediately grew and expanded. 035's words are like magic, they can always change a person's mind suddenly. Change, is it really a good thing? Hearing Wanda muttering to himself again, 035 said more. Yes, change is a good thing. 35. You can try to make yourself an individual and no longer have to conform to rules and regulations. Avengers, world peace, that's not your problem, just leave it to Stark to do it. 4.7. All you have to do is live your life freely and be free and unrestrained with your brother Quicksilver. This world is much bigger than you think. In the vast galaxy, there are countless places you have never been to, the scenery there, and the people there are waiting for you to discover and appreciate. 99. A series of words made Wanda's eyes lose sight, and her mind was full of 035 murmurs. Change, independence, individuality, freedom. Wanda repeated the key words in 035's words, and the more she spoke, the brighter her eyes became. When she finished saying the word freedom, she was even more shocked. The powerful spiritual power was exuding recklessly, and it resonated with the reality gem. This illuminates the entire Forbidden Land, revealing the power of the reality gem. Yes, you are Scarlet Witch, the owner of the reality gem, one of the unmatched powerhouses in this world, and you can do more. For yourself. 35. 035 strikes while the iron is hot, and pursues Deo again, the charm in the words is greatly strengthened. Wanda's eyes lit up red, and there was a morbid excitement in it. I'm Scarlet Witch, I'm psychic, I'm Wanda. Wanda feels that her consciousness has been completely awakening, and everything in the past has been abandoned by her at this moment. She held up the white porcelain mask very solemnly, and said slowly with a solemn expression. Brother, I will resurrect you. Chapter 50. I will assist you in fighting during this time, kill these monsters, and recorrect this parallel world. Zombie Strange's words made Stark's eyes light up. Then let's start with this monster in front of us. Strange is not surprised by the reaction of Stark and others, his eyes have turned to the epidemic doctor standing at a high place. When he passed through this body, a powerful force was controlling it, but compared to his dark power, it was still weaker. Therefore, he didn't think it would be difficult to solve the epidemic doctor. After all, there were Stark and others behind him, who were the best among the Avengers. However, the changes in the zombie Strange did not make the epidemic doctor feel so surprised, and a strong curiosity flashed in his eyes. Transmigration? Possession? It's really interesting. The hoarse voice of the epidemic doctor sounded, and everyone did not hear any fear or panic from his tone, but was a little excited. This made Stark and others a little worried. The epidemic doctor had never made a move from beginning to end, and they had no idea what kind of strength this intelligent monster was. I'm also very interested in you, a monster with the skeleton of a normal person. 39. Even in this suit, it was the attire of a doctor during the medieval plague pandemic. What the hell are you? Where are you from? Who are your masterminds? Zombie Strange looked at the epidemic doctor and asked. 049 did not answer him, the black staff in his hand had been swung out, and countless crows flew up. A black cloud composed of crows attacked Strange and the others. Stark's eyepiece had already detected a high-energy attack, and he immediately reminded him. Be careful, that's his attack. Having said that, he himself had already done 12 dodges first. Under Stark's reminder, everyone chose to dodge, even the zombie Strange who had just passed through. However, after the crows flew over, there was no sound, and it didn't look like an attack method at all, or the lethality was extremely low. Every Avenger present thought so, but out of the corner of Stark's vision, he caught a glimpse of a scene that made his scalp tingle. I saw that the bodies of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were strangled by Captain America Rogers and Hawkeye were quickly turned into bones after being wrapped by the crow, and finally turned into powder, which disappeared as soon as the wind blew. This made him immediately overthrow his previous thoughts. The attack of the epidemic doctor was not low in lethality, but because his control of power was too strong. Even the tiniest bit of energy will not be wasted, and it will only start releasing power when it touches an object. This makes Stark very vigilant, because it means that the attack of the epidemic doctor can kill anyone present, and even if they rub against some corners, they are likely to be seriously injured. Seeing the zombie Strange dodged his attack, 049's eyes were full of rage, and his low voice sounded again. Although you are a doctor like me, you are a plague now, and I must treat you thoroughly. Saying that, the black staff in the hands of the plague doctor waved again, and the number of crows 3 or 4 times more than just now appeared again and rushed towards Strange. His shot just now was aimed at Strange, but She-Stark and the others stood on the same line with him, so it was affected. This time, Zombie Strange knew that he was going to dodge without Stark's reminder. He exuded a golden light surging with magic power, and the power of Sorcerer Supreme exuded. And the magic floating cloak on his body finally began to act under the Master's control. Strange took off in the air, and the whole person was like a god who came into the world. This made the epidemic doctor look very dazzling, and his actions became more and more violent, and the whole person began to roar uncontrollably. The plague must be purified. This time, he did not use the black stick in his hand to release the energy attack, but stared directly at Strange, and an inexplicable powerful spiritual force rose into the sky. Seeing this scene, Zombie Strange's eyes flashed a trace of vigilance. The man with the crow mask in front of him was even stronger than him in mental power. He swiped his hands without hesitation, and dozens of energy shockwaves were launched. Each shockwave carries his psychic power, and the two return in midair. Buzz! The sour low voice sounded, and almost invisible ripples appeared around the intersection point, like a river that was stirred up by waves. This ripple is the part of the two that collapsed after the collision of their spiritual power. The mental collision was blocked, but Strange's shockwave was not blocked, and went directly to 049. Dozens of shockwaves could not be released, and they suddenly hit 049's body, sending out a burst of light, and everyone watched nervously. Strange's attack was an attempt to test the strength of the monster in front of him. If dozens of shockwaves can cause damage to him, it is possible for everyone to work together to defeat him. She-Stark and others also watched with great anticipation. After the brilliance of shockwave disappeared, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. I saw the epidemic doctor standing intact, without moving a step, not to mention the scars on his body, not even his big black robe was stained with dust. Hawkeye looked more closely, he muttered. There's not even a trace of energy bombardment around him, are those shockwaves fake? 35. The history of Hawkeye's words Stark and the others heard it, everyone's heart sank. Strange's dozens of shockwave, no one dared to say that he could easily solve it. Just now, the scene of his exile from the monsoon that directly forced everyone to retreat is still vivid in his mind. But the strange man with the beak mask in front of him not only caught it, but also caught it with a perfect posture, which made three words appear in the hearts of the Avengers such as She-Stark. Invincible. As soon as this idea came out, the faces of the Avengers sank, and everyone was already thinking about the way out. But at this moment, the mental power in the air had ended, and Strange's mental power and the Plague Doctor's mental power were almost exhausted at the same time. Zombie Strange also saw the powerful defensive ability of the Plague Doctor. This scene shocked him, but it was not enough to make him retreat. I have to admit that your mental power is stronger than mine in both quality and quantity. 55. Strange, who took off in the air, said slowly. His words did not make 049 feel very happy. In the eyes of 049, there is plague all around him, and he can only purify as soon as possible. However, some changes have taken place on Strange's body, and the golden yellow magic power on his body gradually recedes, and the darkness that can devour everything quietly appears. Zombie Strange looked down at 049 and said with a smile. But I was never fighting alone. As soon as the voice fell, countless portals appeared behind him, each portal represented a parallel world, and countless Stranges in the state of soul flew out from the portal. After they appeared, they possessed the Zombie Strange, and countless souls overlapped, and a huge and unparalleled spiritual power radiated out. This made She-Stark and the others, who were standing beside the Zombie Strange, feel heavy, as if they were wearing heavy armor and were thrown into the water. Roar suction and action are greatly affected. And this is Strange's intentional restraint, and it is hard to imagine how much pressure the epidemic doctor who confronts him will bear. The portal behind Zombie Strange is still open, and the souls behind him are overlapping, and when he moves, those souls will move with them. It looks like Strange's own special effects, and he will drag out countless after images when he moves. Facing the gradually stronger Strange, the epidemic doctor did not show any changes. He just leaned on his black staff in both hands and watched calmly. This made Strange the zombie a little strange, he said. Are you ready to give up? Countless dead souls followed Strange and spoke like thunder. The mental power that escaped after that shocked She-Stark and the others, and they all felt better after stepping back a few dozen meters. Give up? I won't stop until you are cured or eliminated. 35. The epidemic doctor sneered angrily, and upon hearing this, Strange also laughed, and he said confidently. I'm standing here, you have the ability to cure me and try. As he said that, Strange directly activated the magic power in his body, the energy shockwave condensed again, and the souls behind him gathered together like a thousand-handed Avalokitesvara. A touch of golden light appeared in Strange's hand. This was just an ordinary shockwave of energy, but the massive amount of spiritual power was condensed into substance and turned into a sharp spear. This blow was the combined blow of Strange from countless parallel worlds. Zombie Strange does not believe that there is someone in this world who can resist this blow with his own flesh. Even if it is blocked, the other party's spiritual world will be devastated and explode in an instant. Let me heal you first. Following Strange's burst of shouting, the energy shockwave and spiritual spear in his hand flew out instantly, and shot at the epidemic doctor who was standing there with a thunderous force. She Stark and others stretched their necks to see how this monster was destroyed. This blow is far more than it looks so simple. A part of the power of the spear, which is completely composed of spiritual power, is always locked on the epidemic doctor, preventing him from moving at all. Even if the epidemic doctor has a way to dodge, the spiritual spear can also follow suit to change direction. This blow is a surefire blow, and no one can fire more, which is why Strange is so confident in saying that he will heal the other side. In fact, this is indeed the case. Let alone dodging, the epidemic doctor can't even move now. That is the suppression of him by the huge mental power. But he didn't want to dodge either. The stronger the plague, the more violent and powerful he was. And who said he was fighting alone? The epidemic doctor raised his head laboriously, and a trace of ridicule flashed in his violent eyes. This strange emotion was not captured by anyone, everyone just thought he was waiting for Strange's trial. At this moment, a fiery red figure appeared in front of everyone. Scarlet Witch Wanda reappears, much to Stark and their hearts. At present, there are not many people who can solve these monsters. Wanda is one of them, and the other is Strange, who is currently destroying the Plague Doctor. When these two people get together, their action this time will not fail at all. As long as they wipe out the other's subordinates, they don't believe that the people behind the scenes will not come out. Hawkeye, however, noticed something was wrong, and pointed his finger at Wanda's face. Is she wearing a mask? Captain America Rogers also took a look after hearing this, then his expression changed and he said solemnly. Yes, and we have seen that mask before, and it was thrown to her by the monster in front of her. The voices of the two were not loud, but everyone heard it, including the zombie Strange who took off in the air. The way he looked at Wanda also became a little wary. At this time, the epidemic doctor, who had been quiet for a while, also moved, and only listened to him speak in his hoarse and piercing voice. Purifying the plague is never a person's business. You have helpers, and so do I. As soon as the words fell, Wanda stretched out her hand, and a red light directly blocked the front of the epidemic doctor, just in time for the spiritual spear to arrive. The two collided, but there was no sound, and the spiritual spear dissipated directly in the air. The ability of Reality Gem is to rewrite reality. No matter how powerful the spiritual spear is, it must exist in reality. Seeing this scene, the Avengers knew that the masked Wanda was the monster's companion. A fierce battle is coming. Chapter 51. Facing this woman who can rewrite reality, Zombie Strange's expression became very serious. Wanda in this world is a super ability person, a genetically modified person, and she does not need any medium when she casts her ability. And her only weakness is that she needs to keep the state all the time when casting spells and cannot be disturbed. This makes her dual ability extremely strong, and even the zombie Strange, who has countless souls, dare not say that he can win. In addition, Strange doesn't know what kind of changes will be made after she wears the mask, and whether ability will also be strengthened. The appearance of Wanda immediately stopped the firepower of Avengers. However, if Strange and the others didn't attack, it didn't mean that Wanda would stop in place and wait for them. Dense red smoke appeared directly on her body, and the eyes covered by the mask shone with red light directly. Under the urging of her powerful spiritual power, the innate origin magic power was used to the extreme. Countless monsters appeared in front of everyone, including the gods of fire giants and frost giants that Loki had summoned before, and sea monsters and beasts that existed in various worlds. Even those samurai who wandered in the stars were summoned. Under the influence of origin magic power, they did not show resistance to Wanda's instructions, and each regarded the Avengers as their innermost enemy. Looking at the monster that appeared out of thin air, she Stark and others were even more confused. They had never seen such violent magic on Wanda. And these monsters are not weak in terms of energy level, and the four of them directly form a group to deal with it. Strange, who was soaring in the air, was not idle, his hands kept waving, and shockwaves of energy flew towards the summoned monsters. You still have the heart to deal with other people at this time, and you underestimate me too much. Wanda, who has never spoken, said that the sound under the mask has not changed significantly, but everyone has a clear perception. She is no longer the Scarlet Witch of the past, and her words convey an inexplicable evil. Strange's face was gloomy, a strong sense of crisis lingered in his heart, and the magic floating cloak automatically moved him. However, this didn't work at all. When the red origin magic power appeared in front of him, Strange only had time to urge the circular magic circle to protect himself. Crack! This magical shield constructed from the spiritual power of countless dead souls only lasted for less than a moment before being shattered by Wanda. Fortunately, this moment also gave Strange a chance to fight back, and the crimson girdle in his hand wrapped directly around Wanda. Origin magic power needs to be released continuously, and there is no possibility of instant release, so Strange only needs to drag Wanda, then his crisis will be solved naturally. But as he twitched the crimson girdle, a dry hand took hold of his arm. Strange looked down and saw that 049 was standing above the crows, and the dry palm was his, which shocked him. As the Sorcerer Supreme, he has extremely keen insight, but he didn't even notice the appearance of this monster in front of him. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that the arm he had touched had lost control. Without hesitation, Strange directly urged the magic floating cloak to fly backwards, and at the same time, he directly cut off his arm with the magic power in his hand. Zombie Strange is already a dead man, and it stands to reason that he will not die again, but just now he clearly felt that if he was allowed to touch that monster, his soul would fall into deathly silence. And then eternal death. The kind of death that even the dead can't do. Strange's surprise only lasted for a second, because the next second Wanda's origin magic power struck again. This time, he had the time to react, and the powerful magic power surged instantly, and he also sent out several energy shockwaves towards Wanda while shifting. Although it didn't cause much damage to her and was overridden by the reality gem, it also interrupted Wanda's spell casting. Strange's pressure suddenly weakened a lot. And the epidemic doctor who was lifted up by the crows and stood in the air also returned to Wanda's side, he said with a sinister smile. It seems that my cure is effective, and the next one to receive treatment will be your head. Hearing this sentence, Strange's face darkened, he knew that he couldn't make any more mistakes at this time. The experience just now told him that once he was touched by this monster, he would definitely not be able to go back to the original universe. That is an ability that can destroy souls. Boom. At this time, She-Stark and the others finally killed the last frost giant, and all the monsters summoned by Wanda were defeated. The Avengers stubbornly survived the first round of the offensive. Seeing this, the smile mask on Wanda's face changed a bit, and the corners of its mouth rose slightly. It seems that you still have some ability, which is really gratifying, but... Suddenly, Wanda's voice was prolonged, and then She-Stark and others saw Wanda's figure pause for a while, and then 17 Wanda appeared one after another. With smile masks on each Wanda's face, they soared into the air, surrounded by the Avengers along with Strange. Can you solve me? All the Wandas said at the same time. The stereo sound made the hearts of the Avengers sank, and they all knew that Wanda could create duplication. But they can't tell which duplication is real and which is fake, and the coercion from all duplications is exactly the same. Not even in Stark's eyepieces. There is no doubt that Wanda has been strengthened, and the mask she wears on her face gives her even more power. The expressions on the faces of the Avengers were easily captured, and the 18 Scarlet Witch burst into laughter. This laughter seemed to have magical power, and She-Stark and others were cast a shadow over their hearts without knowing it, and incomparable thoughts arose in everyone's hearts. She is affecting you with psychic magic, wake up. At this time, the explosion of Zombie Strange exploded in the minds of She-Stark and others. They were frightened and clever, but their eyes gradually became clear. The ability of 035 can not only affect the person wearing the mask, but also have a continuously enhanced spiritual influence on the people around it, corrupting the thinking of others. Mind magic? That's too low level, isn't it? Your inner thoughts? Wanda said with a smile, with obvious sarcasm in her tone, which made She-Stark and others look very ugly. They did think so, and Wanda just amplified it. It really is a bunch of hypocritical people. Wanda sneered again, but no one refuted. They were still affected, even though Strange had used a magic cover to bluff their minds. The influence of 035 is never magic, it is an incomprehensible rule that cannot be dispelled or eliminated, and can only be slowly recovered after leaving. This is equivalent to a field. As long as it is within its scope, you must bear it. However, there are also people who cannot be affected by it, that is, the 049 epidemic doctor. 049 spoke highly of 035, in his original words. He was more communicative than my patients, and he made me feel like I was back home. But this is off topic. For Wanda brought a strong pressure, although the Zombie Strange's face is ugly, but he will not give up. All the dead souls are united at this moment, a powerful spiritual force gathers together. Exile. Strange released his most powerful spell at an almost instantaneous speed, and countless light spots gathered in his hands. This blow was the strongest magic that Strange could mobilize. But this is not enough for him to rest assured. The image of the Dark Divine Book appeared in his hand, and the dark power greatly enhanced his control. The exile of the monsoon was enhanced to the limit, the entire Forbidden Land was in the gust of wind, and Hawkeye was almost thrown out by the terrifying pressure. Fortunately, Banner's hands were fast, and he grabbed him with a big hand. However, a few of them were also taken directly to the very edge of the square, and going back was the way to come. Wanda wasn't feeling well either. The powerful coercion directly shattered her 17 duplications, leaving only one body glowing red. The reality gem's ability makes Wanda unaffected. The exile of the monsoon is a full-screen area killing, which belongs to indiscriminate coverage. It is impossible for Wanda to release origin magic power, and she will not have a chance to release it safely. This is the solution Strange thought about. He can't let this terrifying woman have another chance to cast origin magic power. After releasing Monsoon's banishment, Strange rushed straight to Wanda, his only chance. Only by banishing Wanda to another dimension can he have the possibility of unraveling the dead end. Because the Strange of this world has lost the time gem and the Eye of Agamotto that contained the time gem, he cannot drag Wanda into the time loop. Seeing the zombie Strange constantly approaching, the smile on Wanda's face became brighter, and extremely dazzling energy fluctuations appeared on her body. That was the manifestation of reality gem being fully stimulated, and she actually knew all about Strange's mental activities. This is the combination of the mask and Wanda ability. If it is 035 or Wanda alone, they may not be able to see his heart through Strange's defense. But the perfect integration of the two greatly improves this ability. When Wanda knew that Strange was planning to banish herself to another dimension, she had already begun to prepare for it. So when Strange appeared in front of her, her reality gem was activated in an instant. The portal that should have appeared behind her was directly closed. Seeing this, it was too late for zombie Strange to retreat. Wang Zhao's, he could only bite the bullet and face Wanda. Strange's charge was not decided with a slap of his head, he used a rarely used ability, robbing energy. This is an evil power that Strange did not like to use in the past, but after studying the Dark God book, he has no restrictions. And at this critical moment of life and death, people can do anything to survive, even superhero is not exempt. However, when Strange drew Wanda's first gulp of energy, he regretted it, because it was filled with a strange idea. He looked at the smiling Wanda in front of him and said in surprise roar. "You're not Wanda. Who are you? Who am I if I'm not Wanda? Dare to draw my energy, you'll be fat." Wanda replied with a smile, but slapped it with a merciless palm. The palm with reality ability directly shot Strange out of his body, and he hid in the portal without hesitation. This was his escape route. Strange in all parallel universes is dead, he is one of the few people who survived. If he is dead now, then Strange is really dead. So before the battle, he had already thought about the way out. The same portal also appeared in front of She Stark and others. Seeing Strange retreating, they immediately escaped from the Forbidden Land through the portal. However, neither 049 nor Wanda controlled by 035 pursued it, and Lin Mo gave them the order to guard here. Chapter 52. Strange was kicked out of his body and returned to the original universe, and Stark and the others returned to the periphery of Avengers' new headquarters. Nick Fury saw the four of them appear disfigured in front of him, the whole person was covered, he said subconsciously. "FK. Why did the four of you come out, what about the others?" Hearing this, Banner went straight to rage, he grabbed Nick Fury's collar like a chicken, raised him in front of him, and shouted angrily. "They're all dead. All dead." As he said that, he couldn't help trembling all over, and his whole body quickly became smaller, returning from the state of the Hulk to that of Dr. Banner. Nick Fury finally returned to the ground, and he looked at She Stark in disbelief. Seeing the old guy looking at him, She Stark nodded gloomily. "Falcon, Loki and Doctor Strange are all dead. Even Strange's body in all parallel universes is dead. Only one from universe 199,999 is still alive. The reason why we were able to survive was that he came to the rescue at a critical moment." When this statement came out, it wasn't just Nick Fury who was surprised, the entire SHIELD agents dropped their jaws in shock. They simply can't imagine what kind of crisis it would take to get the mainstays of the entire Avengers to escape at the expense of half their talents. In addition, they also have a doubt in their hearts. Doctor Strange, wasn't he already dead in the supreme holy place? Hearing this, Hawkeye's expression darkened, and as he had personally experienced this bizarre accident, he directly explained. "Actually, Doctor Strange came in with us, but he traveled to a point in time before he joined Avengers when he was being hunted by the 670 photos of the murder. And that monster didn't care about time and space at all, and killed him directly, and the timeline was directly changed, so we think that Doctor Strange's death has nothing to do with it." Nick Fury heard that the whole person was down. He couldn't understand it for a while, but when he understood what it means to hunt through time and space, he was shocked by the body behind the murder photo. "Ignore space, ignore time, as long as you see me, then I must kill you." So, when he learned that there were Doctor Stranges in other parallel worlds, he chased after them and killed them all. Director Nick Fury said tentatively, getting a nod from Hawkeye. This made him take a deep breath and secretly scolded Mama Fake. However, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he quickly calmed down and continued to understand the situation with the four people in front of him. "Then how did Falcon and Loki die?" Nick Fury didn't put on a black face this time. There was a trace of grief in his eyes. Falcon was an official man, a hero of the Federation, and his death made Fury feel the same. Falcon and Loki both died in the hands of the same monster. That's all we can know from the radio. We don't know what kind of monster it is. Seeing that everyone was silent, Hawkeye opened his mouth to explain, and then he thought of a possibility and spoke again. But Loki mentioned that he met a female S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who was sitting on a pile of bones with a burning child in her arms. Loki called her a few times, the female detective didn't answer, and after, "Psst," came Loki's terrified cry on the radio. 99. Hawkeye's words gave everyone goosebumps. Whether it is Begudui or the burning child, they are extremely strange things. No matter how stupid they are, they understand that this must be another monster. So Loki and Falcon died at the hands of a monster with special mechanics. Nick Fury muttered to himself. Gathering relevant information is very important in this operation. This determines how S.H.I.E.L.D will deal with this mysterious foundation in the future. According to all the current information, all the monsters in this foundation have their own mechanisms, and once triggered, it will inevitably lead to disasters. Not even the superhero can bear such a disaster, not even Loki, the deceitful god. Feeling numb at the barrage of hot news, Fury continued to ask questions. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff lost in space turbulence. I know. What about Thor and Scarlet Witch Wanda? Captain America Rogers sighed. Thor was taken away from our sight by an ugly old man, and he is alive and dead. Thor never showed up when they fought against the physician, which already speaks volumes. In addition, when Strange released the portal, they did not see Thor appear, which was undoubtedly telling them that the mighty Thor might have also fallen. Asgard lost 2 princes in one day. If Odin knew, he would probably rage directly. As for the news of Scarlet Witch Wanda, the 4 looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. This made Nick Fury's heart tighten, and he had never seen such a look on a superhero. Stark knew that Nick Fury would have to hear the details before he would give up. He frowned. We met a weirdo in front of the Avengers Tower who gave Wanda a mask. After wearing the mask, Wanda is like a different person. Not only did they turn their backs on each other, but even her ability became much stronger. If Strange from World 199,999 hadn't opened a portal for us during the evacuation, maybe we would have died there too. Stark looked serious when he said the last sentence, which made Nick Fury have no doubts about his judgment. In other words, now the entire Avengers is not only weakened, but also has an extremely difficult enemy out of thin air. The origin magic power controlled by Wanda is amazing, and in terms of destructive power, it is one of the best in the Avengers. And now that she has become the help of the enemy, the Federation and Avengers will naturally endure such destructive power. But director Nick Fury is more worried about another big message in Stark's words. Stark, you mean you met a wise man outside the Avengers mansion, right? 35. Nick Fury can accentuate the tone of the wise man, and his expression is also very serious. Iron Man nodded sullenly. That's right, he wears a beak mask, wears the costume of a medieval doctor, and has the ability to resurrect Decedent, Loki, Falcon, Strange, and the agents who enter S.H.I.E.L.D are all resurrected and controlled by him. Stark's tone was flat, but the meaning revealed in his words was very terrifying. When everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D knew that this monster could resurrect people, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. They don't think that this resurrection will leave you alive and intact, and Stark's supplementary explanation below confirms their thinking. All the resurrected people have lost their consciousness and fought only by instinct, but their combat power has been improved to a certain extent. 39. Can someone who has lost their sense of self still be called themselves? This question has already been answered in everyone's heart. This resurrection is just to resurrect his body and become someone else's puppet. The resurrected agent didn't cause us much trouble, but Doctor Strange caused us great trouble. It was also at this time that Doctor Strange from Universe 199,999 came through and gained a glimmer of hope for us. Having said that, Stark shook his head in frustration. It's a pity that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. We were unable to kill the intelligent monster, and we were not able to find out where his roots lie. Wanda, who was strengthened by the rebellion, was too strong. 99. For Wanda, Stark can only be afraid. This woman's performance is so invincible that Strange, who has summoned all souls, can't help her. After such a thorough understanding, Nick Fury has a certain understanding of the Forbidden Land, and also has a general understanding of their enemies. He summed it up in 2 words, no solution. The people behind the scenes haven't appeared yet, and the SHIELD and Avengers he dispatched are difficult to deal with. One can imagine how powerful the mastermind behind this group of monsters must be. What is the origin of this foundation, and it is so powerful, why haven't we heard any news about it before? Nick Fury muttered to himself. As soon as he said this, everyone behind him was a little strange. Banner, who had been squatting with his head on the ground, suddenly spoke up. Where on earth did we provoke each other, and why is this person behind the scenes targeting Avengers so much? Banner's question is also the doubt in everyone's mind. Avengers has never had an intersection with the Foundation. They had no idea why the other party could be so confident and angered the Avengers again and again. Does he know us so well that we don't know it ourselves? Captain America Rogers said suspiciously. There is a possibility that as superhero, we will inevitably have to show our faces in front of the masses, and the previous battles have exposed a lot of strength, and we can do it under deliberate observation. Stark said with a gloomy face. While he was thinking, he was also calling J.A.R.V.I.S to make calculations. Birds flying over will also leave traces. No matter who is targeting Avengers, he will leave traces in the whole world. She Stark needs to make calculations through comprehensive investigations in many aspects. This is a huge project, but he has no choice, exhaustion is the only chance at present. The Avengers were suspicious and frightened, and the reputation of the Foundation spread. Chapter 53. Commonwealth, New York State. In a slightly less formal news studio, Trevor Noah was talking to the camera. Trevor Noah is a mixed race, his appearance is not the same as the general white people. You might even think he's black when you first see him. But he is actually South African, and he has another name that everyone knows. Qewa. Qewa's identity is the host of The Daily Show, and here is the shooting scene of The Daily Show. As a late-night talk show, it has extraordinary popularity, which is not common. But The Daily Show did it with sharp and humorous brackets. The show has been a hit show since the 1980s and 1990s. Avengers lost. Fiasco. 10 superhero went in, only 4 came out, and they weren't even as good as their brothers fighting on the streets of Brooklyn. Before, there were several strange crises in the entire Federation, but S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers couldn't solve it at all. Qewa said indignantly, that he usually makes some jokes at the right time. But now Qewa is very angry, he has no intention to do these show effects at all, he is just complaining based on his skills and instinct. The mysterious Foundation has installed its headquarters in front of the new headquarters of Avengers. No surprise, as soon as you open the door, you can see your most powerful opponent at the door. 99. Also, do you guys know what this organization is? A foundation. It is a foundation that claims to bring you money, but in fact it is green every day. 99. My God. Are the elites on Wall Street already so powerful? How could a foundation make our superhero like this? I think we have to think about the future. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers are unreliable, why don't we all join Wall Street and become part of the Foundation? 35. Qewa said with a helpless smile. The picture of the program was broadcast on the internet in real time, and countless netizens of the Federation were watching the program. When Qewa said that Avengers had failed miserably, everyone felt a little helpless in their hearts. They had heard the news that the Avengers had been hit hard at noon, but everyone was busy at the time and didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. Now after a little explanation from Qewa, they immediately found that something was wrong. The Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. are the workhorses of solving supernatural events, but they've never heard of which monster the Avengers have killed or cleared of them lately. On the contrary, I often heard that an Avenger was injured again and was recuperating. Until just now, some people thought it was just an accident, but Qewa's words undoubtedly pierced the shameful paper. The Avengers haven't had a single success in their recent operations. Even they lose a lot of human, material, and financial resources in every battle with the Foundation. Losing once can be said to be a coincidence, a bad luck. But every time you lose, it's different. It's a question of strength. So immediately in the live broadcast room, someone started to complain. Is this a paranormal response department set up with our taxpayers' money? Even an investor can't do it, so it's better to abolish and put the money where it should be. Yes. It's better to improve the social welfare benefits of black people and solve the employment problem honestly. If it doesn't work, we will give the money to this foundation and let them become the bodyguards of the Federation. 95. Avengers also performed poorly, but Stark, as an arms dealer, is also a weapon research and development partner of the Federation, and the Federation should not change its current policy. Do these words make sense? Yes, but not much. So it was sprayed not long after it came out of the live broadcast room. You're making a fool of yourself here without figuring out what's going on. Don't you really think that there are ordinary investors in this foundation? I have to say that there are always some idiots in this world. This foundation is clearly a monster organization, but there are still people who think it is an ordinary foundation. Which foundation can have the terrifying destructive power of that statue? That day, Mississippi TV reporters were all caught and killed in a helicopter, won't you all forget? As soon as this voice came out, everyone couldn't help recalling the fear of being dominated by Little Peanut. Especially Lin Mo's additional terrorist measure Shrine of the Corpse, it really brought a deep memory to everyone. Thinking about it like this, those who didn't understand the situation before were also speechless. The person who attacked them just now continued. The failure of Avengers this time is more proof that the strength of this foundation is far more terrible than everyone thinks. Qewa is right. It's time for us to think about the future. What if the Avengers can't resist the Foundation's offensive at all? This time they can set the battlefield at the entrance of the new headquarters of Avengers. Will it be set at the entrance of the federal headquarters next time? Or at the entrance of our home? The speculation of netizens caused the entire live broadcast room to fall into silence. This is a very real problem, no one knows what the purpose of the Foundation is now, and no one knows what his true intention is. It would be fine if it was just targeting the Avengers, but it would be horrible if it turned to the populace after the Avengers were dealt with. This is something that really concerns the fate of everyone, and netizens will naturally care more about it. But at this moment, some scattered barrages attracted everyone's attention. Don't just extrapolate from what's available, maybe there's more behind it. Yes, I always feel that there is something strange here, and it seems that few of those monsters who made trouble seem to be taking the initiative to attack. This is the case with the statue in Mississippi. The great gods have already conducted relevant analysis on the internet. They believe that as long as he does not appear in the sight of the monster, he will not take the initiative to attack. Although these words are somewhat reasonable, but everyone thinks about it carefully and finds that this is indeed the case. Especially after they cut out and searched for the analysis of the statue by the internet god, this idea was even more ingrained. The few monsters currently confirmed to be the Foundation's subordinates don't seem to have a strong desire to kill, unless someone touches one of their nerves. Or rather, trigger their mechanism. This is the concept put forward by the big guy who analyzes the little peanuts on the internet. Each monster has its own mechanism, if you don't touch it, then everyone can live in peace. As soon as such arguments appeared, there were attacks on Avengers and SHIELD. I didn't even do the most basic investigation and analysis, and actually launched an attack. It really is She-Stark who is arrogant. They've been holding the hammer for too long, so whatever the problem, the first solution is to hit it with a hammer. Avengers is provoking enemies for the Federation and mankind. We might have been able to get along safely. The live broadcast of the daily show has ended, and Kuiwa's words have aroused great repercussions. Not only the live broadcast room of the show has started a heated discussion. It is the discussion on the entire federal network, and almost everyone has participated in this topic. Everyone had different opinions on the showdown between Avengers and the Foundation, and generally divided into three groups. A group of people are very worried about the future situation, and the enemy that the Avengers can't solve has appeared, that is, the Foundation and the monsters under its banner. They naturally think that the Foundation that opposes the Avengers is evil, and they are horrified that peanuts, shadow fiends, and shy people are doing cases everywhere. Another group of people think that the Foundation is not necessarily evil, and maybe there is a secret behind it. Moreover, they think that whether it is the Avengers or the Foundation, as long as it can ensure that those monsters will no longer hurt people, and can solve the crisis in the future, it will be fine. 0. These two groups of people should be considered normal people. But there is another wave of people who are a little abnormal. They don't know anything about the situation, or they know it, but they just pretend they don't. They only know the interests, and they open their mouths to ask the Federation to treat them kindly, and it is best to give them all the money. At the same time, whoever they catch scolds whoever, no matter if it is the Avengers or the Foundation, as long as they make a little news, they will scold them wildly. Because this group of people typed extremely fast, they were affectionately called Keyboard Man by the netizens of the Federation, and were directly as famous as Iron Man, the captain of Avengers. The discussion and quarrel of the three groups of people on the internet directly led to the Foundation's reputation getting louder and louder. And the popularity is still rising, and many celebrities have begun to express their thoughts. What surprises everyone is that the Foundation has a good reputation in the eyes of these celebrities, and some people even say that they are willing to support the Foundation to replace Avengers, and they can invest money for this. This person said this: there is a certain suspicion of being popular, but the people who eat melon have also realized that the Foundation is not called by everyone. At least in the Commonwealth, it has a certain mass foundation. This foundation was not built by the Foundation itself, but sent by Avengers. Avengers' reputation is not always good in everyone's eyes. Just like Simon, the TV director of Mississippi, he does not trust Avengers very much. This distrust was reinforced after the Captain America Rogers and Thor route, directly into disgust for the Avengers. As superheroes, they can escape if they can't solve the problem, but as locals in Mississippi, where can they escape? If it weren't for that statue not taking the initiative to attack people, perhaps after Rogers and Thor escaped, the entire Mississippi would have to suffer the wrath of the monster. This is why the vast majority of the populace don't trust superhero. They are so self-confident that they don't even remember that the premise of solving monsters is to protect the masses. A good person is not so easy to be a good person. You must ensure that you will not do bad things with good intentions. Even if you can't guarantee it, you must take measures that will not work. And these things Avengers apparently didn't do with the scoop. Chapter 54. Georgia, Avengers' new headquarters. She-Stark frowned. He already knew the evaluation of them on the internet, and he was very angry. But he knows that it is useless to say anything at this time, and only practical actions can convince those people, so he is now preparing a very critical test. Banner, are you ready? She-Stark turned his head and said to the Hulk in a dust-free lab coat. Banner, who was controlling the instrument, nodded without hesitation, and there was a hint of excitement and nervousness on his face. The object of their experiment this time was the eerie statue, Peanut, whose head was cut off while fighting Wanda, and his body was trapped in a forbidden place. The head was brought back by She-Stark in a sealed box. During this period, there was no change in it, which undoubtedly proved Stark's previous inference that the trigger mechanism of the statue was to see people. Only when it sees people, it will act, otherwise it will be in a silent state. After learning this, Stark had already thought about it, and he must take this monster back and study it. Statues that have lost their bodies are no longer able to inflict damage on them. After all, if you want to break someone's neck, you should have both hands. The first trial, detecting the composition of the object, begins. Stark commanded with a calm expression. J.A.R.V.I.S methodically carried out the test according to the previously designed plan. During this period, what Stark and the others saw were all delayed images, and there was no real eye contact with Little Peanut at all, and there was no need to worry about it going berserk. 670. The test report will come out soon. Reinforced concrete, Krillin brand spray paint? Can these things combine to form a monster? Looking at the report, Stark frowned and said that these things are too common, and he immediately ordered. Constructed to the relevant scale and the scanned model. It is the fastest way to test a certain conclusion by repeating the experiment. Stark wanted to know if he made a brand new one according to the proportion of Little Peanut's body, would he really make an identical monster? J.A.R.V.I.S, who received the instruction, immediately created a fake peanut head in equal proportions in the laboratory. In order to verify whether the counterfeit product has related ability, it released a test rat. The experimental rats ran back and forth in front of the counterfeit products, and did not cause any changes at all. That is to say, the reason why this monster can move is not the material that makes it. 39. Stark said thoughtfully, and Banner, who was standing beside him, suggested. We might as well use a mouse to test the reveal and confirm your conjecture. If it can really be restrained by sight, it will be a major discovery. After all, Stark's guess is just a guess, and only after the test can get the correct answer. Okay, proceed according to the experimental protocol we formulated earlier. The whole experiment was planned and arranged by Stark, and Banner. There should have been Dr. Pym, but he was swallowed up, and now they can only be the main force. Moreover, this time, Stark has learned the lessons from his research on the Shadow Demon, and he is watching the whole process himself, and the experiment has to be done by himself. In this way, even if there is a problem, he can deal with it as soon as possible. This time, Stark did not put any cumbersome things in the history of the laboratory. Except for the observation equipment and experimental equipment, it was completely closed. There is no need to worry that someone will suddenly break into the laboratory and cause the head of the statue to run wild. Each experimental mouse is also equipped with a nanochip, which can be completely controlled by Stark alone when needed. For the ontology research, Stark wanted to have complete control. He first made a little mouse appear in front of the statue. The little mouse's eyes were fixed on the statue without blinking. Afterwards, he controlled the second one, the third mouse appeared, and the three mice formed a cycle, always keeping one of the three mice staring at the statue's head. Unsurprisingly, the statue didn't move at all, which greatly strengthened Stark's confidence, and his inference had been proven halfway. The next step is to examine the movement of the statue's head when there is no line of sight. This requires Stark to maintain a high degree of concentration, because he needs to manipulate the three mice to insert a short and long gap between the eyes. This is to test whether the statue will change in the absence of line of sight. At the same time, can he make these mice too tired? Otherwise, in the event of an accident, it is likely to cause 173 to run wild. Even Stark got used to it for a while before he found a rhythm, and he started experimenting for the first time. Under his control, it can be clearly seen in the experimental video that 173's head began to change, and it would always move without any visual gaze. And when the eyes return to it, it will immediately remain silent. This made Banner, who was standing on the side, very excited. As long as they could unlock the secret behind 173, it would be easy to study other monsters. Such experiments have been carried out for 20 rounds, and the experimental results obtained each time are the same. Seeing that his inference was confirmed, Stark breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he relaxed his mind, one of the three mice with open eyes turned his head. This directly liberated Little Peanut's head. It instantly crossed a distance of tens of meters and came to the mouse. An invisible force twisted its head off. Immediately afterwards, an alarm sounded throughout the laboratory. Only then did Stark react, and he quickly controlled the mouse, trying to control Little Peanut with his eyes. But it was too late. Before Stark's order had arrived, Peanuts had already completed the kill. Fortunately, there were no more animals in the space it was in, and it soon fell silent. This small accident made Stark and Banner sweat all over. They don't have Wanda's help now. If they really want to make this statue move, they may have to cause many casualties. The two looked up at the monitor, and saw a pile of reddish-brown viscous liquid soon appeared near the head of the statue. Stark watched the replay carefully and couldn't see how the slime appeared. Had to record this as some kind of special ability of the statue. The next step is to test the strength. Thor's lightning bolt and Roger's vibranium shield have no effect on it, so let's try a high-power laser. After the false alarm, Stark smiled and said to Banner. As a doctor of high-energy physics, Banner still knows a lot about lasers, and he chose the equipment for this experiment. Yes, if even high-power lasers can't solve it, there's not much left for us. The serious-looking Banner said in a deep voice, and when the voice fell, he had already controlled the laser transmitter and came to Little Peanut. The laser head began to warm up, and the energy of the entire Avengers headquarters was mobilized at this time. 10% energy level, start. Following Banner's order, the preheated laser head erupted with extremely bright light. After being blocked by multiple layers of filter glass, Stark could clearly see the laser falling on the statue's face. However, the statue has not changed much, not even the smoke, let alone the scars. This shocked him very much. The instantaneous output power of 10% of the entire headquarters is already a terrible level. This level of laser is more than enough to destroy a superhero, but it can't even leave a mark on Peanut's body. However, the next scene made Stark even more terrified, and Banner almost collapsed. 20%, 30%, 80%. Little Peanut's head did not have any problems during the whole process, but the laser head was damaged a few times. This kind of high-energy experiment is simply impossible to carry out for a long time. Stark, are we going to try 90%? This will endanger the safety of headquarters. Banner asked Stark with some hesitation, which seemed crazy to him. Stark had a gloomy face and did not speak directly. The energy stack used in the current headquarters is no longer a simple arc energy source. There is also his history Stark Industries nanotechnology in it. There is no problem in terms of safety, even if the energy is pulled to 100%, it will not cause much problems. His only concern is that he's pumping up the energy and still can't do damage to the statue, so their Avengers are a joke. He can't even break through other people's defenses, and he'll be a fart in the future, especially when Wanda has turned against him. Continue. Stark gritted his teeth and said, he must find out where the defense bottom line of this monster is, only in this way can they have a chance of winning. Hearing Stark's words, Banner did not question, and continued the experiment by manipulating the instrument. The warm-up this time was very fast, Banner said in a deep voice. 90% energy level, start. As soon as the voice fell, the laser shot out. Unlike before, this time they finally saw the changes on the statue on the monitor. I saw a black trace immediately appeared on the statue's face, and a lot of smoke and dust came out. This is a sign of high-power laser burn. Stark and Banner's eyes flashed with excitement, they finally found the key value of breaking defense. However, the little Peanut in the monitor suddenly began to be restless, as if he felt pain, he moved violently. This movement directly caused the surrounding filter glass to burst. The huge amounts of roaring made Stark and Banner out of their excited state, and the two looked at the monitor with serious expressions. I saw that little Peanut's head easily escaped the control of the restraint belt, and was flying frantically, as if to escape from this place. Seeing this, Stark said coldly. 100% energy level, full output. 35. Hearing this order, Banner was stunned. This was the last step of the experiment, destroying the head of the statue. But he did not doubt Stark's order, and immediately controlled the laser output. The moment he pressed the confirm button, the lights of the entire Avengers headquarters flashed, as if the power supply was insufficient. This is indeed the case. At this moment, almost all the energy is maintaining the high-energy laser, and the less important devices such as lighting are automatically switched to the backup circuit. And this level of energy output was all concentrated on the laser head, and when it spewed out, both Stark and Banner looked at the monitor expectantly. Laser weapons have a big advantage, and that is speed. The laboratory is only so big, and little Peanut has no time to dodge. It was hit almost as soon as the laser was fired, and a black smoke rose from the body instantly. A scar running through the front and back appeared on Peanut's face, which made Stark and Banner extremely excited. But just then, there was a strong vibration on the ground, and Banner asked with some doubts. Is this an earthquake? Or is there something wrong with the reactor because too much energy is being used? Facing Banner's question, Stark looked at a loss, and he did not receive any reminders about this from JARVIS. 4.7 It didn't take long for them to wonder, the monitor told them the answer. I saw that the ground of the laboratory suddenly shook violently, and then a familiar body suddenly broke open the alloy 3 or 4 meters thick and appeared in front of the camera. Little Peanut's head flew directly back to his body, the two were closely linked together, and the recovery was completed in an instant, and the scar on his face disappeared. Seeing this, Stark said without hesitation. All out. Don't give it a chance to escape. 35. Little Peanut has the ability to escape on his own. Stark knows it, and now it seems that it has been hurt and is ready to run away. The laser lighted up again, but this time it failed to hit the little Peanut. It seemed to have predicted the trajectory of the laser and left its previous position early. And this 100% energy level blow directly penetrated the alloy wall of the laboratory, and the castration flew farther away. In the face of the attacks of Stark and others, the runaway Peanut ruthlessly destroyed everything he could see. The mechanism doesn't work at this point. Even if Stark releases the mouse to stare at it, he will be instantly killed. A laboratory composed entirely of alloys was stunned to let Xiahua live torn down. Stark didn't even dare to personally go into battle to stop Little Peanut for a while, because he knew that going up at this time would definitely kill him. The runaway Little Peanut was still unstoppable in the laboratory, and after he came out, he acted recklessly, and there was no intact building after rushing all the way. A few days later, the new headquarters of Avengers was demolished. Chapter 55. Avengers' new headquarters was attacked by mysterious forces again, and the scene was a mess. One wave after another, can Avengers still take on Asgardians' responsibilities? According to people familiar with the matter, the attack was still initiated by the Foundation, and the mysterious statue appeared again. Avengers leader Tony Stark refused to give any interviews. What is the secret behind the attack? The high-energy laser shot down a small private jet, killing the pilot and a father and daughter, may be related to the Avengers incident. It didn't take until the next day. As soon as there was an accident at the Avengers headquarters, the major media swarmed like sharks that smelled blood. Relevant reports spread like running water, and everyone is trying their best to restore what happened at that time. But Stark never came forward to give a formal answer, which made all the people of the Federation feel a little uneasy. Avengers and the Foundation are discussed again on the web. What is Stark doing? If he really can't solve the problem, then give up his position and let those with ability come up. It always feels like the Avengers are so vulnerable right now that anyone can knock them down. Am I the only one who thinks that? Think about what the Avengers did before. They actually called Scarlet Witch Wanda and the God of Cunning Loki 12 into their organization. Is this still the alliance that defends the Earth? Captain's Crazy Quartet. Stark has also embarked on such a path. It seems that the Avengers are broken to the root. I heard that they also killed 3 civilians, and the high-energy laser swiped the corner of the civilian plane, causing it to fall directly. The attack on Avengers will never be absent, let alone be late. The vast number of netizens in the Federation contributed their firepower at the first time. However, the performance of the Avengers this time was really too far-fetched. Not only did they fail to keep their own industries, but they also accidentally injured civilians. For a while, there were constant criticisms on the internet, and Stark and others were held in a frenzied meeting, and the black pot took one bite after another. In addition, there is a lot of discussion about the Foundation. This attack should be done by the Foundation? Although no murder was committed, it also caused a lot of panic. That's right, an attack of this level is impossible for a power user to complete. The Avengers will definitely not do this kind of thing to themselves, and that is the Foundation. 99. It seems that neither of them are good people. They don't say anything at the door of people's houses, and they even carry out sneak attacks. The Foundation's rubbish. People are instinctively disgusted with fighting, especially when they know that this kind of war is likely to spread to them. Netizens in the entire Federation are now like the most anti-war peace people in the world. But at this moment, a different voice appeared. But I heard from distant relatives who work at Avengers headquarters that it seems to be because Mr. Stark is doing research on some captured monster. Yes, I also heard that they captured the head of a monster at the Foundation, which is the statue. As a resident of Georgia, I can tell you very clearly that the high-energy laser that shot down the civilian plane that day was fired to destroy the statue, but Stark missed it. It was the first time everyone knew of these inside information, and the people who were still complaining about the Foundation immediately put out the fire. Why do I feel that the Foundation is so innocent? He just stayed there quietly and didn't do anything. He was rushed in and destroyed, and the heads of his family members were stolen after he was done. Who says it's not? The Foundation has such a powerful strength, but they didn't rush out to destroy the Avengers directly. Instead, the Avengers provoked the Foundation again and again. This time it doesn't look like an attack, it's more like a counter-attack by the statue monster. It's almost wiped out, why can't it fight back? To defend the Foundation like this, the remarks gradually turning to the Foundation also began to increase. Definitely, the fiercest keyboard warriors will never be absent, whoever they catch scolds whoever. What Avengers do not do business isting energy every day to carry out terrorist attacks. It is better to discount the energy consumed to them, let everyone live a little more comfortable. On the other hand, I went to spray the Foundation to do this, which is pure green tea and white lotus. Anyway, both sides scolded each other, which made the entire Federation's network full of smog. And Lin Mo, who was far away in New York, watched these reports with a helpless smile on his face and sighed with emotion. God's sins can survive, but self-inflicted sins can't live. It's not good to hide in your hometown, you have to be so curious, you must be planted now. 35. Lin Mo could swear to God that this attack really had nothing to do with him, and after Peanut was hit hard by Wanda, he had already lost control of it. Stark insisted on doing research on Little Peanut, and the key was to provoke him. He really didn't know about it. Otherwise, the new headquarters of Avengers will not only be damaged by a few small buildings, Lin Mo will directly demolish it for him. As for those arguments on the internet, Lin Mo just smiled and didn't make any comments. He didn't care if the Foundation got support, he cared about the Avengers. This organization that was once built by him has gathered his countless efforts. For Avengers, his emotions are extremely complicated. But since he was kicked out of the league, the only thought on Lin Mo's mind was to eliminate the Avengers for good. Let it never appear in front of you again. Some people may think why Lin Mo is so extreme, why is it so narrow? He can only say that people who have not personally experienced this kind of betrayal have no right to ask him this question. This is a more desperate betrayal than Alsace's murder of his father. Avengers veteran Lin Mo has been dead since Stark's backstabbing, and now he is a real Avenger, a pure Avenger. Avengers is the magic barrier in his heart, and only by eliminating it can he rest. Lin Mo, who was watching the comments of netizens, picked up the wine glass beside him and took a sip. At this time, the system's icy reminder sounded in his mind. Containment 173 destroyed 4 Avengers laboratories and 1 office building, and gained 6,000 horror points. Showing super defensive power, shocked She Stark and other superheroes, and gained 3,000 points of fear. It has caused heated discussions on the internet, and the Foundation has become a hot topic for many times, gaining 16,000 points of fear. 35. Congratulations to the host, you have gained a total of 25,000 fear points. Lin Mo listened to the system's words and nodded with a clear expression. This time, the fear point harvest is not too big, as he expected. Because this behavior is not under his own control, neither the additional fear measures nor the suddenness have been designed. However, it is not bad to have an income of 25,000 points. After all, it is Xiaohuan's autonomous behavior, which is like picking up money for nothing. And such a comparison of the fear value can also allow him to unlock some new functions. Lin Mo opened the system's containment unlock menu, he glanced at it, and immediately saw an item that he was interested in but never used. D-level staff, worth 20,000 fear points. For this project, the system also has a detailed explanation, and Lin Mo opened the following introduction. The D-class staff are expendable personnel, and each of them is a clone with absolute loyalty to the host. They are usually responsible for direct manipulation of extremely dangerous anomalies. 39. When an abnormality occurs on their body 687, the system will make its own judgment and destroy it directly. The number of D-class personnel is fixed, and it is automatically replenished every day, so the host can use it with confidence. The last point is what interests Lin Mo. According to the explanation given to him by the system, D-class personnel are equivalent to never being used up. This will save him a lot of time and energy, as there is no need to train them. There is absolute loyalty, which is also a point that Lin Mo pays special attention to. Betrayal is intolerable. Plus, he was curious about what this clone would look like, and would it be the same as Smith in the Matrix. At the moment when his idea appeared, a man with a determined face appeared in Lin Mo's mind. The man is 1.8 meters tall, strong but flexible, and his neat tactical equipment makes him look particularly professional. Lin Mo noticed that there was no obvious personal emotion in the eyes of this strong man, and such a person would be a ruthless killing machine on the battlefield. However, if you think about it carefully, this is indeed the case. Only with this kind of quality can you complete the containment of various anomalies. Lin Mo is very satisfied with this. As the head of an organization, he knows how important the bottom of the organization is. These superiors cannot do everything by themselves, so they need enough subordinates to do less important work. The D-level personnel are very suitable for the requirements. Their physical fitness is at the top of normal human beings. As long as they cooperate with the containment measures to contain those monsters, it is not a problem. The runaway of Peanut this time is an opportunity, and Lin Mo wants to try this group of clones. He opened his mouth and instructed the system. Drop 20 D-class personnel into Georgia and have them form a tactical team to contain the runaway Peanut. 5. Containment measures are carried out in accordance with Foundation rules. To Lin Mo's order, the system replied coldly. Clear. Chapter 56. Lin Mo is still very relieved about the efficiency of the system. Since the D-level personnel are released, there is basically no problem. Although Little Peanut is powerful, its containment method is very clear, and ordinary D-class personnel can still complete it if they want to contain it. Unless D87465 is the lucky one in this group. There are some special existences among D-class personnel, such as D87465, he has another designation, SCP-181. Codenamed Lucky One. But his luck came at a price. His luck needs to be exchanged for the misfortune of the entire team. As for the misfortune of the team, it largely depends on what he is facing. For a containment like Little Peanut, Lin Mo felt that it was not impossible for the 20 team members he sent out to be wiped out. However, he has already asked the system, and there will be no lucky ones among the D-class personnel he unlocked, and he is now a containment object. Lin Mo's understanding is that the system doesn't want to give him a chance to prostitute for free. After all, unlocking D-class personnel and unlocking containment items are not the same price. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. This time he sent D-class personnel not only to contain the out-of-control Peanut. This is more of an announcement, announcing the official debut of the Foundation. He could well imagine how surprised they would be when well-trained Foundation members appeared in front of them. At that moment, everyone will know that this is a disciplined and powerful organization, not a kitten or puppies. The discussion of the Foundation on the internet will also get a relatively comprehensive confirmation. Replacing a superhero organization is not that simple, and building momentum is absolutely necessary. There were many discussions about the Foundation, both positive and negative. Lin Mo felt that it was time to harvest a wave of popularity. Only when the Foundation has established itself first can everyone have a choice. Moreover, doing so can greatly destroy everyone's recognition of Avengers. It is not the first time that Little Peanut has appeared in front of everyone. But Avengers never completed the real containment and suppression from beginning to end. Mississippi Captain America Rutgers and Thor came excitedly, but fled in embarrassment and were almost killed. Little Peanut left from Mississippi, and they were all on alert, but they were all empty. He was finally decapitated by Wanda in the Forbidden Land and successfully contained, but she Stark insisted on doing more uncontrollable research on Little Peanut. No matter which time, the Avengers did not get the slightest benefit from Peanut. Instead, he caused great harm and fear to himself and to the Federation. And all of this is inseparable from the arrogance of she Stark. He wanted to control everything, but he forgot that his own strength was not enough to support doing so. Moreover, not all unknowns can be destroyed, and it is enough to keep the containment safe and stable. Lin Mo did this because he wanted everyone to see she Stark's face clearly. Let everyone see how powerless and incompetent this superhero is when dealing with monsters beyond his ability. But none of this can be done in one action, as Lin Mo knows very well. Whether it is Avengers or History Stark, there are countless fans. People fear the strong and worship the strong, this is instinct. History Stark and Avengers have long been synonymous with the strong. But when the strong are no longer strong, and even show their extremely weak and incompetent side, naturally no one will respect them anymore. What Lin Mo wants is not only the destruction of Avengers, but also the complete destruction of Avengers' tall image in everyone's mind. He wants to let those who betrayed him taste the taste of falling to the altar. In Lin Mo's opinion, the performance of the D-Class squad will surely shock everyone, especially his pretentious apprentice. And this shock is the best way to beat the Avengers. After all, only a comparison can tell the difference. At this moment, in the Forbidden Land of Georgia, a team of 20 people walked out of the Foundation building quickly. The height of these 20 people is almost the same, they are all about 1.8 meters. Everyone is fully armed, from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They are equipped with high-end equipment, which at first glance looks like a special operations force. After these 20 people appeared, they remained silent. But not speaking does not mean that they are just standing stupidly. Everyone is checking their gear to make sure nothing goes wrong. This is the minimum quality of an elite D-class personnel. They are all facing the most dangerous containment, and it is necessary to keep their equipment and themselves in good condition. After half a minute of checking, the tall man standing at the front spoke in a deep voice. This mission, contain SCP-173, the danger level is Keter level, and all actions are based on the Foundation's containment rules, do you understand? He was the D-class representative Lin Mo had in mind, Parker, codenamed D14134. The remaining 19 responded immediately after hearing it. Clear. Set off. As the captain of the squad, Parker did not hesitate and spoke directly. Then he turned his head and took the lead to move forward quickly. 20 people, like a whole, trod away in an orderly manner towards the periphery of the Forbidden Land. Peanut didn't run far after he ran out of control and is now 5 kilometers away from Avengers' new headquarters. After leaving the Forbidden Land, it was only 4 or 5 kilometers away from Little Peanut. This is the equivalent of an unintentional arena between the Foundation and the Avengers. Little Peanut is a stage for everyone to show their strength, but the Avengers failed to contain it, and now it's time for the Foundation to perform. Under the leadership of Parker, the team soon came to the vicinity of Little Peanut. And this scene, which happened to be captured by a drone on Federal Fox News, at the moment they were live streaming on the Federal Network. The topic of the mysterious statue of the runaway is really hot, and now it is not only a problem in Mississippi, but also the entire Federation is highly concerned. Therefore, the major media are monitoring Little Peanut by means of drones dropping cameras and the like. It's just that Fox's machine happened to be on the way the D-class containment team was advancing, and it happened to be photographed. The audience in the live broadcast room noticed the changes in the screen for the first time, and they made guesses about these well-equipped personnel. Is this a federal dispatch? Our army is finally going to take action. Hi, this equipment, this discipline, at first glance, it is the elite special warfare of our Federation. Avengers can't do it, then let us brave and fearless warriors try it. 35. They brought a lot of equipment, and 4 of them were carrying large bags. It felt like they came prepared. Most of the barrages in the live broadcast room were confident speeches, but there were also some people who expressed their worries. Do they really work? A monster that the Avengers can't solve, what can a group of ordinary people do? I beg you, block off the surrounding of the statue, just let it stay there, don't let it run wild and kill people. It feels a bit unfavorable, the Avengers have finished sending the heads, and the Federation will come again. No way, Peanut's performance in Mississippi was so fierce that ordinary people couldn't get close, let alone uniform. And as it has been said for a few years, the problem that the Avengers can't solve, is it enough to come on a team? Ordinary people come just to give away their heads. But at this moment, a barrage broke everyone's discussion. Why do I think they don't look like the Federal Special Forces? I am a retired soldier, and their equipment is indeed the most refined I have ever seen. But you look at that emblem on their chest, it's not the emblem of any special operations unit at all. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone couldn't help but look at the well-trained people in the picture. On their chests, a sign was clearly visible. It's a label consisting of arrows, circles, and non-rule outlines. The 3 arrows point to the inside of the ring, forming 3 120-degree angles, and the unruly frame wraps it. Doesn't the Federation have such a sign? Could it be a secret force that we just don't know about? The logo looks so strange, it feels like it has a special meaning. 35. That's not right, I feel that the direction of this group of people is a bit strange. If it is a Federal Special Forces team, they should also come out from the Avengers headquarters. 55. Avengers headquarters is the only large building complex nearby, with a dock and a tarmac, and is indeed the best place to land. There are various indications that there is something wrong with the team you are seeing now. People on the internet are dying of curiosity about this, but now no one can answer them. Because it is the first time that this logo has appeared in front of the public. But it once appeared in another place, the Forbidden Land. Among them, the Avengers building, which is now the SCP Foundation building, has this sign. Everyone in Avengers has seen it before, so Stark's face turned gloomy after seeing this sign. What the hell do you want to do? Stark murmured to himself as he watched the steadily advancing team. After Little Peanut fell into a runaway state, he didn't dare to approach it easily. This team was obviously ordinary people, so why did they show up? With this thought in mind, Stark continued to watch through the satellite footage. At the moment, Captain Parker, who was leading the team quickly, looked serious. Although Little Peanut is described in detail in the Foundation Containment Manual, he also kept in mind how to contain him. But he knew that the action this time was far from being as simple as it seemed. If SCP-173 appears for the first time, there will be no problems in containing it according to the regulations. But it is in a state of rampage now, and no one knows what strange changes it will have. If there is a change in its mechanism, they will be courting death if they rush up. Therefore, Parker immediately carried out investigation after arriving at the predetermined position, which cannot be viewed with the naked eye. It can only be photographed by a machine and then observed indirectly, in order to prevent the little peanuts from being disturbed. This is where drones come into play. At this point, the federal media's mind was still very fast, and Parker checked the entire venue and confirmed the location of Peanut. It also confirmed a piece of information, that is, Little Peanut has not entered a state of complete runaway, and is not hitting anything when he sees it. This made half of the hanging in his heart, and the containment without a mechanism was the most terrifying. With the support of the existing information, Parker turned his head and warned the players. After approaching 500 meters, form a group of 5 people according to their respective serial numbers, and take turns to watch SCP-173, and make sure that there are at least 2 groups of 10 people looking at him at the same time. The third group is responsible for the containment mission, and starts not participating in the control after approaching 50 meters. If I go out in special circumstances, I will act on my own. If I die, the person with the highest serial number will automatically become the captain. Understood. 99. The players responded without hesitation. Parker will no longer reiterate that he has absolute trust in his players. The entire operation mode will be activated from now on, which can be regarded as a tactical exercise and warm-up. Only by turning this behavior into a temporary muscle response can ensure that there are no accidents to the greatest extent. Parker is a member of the third group by number. When the first 2 groups of people opened their eyes, he, like the other closed-eyed team members, followed for a while. When the first group of people reminded, he opened his eyes immediately. At the moment, the group had walked hundreds of meters, and he could vaguely see the beige figure. Although the team is alternating, but their footsteps will not stop, which is the advantage of always having 2 groups of people watching. Don't worry about something going wrong and Peanut rioting. After walking nearly 100 meters again, the eyes of the people in the second group were also tired. After they reminded, the fourth group with their eyes closed just now began to assist the third group in monitoring. In this way, just 2 rounds of rotation, the 20-person team has already walked 50 meters in front of Xiao Huan. At the moment, the little Peanut showed no signs of going berserk, and the entire statue remained silent. This made Captain Parker relieved, and the mechanism of Little Peanut has not changed, which is the best news. But he didn't completely relax, because the containment wasn't over yet. This scene was faithfully recorded by Fox's high-definition camera, and the audience in the live broadcast room were all fried. What? They just walked to the murder statue so easily. The quality of this group of people is really terrifying. It's forbidden by orders, and there is no extra movement in the whole process. It's a pleasure to watch them move. Quickly tell Wang Qianzhao me that they are the secret troops of the Federation, and I am a firm fan of them. As the saying goes, the layman sees the fun, and the expert sees the doorway. She Stark was shocked when he saw this scene, although he already knew that the mechanism for Little Peanut was to keep eye contact. But really wanting to be as skilled as this team definitely takes years of training. Parker and their faces didn't show any panic from beginning to end, which shows that they are familiar with the containment. In addition, after careful observation, he found that the 20 people in this team had a clear division of labor, and there were always 10 people who made eye contact with Little Peanut, and there was no single mistake at all. Even if they make a mistake, their teammates can still control it and don't need to worry at all. This shows that the Foundation knows much more about the statue than he does. The next scene made She Stark puzzled. I saw that the third group of the containment team skillfully took out a pile of materials from behind them and quickly spliced them together. It might not be clear at first what they were piecing together, but as the material gradually increased, She Stark saw a box made entirely of unknown metal. The opening of this box is facing Little Peanut. By this time, She Stark will know without guessing that this is to be used for containment. History Stark was skeptical. Could something like this really hold the statue? The laboratory he specially built failed to control the Little Peanut, so the metal box can control the intestines? Compared with She Stark's current doubts and confusion, Parker, who has already secured the temporary containment equipment, is calm as water. Next is the most critical moment of containment, and the more this moment is, the more calm it is. The box can block Peanut's sight, but it also blocks their sight. This will lead to the uncontrolled state of Peanut, which is the difficulty of containment. Although Parker was a little nervous in his heart, he did not change the slightest in his demeanor, and ordered calmly. Start containment. Chapter 57. The third group of D-class personnel, led by Parker, strode forward with the box directly. But they didn't go directly to Little Peanut, but to the side of Little Peanut. This ensures they don't get in the way of their teammates as they walk. Soon, the 5 people came to Xiaohuan's side, and their teammates were 50 meters away. 50 meters, this is an extremely dangerous distance. Once Little Peanut gets out of control, no one can escape, and everyone may be sacrificed. 2 groups of commanders, 4 groups of assistants, and 1 group of rotations. Clear instructions were issued, and everyone was in perfect control again. In fact, even if Parker didn't say anything, his 15 teammates could complete it. After a short period of adaptation, they had formed muscle memory. Looking at the tall statue in front of him, Parker sighed, only to see his eyes twitching and shouting loudly. Put! The 3 players in the third group immediately removed the metal box from Peanut's body, while Parker and one of the team members took turns watching Peanut from the opening. The team members who were 50 meters away also started to approach. Everything is progressing smoothly. As long as the metal box covers the Little Peanuts, their containment is half completed, and the next step is to control them with ice. This picture caused explosive heat in the live broadcast rooms of major media on the internet. This is to complete containment? Is it that simple? It's too fierce. There is no mistake in the whole process. We still don't know the title of this mysterious force, Federation. I'll give you 3 days to tell me. I'm so blown away. 39. 687 Everyone's praise is beyond words. The huge amount of heat made these news media even more crazy, and the drones used for shooting even began to lower their altitudes, wanting to shoot this commemorative scene at close range. However, as soon as these drones approached, Parker frowned immediately. He said in a deep voice. Prepare to shoot down approaching drones before they interfere with containment. This was said to the other 15 people who were approaching. After hearing the order, all of them immediately raised their guns and aimed at the reckless drones. But the media that advertises themselves as the Fourth Reich of the Federation don't care about this situation at all. They don't think these big bosses dare to do anything outrageous. The drone was still fast approaching. The team members received an order to shoot the approaching drones, naturally without hesitation, and the high-energy weapons in their hands fired immediately. The sky lit up, and several drones that could not dodge were directly hit and crashed. But there are quite a lot of drones, and many of them have high-speed traversing aircraft. 1 or 2 still passed through the firepower network, but they did not survive for long and were shot down by the highly vigilant third group of personnel. However, an unexpected thing appeared. The time-traveling plane flashed in front of Little Peanut when it fell, and everyone's sight was lost at this moment. Parker only heard a swoosh, and the Little Peanut, who was still in the box just now, has now appeared beside his teammates. Before he could focus his eyes on the painted eye, he heard a crisp click sound. One player fell directly to the ground, his neck twisted into a weird angle. The sudden change was broadcast live by the media that had never been close to it. The netizens who were very excited just now were directly blinded, and it took a long time for someone to post a barrage. How did it become like this? The audience in the live media studios that were close to the shooting were even more stunned. They didn't expect that this elite team would fire directly. They didn't expect that this would cause Little Peanut to run wild again, and when they went to other live newsrooms, they had already seen someone scolding. You don't have to do anything if you don't have anything to do, but you have to make trouble, right? I'm really convinced. It's over, this statue is moving twice as fast as it was in Mississippi before, and this is the 7th person he has killed. Those media should be liquidated, the members of this team can't sacrifice in vain. 35. Look, they're still trying their best to fight back. They're trying to control. With a barrage reminder, everyone's attention returned to the team. I saw that the remaining 12 players in the field were all standing apart at this moment. At this time, someone must be asking, didn't 7 die just now, why are there only 12 people standing now? Because at the moment when the barrage appeared, another team member died. The remaining 12 people are trying their best to hunt down Little Peanut, following closely with both guns and eyes. But the speed of Little Peanut is too fast, and its frontal appearance time is extremely short, and the D-level personnel who are ordinary people are really unable to control it at a glance. Under such circumstances, Parker knew that the longer they dragged on, the greater the probability of containment failure, and he immediately spoke up. The 3 of them assemble at once. We must settle the fight here immediately. His voice fell, and the remaining 11 players answered loudly. Clear. Parker's purpose is very clear, since the conventional tactics cannot control the Little Peanut, then they have to use their lives to fight for a chance. No matter what, Little Peanut needs to move to their side to kill, and that closeness is an opportunity. When a group of 3 can kill one of them, the other 2 immediately turn their heads to control Little Peanut. Although this will sacrifice a person, it is better, than not being able to complete containment. At the moment when Parker gave the order, 2 more team members died. Before they sacrificed, they hugged the attacking Peanut and tried to delay it for a while. But this didn't have any effect, Little Peanut's powerful destructive power was directly out of their control. There were only 10 people left on the field. A 334 station distribution appeared, and Little Peanut had no idea about it. It's just an instinctive disconnect. After killing one person, it turned its head without hesitation and rushed towards the group of 4. When Parker's eyes caught the trace of Peanut's figure, his heart sank, and at this moment he already understood his ending. But this does not mean that he is about to stand still, his footsteps are shaking, and he is always in an extremely active state. Watch out for controls. 9. There is not much time left for Parker, and all he can remind everyone is this. As soon as he finished speaking, Peanut was already behind him, and Parker, who was very vigilant, tightened his body. Crack. Like the sound of the celery pole being twisted, Parker didn't dodge this kill, and he didn't want to dodge either. His efforts are just to get himself to control his body. After Xiao Huan twisted his head off, he immediately found where Xiao Huan was, and directly controlled his body to make his eyes meet directly. Only by looking at Peanut can he calm down. The first thing Parker turned his head around was neither wailing nor recollection, but staring into Peanut's eyes. After being decapitated, a person can still retain consciousness for about 4 seconds, let alone a broken neck. When Parker learned that he was going to die, he had given up his desire to live. All his preparations are for this moment, to control Little Peanut. And his sacrifice did have an effect. The next second he controlled Little Peanut, everyone's eyes locked on it. Parker had 3 seconds left in his remaining consciousness. He glanced at the players in front of him, and a smile finally appeared on his face. His mission was completed, and he could finally die with peace of mind. In the penultimate second of consciousness dissipating, Parker looked back on his life. As D14134 he had made such a choice once. Thinking about it now, he still has no regrets. At the last second of consciousness dissipating, Parker's heart only had one thought, regret. It's not that he is nostalgic for the world, he just feels that it's a pity that he hasn't been able to see the Foundation grow in this world. After thinking about this, Parker could no longer perceive, he vaguely saw the lights of the Foundation, and then fell into eternal silence. Because of Parker's heroic sacrifice, everyone seized this opportunity, and the eyes of the 3 players have completely controlled Xiao Huan. The other team members were also quickly adjusting their positions, and immediately brought the containment box over again. Completing containment is their subconscious first task, and it must be Parker's wish. This time, the team members did not give any chance of accidents, and shot down all the surrounding drones directly. This caused the viewers in the live broadcast room to have a black eye, and then the prompt screen lost the signal. Faced with the black screen, everyone was silent. In the last scene of the picture, each of the remaining 9 members of the team is meticulously carrying out their tasks. But there was dissatisfaction and sadness in their eyes. Originally, this containment had been carried out perfectly, but because the unscrupulous media intervened, an accident was forcibly created. In other words, no one can accept such a situation. But the people of the D-class team still completed the containment with perseverance and strong belief under such circumstances. No doubt, everyone was shocked. In particular, the scene where Captain Parker broke the game with death left an eternal imprint on the hearts of everyone who watched the video. Chapter 58. The live room lost the screen. But that didn't stop the public from having a lively discussion of the event. The Unknown Squad successfully contained the murder statue. The popularity of this label has soared, allowing more unidentified people to see the feat of the D-Class Containment Squad. They have also posted their comments under these posts with photos and videos. It turns out that these monsters can also be solved by ordinary people. I don't know why, but I always feel panic in my heart. I saw in the video that they were already about to complete the containment, but those drones had to get together. The media, they really like to eat human blood steamed buns. They are worthy of the 11 heroes who died. Not surprisingly, many people expressed strong condemnation of the drones that came together to cause the accident. The stocks of several news TV stations that committed public anger were even hit, and corresponding apology statements appeared soon. But they found that no one paid attention to this at all, and the focus of everyone's discussion had shifted. Mysterious Team Containment Scene Map. 99. Under this topic, a photo with a strange angle became the content with the highest number of likes. I saw the remaining 9 members of the D-level squad pushing a tall box and walking towards the distance, with the 11 dead soldiers lying on the ground. Who said that standing in the light is a hero? To express my supreme respect to these 20 soldiers of the unknown team. I hope the Federation will announce the names of several dead heroes as soon as possible. I want to pray for them. They will definitely go to heaven. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods, this kind of praise is not worthy of Rutgers. They are. Everyone's attention was focused on the D-level squad members, and most people already regarded them as heroes. Correspondingly, the denunciation of the Avengers has not stopped. So what the hell are the Avengers doing, something that a team of well-trained regular guys can handle, and why are they dying so badly? 35. That's right, if it weren't for those unscrupulous media, this team of ordinary fighters would even be able to contain them without losing a single person. As I said before, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers can't do these things if they can't do it. Wouldn't it be better to just step back and give the opportunity to others? These are fairly polite comments, at best questioning what Avengers is up to. And some irritable old brothers with rednecks immediately started to mess with fake. Stark of Majafok, Avengers of Majafok, not to mention the death of my husband and daughter, and now being blown up by a group of ordinary soldiers, I will jump off a cliff from the shore of the new headquarters and die. What bullshit Avengers, a bunch of rubbish. What Iron Man, Captain America, Junkman, and Mildew I think. Hurry up and disband. If you don't do your work all day, you will be beaten. Anyway, everyone is almost dead, and the remaining few are either cowards or trash. These scoldings are not deleted by social software after they are sent out, and if you don't talk about them as usual, you will have to press a suspected rumor label. Stark, who was sitting in Avengers headquarters, was furious when he saw it. He'd endured insults like this before, but now he had to admit that he and the Avengers were nothing. Originally, he planned to continue to study the wave of Xiaohuan's turnaround, but he never expected that he would cause himself a big trouble by studying and studying. After being scolded, Stark could temporarily return to rationality by thinking, but Banner was different. He fell into rage directly after seeing the foul language that mentioned him. The Hulk would not endure such an insult. He slapped his chest suddenly and yelled. Too much deception. Too much deception. 35. When he shouted that he was about to rush out, Captain America Rutgers, who had always been calm, rushed up and stopped him. Banner, be sensible. What do you want me to do with leeches? Look at what they say. We are superhero. Hearing this, Rutgers took a deep breath, and he also saw the attacks on them on the internet, which was really ugly. But he knew that the Avengers couldn't do anything out of the ordinary at this time, or the saliva of the crowd could drown them. Banner, what they said were all angry words. Don't you know what we did? They just don't know about life and death to save the world. Rutgers' words calmed Banner a little, but he was even more aggrieved. Yes, we are saving the world. Why don't those monsters just leave it alone? I even lost my hands for it. Banner sat down weakly, like a wronged child, and Hulk's state was lifted. Seeing this scene, Rutgers sighed, then turned to look at Stark, who was standing in front of the projection with a gloomy face. Stark felt Rutgers' gaze, but he didn't respond, instead frowning in thought. Avengers needs a win, Stark needs a win. Only victory can wash away the humiliation of the past, and only victory can make those who scold them shut up. History Stark ponders how the Avengers will win a victory next. On the other hand, the people on the internet got a brand new news. The Unknown Squad entered the mysterious area next to the new Avengers headquarters with the statue. Under this title is another high-definition photo. This time, the angle of the shooting is much better. You can clearly see the D-Class team pushing the containment box into the fog of the Forbidden Land. Before everyone could continue to speculate, everyone suddenly saw a new text and photo at the top of the post. The SCP Foundation successfully contained SCP-173, sacrificing 11 D-Class combatants, listed and numbered below. There is a row of names and numbers on the picture, and in the watermark of this picture, everyone sees a familiar logo. Isn't that the logo on the clothes of the soldiers just now? In other words, there is no secret force at all. Has the Foundation completed the containment of the monster? Hehe, I just said, how could the Federation have such a skill? The gentlemen only care about money and interests, as always, they are rotten. 99. It was also noticed that the name of the account that posted this message was the SCP Foundation, and his avatar was also that logo. And this news is not sticking to the top, it just popped up suddenly. Only as everyone reads it, its popularity gradually rises, which is undoubtedly the Foundation's demonstration of its powerful hacking ability. But you don't have time to take care of it at this time. Parker, D14134, is this the captain who would rather die than control the statue? Should be, but be warned, the statue has its own name, SCP-173-5. Look at this number, are there more than 100 terrifying monsters like this? Why do I think it's more than that? Captain Parker's number is more than 10,000, but the numbers in the back are all 40,000 or 50,000. According to the ratio of 20 people to accommodate one monster, there must be at least several thousand monsters. Thousands, it's scary to think about. I have never encountered these monsters before. Is it because the Foundation has been silently guarding us from behind? It's quite possible, it's just that something recently happened to them that caused these containments and the Foundation to be exposed. Why do I think it's the Commonwealth and the Avengers who did a good job? This group of people has too much criminal record. Federal Aboriginal, I can't touch my scalp anymore. 35. Such speculations abound on the entire Federation's network, and before Avengers and the Federation could react, they had already taken a big black cauldron on their backs. But it's no wonder that everyone thinks so, the Federation has done too many things to the people before. The poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. Everyone thinks this sentence is funny, but the people of the Federation really can't laugh. Guess how they mutated? It is not the result of various federal experiments. Although there are not many people in the Federation like Banner who carried out nuclear explosions in the desert and were mutated by radiation, there are definitely many people who get sick because of this. It can only be said that many acts of injustice will lead to suicide, and the Federation can only bear the blame. In fact, the official appearance of the Foundation on the internet was done by Lin Mo. Since the D-level team has appeared, the corresponding propaganda should also be in place, otherwise how to harvest the support of the people. At the same time, it also gave everyone a preconceived notion that what Avengers can't do, the Foundation can do. In this way, when there is trouble in the future, the first thing everyone thinks of is the Foundation, not the Avengers. In the first battle to change everyone's ideas, Lin Mo won. Chapter 59. Inside the new Avengers headquarters, Stark is standing distractedly by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside are robots repairing buildings, and the entire new headquarters of Avengers is half destroyed by peanuts. Fortunately, it did not come to the main building, otherwise the face of the Avengers would be lost. But it's not much better now. Stark has seen the history of speech on the internet. Everyone's distrust of Avengers and their respect for the Foundation made him perceive a very strong sense of crisis. As the leader of the Avengers, Stark must find a way out for everyone. At this moment, Banner walked in from outside. He looked in a hurry, and said with a hint of surprise in his eyes, "She Stark, that Foundation popped up on the web." Hearing this, She Stark's brows furrowed tightly, almost forming a Sichuan character. He said, J.A.R.V.I.S, search for information related to the SCP Foundation, and arrange them in order of the most relevant. Soon, J.A.R.V.I.S completed the search for information. Although Ultron in this world also took J.A.R.V.I.S to operate, it survived by virtue of the internet. Seeing the information uploaded by J.A.R.V.I.S in front of him, She Stark's face was gloomy and water-dripped. Especially when he saw that the Foundation personally went to the 687 field and told everyone that the statue was their containment, She Stark's face was contorted. Isn't this statue the Foundation's subordinates? They are so heroic when they come to contain their runaway subordinates. Standing aside, Banner didn't notice the change in She Stark's face, and complained to himself. The Foundation is taking the ignorance of the people for what it is. I must expose them online. It is them who are clearly doing things. As soon as Banner's words came out, She Stark reached out his hand to stop Deo. No, we can't do that now. Iron Man's face was pale, but he was still trying to keep his composure. Right now, the masses trust the Foundation very much. They exchanged the deaths of 11 team members for the public's approval. If we speak at this time, it would be a public outrage, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Then we watch them grow like this. Banner looked at She Stark in confusion. He didn't think the other party would not know the consequences of the expansion of the Foundation. Although She Stark didn't want to admit Banner's puzzlement, he still nodded. This time the Foundation wins, unless we have strong evidence that the statue is a monster at their command. 95. Such evidence was possible before, but naturally impossible when the Foundation began to harvest people's expectations. Moreover, even if Stark and the others left relevant video records when they entered the Forbidden Land, the Foundation can explain that they are controlling the containment. After all, the three monsters that have appeared all appeared in that high-level space, and Stark and the others were trapped in it, and the containment was equivalent to being trapped there. Not only is there no problem with the Foundation's explanation, but it can even gain another wave of prestige. The monsters that Avengers can't catch can't escape even one step in the Foundation, and they can only be trapped and wandering in high-dimensional space. Stark's words made Banner feel extremely frustrated. They kept losing, and they never won a game. Even the superhero mentality was a little broken. So the Foundation people are acting for fame, right? 5. What are they doing this for? Banner's brain is not enough now, he asked subconsciously. For Banner's question, Stark answered with a serious look. In order to bring us down, in order for the public to think of the Foundation rather than the Avengers when they encounter a problem. He knew from the moment he saw the Foundation go down that the goal was to bring down the Avengers. When people don't need Avengers, the organization doesn't need to exist. His Stark is right. The Foundation's goal is to bring us down. He wants to make the Avengers disappear. I don't know when, Captain America Rutgers came, he stood at the door and said with a heavy face. He also only knew about the Foundation's intention. Like Stark, he paid a lot of attention to the public opinion of the entire network. He even saw with his own eyes the countless internet recommendation mechanisms of the Foundation, which appeared directly in front of the topics everyone was browsing. This powerful announcement made Rutgers immediately realize that the organization was far stronger than they thought. So he came to Stark. Although the two have many differences in concept, when they have a common enemy, it is okay to temporarily put those differences aside. Seeing that Stark didn't deny Rutgers' guess, Banner knew that the truth of the matter should be like this. But what good will this do for him? Since the Foundation intends to contain monsters as a side of justice, wouldn't it be better for everyone to not commit river water? Banner felt a little helpless. What good would it be for the Foundation to defeat the Avengers and make the entire alliance disappear? He could understand if it was just to suppress the Avengers, but that's not the case at the moment. I can't figure this out either, so I came to Stark. Rutgers was also puzzled by this, and the two turned their eyes to Iron Man. Stark did not directly give his own conclusion, he just raised a question again. Who says he's a fairly just organization? History. Stark's words shocked Banner and Rutgers. Seeing this, Stark continued. His purpose was to bring down the Avengers in the first place. If the other party really wanted to be the next Avenger, he could have done it in Mississippi, right? As soon as these words came out, Captain America and the Hulk suddenly understood. Yes, if the Foundation really wanted to be a replacement for the Avengers, they could have housed the statue in Mississippi. The same effect can be achieved today. So, all the actions of the fund are only for one purpose, to bring us down. Whether he unleashes these monsters or contains them in front of everyone, it's all about fighting the Avengers. And there are not many reasons for an organization to do this. One is hatred, when we may accidentally kill an important person in the Foundation, this is their revenge. 39. The second is complete evil. There are pure evil people in this world. Everything they do is to destroy, and Avengers happens to be one of their goals. The two possibilities that Stark put forward made Rutgers and Banner suddenly realize that no matter which possibility, the dominant player behind it cannot be understood by conventional thinking. Banner thought for a moment and said casually. It shouldn't be possible to kill an important person in the Foundation. Such a powerful organization should be protected by countless people at the top. This is not necessarily, what if the other party just likes to be an ordinary person, and we often affect them in the battle? Before Stark could answer, Rutgers retorted first. Although the superheroes solve the crisis that can affect the whole world, they will unknowingly ignore the life and death of those at the bottom. So Rutgers' guess is not impossible. On the other hand, I don't think it's possible. If a pure villain had mastered such a big power, he would have already started to do things, so can he wait until now? Look at the 20 people sent by the Foundation, which one is not the quality of the Federal Ace Elite. Such talents cannot even be obtained by training, which requires excellent management, and they originally possessed extremely strong abilities. Captain America Rutgers went on to analyze that, as a superhero from the army, he understood the gold content of the team sent by the Foundation better than anyone present. And there are tens of thousands of talents like this. What we are looking at is probably just the tip of the iceberg. The Foundation is far more than what we imagined. Rutgers' remarks made Stark even more silent. He agreed with Captain America's speculation, but it was really hard for him to accept it. He has always been fighting for the survival of mankind, and even he kicked out his guides in order to save resources, and in the end they became bad people. These actions of the Foundation are pure revenge, regardless of means, only to achieve their goals. Stark couldn't help thinking to himself. Could it be that when we accidentally killed a Foundation executive? As soon as this idea came out, it took root immediately and grew rapidly. Following this idea, Stark felt that this high-level position must be unusual, at least he had a close relationship with the current leader of the Foundation. And it must have a very high prestige in the Foundation, otherwise those D-class containment personnel would not be so willing to use their lives to make a show. Definitely, she Stark does not deny that the Foundation may have absolute control over these D-class personnel, but that is obviously more terrifying than the previous situation. Absolute loyalty means that these D-level personnel are death squads. Elite death squads are not something that can be solved by anyone. With the same strength and equipment, those who see death as home will definitely be stronger than those who shrink back. The more she Stark thought about it, the more frightened he became. He turned to Banner and Rutgers. Regardless of the Foundation, what we want now is dormancy, and the Avengers can't afford to lose more. 99. Dormancy is definitely not for survival, we need a chance to turn around. Only a happy victory will solve our problems. We're running out of time now, but we'll just have to wait. Hearing Stark's words, Banner and Rutgers nodded helplessly, what they actually wanted to do. But no matter the previous lesson or the current situation, they must be quiet. Seeing that the two accepted their opinions, she Stark was relieved, and he opened his mouth to reassure. Go back and rest, as long as we stay together, there is still hope. History Stark never thought that the Avengers would one day get to this point. This made him hate the mastermind even more. Chapter 60. Star Vermil, Thanos in light armor is walking in this barren and strange world with his adopted daughter Kimore. In front of them was a man wearing a black robe and a hood, leading them forward. Why are you so familiar with this place? Thanos asked the strange being in front of him as he followed. Because I've come here to find gems, and I even owned one before. The man's words made Thanos curious, and without waiting for him to ask questions, the man continued in a flat tone. But it abandoned me and sent me into exile. I am cursed to always know the names of those who come, and to guide people like you to find treasures that I cannot possess. During the conversation, a group of 3 came to the edge of the cliff. This cliff is bottomless, flanked by towering stone towers. On the ground in front of him, the mysterious patterns were clearly visible, and it looked like a formation. The first thing Thanos thought of was the altar. At this moment, the figure under the black robe also spoke again. We're here, what you're looking for is right in front of you. Hearing this, Thanos looked forward, there was an endless void and abyss, his face sank, and he turned to look at the man. Beneath the black hood was a Red Skull face, looking at Red Skull, Thanos asked. Tell me what I need to pay. Red Skull did his duty faithfully, he answered. The price is the soul of the beloved, 1 for 1, equivalent exchange. Hearing this sentence, Thanos' eyes froze for a moment, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Then he heard Gamora, his adopted daughter standing behind him, laughing and taunting. Every day I've lived, I've been hoping that you'll get what you deserve, but I always end the day disappointed. But now, your retribution has come at last, and your universe has given its judgment. 99. You don't have a loved one, you fail. Gamora's sarcasm Thanos could understand, but in his eyes, it was his kindness. He kills and genocides all but to maintain the balance of the universe. But just relying on his method is too slow, the universe is at a critical time of life and death. If he wants to solve this problem once and for all, he must rely on infinite gems. But the soul gem in front of you needs the soul of the loved one in exchange to get it, which is a very terrible exchange. Apparently, his adopted daughter, Gamora, doesn't think she has a loved one, which is why she is so happy. However, Thanos turned around slowly at this moment, and he looked at Gamora in front of him and said softly. Do not. Gamora was stunned when she heard Thanos answer, not understanding the meaning of the word her adoptive father. When she looked up at her adoptive father, she saw a scene she had never seen before. I saw Thanos shedding tears in his eyes. For so many years, she had assassinated countless people for him, and she had never seen Thanos cry. Gamora sneered. Tears? Tears like you who take pleasure in brutal killings? Really? The sarcasm on her face was obvious and undisguised. The relationship between the two had soured as she joined Guardians of Galaxy, and Gamora had long since wanted to admit her father. But at this moment, Red Skull, who was standing beside him, said in a flat tone. It wasn't for himself. As soon as this sentence came out, Gamora's face changed, and she looked at Thanos in disbelief. There are only the 3 of them here, and if Thanos' tears are not for himself, it is for himself. She also remembered the price that Red Skull said just now very clearly. The soul of the loved one is exchanged for 1 to 1. She couldn't believe that her cruel father still had love, and the person he loved was herself. Watching Thanos approaching slowly, Gamora grabbed a sharp knife from him without hesitation and stabbed him directly at his heart. Even if she were dead, she didn't want Thanos' plan to succeed. However, in front of a powerhouse like Thanos, all Gamora's actions are useless. Although Thanos understood the thoughts of his beloved daughter, he still let the sharp knife disappear without hesitation. Then he grabbed Gamora's hand, turned and walked towards the cliff. As he walked, he muttered to himself. Sorry. Speaking, he shed his most beloved daughter, his future heir, into the abyss with tears. His destiny is to maintain the balance of the universe, for which he is willing to pay any price, including his humanity. Pushing Gamera off the cliff with his own hands, Thanos wiped out the last trace of humanity in his heart. At the same time, he finally got his third infinite gems, Soul Gem. His fleet easily obtained the Power Stone by slaughtering the Xandalians on Xandal. The Space Gem was obtained from the collector Thanliatuan, a cosmic elder with infinite life, but his power is still too low compared to Thanos. The Power Gem, Space Gem, and Soul Gem are all available. The destiny of maintaining the balance of the universe is half done. At this moment Thanos has become a ruthless monarch. He returned to his fleet via the Space Gem. When he sat on his floating throne, Obsidian 5 appeared in front of him immediately, quietly waiting for the leader and father's orders. Thanos looked at the 5 capable men in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The Soul Gem has been obtained, and we are still short of time, reality, and heart. According to the previous information, the Time Gem is always kept in the holy place on Earth, so that the fleet will set off immediately. We must complete the collection of the 6 gems before the universe has problems." Hearing this, Obsidian 5 responded immediately. Yes. No one would object to why Thanos collected 6 infinite gems. In their eyes, Thanos was God, their father, and their monarch. Under Thanos' orders, the entire fleet moved quickly. In order to reach Earth as soon as possible, Thanos directly used the Space Gem to send the entire fleet into the solar system, which greatly shortened their travel time. Before entering the Earth, Ebony Maw, one of the 5 Obsidian generals, directly called the instruments in the fleet and began to detect the creatures and related information of the entire Earth. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemies and winning every battle, Ebony Maw, as the manager of a legion, never believed that personal bravery could solve all problems. Unless that man's ability surpasses his monarch Thanos, which is obviously impossible. Therefore, before each battle, he will collect various information, and strive to allow the fleet to solve the enemy immediately, especially now that the time is so tight. As soon as Ebony Maw's order came, he was rewarded. The results of the detection show that there is now a superhero organization on Earth that is maintaining the safety of the world. This organization is the Avengers. According to the data detected, these superheroes are still somewhat capable and may pose a threat to their fleet. When Ebony Maw got this conclusion, he knew that this trip to Earth was not that simple, and he reported the matter to Thanos without hesitation. Soon, he got a response from his father. Enter the Earth with the highest alert, the entire fleet is on standby at any time, and problems can be directly suppressed. Thanos' order is very direct. In his opinion, if there is resistance, it will be eliminated. It doesn't matter. Anyway, his ultimate goal is to balance the universe, and eliminating some people along the way will be regarded as interest. Ebony Maw did not dare to neglect Thanos' orders, and directly commanded the entire fleet to enter the Earth, heading for federal New York. The sudden appearance of huge amounts of warships made the residents of New York City feel incomparable panic. Everyone was fleeing frantically, but some of them did not forget to share the terrifying pictures they saw online. Unsurprisingly, the topic of mysterious Fleet 687 appearing in New York directly became a hot search of the day. What the hell is this? Aliens invaded. The people of New York City are so miserable. Avengers became the first target of aliens as soon as they moved out. I feel like these fleets don't seem to be messed with. Can our superhero handle it? Avengers? Don't count on it. Or pray that the Foundation can help us. On the internet, the discussions of the federal people kept swiping on the screen. Their news was monitored by the Thanos fleet, and they were constantly aggregated into guesses before Ebony Maw. Looking at those conclusions, Ebony Maw's brows furrowed. The Avengers building disappeared and the new headquarters was destroyed? What happened to this superhero organization? With such curiosity, Ebony Maw searched for this. In addition, Ebony Maw also got the bad news that the target of their trip, the head of Holy Place's Asgardian Time Gem, Strange, is dead. Compared to the Avengers stuff, that's the real big deal. Ebony Maw brought the news directly to the floating throne where Thanos was, and he reported loudly. Sorcerer Supreme Strange, who controlled Time Gem, is dead and Time Gem is missing. Avengers, the largest heroic organization on Earth, has been attacked and destroyed many times. Father, I think there may be a connection between these two things. Sitting on the throne dozing, Thanos opened his eyes when he heard his words. Time Gem is a very important part of his mission, and it is also an indispensable thing to solve the problem of the balance of the universe, Thanos directly ordered. Then grab the Avengers and find the changes, the Time Gem we must get. As soon as he finished speaking, before Ebony Maw could leave, Thanos spoke again. Forget it, I'll do it myself, I don't have that much time. After speaking, Thanos disappeared in front of Ebony Maw along with his floating throne. Chapter 61. Commonwealth, Georgia, Avengers' new headquarters. She Stark was sitting in the conference room with a gloomy face, with Banner and others sitting next to him, and War Machine Rhodes was also present. He looked at the fleets above the projection and said in a deep voice. We've never seen these fleets, but it's safe to say that the purpose of their trip was not friendly. She Stark's words made everyone's expression tighten. According to J.A.R.V.I.'s perception, before and after the appearance of the fleet, there were advanced A's searching the internet for news about Avengers in the Supreme Holy Place. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone clearly felt the hostility. How could normal aliens come to the Earth to retrieve these? With such a strong purpose, it must have come for something. Everyone knows what Avengers in the Supreme Holy Place have, but it is nothing more than the treasure of the level universe like Time Gem. The rest, whether it's Stark Industries products or their superhero originally, shouldn't be worth the attention of a fleet that can travel between planets. They are likely to attack us, and the Avengers must act together during this time, preferably at headquarters, so that no matter what happens, we can still take care of it. 5. After informing Captain America of the seriousness of their matter, Stark suggested. In this regard, Captain America, Hawkeye, and Hulk have no objection. They don't know each other at all now. Acting alone is giving each other a chance. Seeing that everyone had no opinion, Stark stood up, clapped his hands, and said, "Okay, let's go." However, before his words fell, a tall purple potato appeared in front of everyone. "You are the Avengers." Thanos sat on his throne and looked at everyone with indifference. Under the oppression of the mighty power, everyone was like a great enemy, and Stark's blood-side armor directly covered his body. Seeing this scene, Thanos pouted in disdain, and he continued to ask, "Do you know how Sorcerer Supreme died?" Hearing this, Stark and the others were shocked. As expected, the enemy was coming for Time Gem. Before Hawkeye and the others could speak, Stark said with a dark face, "What does this have to do with you? This is Avengers headquarters, please leave as soon as possible. It is not a glorious thing to be beaten at the door. If the media and the public know that Avengers has been questioned by people from the mysterious fleet, the reputation that is not much will be lost." Thanos was very dissatisfied with Stark's attitude. He frowned slightly and said coldly, "It seems that you are not willing to cooperate well. Nian." After speaking, he slowly stood up and picked up the double-edged machete next to the throne. This made the hearts of the 4 Avengers tense, and the other party would go to war if they disagreed, which showed his self-confidence. But as superhero, the 4 of them were not afraid at all, and the Hulk banner directly transformed and rushed up. Facing Banner's brute force charge, Thanos didn't even lift his knife, he just stretched out a hand and pressed Banner's head. He said with a sneer, "Can a weak force be called a superhero?" After he finished speaking, he threw Banner aside, and Banner fell into a coma before he even landed. Since he obtained the power gem, Thanos' control of his own power has reached the extreme. Seeing this scene, Stark, Rutgers, and Hawkeye were all shocked. They knew Banner's physique, and it was not so easy to make him fall into a coma. The rays mutated Banner, not only changing his body, but also his spirit, which made him extremely tenacious, and it was impossible for him to be knocked out easily. But the purple potato in front of him was done with a single blow, and Stark and the others immediately increased their attention. The 3 people before the meeting looked like they were facing the enemy, and Thanos didn't care, as if to say that you should come up and have a try. Rutgers rushed forward without hesitation, and the vibranium shield in his hand flew out. Hawkeye immediately bent his bow and took the arrow when Captain America moved, and the 5 piercing arrows shot directly at Thanos' neck from multiple angles. The cooperation between the 2 was seamless, and the point of attack was on Thanos' neck. As long as these few concentrated, even superhero would fall into a coma. Because the real purpose of the enemy is still unclear, they did not intend to fight for life and death as soon as they came up. In the face of the attack, Thanos still did not dodge, he took the weapon in his hand and walked forward slowly. The vibranium shield and the piercing arrow hit him in the neck almost simultaneously, but there was a clanging sound of gold and iron. Afterwards, the 3 of them saw a terrifying scene. They saw that there was no scar on Thanos' neck, and he himself didn't feel any discomfort, just walking forward step by step. Attacks don't work, which reminds Hawkeye and Captain America of the statue Peanut. Obviously, there is another monster in front of them that they can't break, which greatly reduces their desire to attack. Stark didn't think so, and when he saw that the vibranium shield and the piercing arrows were ineffective, he immediately invoked all the energy of the new headquarters. High-energy laser, this is Stark's secret weapon for the monsters like Peanut. Their Avengers are dormant, so the Foundation will definitely be more active, and Stark has been preventing the Foundation from invading again. A perfect counterattack could be a turning point, and Stark, despite asking everyone to hibernate, is preparing for the Avengers' comeback. I just didn't expect that the Foundation didn't wait, and they waited for a powerful alien fleet. Watching Thanos approaching, Stark hesitantly issued an attack order to J.A.R.V.I.S, and a laser attacked at an extremely fast speed. None of the people present were able to react in time, and only felt that their eyes lit up. Then, they smelled a burning smell in the air, the aftermath of the high-energy beam. Now they realized that Stark used a fatal blow on this purple potato. But when they turned their heads to look at the purple potato sitting on the toilet, the whole people were shocked. I saw that the double-edged sword in Thanos' hand stood in front of him at some point, and neither his sword nor his body had any traces left by the laser. This mortal blow is useless. I have resisted, too, just follow me honestly. Thanos, who was holding the sword in his hand, looked indifferent, and he had come to the front of the revenge, he said softly. Then, the three of them saw a cold light flickering in front of them. Puff! The three people's legs were all cut off in an instant, and the wounds didn't even have time to bleed out, and they fell down. This made the three clearly realize that they are now the fish on the chopping board and can only be manipulated by others. The purple potato in front of them has such strength, they don't need to doubt it at all. Stark's face was ashen, but he had to be soft. And the nanorobots have been flying out for the first time and are repairing the limbs of the three people. Thanos didn't care about this behavior with Iron Man, he asked again. How did the owner of the time gem die? This time, his knife was placed directly on Stark's neck. Looking at Thanos' unwavering eyes, Stark had no doubt that if he didn't tell the truth, the person in front of him would kill him directly. Strange was killed by a monster who saw what it looked like. 35. Hearing Stark's answer, Thanos raised his brows and asked curiously. Why? There is no reason, the killing mechanism of that monster is to destroy everyone who looks like him, even if you only see it through photos, he will appear directly, and then kill you. Stark's explanation intrigued Thanos very much. He had walked in the universe for so many years and had never heard of such a magical monster, he continued. Are you sure the owner of the time gem, Strange, was killed by this monster? Stark nodded, he wasn't lying, he was just hiding the existence of the Foundation. This is a careful thought of Stark. The trick of driving away tigers and swallowing wolves can often have miraculous effects. Right now, this purple potato is a tiger, and the Foundation is a wolf. He could see that Thanos had a strong curiosity about 096, and he also confirmed that the other party's purpose was Time Gem. And Time Gem is likely to be taken away by the Foundation. Once the two sides meet, it is uncertain what kind of conflict will break out. It's better that this tiger and one wolf fight to the death, and their avengers can take advantage of the fishermen. Thinking of this, a trace of resentment flashed in Stark's eyes. If the Avengers hadn't lost too many people in the Forbidden Land, Thanos in front of them wouldn't necessarily pose too much threat to them. Stark's thoughts Thanos doesn't care, he only cares about the Time Gem, and the Time Gem is in that strange but powerful monster. Suddenly, Thanos had an idea in his heart, he grabbed Stark and said with a cruel smile. You must have a picture of that monster, right? As soon as this sentence came out, Stark's eyes flashed a trace of panic, and he found that he had forgotten a little. No matter how stupid Thanos was, he wouldn't joke about his own life. In order to lure that monster out, he needed a bait. Right now his best bait is them the Avengers. Although his heart was terrified, but Thanos' knife was on his neck, Stark had no choice but to nod and answer. Hearing this answer, a smile appeared on Thanos' face, and he commanded directly. Get it out. After speaking, he threw Stark aside and let him control the projection. Soon, a photo full of mosaics appeared in front of him, and the image could not be clearly seen in this photo. It's not that Stark didn't think about showing him the monster's body directly, but after careful consideration, he felt that it was better not to do so. If the purple potato in front of him could solve that monster, then all four of them would have to die. And if only one of them faced the monster, at most one of them would die, and maybe they would still be able to survive thanks to Thanos' shot. Seeing this photo, Thanos and Stark thought exactly the same, and he pulled Hawkeye over casually. Hawkeye, whose legs have been restored, resisted fiercely, but under Thanos' invincible power, he simply could not escape. Hawkeye's face was pinched in Thanos' hands, facing the photo, he said. Remove the mosaic. Hearing Thanos' words, Stark's face was gloomy, but he still gave orders to Jarvis. In an instant, the mosaic on that photo was lifted, and everyone else closed their eyes. Hawkeye saw the monster's body directly, which made him feel extremely frightened, and Thanos, who was standing behind him, was looking forward to it. Stark heard Hawkeye's startled roar, and he immediately told J.A.R.V.I.S to turn off the projection. Then he quietly took Captain America Rutgers and ran out with Banner. As they fled, a gloomy wind could be felt throughout the conference room. A pale figure appeared behind Hawkeye at some point. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and his entire body was bony. His arms had long since transformed into a pair of sickle-shaped weapons, and he slashed straight at Hawkeye. Hawkeye was very alert after seeing the photo. When he felt the coolness behind him, he squatted down and rolled away without thinking about it. This time, 096's beheading was in vain, but he did not hesitate, his figure turned again, and disappeared in place. As a containment that acted on instinct, 096 did not understand loss at all. Hawkeye's gaze made him feel extremely sad, which could only be relieved by killing Hawkeye. In the face of 0096 attacking again, Hawkeye continued to roll away without hesitation, and at the same time, the compound bow in his hand did not stop, and the 5 blasting arrows went straight to the opponent. The explosive arrow exploded instantly when it touched 096, smoke and sparks filled the entire conference room. Hawkeye swallowed nervously. He didn't dare to look at 096's injury, and he didn't dare to stay in the same place for a long time. Hawkeye has always maintained an unruly high-speed movement, this is his experience as a marksman, standing in place is waiting to die. As if to confirm his thoughts, a pale figure appeared behind him again without knowing it. This time Hawkeye still wanted to dodge by rolling the bow. An arrow in his hand had already been fired, and he even took out the compound bow for defense. But these were all in vain. The increasingly violent 096 was stronger and faster than the previous attack. The two sharp scythes cut across at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to reflect. The compound bow didn't even stop 096's attack for a moment. Hawkeye was directly beheaded and turned into a corpse on the ground. Thanos, who was watching the whole process, was stunned. He already had a clear understanding of the power of this monster. The power of Level Godfather. Chapter 62. The power of Level Godfather refers to those powerful beings standing at the peak of the universe. Thor's father, Odin, is the existence at the peak of Level Godfather. Even the mighty Thanos himself, without the blessing of infinite gems, is nothing more than a level sub-godfather. In other words, the monster that appeared in front of him had power beyond him. How could this not surprise Thanos? He kind of understands why the superhero of the Avengers will suffer heavy casualties, even if it is himself, he may not be able to handle it. Just when Thanos was amazed by 096's superhuman performance, the crisis came quietly. Hawkeye, who saw 096's true face, was dead, but Thanos saw him just now, and he still couldn't calm down. With a swish, 096 came to Thanos's back, his arms crossed and chopped down. Puff! I saw that Thanos was beheaded without any resistance, and his proud defense did not cause any hindrance to 096. After killing everyone who saw him, 096 returned to calm, his figure blurred and disappeared. After a while, Thanos, who was lying on the ground, turned into a burst of energy, and a tall figure emerged from the shadows. Powerful lethality, weird mechanism, but no wisdom. Although strange, it's nothing to worry about. Looking at the place where 096 disappeared, Thanos looked indifferent. A monster without intelligence is not worth his trouble. And his way of evading 096's pursuit is also very simple, just use Soul Gem to create a soul exactly like him as a scapegoat. 096 is looking for Thanos. What about him, Thanos? The curiosity in Thanos' heart has been satisfied, and he found that 068796 did not have the fluctuation of time gem, which made him feel a little strange. Didn't you say that this monster killed the Sorcerer Supreme? Logically speaking, it should have left a relevant mark. Thanos can't understand, infinite gems are the supreme existence in this universe, and anyone who comes into contact with them will naturally leave traces. Just like the Hulk he knocked out just now, those arms were temporarily formed through time gem. Anyway, this time gem must still be on Earth. Figured this out, Thanos activated the space movement function of the floating throne and returned to the interior of his fleet. Obsidian 5 is here waiting for his return. As soon as Thanos appeared, Roar said, "I have seen your father." Thanos nodded expressionlessly and ordered to them. "The whereabouts of the time gem are unknown, but it is still here on Earth, and you are all out to find it." "Yes." For Thanos' order, Obsidian 5 did not dare to delay, and turned around and went out to start action. And Thanos returned to the Avengers headquarters. He knew about the escape of the three of She-Stark, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Give priority to the task, and then come back and arrest slowly. For thousands of years, Thanos has been making fun of himself. However, when he stepped out of the space portal, two lasers attacked him. The sudden blow surprised Thanos, his brows raised slightly, and a slightly mocking smile appeared on his face. "Ants?" The two words clearly came out of his mouth, and then She-Stark saw a scene that shocked him. He saw two lasers suddenly slow down in the air, and they instantly changed from the speed of light to the speed of turtles. Thanos walked towards She-Stark, unhurriedly, and then the two laser beams returned to their normal speed and shot out with a swish, directly piercing the house. She-Stark's eyes were full of shock and depression, and he found that no matter what he was doing recently, something was not going well. Looking at She-Stark, who looked like a CK fighting star, Thanos chuckled lightly. "Not only did you not run, but you dared to come back to ambush me, you are a little interesting." 39. She-Stark was not impressed by Thanos' compliment, he frowned. "Do whatever you want, I don't need your praise." Thanos laughed when he heard this, as if he had heard a big joke. "Praise? Thanos never compliment anyone, I say you're interesting is really interesting." After speaking, his eyes suddenly became fierce, staring at She-Stark. "Tell me all about Time Gem, I hate lies more than attacks." Thanos originally thought there would be no problem letting She-Stark and the others go, anyway, as long as he collected all 6 infinite gems, half of them would die. But when he realizes that Stark is deliberately withholding some information from himself, he decides to let the superhero on this Earth know what it means to respect. She-Stark's expression didn't change. He had expected that his lies would be exposed, but he didn't care about it, because he knew that Thanos needed his information. Strange died of that monster, and that monster is part of the Foundation, and you might be able to get what you want there. She Stark shrugged his shoulders and said with a look of indifference. Where is the Foundation? Thanos had no good words for the native in front of him, and asked in a deep voice. Just next to us, there is a thick fog covering it, and after entering, you can see a tall building when you walk along the road, that is the Foundation. However, there are many monsters guarding the Foundation. I think you'd better not go in. When the casualties are heavy, don't say I didn't warn you. She Stark said a few more words. He didn't do anything to hide here. As long as Thanos sent someone to investigate, he would definitely get the answer. Being able to dodge the monster's attack has proven his strength, and Stark's plan to kill both Thanos and the Foundation may not work out. But he thinks it's okay to let Thanos cause some trouble for the Foundation, so they can at least have time to get back together. When Thanos heard She Stark's words, he nodded solemnly. The power of the 096 level Godfather had left a deep impression on him. And to be able to control such a monster, the Foundation must not be idle. Thanos tapped She Stark on the shoulder. Since that's the case, then you go and help me explore again. She Stark's expression froze, and he answered with great difficulty. 10 of us can't even make it to the square, let alone 3 of us now. Hearing this, the corners of Thanos' mouth turned up slightly, only to hear him say confidently. You are responsible for attracting each other's attention. In addition, my subordinates will also assist you, don't worry. Don't worry. She Stark will be relieved when his brain is full. He felt that the 3 of them were mostly victims when they went there, and the purple potato monster in front of him was more like a foreman who took care of them. If they were to encounter any tricky monsters, they would definitely run faster than them. However, does Stark have a choice? No. He could only choose to agree, otherwise Thanos would probably kill them outright. There are only 3 Avengers left, and it is not known how many will survive this time. Compared to She Stark's difficult situation, Lin Mo is much more comfortable. It's not that Thanos didn't find him, that's why he could be so free. But he now has absolute strength, there is no need to worry at all. A Thanos who has collected all 6 infinite gems is so strong that half of the universe can be wiped out with a snap of his fingers. But now that the time gem is in his hands, Thanos is just an ordinary level sub-godfather powerhouse. Even, in Lin Mo's opinion, this is a good helper for brushing data. One is that the objects he unlocked have more objects that can swipe data, and the other is that the appearance of the objects has become a lot smoother. After all, there are all kinds of foreigners, so it doesn't matter if some monsters appear, right? In this way, the Foundation can form a perfect closed loop. As for She Stark and the others who know the truth, who will believe them? Even if the Foundation were to contain Little Peanut and the others, they would have to sacrifice their lives, even though the dead were all clones. But clones are also human and living beings, who would know if Lin Mo didn't say it? Normal people don't think the Foundation and the Containment are one family, that's enough. At this moment, a system prompt sounded suddenly in Lin Mo's mind. 096 killed the backbone of Avengers Hawkeye on the spot, shocked She Stark and others, and obtained 3,000 points of fear. 096 showed the power of level Godfather, shocked Thanos, and gained 5,000 fear points. 9. The Foundation is famous and rewarded with 2,000 horror points. 39. Seeing this prompt, Lin Mo smiled and shook his head, which was obviously Thanos testing his own strength. This kind of windfall Lin Mo always welcomes. But as the old saying goes, the money you pick up will bring bad luck, so it's best to spend it quickly. Opening the system's fear value store, Lin Mo took a closer look, and found that he had unlocked a few more things. There is one option that Lin Mo finds very interesting. Fixed players. This function is an additional function for D-level personnel. Lin Mo can choose to position certain D-level personnel as fixed refreshes by spending the fear value. Their memories and emotions are perfectly carried over to the next clone. For example, D14134, our Captain Parker, Lin Mo, can spend a fear point on him, so that every time he dies, he can be resurrected with full health in the next day's refresh. After reading the explanation of the system, Lin Mo bought one for Parker without hesitation. He may not be the strongest D-class personnel, but he is the best one. To accomplish the task, he can give his all. After spending 1,000 fear points to buy a fixed refresh position, Lin Mo found that to unlock the second one, the price would be doubled, and it would cost 2,000 points. Or else, this guy in the system has been trained on a pig farm, and he really understands the trick of forcing Krypton. However, Lin Mo can also accept this. A useful subordinate is worth more than fear. Who knows what these D-level personnel he will spawn tomorrow will be like? And the Foundation needs some bright people to support the stage, and Lin Mo doesn't want to go to the stage anymore. Those who can't be wiped out would be a good choice. With the unlocking of Lin Mo, D-class personnel Parker became the first fixed brush personnel. He also became the first subordinate in the real sense after Lin Mo established the Foundation. The first brick of the elite team, here we come. Chapter 63. She Stark, we might as well fight them. Banner whispered to Iron Man beside him that he had woken up from a coma for a while, and was now walking on the dirt road in the Forbidden Land again. Stark shook his head indifferently. He knew that Banner's suggestion now was just running away, and he didn't want to meet the Shadow Fiend again. The arms that Strange borrowed for him had disappeared, and Hulk became the weak Banner again. He lost both arms and lost his confidence. Although Stark also wanted to kill these two people sent by Thanos, but it should not be now, nor can it be now. Thanos sent in his good guys, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. These two are a pair of lovers, and the power exuding from them is no worse than any superhero. These are what Stark observed by himself. His guess was right, and Thanos sent Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight to Proxima Centauri to keep an eye on the Avengers. Thanos asked the Avengers to be cannon fodder, to ride the mines for him, and then find the traces of the Time Gemstone. In order to prevent Stark and others from having a chance to resist, he sent Corvus Glaive, the leader of the Obsidian Five. In addition to being extremely powerful, Corvus Glaive also has the restoration ability that matches his power. In addition, his war blade can also store his soul and assist him in resurrection, which can be said to be able to fight and resist. If Stark and the others attacked Corvus Glaive beyond their own power at this time, the biggest possibility is that they would be killed on the spot. Avengers are nothing to Thanos now, and it is not impossible to kill them at will. So hibernation is the best way now. After all, there are constant crises in the Foundation and there are many variables, and this is the opportunity for Avengers. If he had a choice, Stark really didn't want to use the Foundation's power, but the situation was such that he had no choice but to do so. The five walked through the thick fog and came to a fork in the road. Corvus Glaive frowned, and he asked Stark bluntly. How to go? I don't know, after we went in last time, we would be separated no matter what. Stark shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Hearing this, Proxima Midnight's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty, and the sharp spear in her hand stuck out and placed it directly on Stark's neck. Be honest. Proxima Midnight's voice was hoarse, making people shudder to hear it, but Stark's face showed no panic at all. If you don't believe we can go in together, it will prove to be the case. He said helplessly. Seeing this, Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive looked at each other. Corvus Glaive said solemnly. Okay, the five of us go one way, the three of you go ahead, and we follow. Corvus Glaive doesn't know if Stark's words are true, but he doesn't think anyone in this world can threaten his safety unless Thanos does it himself. Stark nodded dejectedly when he heard this, as if his hopes were in vain. This look made Corvus Glaive feel disdain. In his opinion, only those with weak strength need strategies, and the fist of the strong can break through all restraints. If you can't break through, then add your own war blade. Stark doesn't know the psychological history of Corvus Glaive, but he knows that the more he tells the truth, the less the other party will notice the information he deliberately left out in a certain sentence. So when he turned his head to face Banner and Rutgers, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The two who got Stark's signal didn't change their expressions and walked forward with him. Sure enough, in the next second, the three of them disappeared. This made Corvus Glaive and Proxima a little uncomfortable, but they didn't get too nervous, and the two walked in hand. As soon as he entered, Corvus Glaive discovered the problem. This is a high-latitude space. He seemed to be walking with Proxima Centauri, but in fact, they were separated the moment he entered. This didn't make him panic, because he already felt the location of Proxima Centauri, and the two of them wanted to find each other and could reach it soon. However, Corvus Glaive's brows furrowed, because he found that there was no Stark in their presence here, and the three Avengers disappeared as soon as they entered. Moreover, he found that he did not know when a black mist appeared beside him. It stood at the entrance of the passage between him and Proxima, motionless. This made Corvus Glaive curious. He didn't find any dangerous aura on the Shadow Fiend's body, nor did he find any signs of life in this thing. However, the experience over the years still tells him that until the exact information is clear, don't be curious about these unfamiliar things, and don't try to contact and communicate. One person froze in a fog. On the other side, Stark, Captain America Rutgers, and Banner enter a strange space, where they meet the long-lost Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff's eyes are closed, and there are countless magnificent and shining crystals beside her. These crystals were linked together to form a huge amount of sphere, and she was suspended in the very center of the sphere. If you look carefully, you can actually see that each crystal is a small world. But such worlds are low latitudes. Seeing Natasha Romanoff, Banner was a little excited. He was startled by Roar and was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Stark. This made Banner a little puzzled, and he asked. Why not let me wake her up? 39. Stark's face is not very good looking, he explained in a deep voice. You can't rely on it. If you go in, you will only fall into that world again. These words made Banner's mind unable to turn around. He said with a puzzled look. What? The last time we were able to escape from this high-latitude world was probably due to Natasha Romanoff. Stark's words caused Banner to crash directly. His brain was about to burn and he couldn't understand it, but Captain America Rutgers realized it. The area was only unraveled after Natasha Romanoff disappeared, so you think Natasha Romanoff was assisting us in some way? Yes, otherwise why do you think we are still together, and in a place we've never seen before? 39. She Stark nodded. Hearing this, Banner and Rutgers noticed that the surrounding scene had changed, the bushes and dirt roads had disappeared, and it was a white world that stretched as far as the eye could see. There are only 3 of them in the whole world, and Natasha Romanoff and those crystals. All eyes were on Natasha Romanoff, Stark said. Natasha Romanoff is about the same age as you, Rutgers. Both of you are superpowers who were cultivated very early, and you have potential that I can't understand. Rutgers can pick up Thor's hammer that requires divinity, that's your chance and your danger. Stark's words made Rutgers realize something. In fact, it was only a momentary judgment when he picked up Thor's hammer, and he subconsciously thought that he could pick it up. And since he knew that the people who could pick up Mjolnir were people with divine nature, he had a new expectation for his own strength. At the same time, he also knows that the burden on his shoulders is also greater. Thor is the son of the god King Odin, and the next king of Asgard. His future strength will not be much worse than Odin. He needs to guard Asgard, because that's his hometown. And what Captain America Rutgers needs to protect is the Earth, because this is his hometown, and he can also become a god-king-like existence. Thinking of this, Rutgers looked at Natasha Romanoff, who was suspended in the air, and Stark's voice sounded again. And now, Natasha Romanoff ushered in her opportunities and dangers. If she succeeds, she can have the ability of high-latitude control. If she fails, she will forever be a slave of this space. Seeking flowers. Captain America Rutgers understood this sentence, but Banner didn't understand it. He never imagined that a fatal action would become an opportunity for Natasha Romanoff. In fact, Stark is also guessing, even a consolation, because his eyepiece did not detect the vitality of Natasha Romanoff. But he just had a feeling that Natasha Romanoff was alive and somehow trying to communicate with him. It's just that he can't understand what the other party is saying now. Entering the place again this time was an attempt, and Stark was betting that Natasha Romanoff wasn't dead and that she would help her while they waited for them to come in. And now that he won the bet, Natasha Romanoff did still have her own consciousness, and she still had the energy to help them. Stark knew that Natasha Romanoff could hear what he said, and he said with a solemn expression. Sorry Natasha Romanoff, although I would love to get you out, neither your current state nor the circumstances will allow me to do so. Avengers is not strong enough to compete with the Foundation, we need more. Doctor Strange left me with some information before he left this world, that might be of some help. Avengers aren't going away, we're just dormant. Natasha Romanoff, we'll be back, you have to hold on. As if responding to him, the crystals around Natasha Romanoff turned slightly faster. This made Stark feel excited that his communication was useful. But at this moment, Rutgers frowned and said. Is this really okay? This is the Foundation's territory, and Natasha Romanoff is promoting promotion under their noses. I think it's better to find a way to rescue her. This sentence made Stark's face a little strange. What he said just now was completely for the scene, because he was not sure that he could rescue Natasha Romanoff. And they need a person to support them here, maybe they can make a comeback in the future, that is, they have an internal response. But as soon as Rutgers' words came out, it seemed that he did not care about the life and death of his partner. Once he decided to rescue, he would not say anything else. If he could not be rescued, his incompetence was exposed. Both horizontally and vertically are his history Stark's fault. But at this moment, a voice appeared in the ears of the two of them. No, this is Natasha Romanoff's chance. We only have a chance when we get stronger. The Foundation really wanted to kill us, so why wait until now? Banner's words solved Stark's predicament, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Rutgers was silent after hearing this, and what Banner said was not unreasonable. However, at this moment, a strong white light flickered, and the 3 of them closed their eyes subconsciously. When Stark opened his eyes again, he found that the scene in front of him had changed. He arrived at a completely strange place, not at all the dark place where he was before, and the surrounding fog and bushes had disappeared. The sun is shining here, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, and the lush and tidy grass is just under your feet. Young men and women are lying or sitting around Stark, some of them have picnics here, some of them are reading books here. Not far away, old men in 2s and 3s were sitting on chairs facing each other, and in front of them was a chessboard. Garden. Stark subconsciously said that his voice caught the attention of the people around him, and everyone looked at him. This didn't make Stark feel ashamed or anything, he was used to this kind of stare. Moreover, his attention was attracted by 2 old men not far away. The 2 old men also noticed his gaze, and they turned to look at Stark. One of the grey-haired old men said to his partner with a smile. Charles, looks like we have a new friend. Spoon. Chapter 64. Corvus Glaive has been observing the black fog in front of him for 10 minutes, and during this period, no matter how he observed it, he did not get any feedback. It was as if what was in front of him was an ordinary fog, nothing special. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon, and Corvus Glaive has to go through this passage if he wants to go to the edge of Proxima Centauri, which makes him a little irritable. It's not that he didn't try to leave from other passages, but every time he left, he would encounter this fog at the next intersection. Everything seemed to tell him that he could only leave through the passage behind the mist. No way, Corvus Glaive had to try to make some substantial contact with the mist. For example, throw out some carry-on bombs. As soon as the bomb composed of unstable cosmic energy flew over the shadow demon's head, a change occurred, and the black mist that had been quiet just now suddenly burst out. The bomb was devoured at once, and at the moment of being devoured, Corvus Glaive clearly found that he had lost contact with the bomb and had no chance to detonate. But he didn't panic, because the unstable cosmic energy bomb would explode on its own, and he just had to wait. However, after waiting for a full minute, Corvus Glaive didn't see any change in the black mist in front of him, which made his face a little ugly. Cosmic energy is a special kind of energy. For the creatures on Earth, it is no different from a nuclear explosion with a very high risk factor, and it is also the center of the 6, 8, 7 nuclear explosion. But it is such a weapon that has disappeared from the Shadow Fiend's body. If it weren't for the fact that there was a bomb missing from his waist, Corvus Glaive would have thought he was dreaming. Moreover, he also discovered a surprising thing: he was gradually forgetting that he had dropped a cosmic energy bomb. This made him immediately realize the peculiarity of Shadow Fiend. What's the point of swallowing objects and swallowing related memories? Corvus Glaive has never been more confused over the years. But after such an attempt, he knew that he should not think about going through the shadow demon to the passage behind him, or he would be swallowed up and forgotten by everyone. So Corvus Glaive decided to use the power of the fleet, which he contacted directly through fleet communications all over the planet. I'm Corvus Glaive, immediately blasting my coordinates with energy. After speaking, Corvus Glaive looked up into the air, and saw that a beam of light had already fallen, which made the corner of his mouth rise slightly. He couldn't believe it. Could the shipborne cosmic energy gun still destroy this place? However, a terrifying scene appeared, and a cloud of grey mist suddenly rose from his side and flew towards the sky at a speed beyond light. The cosmic energy bombardment disappeared in an instant, leaving only the figure of grey mist. And it did not disappear, because the fleet in the air cast its shadow on it at some point. The Shadow Fiend's sudden attack prevented the Corvus Glaive's battleship from reacting in time, but was covered in an instant, and then disappeared. Corvus Glaive's pupils shrunk to a small point. He couldn't believe that the black mist that was just a small cloud had the ability to destroy a battleship alone. But panic turned to panic. Corvus Glaive's instinct drove him to pass through the passage that was blocked just now, and he escaped by taking advantage of the opportunity of the Shadow Demon to devour the battleship. As soon as he came out, Corvus Glaive saw his lover, Proxima Centauri. He didn't care to explain. He pulled the other party and ran outside. With his understanding of high-dimensional space, Corvus Glaive quickly escaped with Proxima Centauri. This made him sigh in relief in his heart. Corvus Glaive had no doubt that the black mist just now could easily swallow him up, and he even felt that even if Thanos came, he would have to kneel. Fortunately, the black fog wouldn't move, and Corvus Glaive didn't see it running out of the weird high-dimensional space behind him. This side just put down his heart, but Proxima Centauri let out a low shout, and Corvus Glaive hurriedly looked in front of him. Only then did he realize that there was a magnificent tall building in front of him. The appearance of this tall building, Corvus Glaive, felt very familiar, as if he had seen it before. Avengers Mansion. No, it's called the SCP Foundation now. 35. Proxima spoke, and following her gaze, Corvus Glaive saw the text glowing white. So those Avengers didn't lie to us? There is an organization behind these monsters. Corvus Glaive said quite unexpectedly. In his opinion, the cunning natives like She-Stark must be able to hide all kinds of deceit. But both the high-latitude space and the Foundation have confirmed that they are not lying. That's right. Also, I feel the traces of the time gem here. Proxima Centauri has bright eyes, constantly patrolling the surroundings. As a melee king, her insight is not weak. Corvus Glaive also tried to sense it after hearing it, and indeed found traces of the time gem. He said without hesitation. Let's go in and find the time gem. 55. Corvus Glaive had a look of confidence on his face, and before he finished speaking, he lifted his leg and stepped forward. Proxima Centauri did not hesitate, and immediately followed. But at this moment, a fiery figure appeared in front of the two of them. Scarlet Witch Wanda, wearing a smiling face mask, was suspended in the air, looking down at Corvus Glaive and Proxima Centauri. The breath of origin magic power continued to overflow, bringing a powerful coercion. Neither Corvus Glaive nor Proxima needed a word, and the two immediately assumed a fighting stance. Wanda is very strong, far stronger than they expected, but they feel that they can fight, because they have encountered such an enemy countless times in the universe, and they are the ones who win in the end. Feeling the fighting spirit emanating from Corvus Glaive, the masked Wanda chuckled, and a crisp voice came from the mask. Weapons are not the only solution to the problem. There is a great temptation in these words, and Proxima Centauri subconsciously wants to put down the magic spear in his hand. Wake up, that's bewitching. 9. The explosion of Corvus Glaive appeared at this time, which scared Proxima agilely, and immediately clenched her weapon. Her gaze at Wanda also changed, becoming more fierce. This scene made the corners of the mouth on the mask on Wanda's face rise, and she spoke again. Believing in yourself is the truth, doesn't it feel bad to rely on others? When he said this, the mask turned to Corvus Glaive, which made the general who had walked the universe for many years and brutally murdered countless creatures stunned for a moment, and a feeling of unwillingness suddenly rose in his heart. But he soon realized that he was bewitched, and with a sharp wave of the blade in his hand, a strong energy wave raided Wanda. Corvus Glaive knew that he couldn't listen any longer, that he wouldn't be himself any longer. The masked woman in front of him had a powerful ability that could make a person sink in just a few words. Even Corvus Glaive would not dare to try this kind of ability easily. Facing the energy wave that came straight at him, Wanda's body did not move, and a red origin magic power shot out in an instant, coming first, directly shattering the energy wave. This made Corvus Glaive's heart sink long ago. This woman in front of him was definitely not easy to deal with, he knew very well. At the same time, he also discovered a more serious problem, that is, there is a familiar fluctuation in this woman. Infinite gems. The infinite gems his father Thanos was looking for also included time, reality, and mind gems, and this woman had one of them. This battle is inevitable. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Centauri are locked in an uphill battle with Wanda in order to complete the task given by Thanos. On the other side of the Forbidden Land, Thor is still struggling. He has been fighting with 106 for days. He had been expecting the Avengers to help him these days at first, but as time passed, he found himself too naive. Especially after he felt the magic tide of strange monsoon exile several times, he understood that it might not be easy there. He can only rely on himself, and this support is only a few days. However, Thor clearly knew that the reason why he was able to hold on until now was not because of how strong he was, but simply because of his opponent's bad taste. The old guy in front of him, who had always kept a weird smile, seemed to like to play with his prey. Whenever Thor was about to give up, the old guy would release water to give him some breathing room. But there wouldn't be much time to breathe, and Thor couldn't escape. Roar roar roar. Thor, who was sore all over, was breathing hard, and he didn't care about dealing with his leg injuries. He had been injured countless times during this time. According to his experience, repairing the injury will not allow him to beat the enemy, and it will even greatly increase the opponent's fun. Upsetting the enemy is the only thing Thor can do right now. Knowing that the old guy hasn't had enough, Thor simply lay down on the ground and let him look at himself. At this time, Thor no longer had any anger in his heart, even the great anger would dissipate after such a torment. Sure enough, after Thor lay down, 106 just swayed back and forth beside him twice, popping up from the ground from time to time to fiddle with it. Like a cat playing a mouse, he was checking if Thor was dead. Thor regained some strength, but he didn't get up. As long as one lay down in a state of extreme exhaustion, it was very difficult to remember. At this moment, Thor has no fear of life and death in his heart, and he even feels that he might as well die. His younger brother Loki died, and even the body was controlled, but he had no way of revenge, and was kept in captivity like a plaything. The situation made him feel hopeless, and the Mjolnir in his hands became more and more uncontrollable, and he felt that the power of Asgard was abandoning him. However, 106 didn't care what he was thinking. The terrifying old man appeared directly behind Thor this time. 4.7 Although he regards Thor as a plaything, he will not easily abandon this guy who has been playing with him for days. He wants to collect this toy in his own space and treasure it forever. 106's hands had already wrapped around Thor's body and were slowly sinking down. Thor also accepted his fate and did not resist. But at this moment, a familiar voice appeared in Thor's mind. Go back to Asgard, Thor. It was Natasha Romanoff's voice, Thor remembered, and he answered feebly. Go back? Is it still possible? As soon as his voice fell, Natasha Romanoff's voice sounded again. You are the Prince of Asgard, even if it's not for Loki's revenge, you must take on the responsibility of being the heir of the God King. What touches Thor are the last two words of Natasha Romanoff. Responsibility. Thor muttered to himself. At this moment he thought of his father Odin, a god in the kingdom of God, and he must bear more than himself. Under such circumstances, he had never seen his father say to give up. As the future king of Asgard, what reason would he have to give up? Thinking of this, Thor's eyes gradually became firm, and all his strength was concentrated on Mjolnir in his hand, and an inexplicable power struck. 106 was stunned for a moment, then jumped up excitedly. His toy came alive again. Chapter 65. 106 just wanted to rush up and shake his big toy, but Thor's whole body was directly covered with dazzling thunder. The lightning built an indestructible shield around his body, and it also gave Thor an even stronger energy. The sudden change suddenly replenished all of Thor's lost energy, and Thor, who felt this, shouted. I am Tian Li. As soon as the voice fell, Rolling thunder fell from the sky, covering his surroundings indiscriminately. 106 did not retreat, these energies did not do much harm to his zombie-like existence, and he even showed a smile of enjoyment. The more Thor resisted, the more thrilled and excited 106 felt. The Thor in front of him was bathed in thunder, and his injuries quickly recovered. The energy contained in Thor's hammer was helping him, and he felt unparalleled power again. He's back to the form he was at his peak, but this time Thor doesn't push himself. In the battle with 106, he found that he was not as strong as he imagined, or in other words, these containment objects under the Foundation's command were too strong, and now he is not an opponent at all. After hearing Natasha Romanoff's persuasion, Thor has temporarily put down his hatred and the humiliation of his own defeat, and he wants to return to Asgard. This isn't about escape, it's about better revenge in the future, and Thor has that potential as the Prince of Asgard. It is because of this that Thor is willing to fight, and it is because of this that Mjolnir is willing to heed his call. Thor, holding the hammer high, did not play with him again as 106 hoped, but directly flies into the air under the traction of Thor's hammer. He disappeared in front of 106 at a speed close to light, which made 106 feel extremely angry. His beloved toy ran away. He had been playing for several days, and it seemed that he could become a rare treasure, but the other party ran away. 106's mentality collapsed a bit, the expression on his face gradually became hideous, the whole body was flickering with unstable black light, and one-dimension space appeared. 12. In every dimension space, some corpses with peaceful expressions can be seen faintly, and they are all 106 collectibles. Only those who do not meet his will be tortured and then thrown out. 106 is also a tasteful old man. Seeing that 106 was about to go berserk, 049, leaning on a black cane, walked over slowly, and he said in a calm tone, "Okay, don't make trouble." The simple 4 words of 049 directly caused 106 to put out the fire, and stood quietly in the same place. The entrance to the dimension space around him was also closed, and he slowly disappeared into the normal space. This scene did not fall into 049's eyes, his eyes were always on the dirt road in front of him. Thor's mutation was due to the attention of a certain lady there. As a loyal partner of the owner of the Foundation, 049 felt that it was necessary to eliminate some worries for him in advance. "Follow." 049 ordered without looking back, 106 immediately followed closely, and the two walked straight towards the dirt road. As soon as he approached this area, 049's perception came to a wave of energy fluctuations that were strong and weak, and this fluctuation was what he was looking for. 049 stretched out the black cane in his hand and flicked it against the air, only to see a white and dazzling world appear in front of him and 106. Without hesitation, 049 stepped forward and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Black Widow Natasha Romanoff suspended in the air and surrounded by various crystals. Master of multidimensional space? Magical evolution. 049's hoarse voice echoed in the space, and Natasha Romanoff didn't respond, and it seemed as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. "It seems that you haven't been able to become the real controller, just a few words of effort will consume all the energy you have accumulated." "Huh? No, there are remnants of space energy here. It seems that your energy is still used to send people away, isn't it?" 049's expression was concealed by the crow mask, but his smile was obvious. A creature, as long as it evolves, must store a lot of energy. But the lady in front of him made him see a different situation. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff not only entered an evolutionary state in a low-energy state, but she also used the strength she had saved so hard to help her teammates. Well now, she can't even say a word, it's easy for 049 to do anything to her. This kind of feat of sacrificing oneself to fulfill others was really funny to 049, and he couldn't help laughing. As his laughter sounded, black smoky crows flew out from his body, all of which was his overflowing energy. "But, are you laughing?" Natasha Romanoff's voice came out intermittently, with a slightly disdainful tone. Her words made 049 laugh even louder, while 106 stood by with a blank face, he couldn't understand it. After laughing, 049's tone still contained some sarcasm and disdain, he said softly. "Ridiculous? You are acting stupid." 35. What kind of style do you Avengers do you forget? Isn't it strength that you admire most? You are the weakest among the Avengers. You don't cherish the opportunity to evolve into a high-latitude space creature. You spend your energy on these teammates. You don't think they really want to save you, do you? If they really want to save you, they should always watch over you until you complete your evolution. 39. Probably high-latitude creatures can easily deal with us, can't they? But they didn't do it, they chose their own plan. And it was all for themselves. 99. Thor wants revenge, wants to prove that he is strong, so he wants to return to Asgard, he wants to be strong, he runs away, forgetting that you are still here to take risks. Stark wanted to wash away his humiliation, he wanted to show his strength as the leader of the Avengers. 35. So he's always looking for more collaborators, and he thinks that as long as more heroes are gathered, he can fight against us, against the entire Foundation. He doesn't remember at all, his best collaborator is by his side, and he forgets you. Banner, now he's just a frightened waste. All he can think about is how to avoid a fight with us. In this way, Banner is the most useless one in the Avengers right now, and I think he will soon be disliked. 35. All in all, none of the teammates you helped really wanted to rescue you. This call from the epidemic doctor directly silenced Natasha Romanoff for a long time, and then she opened her mouth. No, and Rutgers. Hearing the name, the epidemic doctor couldn't straighten his back with laughter. Rutgers? Captain America? Where is he now? Why didn't I see him? As soon as the doctor's words came out, Natasha Romanoff's suspended body couldn't help twitching. Rutgers had the physique of a god, but he didn't stay to watch over Natasha Romanoff. When Natasha Romanoff used the little space power she had just learned to send them out, she didn't feel any resistance from Rutgers. They all left voluntarily, without remorse, without worry, as if Natasha Romanoff were in an extremely safe place. In fact, Natasha Romanoff's place is the enemy's lair, where Asgardians here can enter at will. As long as the Plague Doctor has the idea of killing her, Natasha Romanoff is dead now. These words made Black Widow's heart uncomfortable, but she couldn't refute it, so she decided to ignore it. She could also see that the person wearing the crow mask in front of her had no intention of making a move. At this time, silence was the best choice. But at this moment, 049 suddenly opened his mouth and said a word, which directly defeated Natasha Romanoff's heart defense. For she Stark and the others, you are someone like Lin Mo who can be thrown away at any time. Hearing these words from the mouth of a monster, Natasha Romanoff's heart skipped a beat. When she Stark decided to kick Lin Mo out, she also agreed. This kind of approval is not to follow the trend, not to kidnap morality. But Natasha Romanoff really agreed with Stark's idea. She felt that Lin Mo was too weak to be worthy of the title of Avengers veteran. Being able to communicate with all things, this ability sounds like a civilian ability at most, which is useless in combat. However, she only now realizes that she has deliberately ignored Lin Mo's contribution to the entire league. Lin Mo's combat ability is not strong, but he has paid a lot in both the combat organization of the entire alliance and the maintenance of the superhero relationship. His natural affinity allows superhero to put aside their prejudices, tolerate each other, and jointly resist an opponent that a single superhero cannot defeat. You must know that Captain America Rutgers, Iron Man Stark, and Hulk didn't deal with them before. They were extremely arrogant in their hearts, and it was easy to rub off sparks when they met. Even when they are fighting on their own, and it does not look like a team working together. Under the deployment and maintenance of Lin Mo, the union of superhero has undergone a qualitative change. 1 + 1 is finally greater than 2. Looking back now, Natasha Romanoff found out whether it was the fight with Loki or the fight with Ultron. Every time Lin Mo's pre-war arrangement, mid-war command, and post-war handling are extremely perfect, they don't need to worry about these things at all, they just need to fight with ease. Since Lin Mo was kicked out by She Stark, every battle of their Avengers has returned to the original state, and 1 + 1 is directly less than 2. Without Lin Mo's command and dispatch, they became alone again, just like now, everyone is acting according to their own minds. There is no big picture idea at all. 049 is right, Natasha Romanoff herself thinks that if she can get more energy to complete the evolution, it would be easier to deal with the Foundation, at least it wouldn't be so dangerous. In a situation, she could at least gather everyone together, and it would be much more convenient to fight or escape. Strange has already proved this, if it wasn't for the portal he opened, the 4 of She Stark would have died here long ago. The more Natasha Romanoff thought about it, the more 049's words made sense. On the other side of the Forbidden Land, the battle between Corvus Glaive and Wanda has also reached a fevered state. Wanda's origin magic power is extremely strong in Heads Up, but when someone can interfere with her, it's not so scary. Whenever she finds an opportunity to get rid of Corvus Glaive or one of Proxima Centauri's 687, the other person's interference is immediately in place. This is the combination of two strong men who cooperate with each other, but it does not make Corvus Glaive and Proxima Centauri happy or relaxed. Because the two of them are still in danger under the strong attack of Wanda, the powerful ability of Reality Gem makes the attack of the two useless, and even causes damage to themselves. In addition, there seems to be a kind of magic in Wanda's words, which can always affect the mood of the two at critical moments. Even if they are as tough as Corvus Glaive, they feel very frustrated several times. He even had the urge to kill himself with the warblade in his hand. It is the first time that Corvus Glaive and Proxima Centauri have met such a difficult and strange opponent, and their hearts have been beaten to retreat. The two looked at each other and made a very tacit choice to launch the last wave of strong attacks. After this blow, they will immediately flee. When they return to the fleet and inform Thanos that there are 2 infinite gems here, their mission will be completed. With this thought in mind, the scythe blade in Corvus Glaive's hand swung out, and the sharp gun in Proxima Centauri's hand also emitted 3 cosmic rays. They attacked the Scarlet Witch flying in the air at the same time. Seeing this, Wanda's eyes flashed red, and the instant origin magic power shot out again, easily breaking the attack. In the past 10 minutes of combat power, she has solved it countless times. But when she solved the attacks, she found that her opponent had turned into a beam of light ready to flee. Seeing this scene, the mask's smile became a little weird, and she just opened her mouth. Why not stay? Am I really so scary? Hearing this, Corvus Glaive couldn't help but tremble in his heart. When the particle transmission slowed down, it was almost interrupted, but he still carried it with his powerful killing intent. But Proxima Centauri was not so relaxed. After hearing Wanda's words, her eyes showed a little confusion, and she muttered to herself. Stay. The Occupy mask smile that received the response gradually appeared, and it manipulated Wanda to continue. Yeah, stay and stay with me forever. Proxima Centauri interrupted his teleportation without hesitation, put down the sharp spear in his hand, and walked towards Wanda slowly, ignoring Roar's shout from Corvus Glaive behind him. At the last second of the teleportation, Corvus Glaive saw his lover Proxima Centauri take out a dagger and put it into his chest with his own hands. He clearly perceived the passing of the life force in Proxima Centauri. This made Corvus Glaive distraught, but he didn't dare to stop for a moment, because he knew that if he hesitated, he would definitely be left behind by that strange woman. Chapter 66. On the floating throne, Thanos was silently looking at the magnificent orange gem in his hand. There are not many people who know where Soul Gem is located, and his daughter Gamera is one of them, but this daughter has a great opinion of him. Until Thanos pushed her off the cliff, he knew that she had never forgiven himself. This Soul Gem is not just infinite gems for Thanos, it is his love. However, he has no regrets. It is worthwhile for Thanos to trade his beloved life for the balance of the entire universe, and even this greatly aggravates his obsession with finding other infinite gems. Thinking of this, Thanos raised his head slowly, he couldn't wait any longer. However, as soon as he stood up, an embarrassed figure was teleported over, and seeing that it was Corvus Glaive, Thanos frowned and said solemnly. Didn't I ask you to go deep into the Foundation to explore, why did you come back now, Proxima Centauri? Hearing Thanos' words, Corvus Glaive didn't dare to neglect, and got down on one knee to report. Father, I and Proxima Centauri took the 3 Avengers deep into the mysterious land, but on a dirt road we were scattered by a high-dimensional space, where I encountered a monster that could devour a battleship. Devouring battleships? Corvus Glaive's words reminded Thanos of the report he had just made, saying that a battleship in the fleet had lost its signal and no one could see where it went. Yes, I wanted to use the ship's energy cannon to penetrate there, but that monster not only devoured the energy cannon, but also devoured my car. When Thanos heard it, he suddenly remembered that the Corvus Glaive originally had a car, but just now, he had no memory of this aspect at all, which made him realize that something was wrong, and he opened his mouth to analyze. This thing not only devoured your battleship, it also devoured the concept of a battleship. I can't remember you ever having a battleship. Corvus Glaive's pupils shrank suddenly. He originally thought that the Shadow Demon was already very powerful, but he didn't expect that the other party was strong enough to devour the concept of existence. This made him a little fortunate, but fortunately, his judgment was correct, and he didn't go to confront it, and ran away as soon as possible. And Thanos, who was standing in front of Corvus Glaive with his hands behind his back, frowned, and he continued to ask. Since you know that that thing can be swallowed, you didn't fight it again, did you? Seeing that you are so embarrassed now, is it possible that there are other monsters there? Reporting to your father, Proxima Centauri, and I passed through the high-dimensional space and arrived at the square of a building. That building was the former Avengers building, and it is now called the SXP Foundation building. In the square, I felt the power of the Time Gem. 35. Also, we meet a masked woman with the power of the Reality Gem. Corvus Glaive's words made Thanos' pupils shrink suddenly, a smile gradually appeared on his face, and he found the traces of 2 infinite gems at once. Corvus Glaive saw Thanos' expression, and hurriedly reminded him. Father, the Guardians there are very strong, Proxima Centauri committed suicide after being bewitched, we should be careful. For the reminder of Corvus Glaive, Thanos disdain, now he has both the Power Gem and the Soul Gem, he is not afraid of anyone in battle, even if Odin comes, he dares to fight with one. Coupled with the Space Gem's escape ability, he's almost invincible. Once he gets the Time Gem and Reality Gem again, it is even more invincible, and the most important thing is that after finding the 5 gems, he is only one step away from fulfilling his destiny. Don't worry, we are the invincible Thanos Corps. Notice, the entire fleet is on alert, surrounds that strange place, and is ready to fight at any time. Thanos stood up and patted Corvus Glaive on the shoulder. Corvus Glaive responded loudly when he heard it. Yes. The entire Thanos Legion began to gather, and Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf, who had scattered out to find clues, also returned. Thanos is wearing armor, and even the Infinity Gauntlet has been put on, and the infinite gems exuding purple, orange, and blue are inlaid on it. Looking at the army in front of him, Thanos nodded with satisfaction, he said loudly. Attack. With the order of Thanos, the entire legion immediately raised roar. Attack! 35. Their roar shouts resounded throughout the world, all of which were captured live by the media on Earth. All those watching the live stream online have some concerns. It's saying something, and it feels like they're excited. No matter what these aliens say, I always feel uneasy. You look at the weapons in their hands, they all feel like high-energy weapons. Be confident, get rid of the feeling, this is a high-energy weapon, and you look at the top of their heads, those battleships are gaining momentum. This cannon must not pierce the Earth? How can we fire if the Earth is destroyed? I am ready for death, and I hope the pigs will take me to heaven. Everyone is very pessimistic. There is no way, the equipment of the Thanos fleet is too luxurious. In comparison, although the weapons manufactured by Stark Industries are already very advanced, they are still somewhat inferior. There is no way, the main gun of a ship is comparable to a football field, and the light gathered by the muzzle is almost catching up with the sun. And there are thousands of such naval guns, and it might be possible for a salvo to pierce the Earth. Thanos didn't care about the screams of human beings, he was ready to rush in with his men after the shelling. The bombardment is just an appetizer, and the one who can really kill must be himself. Thanos is very confident. At this time, Corvus Glaive asked. Father, the energy cannon is ready, is it fired? Thanos nodded. Seeing this, Corvus Glaive immediately gave the order to launch, only to see a flash of light, and thousands of energy cannons were fired at the same time, all flying towards the Forbidden Land. The condensed cosmic energy did not spill out in the slightest, which prevented the surrounding media reporters who were shooting live broadcasts from being devastated. At this moment, an accident happened, and the beams lost their sound after entering the Forbidden Land. Not even those fogs were destroyed, let alone pierced through Earth to the other side of the world. This made the audience in the live broadcast room stunned for a moment, and the barrage stopped instantly. After the cameraman reacted and kept widening the angle of view, everyone came to an obvious conclusion. These energy cannons didn't work? Ha 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 ha. I'm not dead. 99. 66 purple potatoes, my mother, the new guns I just bought are dumb. 95. The thunder is loud and the rain is small. I thought the Earth was going to be destroyed. These guys are jokers from the Avengers, right? Ha 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 ha. All of a sudden, the entire Federation network was in a climax, and everyone suddenly found that these aliens were not scary at all, they were just sand sculptures that came to laugh. If the party involved, Thanos, knew, he would like to give these keyboard warriors a designated finger snap and kill them all. Seeing that the fleet's energy cannons didn't work, Thanos' face darkened at once, but he still had legionnaires, and the vanguard had already rushed in. For a time, the entire outskirts of the Forbidden Lands were overcrowded. Thanos walked in early. According to Corvus Glaive's experience, there would not be too many problems on the road ahead. At most, some invisible plants would come to harass him. And there are so many of them now that they are not worried about a sudden attack. As long as the weapon in each person's hand emits an energy wave, everyone has to retreat. However, after entering the Forbidden Land, casualties still appeared. Father, the commanders of several squads died suddenly. There seems to be a strange rule here. Hearing this, Thanos directly activated the soul gem in his hand to create a substitute for his soul, which followed the instructions of the commanders. The first time he spoke there was no problem, but when he spoke the second time he suddenly collapsed, the same way those commanders died. Thanos' face changed, he waved his hand to create dozens of soul duplications, and let these duplications be directed in different ways. This time, he took a closer look and found that as long as he repeats a certain pronoun of this place twice or more, the duplication of the souls of those conductors will collapse. The ones that didn't collapse were all replaced by the referring pronouns. Seeing this phenomenon, he used the remaining soul duplication to experiment again. He deliberately asked to repeat the vocabulary experiment. Not surprisingly, as long as a duplication of a soul uses the same name roar twice for this place, it will inevitably collapse. After reaching the conclusion, Thanos immediately banned all verbal communication, as well as any orders that would refer to the place's name. And this time, the entire army was freed from casualties. Although a thorny problem was successfully solved, Thanos was not happy because the place was too eerie in his opinion. The kind of mechanism that makes the soul collapse, even if he has the soul gem body protection, he can't say that he can withstand it. The rule here goes beyond the rule of the universe. He who owns infinite gems already has the ability of level Godfather, and he still feels a little bit of fear and jealousy. Thanos vaguely felt that something was wrong. He, Wang Qianzhao, seemed to have kicked the iron plate. But fear is fear, Thanos doesn't plan to retreat at all, infinite gems, he is bound to win. Leading the legion, he came to a fork in the road. The fork in the road this time is still 10 roads. The last time Corvus Glaive took the one that Stark and the others took, where he met the Shadow Fiend. So this time he wanted to avoid this, and quickly opened his mouth and suggested. Father, we walked the third road on the left before, and that's where we met the monster that can swallow the concept of existence, why don't we change the road? However, Thanos shook his head. No, we can go directly to the plaza you've been to through the space gem. Thanos had thought about whether it could be teleported directly, but when he selected the coordinates, he found that the space gem could not be activated anyway. This area seems to have its own shielding function, but after entering, he found that the space gem can be used again. Corvus Glaive, who was a little worried when he saw Thanos shaking his head, breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He was a little afraid of the black fog. Thanos' space gem was activated, and a portal appeared in front of everyone, and everyone was relieved. Even Thanos himself felt that most of the purpose of the trip could be successfully accomplished. However, all this was seen by Lin Mo. With the time gem, he can already check what happened in this world at will. Chapter 67. Want to settle the battle with numbers? That's not like your Thanos style. Lin Mo's eyes were quickly playing what would happen next to the Thanos Legion. In the picture, the Thanos Legion will be strangled by Wanda and the Plague Doctor, and 106 and Shadow Fiend will strike again. And the power of the SXP-4000 Forbidden Land is far stronger than Thanos imagined, and he doesn't need to worry too much about it, let alone other containment items. Then no one is a fuel-efficient lamp, and every pull-out is an invincible existence. Compared to what happened on the Thanos Legion, the changes that happened to Natasha Romanoff made Lin Mo feel a little interesting. This beautiful agent actually has a connection with the high-latitude space, and is now in a state of mutation. If the mutation is successful, she will become a high-latitude creature, and if she fails, she will naturally die, becoming an unconscious wandering existence in the high latitude. Lin Mo was previously a strategic leader at Avengers. I have already thought about whether these former partners can still evolve and improve their strength. But he finally chose to give up the idea because it was too dangerous. Except for Stark, other superhero abilities are obtained through mutation. They survived and became superhero, which was a small probability event from the beginning. It is undoubtedly stupid to ask them to do something with even lower probability. So Lin Mo put his main energy on cultivating Stark, and most of them are routine training for others. History Stark's technological abilities and creations can bring even greater gains to Avengers. Even superhero can use technology. Just like the 687 kinds of anti-Hulk mechs, if the Hulk wears and uses it himself, it will definitely be stronger than she Stark. What Lin Mo wants to do is to add technology and hard work. Hard work is superhero's original extraordinary physical fitness, and technology comes from History Stark. The organic combination of the two can help Avengers greatly enhance their combat effectiveness. But what he didn't expect was that with his help, she Stark's personality had undergone some small changes. Stark has been smooth sailing since becoming Iron Man, and even more so with Avengers. He doesn't need to think about tactical research, he doesn't need to think about colleague relationships, he only needs to think about how to fight and how to improve his combat power. This leads she Stark to subconsciously think that combat power is the only truth, and the others are just accessories brought about by combat power. Even, it made him form a new concept, he thought he was a superior existence. For this problem, Lin Mo has actually discovered it before. But he thought at the time that Stark could be changed. So he found she Stark to discuss, trying to change the other party's mind, but every conversation ended with she Stark's rage. History Stark stubbornly believes that he is the savior and the superior god, and everything he does is right. This concept has been deeply rooted in his bones and cannot be changed at all. In fact, if this is the case, Lin Mo is not unbearable. But she Stark has more than once in Avengers denied the work of the behind-the-scenes staff such as logistics, and even insulted his personality. This made Lin Mo can't stand it any longer. He couldn't tolerate such a thing in Avengers, and eventually a positive conflict broke out with Stark. There are still some hidden secrets in it, she Stark and the others dare not tell the public, and Lin Mo is also unwilling to tell. She Stark once tortured and killed an Avengers employee he couldn't bear in front of Lin Mo. And Lin Mo, who has no fighting power, can't do anything. Later, he ended up being kicked out of the Avengers, becoming another victim of Stark's hegemony. After that, the entire Avengers was thoroughly cleaned, and those who did not conform to Stark's thinking were eliminated, and more people left and more people died. Every member of Avengers is still Stark's accomplice. This Avengers is no longer the Avengers that Lin Mo knew before, and the original intention of its establishment has long since changed. Change, sometimes it's not necessarily a good thing. Lin Mo looked at the Black Widow suspended in the white space and said with some emotion. What happened to Natasha Romanoff was unpredictable, and in Time Gem's vision, her passing was inevitable. Insects that lack energy reserves cannot break through the cocoon and turn into butterflies. This is the law of nature. On the other hand, Lin Mo also saw what she Stark and the others were doing. It's just that he just watched for a while when the system suddenly prompted him. The Shadow Fiend devoured a battleship, destroyed 452 Thanos soldiers, caused widespread panic, and gained 40,000 panic points. 35. Proxima Midnight was bewitched to commit suicide by occupying the mask. Corvus Glaive fled in panic, and gained 3,000 points of panic. A total of 43,000 fear points were obtained. Looking at this income, Lin Mo raised his brows lightly, and suddenly had some thoughts in his heart. I feel that my strength is not enough to fight against me, so I just want to move rescue soldiers, right? Then let you know that it is useless to rescue soldiers. She Stark was sent to Professor X by Black Widow, which undoubtedly wanted to unite with Mutant against the Foundation. Although this is useless in Lin Mo's opinion, but he feels that it is not a bad thing to give She Stark some hope. After all, only when you stand high can you fall, set, far and fall badly. Torment Stark is a little more interesting than killing him. Lin Mo opened the containment list, and now he can unlock a lot of containment, but 096 they are really easy to use, and there is no need to release too many monsters for the time being. However, there are some tortured containments that Lin Mo wants to unlock, such as SXP-087. Project name, Stairwell. Item number, SXP-087. Object class, Euclid. SXP-087 is a completely dark platform staircase. Each floor has 13 steps. These steps will form a 38-degree inclined up and down passage. Between each floor is a semicircular platform with a diameter of 3 meters. Since the visibility in SXP-087 is only 1.5 steps, and there are no wall lights and windows, so anyone exploring SXP-087 must be equipped with lighting. The light source of 75 watts is enough. More than 75 watts will not have better lighting effects, because the SXP-087 seems to absorb too much light. The unlocking cost of 087 is not high, only 5,000 fear points. However, its frightening effect should be good, because people in 087 will feel fear involuntarily. After you enter this stairwell, there will be a cry like a child or a girl asking for help. But when you walk down the stairs, you will find that you can't get close, and the cry always keeps a distance from you. It's a never-ending stairwell. In addition, you have a chance to encounter 087's little brother inside. It's a face without pupils, nose, and mouth, which occasionally appears in front of you. 087 and his little brother don't have much lethality, but the aspect of trapping and intimidating people is definitely useful. Put this containment into a building that Stark and the others will enter in the future, and Lin Mo will leave it alone. This is just like the fishing guys go fishing. When the nest is down, the fish will naturally be hooked. He just needs to wait quietly. What makes Lin Mo more interested is Thor, who is brutally tortured by 106 in the Forbidden Land. Lin Mo used Time Gem to watch live broadcasts a lot. The reason to pay attention to Thor is because he is the most troublesome person in the entire Avengers. Compared with other people who gain power through mutation, Thor's power source is more orthodox. From Asgard is physically different from humans, with 3 times the density of a mortal body. In addition, the blood of the Earth goddess Gaia gives him more strength and speed, and there is nothing on the whole Earth that can hurt him. Even if injured, he can recover quickly, which is one of the reasons why he has been able to fight 106 for so long. If his coronation hadn't been destroyed, he might not have connected with the Avengers, and he would have become a new god in Asgard. Thor's father is the father of God, Odin, a man with the peak strength of the level God Father, who is not only terrifying in strength. The key is that his family has a big business, and there are countless treasures in the treasure house. Even Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet has backups there. It can be said that it is a typical top of the universe that occupies the right place in the right place. Thanos did not dare to challenge Odin until he found 6 infinite gems. Thor's departure from Earth this time must be aimed at enhancing his own strength. All Lin Mo has to do is prevent him from achieving this goal, and there are not many things that can trap Thor, and Time Gem is exactly one of them. The time loop that Strange doesn't use is a very useful thing. Although it can't deal with 096, it is easy to trap Thor. Chapter 68. Charles, it looks like we have a new friend. Marks, this is not necessarily a friend. Regarding the arrival of She Stark, Professor X was not as optimistic as Magneto, and his mental perception told him that the embarrassed man in front of him would not bring any good news. Hearing this sentence, She Stark's face showed a trace of disdain. He shook his head and said, "I'm not here to beg you, old fellows, this time I'm just here to inform you that the Earth is now on the verge of danger, me." As soon as She Stark's words came out, Magneto Marks burst into laughter, and he laughed back and forth, completely disregarding the image. This humiliated the arrogant Stark. As he saw some familiar emotion in Magneto's eyes, his face darkened, and what Charles said next made him even more angry. "Mr. Stark, if you're talking about the danger coming from the Foundation, we're probably not going to be of much help. After all, I'm a retired old man." Whether it is Professor X Charles or Magneto Marks, there are countless mutants behind them, and their attitudes must represent the attitudes of mutants. Although She Stark was very angry, he really wanted to teach the 2 old guys in front of him a lesson. But he knew that he couldn't do this. After taking a deep breath, She Stark said solemnly, "The danger doesn't come from the Foundation. I've found a way to deal with those monsters. The danger comes from the mysterious fleet that appeared in New York. Their leader has extremely strong power and flexible space transmission ability. His subordinates are millions of space warriors, and there are thousands of ships alone. That alien leader doesn't care about the lives of the people on Earth. In order to achieve his goals, he will use any means. Hearing She Stark's words, Professor X Charles frowned. He and Magneto Marx were just enjoying their retirement in Great Britain, not that they would not go back. Can run a monk, can't run a temple. There are countless mutants in Xavier's school in New York who are learning how to control their power. Although Charles is no longer in charge, he still cares about everyone's safety. However, in his opinion, the news provided by She Stark is not so nervous, because if New York has become the main attack point of the aliens, he should have received the news long ago. And he hasn't heard the slightest movement so far, which has already explained the problem. The purpose of those aliens is not to attack the Earth, they have other plans. So Xavier's school is safe for now. Charles doesn't need to worry too much. On the contrary, judging from the state of the Avengers leader in front of him, he seems to have suffered a lot of blows. Charles couldn't help comparing She Stark and Lin Mo, but after thinking about 3 or 2 aspects, he couldn't help shaking his head. Stark saw that Charles had been thinking with his head down, and thought he was thinking about how to deal with these things. In his opinion, mutants' side would definitely help Avengers. Whether it is the Thanos Legion or the Foundation, it will seriously threaten the existence of mutant. The Avengers tree will fall first, and they must be next. At this moment, a slightly light voice sounded in the ears of the 3 of them. Professor, I'm back. There is good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? She Stark followed the voice and looked behind him, and saw a man standing there with a pair of knives on his back and wrapped in a battle uniform. Charles sounded a little helpless. There are only 2 ice creams left, did you eat them all? Bingo. That's right, both of you are so old, so don't eat these icy and high-sugar foods, which are not good for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular health. Deadpool said with a smile. Suddenly he realized that there was another person staring at him in front of him. He put away the smile on his face and said solemnly, Professor, is this ironclad guy harassing you? Hearing this, Charles's voice sounded again, and he said helplessly, No, Mr. Stark is just here to beg, to give us some news. Wow, Mr. Stark, the leader of the Avengers, will one day need to ask, notify anyone? Deadpool instantly understood the meaning of Professor X's words. He said yin and yang strangely, which made She Stark's face turn extremely bad. Well, the ironclad meat is angry, ha ha ha. 39. Deadpool walked over to Stark, looked around him and said. Although he couldn't see Deadpool's face, Stark could imagine the anger in his heart making him throw a fist at the disgusting mask. With a bang, the fist slammed right into Deadpool's face, but it didn't cause him any harm or pain. Mr. Stark, you can't beat Deadman with a fist like this. I think I see why you came to the professor. Although he was punched, Deadpool didn't care and continued in a relaxed tone. She Stark also wanted to punch, and this time, the laser energy storage light was already lit up in his hands. But this time Charles's voice came again. Mr. Stark, if you need our help, you'd better stop. To be honest, She Stark doesn't want to stop. He has long wanted to find a place to vent the pressure brought by the Foundation and Thanos. Deadpool is a good choice right now, but Charles and Magneto are holding him down with a mind cage and a magnetic control, and he has to break the restrictions if he wants to move. Seeing that Stark didn't move, Deadpool shrugged and said nothing, but the sarcasm in his actions was unmistakable. Mr. She Stark, I hope you have recovered your senses, otherwise Marx and I will not be merciful. Hearing the voice behind him, She Stark felt that the sense of imprisonment all over his body disappeared instantly, and the mecha on his body also returned to normal. He turned his head and looked gloomily at Charles. At this moment, he couldn't help complaining about Natasha Romanoff, why he sent him here. Let's go back to the room and sit down and have a good talk. Whether it's the sudden space fleet or the mysterious Foundation, I think Mr. Stark has more detailed information to tell us. Charles began to speak, and then he drove the wheelchair out, and Magneto left, with Deadpool following behind them, occasionally making provocative gestures at Stark. Although She Stark was very reluctant, he still followed. He also had no choice now. Without mutants' help, the power of Avengers was too weak. On the edge of the park is the 3-person residence, a typical English villa that looks very old. She Stark followed and walked into the house, but as soon as he walked in, he felt something was wrong, and a sullen cold air made the hairs on his body stand up. Charles, who was already in the elevator, asked She Stark's movements curiously. Mr. Stark, what's the matter with you? Charles's words woke She Stark. This time he didn't feel the sullen cold air, which made him feel a little strange, and wondered if he was too sensitive. Thinking of this, he said calmly. It's okay, let's keep going. He was about to go up the elevator with Charles, when Deadpool suddenly appeared and grabbed his hand. The elevator is for Charles. You, a healthy person, can just walk the stairs with me. 9. Deadpool's strength was so great that She Stark was dragged over before he could react. The stairs of old-fashioned villas are generally in the middle of the house, and there is no fire door and it is not separate, but when Stark and Deadpool stepped on the steps, it was dark in front of them. Then She Stark heard Deadpool speak. Did you turn off the lights so early? Shouldn't it be? Could it be the power outage? She Stark subconsciously turned on the light on his body, but the light could only illuminate half of the level 1 in front of him, and it was dim and couldn't see at all. This made She Stark stunned. The lights on his body were all high-wattage searchlights. As long as they were illuminated within 1 kilometer, they would definitely be able to see clearly. And now it only illuminates half of the level 1 steps in front of you. It's weird too. The lights on Stark's side came on, and Deadpool could finally see more clearly, he said in surprise to Roar. Wow, you don't need to bring batteries when camping. Deadpool wasn't worried about the professors getting stuck in the elevator, it would be a joke if the 2 level 5 mutants could get stuck. Deadpool walked briskly forward, with the lights provided by Stark, who hated the dark. She Stark just wanted to remind him when he saw this scene, but he remembered the provocations that Deadpool had just made to him, so he simply didn't open his mouth and let him move forward quickly, while he walked slowly. Sure enough, just after walking a few steps, a slightly trembling voice came from Deadpool. Why don't you come up? If you really can't, you can turn up the lights a little higher. She Stark looked at the beam of light in front of him that was about to point towards the sky, and his heart sank. Deadpool's reaction had told him that his lights simply couldn't penetrate the darkness. After walking 2 steps, She Stark saw Deadpool who was staying in place. The distance between the two was exactly 1.5 steps, and She Stark couldn't see the part beyond. It looks like Deadpool is embedded in the dark. Feeling the light, Deadpool turned his head quickly, but he saw an even more terrifying sight. I saw a face without facial features pressed against She Stark's shoulder, but She Stark couldn't feel it at all. Deadpool couldn't help trembling all over after seeing it. He stretched out his finger to that face and wanted to remind She Stark. She Stark was stunned when he saw him, thinking that Deadpool was pointing at him, but when he glanced around unconsciously, he was also startled. I saw a flesh-colored face hanging on his shoulders, silently. She Stark was so frightened that his whole body froze. He turned around immediately, and the searchlight on his body was fully turned on, illuminating the surroundings. However, he didn't see anyone else at all, and that face had disappeared, as if everything was imaginary. Looking around again vigilantly, She Stark still couldn't find the terrifying face there, and then he asked the terrified Deadpool. Did you see how he ran? FKU, he's still behind your head. Ah! Deadpool shouted, then turned and ran away, regardless of whether it was dark or not. She Stark was stunned by what Deadpool said, and he couldn't understand what was still behind his head for a while. When he understood, the whole person was shocked, and he quickly grabbed the back of his head with his hands. Following his movements, a face suddenly flew out from behind. She Stark only felt cold all over. He already understood what the face was doing just now, it was lying on the back of his head, but he didn't feel it at all. If it weren't for Deadpool's reminder, he might have gone on like this, and if this face wanted to do something to him, he wouldn't even have time to react. This weird and terrifying thing reminded Stark of 096 and them, and he immediately realized that it was the work of the Foundation. A trace of fear flashed in She Stark's eyes. He felt something was wrong when he entered the door just now, and now the answer is in front of him. He was targeted again. Spoon. Chapter 69. Plague, you are all plague. 99. On the square, Rage's 049 shouted loudly, followed by countless black brilliance, which was one of his abilities, resurrection. Every corpse covered in black brilliance slowly climbed up from the ground and continued to fight with the rest of the Thanos Legion. They don't need to fear death, let alone emotion, they just need to act according to the killing instinct. For a while, the square became a meat grinder, and as more and more space warriors died, 049's resurrection army became larger and larger. Seeing this scene, Thanos' heart sank, and he immediately issued an order. Shrink the formation and let me meet him personally. The soldiers who heard the order immediately retreated, leaving only the corpses on the ground, and these corpses quickly stood up and gathered towards the epidemic doctor. 049 heard Thanos' words. He is also very clear about the power that this big purple man exudes. This is a powerhouse comparable to 096 and 173. But he didn't feel scared, because the place where he was now was the most terrifying place in the entire Foundation. Seeing the seriousness and confidence on Thanos' face, 049 said with a big laugh. A group of reptiles that spread the plague, being purified is your only way out. Hearing this, Thanos raised his brows, the power of the space gem activated, and appeared behind 049 in an instant, slashing straight with the double-edged chopper. This knife has the blessing of powerful 687 gems, as long as it hits, then 049 will definitely die. In order to ensure the hit, Thanos also used Soul Gem to attack 049 from the soul level. Thanos will use Absolute Crushing to boost the confidence of the entire Legion. Those resurrected warriors have caused a certain psychological shock to everyone. 049 is his target, and he is 100% confident in this blow. But just as his double-edged chopper was about to land on 049's neck, a pair of strange sickles appeared behind him. The owner of this scythe was pale, with anger and madness flashing in his eyes. He was deceived and could not tolerate all of this. 096's attack made Thanos feel chills all over his body. He withdrew his chopper without hesitation, and turned back to resist the fatal cross. Chong! The double-edged chopping knife made of woolly metal only resisted for a moment under the 096 mutant double knives, and was immediately cut off. And this moment of time gave Thanos a chance to breathe. The infinity gauntlet in his hand grabbed 096's arm, stopping his attack. The power of the power gem is that it can make the user have infinite power. Even the power of the level Godfather is not enough in front of it. Thanos stared straight at 096 with a brutal smile on his face. If I see you, I will be chased and killed, then I will kill you. Saying that, Thanos's hand exerted force, and a sound of bone shattering came from 096's body. Although he has no wisdom, 096 still has a concept of pain. He screamed and struggled, but he could not escape from Thanos' hands. Seeing this scene, Thanos snorted coldly. That's it? It's really disappointing. As soon as the words fell, Thanos directly pinched 096's arms, and then turned to look at the soldiers of the Legion while holding his head. How about having the power of level Godfather? In front of Infinity Gauntlet, in front of me Thanos, they are all ants. I am destiny. As he said that, his hand slammed hard, and 096's head was directly crushed. This scene made everyone feel excited. The pressure that the containment brought them just now was too great, and they could not see any hope of victory at all. But before everyone was excited for more than 2 seconds, a pale figure appeared from the void again and rushed straight towards Thanos, who was showing off his might. When Thanos saw the changes in the expressions of the soldiers in front of him, he already realized that something was wrong, and the space gem immediately activated. But this is still slow. The back is directly cut by 096's arms, and his proud invincible defense has no effect at all. These 2 blows caused great damage to Thanos, and even the bones and organs in his body could be clearly seen. But these are all trivial things. What really shocked Thanos was the resurrection of 096. He clearly pinched the other party to death, and even had a corpse in his hand. But the opponent can appear again, which is not in line with the rules of the universe at all. At this moment, Thanos finally realized what kind of existence his opponent is. These monsters do not obey the basic law, they only obey their own rules. Like 096, before he kills Thanos, he will not change his goal, let alone be eliminated. To be precise, these containment objects unlocked by Lin Mo will basically not be destroyed. Their existence has already broken through the rules, and only their own rules can constrain them. 096 as long as he is not seen, he is a quiet and good boy who will not make a fuss at all. If you want to keep him in the shelter, you don't need to care about him at all. And once his rule mechanism is triggered, it will take effect forever. This is the same as Strange. It is not enough for him in this world to die. As long as Strange and other worlds spy on his death, he will naturally see 096. Even across time and space, or even across the world, 096 can send himself to you and then kill you. In case he is good in the future, he can even be a delivery man in the world. You can summon him just by looking at the photo. For this kind of ability-perverted monster, Thanos felt that it would be better for him to run first, otherwise he would be dragged to death here. Especially in front of him were the Plague Doctor and Wanda, the coveted monsters. Thinking of this, he activated the Space Gem ability without hesitation and disappeared. Immediately after, 096 also disappeared, leaving only Thanos' core and the Plague Doctor and others. The sudden change made the soldiers of Thanos' core stunned, while the Plague Doctor was well prepared, and he directly commanded the reanimated zombie army to charge. It wasn't until these zombies were approaching that the warriors of the Thanos Legion realized that their monarch had abandoned them. The endless grief and anger had no chance to vent, and the funeral army directly pressed on, and some of the soldiers standing in front were killed before they even had time to emit energy rays. The attack method of the entire zombie army is extremely simple, and it is completely a return to the wild bite. The high-energy weapons of the Thanos army also caused them a lot of casualties. However, there is really no harm to the epidemic doctor. He has an infinite energy supply in the Forbidden Land, so he doesn't need to worry at all. On the other side, Wanda, who was controlled by the occupied mask, began to use origin magic power to kill in a large area. When no one could stop her, she was the strongest weapon of war. The origin magic power emitting red light falls like a heavy rain, purifying the plague in front of it frantically. A trace of joy flashed in 049's eyes. In the Thanos Legion, people disappear from time to time, and they don't even notice that their feet have been covered with corrosive liquid. Among these liquids, 106 is like a duck to water, and his targets are often the same as the commander, with the cover of the zombie army, and no one finds it at all. The ultimate goal of 106 is Ebony Maw, who is standing at the back of the team. He feels a different breath in this person. At this moment, Ebony Maw's face was gloomy. He didn't expect Thanos to be hit so hard, and he didn't expect Thanos to escape. He uses spiritual magic to control a group of powerful warriors who are escorting him to evacuate. His frontal combat ability is close to zero, and any containment present can easily kill him. So he didn't plan to stick to it, and since the boss ran away, what was he doing here? Ebony Maw has never been loyal to Thanos, and the reason why they are together is because everyone wants to destroy. Ebony Maw can betray Thanos at any time if needed, such as this time. It stands to reason that Thanos left the battlefield, and he, as a wise general, should be in charge of the army and command the battle, but Ebony Maw did not. He could see that Thanos had no intention of coming back, at least not before the fight was over. Even Ebony Maw has a gut feeling that Thanos will never come back. So he wanted to quickly seize the opportunity to run away. He also wanted a treasure like Time Gem Reality Gem, but it was pointless to take things that were lifeless. Seeing the defeat of the Thanos army, the generals who commanded the army had already started to run away, and 049's eyes showed a very obvious joy. The end of the plague is always so exciting. On the other hand, Ebony Maw's expression was a little ugly. He tried to form a connection with the fleet to facilitate particle transmission, but the fleet outside did not reply at all. This is undoubtedly telling him that something has happened outside. He looked up to the sky, where a camera appeared out of nowhere, filming it all. The camera transmitted the footage to the internet in real time, and all the people who were surfing the internet saw a top push. Live footage, Alien Invasion. Such an unremarkable title has attracted countless clicks, and everyone cares about the 3 words aliens. The Thanos fleet has caused panic on the internet, and it has long spread, and the scene of them entering the mysterious place of the Foundation has also been photographed. However, there is no news in the battle screen. Everyone only knows that the aliens have entered, and they have no idea what the situation is. But now this live broadcast room says that there are real-time pictures of alien invasion. How can everyone not watch it? As soon as they entered, they saw the shocked face of Ebony Maw. The camera controlled by Lin Mo is extremely high definition and stable, and everyone can clearly see the appearance of the alien. Everyone in the live broadcast room was discussing. And Ebony Maw has already reacted, and they are being watched like monkeys. This made him, who boasted of wisdom, unbearable, and immediately controlled a subordinate to shoot, trying to smash the camera. However, at this 4.7 time, a black fog appeared in front of everyone, and the energy wave shot from the firearm directly hit it. This energy wave did not cause any damage to the black mist. Ebony Maw thought of the monster Corvus Glaive mentioned, and quickly stepped back. He didn't want to be swallowed up. The shadow demon was guarding the passage back, and behind him, the plague doctor and his army of zombies were constantly approaching, and Ebony Maw suddenly found that he seemed to have nowhere to go. Black Dwarf and Corvus Glaive were also pushed back, and the 3 reunited, none of whom had a pretty face. Only then did the viewers in the live broadcast room realize that the battle had come to an end, and the alien invasion team was forced to rely on the newspaper group to keep warm due to several strange-shaped things and people. Everyone was a little excited. It had been a long time since they heard such good news. Isn't this woman wearing a mask a member of the Avengers before? After joining the Foundation, she has become so powerful. The one wearing a black runner and wearing a crow mask is also very powerful. As long as one enemy falls, his army will be stronger. The black fog that hasn't moved very much is also very powerful. Those aliens who look very powerful don't dare to leave him. Looking at these barrages on the screen, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. The Foundation's reputation among the people is already very high, and no one in the entire live broadcast room thought of Avengers. That's what he wanted. Chapter 70. Effortlessly free from Earth's gravitational pull, Thor was dragged through space by Mjolnir. The battle with 106 made him discover a lot of his own problems. The first one is the problem of weapons. Mjolnir is very strong, but it is not the most suitable weapon for him. He wants to improve his strength. The best way is to tailor a weapon to stimulate more divine power in his body. The second problem is the problem of fighting skills. Although he is extremely powerful, his skills are not top-notch. With such a posture, it is impossible for him to defeat such a flexible monster as 106. So under the encouragement of Natasha Romanoff, Thor decided to jump out of the cage of the earth and find a more suitable weapon and fighting style. The next time he returns, he will definitely be able to kill the opponent with ease. With this thought in mind, Thor kept flight silent for a long time, but as he flew, he found something wrong. He noticed that he could always see an unusually bright star in his left eye. And this picture has appeared 3 times, and the interval between each appearance is about 15 seconds. So when Thor discovered the unusually bright star for the 5th time, he stopped immediately and made a quick memory of the surrounding scene. Something different finally happened this time. Thor found that his vision suddenly changed, and the twinkling star disappeared. He suddenly came to a different place than before. Thor subconsciously flew forward. When the time passed about 7 seconds, he saw the star again. Then the star appeared in his field of vision for 8 seconds before disappearing again. He just kept repeating the flight observation in this way, and the whole process took about 15 seconds. When Thor went through the loop again, he returned to the starting point. This time instead of letting Mjolnir take him forward, he stayed where he was. What is this? Thor doesn't understand what's going on, he asks with some confusion. But there was no one around who could explain it to him, and his question was destined to go unanswered. The only one who can help him is himself, the thought came up in time, and Thor began to fly everywhere in this airspace. Back and forth, left and right, up and down, any position Thor has tried, but he'll come back here in the end. This kind of return is not that he walked back here by himself, but a situation similar to unconscious teleportation. He was still far away 1 second, and returned here the next second. Thor finally understood what he had encountered. Time loop. He had heard of the rumors of time gem, but that thing has always been under the protection of the supreme holy place, and has never been obtained by others. And the one who killed Strange was 096, that is a monster, how could he use the time gem? Thor doesn't understand, his face is full of confusion. But he couldn't figure it out. Thor knew very well that the time he had the best hope of leaving this place was now, and the longer it dragged on, the less chance he had. Thinking of this, Thor's face showed a hint of ruthlessness, and he slowly raised the Mjolnir in his hand. Mjolnir can contain a lot of energy, and to break the time loop, the best way he can think of is to use explosive energy shocks. Only in this way, his Mjolnir may not be able to keep it, and how to get out of this space is also a problem. Thor can't fly himself, but it's the hammer that can take him. Thor knows all these, but he really doesn't have so many choices now, and he has begun to mobilize the power of thunder to gather in his hands. The time of a cycle is 15 seconds, he only has 15 seconds to gather energy, the more energy gathered in this time period, the more hope he has to get out of trouble. Compared to Thor's decisiveness, She-Stark was a little bit broken. He had already run hundreds of floors in the stairwell, but he still didn't make it to the end. This place seems to be endless, and the terrifying face will appear from time to time. It doesn't hurt anyone, but it just pops up to scare you. And every time it appears in a weird location, the back of the head, the armpits, and even in private places, Stark has heard Deadpool high roar, keep that face away from his brother. Hey, Taibeoro, are you afraid? If you are afraid, you can stop. In the absence of that face's scare, Deadpool's words are particularly numerous. She-Stark didn't think he was gradually becoming friendly, he had heard the trembling of fear in the other's tone. Fear isn't in my dictionary, and it doesn't hurt us. Compared to when he first entered this dim place where he couldn't see the way forward, She-Stark was much calmer. You think I'm scared? Just kidding, I'm not dead, he'll try it on me if he can. 35. Deadpool was still talking with a face, but as soon as his words fell, a long voice came from below the stairs, which made him stand up immediately. She-Stark also heard it, but because the space of the stairs was airtight and the echo was very heavy, he listened carefully even before he understood the meaning. Help! Help me! 35. She-Stark repeated the sentence that he had analyzed, but his brows were furrowed. How could there be children in such a terrifying place? He thought it must be a means to increase fear, so he didn't mean to get up and act at all. And Deadpool found out after careful identification that it was the child's roar rescue. He immediately began to go downstairs, shouting while running to him. Someone is saving Roar, go and save her. However, he just ran 2 steps and found that there was no She-Stark's footsteps behind him. He asked tentatively. Mr. Stark? I am. 9. Hearing Stark's answer, Deadpool's face showed a puzzled look. Have you Avengers heard that other people's roar rescues are like this? Do you think the monster will hit your fist by itself, or do you think the little girl roar rescued can solve the danger by herself? 35. For Deadpool's question, She-Stark shrugged. Obviously, this roar rescue sound is made by this place, the purpose is to make us panic, and then rush to rescue, which is exactly in its arrogance. 35. She-Stark's words made Deadpool a little hard to accept, and he laughed angrily. And what if there's a child down there crying for help? You leave her alone? Then leave her alone with the monster? Hearing this, She-Stark nodded subconsciously, his expression did not change, but he suddenly remembered that this seemed to make him a little cold-blooded, so he made an excuse. We'll talk about it later when we have more intelligence, it's not appropriate to lose a superhero to save a child. Before he finished speaking, Deadpool's laughter could be heard in the darkness, and then he could only hear what he said. So this is the Avengers. The irony in Deadpool's words was obvious, and Stark's face sank when he heard it, but he didn't say anything more. There is no point in arguing about these now. For the two of them, how to get out of trouble is the most important thing. But at this moment, the sound of Deadpool coming downstairs quickly came, only to hear him say, whatever his situation is, if even I will die there, that child must be even more desperate. If you don't go, I will. 99. For Deadpool's actions, She-Stark disdain, this kind of useless function is useless except to move himself, the damned people will always die. As a superhero, his death must have some meaning. Thinking of this, he stood up and explored this dim staircase again, which was different from any staircase he knew. The 13 steps are huge, not to mention that it has a semicircular platform at the turn of each floor. So She-Stark felt that this place was no longer the English-style villa he used to be in, it was an independent space. Generally speaking, there are two ways to get out of this space. One is to find the door here and go out directly. This method is more difficult, because it is difficult for them to know what the door looks like here, and they do not know the location of the door. The other is to let people outside help them open the door. If you want to enter this space, you always need to leave a connection point in the original world. It is more convenient for people outside to find this connection point. Considering that it was Professor X and Magneto outside, she thought it shouldn't be difficult for them to go out. It's just that there should be a problem with this space in terms of time. He and Deadpool ran hundreds of floors here, and it took more than 10 minutes to say the least. In the past 10 minutes, it was impossible for the two bosses not to find problems. According to the normal speed, Stark felt that it was time for him to talk to Professor X about the cooperation. The only possibility is that the flow of time in this area has been changed, and 1 minute outside could be 10 days here. It is not realistic to wait for the professor's rescue. Stark is an ordinary person, he needs to eat, drink, sleep, and the supplies he carries with him are not enough to last for that long. So he had to find the key. Stark continued to fumble in the darkness, going in the exact opposite direction of Deadpool. All this was seen by Lin Mo. As soon as this side of the stairwell was triggered, he received a message, and the change in time flow rate was also added by him. In addition, he added a horror measure to the stairwell, that is, don't look back. Once you start going backwards, even if someone outside opens the space node, you will not be rescued. To come up with this space, only Lin Mo can do it. Definitely, if Stark has the space gem, then he can easily get out of trouble, but unfortunately the people who have the space gem are fleeing all over the world right now. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help laughing. Torturing the enemy is always better than killing him. Chapter 71. Stark walked up step by step, and gradually he could no longer hear Deadpool's footsteps. This led him to the conclusion that this is a space that can be extended indefinitely, not recycled. He will not meet Deadpool if he walks up, and Deadpool will not meet him if he walks down. If there is really a key to get out, then one of the two of them will meet after all. Stark thinks that person will be himself. This is not his blind self-confidence, but the result of his rigorous analysis. This stairwell, whether it was the terrifying face or the little girl crying for help, was driving everyone to run down. Moreover, going downstairs is extremely easy, and everyone who encounters a problem will subconsciously try to solve it in a relaxed way. This is exactly wrong in Stark's opinion. He thinks that the best way to escape from this place is to go backwards, and go back to this weird space. Stark probably went up to the 40 or 50 floors before he couldn't hear Deadpool's voice at all. In addition, he also found that the frequency of that terrifying face had greatly increased. I found a flaw, are you anxious? Stark saw the terrifying face reappear, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said confidently, the steps under his feet became more and more firm. But at this moment, a very clear voice sounded in his mind. Mr. Stark, we have opened the door of this space, please escape down as soon as possible, I can only last for 30 seconds. It was the voice of Professor X Charles, and Stark's upward footsteps paused. He just said that the key to open the space is above, but the other party told him the way out is below. Stark felt that his face was very painful now, as if he had been slapped several times loudly. But after all, he couldn't resist the temptation to escape from here, turned around and flew down. This time, knowing that he could leave, Stark had no scruples and directly turned on the flight mode of the mecha. What is it like to fly a fighter jet in the corridor? Stark can only say that he is dizzy. He flew over about 60 or 70 floors in succession, but he never saw the door that was opened. At this time, Charles's voice came again. Mr. Stark, I can't take it anymore, there are 10 seconds left. Stark was also a little anxious after hearing it. He increased the frequency of energy delivery, and the speed was 3 points faster. Even with him, he felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. However, he still didn't see where the door opened, and the countdown had begun on Charles's side. 5. When Charles counted to 4, Stark finally saw a ray of light, and the hope of escaping made him no longer worry about damaging the blood edge armor, and the energy was directly overloaded. Finally, Stark came to the door of light before Charles read 3, and as long as he took one step forward, he would be able to escape from here. Charles also saw Stark's figure, and he said with great surprise. Mr. Stark, this is it, come out. Needless to say Charles, Stark had stepped out, the fresh air and bright sunshine outside gave him a new lease of life. Just as Stark was about to say something, countless pale and slender hands stretched out from the endless darkness behind him, hugging him tightly. These hands didn't give anyone a chance to react at all, and directly dragged Stark back into the darkness. Charles's mental power was just exhausted, and the door of light disappeared. Charles, Max, and Deadpool only saw a flash in front of their eyes, and then Stark disappeared, and the three of them were stunned. Deadpool tilted his head and said in surprise. Is this ironclad meat so fast? But it's too rude, I didn't even say thank you to the old man. Charles ignored Deadpool's words. Although his eyes didn't see how Stark left, his mental perception did. He saw those scenes where the arm was dragging Stark back, which made his face sink, and Magneto Marx, who was standing beside him, spoke directly. She Stark didn't leave, he was just locked back. It seems that Wade you can escape is also a small probability event. Hearing that She Stark was locked back, Deadpool was stunned for a moment, and then he said, "Aha, that's really a sad thing, ha 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 ha." Seeing that the sad Magneto in Deadpool's words was also amused by this guy, Charles couldn't help shaking his head, only to hear him speak. "It's not a good thing for She Stark to have an accident with us. Although the Avengers have suffered a major blow, don't forget how strong they were at their peak. Charles is just a retired old man now, and Mutant is now in a more stable and harmonious state, and he doesn't want to cause trouble again. In addition, She Stark is also a main force in the battle, and he is indispensable to resist the invasion of the alien fleet." The old Professor Charles is very worried now. On the other side, She Stark stood at the door of light that had disappeared, and the whole person was stunned. He remembered that he had already gone out. Why did he come back to this place again? But before he could understand the problem, that terrifying face appeared again, and She Stark's heart suddenly jumped. He felt that the other party was different from before. A strong sense of crisis drove She Stark to want to stay away from this face. As soon as he activated the mobile function of the bloodside armor, he heard the previous voice for help. It's just that this time the voice is no longer indistinct. The voice seems to be ringing right next to his ear, with an inexplicable sense of temptation. She Stark didn't dare to stay for a moment, and flew straight upstairs. He didn't dare to stop along the way. Fortunately, the mecha has helped him record the trajectory of the flight, otherwise, just controlling the change of the flight speed can make She Stark dizzy. However, in the case of She Stark's full flight, that terrifying face and seductive voice still appeared around him from time to time, and he was like a panicked prey, constantly being forced to change his escape route. He didn't know how long he had run, but She Stark had already heard the reminder of his own energy exhaustion, and he had not yet escaped from these two terrifying things. But he also discovered that, in fact, neither the frightening face nor the voice had ever done him any real harm. It's just that the fear in Stark's heart will be magnified infinitely, and all his actions will follow instinct, which he cannot resist. Because She Stark is only an earthling after all, if it is Thor, he may be able to resist with the divinity in his body. The endless escape made She Stark feel that most of the time he was here to explain. This feeling was very aggrieved and desperate. The dignified Iron Man was going to die in a weird place due to energy exhaustion, food exhaustion, etc. I don't know if anyone will know about his death. She Stark hopes that everyone should not know. Because he didn't want to be seen so embarrassed. She Stark was thinking wildly, and suddenly his bloodside armor began to tremble inexplicably, and the panel began to indicate that he lost 34% of his power. Seeing this scene, She Stark's eyes gradually dimmed. This is good, he can't run even if he wants to. However, this also made him relax a little, and the fortunes were settled, and he didn't need to struggle anymore. She Stark sat on the steps, with a turning platform under his feet. He opened his mask, ready to face the terrifying face. But at this moment, a blue light flashed in front of She Stark's eyes, and a large purple potato appeared in front of him, standing on the platform. Seeing Thanos here surprised him, he asked subconsciously, "How did you get in?" But Thanos didn't seem to see She Stark. He looked flustered, and immediately raised the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand. The familiar blue light flashed again, and the space gem created a portal directly in front of him. He was about to flee, but She Stark could see clearly through the blue light that Thanos was covered in scars, and the light armor he was wearing had long since been shattered. This was running for his life, so Thanos didn't even bother to recover from his injuries. She Stark thought so. But as soon as this thought appeared, he was a little curious. What kind of monster could make Thanos so frightened? In fact, if She Stark's eyes could penetrate the darkness of the stairwell, he would be able to see 096 following Thanos. Before Thanos could escape from the portal, a pale figure appeared directly behind him. Those sharp arm blades slashed straight down without any skill. Pissed. A large puddle of blood splattered on She Stark's face, which made him stunned for a moment, and at this time, the sound of a person falling to the ground also came out. Immediately afterwards, She Stark heard the sound of a sharp blade entering his body, and the sound lasted for 2 minutes before disappearing. She Stark asked tentatively, "Thanos?" There was no answer, only his echo echoed in the stairwell. She Stark took 2 steps forward, which made him see the Thanos lying on the ground directly. Here lay countless pieces of Thanos, which She Stark recognized only by the purple skin. And on the edge of these corpses, a golden glove flashed a ray of light, which made Stark's eyes light up. He just saw with his own eyes that Thanos used the space gem to open a portal, Wang Qianzhao, but he didn't realize that he could use it to leave. But it was also thanks to him that he didn't grab it, otherwise he would probably meet the monster. She Stark already knew who killed Thanos, the murder photo. Thanos saw him at the new headquarters of Avengers before, but Thanos deceived 096 once through Soul Gem. This time he had no other way to deceive 096, so he became what he is now. She Stark is also a little fortunate, thanks to the limited vision of this space. He saw Thanos at first, but he didn't see anything after that. Picking up the glove, She Stark put it on his hand, and the Infinity Gauntlet automatically matched his hand. Looking at this golden glove, She Stark's eyes flashed with excitement. He didn't have to die here. Moreover, the 3 infinite gems on this pair of gloves can greatly enhance his strength. She Stark felt that he could go back to seek revenge for Thanos' army this time, and after the Thanos army was dealt with, his next target would be the Foundation. The monsters they contain all have mechanisms, and as long as he doesn't trigger the mechanism, those monsters can't pose a threat to him. Wouldn't it be easy to destroy the Foundation? Thinking of this, She Stark directly controlled the space gem to call a portal in front of him. He said in a low voice with a smile. Avengers, your leader, are back. Chapter 72. Manhattan, the most densely populated area in New York City's 5 boroughs, is also the smallest. 2 small islands make up the world's most famous economic center, and it is surrounded by the East Hudson and Harlem rivers. The prosperity here is reflected in countless high-rise buildings. The most concentrated area of skyscrapers in the world is Manhattan, and the Avengers building of Stark in the past is also here. It used to be a famous landmark in Manhattan, but now everyone has tacitly agreed that there was no Avengers building there. Now a new landmark building is also under construction there. The whole Manhattan looks very harmonious and upward, and opportunities are everywhere. But no matter how bright the place is, there is filth and darkness. On the edge of some old houses, the dim alleys were filled with delirious Confederates, some of them alcoholics, some of them smoking high. These people are slow-moving like zombies, conscious of chaos, and always make some strange gestures. If you get close, you can hear the weird moans from their mouths. This place is like hell on earth, and the directors of zombie movies can come here to shoot. And in one of these dim alleys, a man walked swayingly. Whether it was the whiskey bottle he held in his hand or the unusual flush on his face, it was a sign of a heavy drinker. He swayed left and right on the road, suddenly staggered, and almost fell face down and ate a dog. Don't think about the health of the alcoholic. Blood vessels paralyzed by alcohol, and sometimes they can fall to death, regardless of how their teeth are. The alcoholic was frightened out of a cold sweat, his consciousness returned a little, and he quickly stretched out his hand to stabilize his body. Finally, the railing on the street side stabilized, and then I had time to look back to see what tripped me. I saw that at the place where he almost fell, there were a pair of bare feet exposed, covered with mud, and even with multiple blood stains. But this did not make the alcoholic feel pity for the other party. He swayed to his feet and cursed at the ragged and unkempt man in front of him. If you want to die, stay far away. You are really tired of living here, blocking Lao Tzu's way, right? As he said that, he kicked a few kicks with his drunkenness. The man lying on the ground curled up in pain. Mommy fake. Seeing that the beggar did not resist, the drunkard became ruthless and kicked several times with the tip of his leather shoe. 4 or 5 feet down, the toes of the alcoholic man's own toes hurt. He raised his head and took a sip of wine and swayed away again, not worrying about what would happen, even if the beggar was kicked to death by him. Just a beggar who lost his arms, how could someone come to trouble him for such a waste? The alcoholic had no idea that the person he had just kicked was the famous Hulk, also known as our Dr. Banner. At this moment, Banner was exhausted and the pain was piercing his heart. He kept curled up all the time, which would make him feel better. When he was kicked and beaten just now, he didn't transform into a Hulk, so he could only bear these injuries with his weakest body. Banner has been in Manhattan for 2 days, and he hasn't gone anywhere these 2 days, just wandering around like a ghost. Natasha Romanoff teleported him to Manhattan that day, and Banner already knew what she was thinking. There are many superheroes living in Manhattan, such as their predecessors of Team Heroes, the Fantastic Four. The reason why Natasha Romanoff brought him here is to ask him to call for reinforcements. But he was hesitation. He felt that the monsters of the Foundation were invincible. Even if he brought all the superhero, he, Pset, could only become a corpse. He is the best proof. A shadow demon that can devour existence makes him lose his arms forever, turning from a superhero directly to waste. The huge amount of psychological gap caused a great change in Banner's mentality. His whole person has begun to become insecure. Those fears and conscience in his heart told him that finding those superhero himself was just dragging them down. And those superhero will most likely refuse his request after seeing his situation. Plus he accidentally saw the Foundation's massacre of Thanos Corps on a roadside monitor last night. Banner's world is directly dark. This is a shit. The Thanos Legion, who crushed them into cannon fodder, can't beat the Foundation, so why should they fight against others? Banner of Revenge had completely given up, and he even gave up on regaining his arms and becoming the Hulk again. He didn't want to do anything, just wanted to quietly wait for the moment of demise. The public thought that the Foundation was to contain monsters to protect human beings, but he knew that those monsters were released by the Foundation, and it was not up to them to protect or not to protect human beings. In order to protect their secrets from being known, the Foundation will definitely hunt down these superheroes. Banner has seen it through. Avengers is now the fish on the cutting board. People who want to make sauerkraut fish make sauerkraut fish, and if they want to make sauerkraut, they make sashimi. There is absolutely no room for them to resist. In addition, Banner found that he was no longer angry. Not being angry means that he can't even use the Hulk transformation, which is why he was beaten wildly just now but didn't resist. It's not that he doesn't want to resist, he really can't resist. Banner never imagined that the liberation he had been searching for was so simple. Back then, in order to solve the fact that he couldn't control his anger, he went to study everywhere and used every method. In the end, I still can't completely eliminate the distress that anger brings to me. But now the Foundation just randomly dispatched a few monsters to cure his illness. If you want to cure the problem of irritability, just let him lose confidence and hope. Is this a fight with poison? However, if Banner had a choice, he would definitely not choose this way. He is now waiting to die, but he also wants to die with dignity. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. Banner rubbed the spot where he was kicked and returned to the corner where he was lying. This time, he shrank his legs inward, and now he only hoped not to come to Ziobiation again. He wanted to die at the hands of those monsters. No one should think that the once invincible Hulk Banner has become a bum in New York City. But it did happen, and people have to feel that things are impermanent. On the other hand, Thor, who is far away in the universe, has a hard time. He has already tried energy bombardment, the 15-second energy storage time is too short, and he has no chance of breaking the time cycle. And he has made such an attempt intermittently dozens of times, and the result is the same every time. With each failed attempt, Thor's confidence dwindled, as if he could feel the chance slip through his fingers. And the more impatient and unconfident he is, the worse his energy control will be. Towards the back, his energy bombardment didn't even have half the intensity at the beginning. This made Thor a little discouraged, and his overall state became poor, looking like he was dry, as if he had been drained. After giving up the energy bombardment, Thor muttered to himself. Who is it? Why do you do this to me? The time loop doesn't mean you can use it if you want. Even a sorcerer supreme like Strange needs to be very careful when he wants to use it himself. And his use also needs to know the situation of the user. It does not mean that whoever you use will be locked into the time loop immediately. Generally speaking, there is no chance of someone flying in the universe like Thor. Because he is a high-speed movement, if you want to target him beyond the time loop, you must have close contact. Thor was sure he didn't meet anyone on his way here, but the time loop just caught up with him. This situation implies several possibilities. One is that the other party knows Thor very well and can lock onto him or something on him in some way. In general, this situation must be done by someone who is extremely close, such as the God King Odin. But Thor didn't think his father would do that, and even less so with Loki and the Avengers. Loki is dead, and if the Avengers had a time gem, Thor would have known it. So the first possibility, after a simple thought, Thor rejected. The second is that the person who cast the time loop is nearby, and he has a very clear judgment on Thor's whereabouts. This is contrary to what he has seen before. There are no stars around here, and there is no place to hide. If the other party can see him, then he must be able to see the other party. So the second may be directly rejected by Thor. The third possibility is more terrifying. A being with far more power than Thor uses the time gem on him, trapping him in a time loop. And this realm must be at least the level Godfather powerhouse, or even the existence of the level single universe. To this point, they can destroy hundreds of galaxies with a wave of their hands. Such beings don't have to shoot if they want to kill Thanos. Thor doesn't understand why they want to kill such a small Thor. If such an existence really attacked him, even if he broke through the time loop, he would definitely not be able to defeat him. Therefore, Thor decided to open the pendulum directly, unable to run horizontally and vertically, so he just lay flat. It's like being overpowered. Since you can't resist, it's better to enjoy it. Just wait until you go out and find a way to get revenge and come back. People, don't be too extreme, you can have more hope when you live. Although Thor's play and Banner's play were different, they both made Lin Mo feel great joy. These superhero, who used to be beautiful, can be regarded as experiencing what it means to be wronged. This taste is what Lin Mo has tasted the most. Avengers has never been monolithic, and as a leader, a lubricant, he takes a lot of anger when coordinating relationships. The key is that this kind of anger he has no ground to spread. He is the elder of the Avengers, and he can only bear it. Now it's different, he doesn't need to think about the Avengers' overall situation anymore, he just needs to care about his own feelings. As for what will happen without Avengers, Lin Mo doesn't bother to care about it. As long as he has a foundation, then he doesn't have to worry about who can threaten him. He has only unlocked a few containments and has been able to defeat the Avengers, and he can't imagine what it will be like to unlock 682. At that time, I am afraid that Odin with full firepower will be able to hit the hammer. Just thinking about Lin Mo makes this kind of scene exciting. Chapter 73. Seeing Thor and Banner being so bad, Lin Mo felt that it was impossible to let them go on like this. Life lies in sports, and the two must be allowed to run, so he directly took back Uncle 106 who was in the Forbidden Land. Thor and Uncle 106 are very destined, how can I break up the two of you? Lin Mo said to himself, and immediately put the 106 he had just recovered into the time loop. As for Banner, Lin Mo felt that Shadow Fiend was a good choice. The best way to dispel the fear is to face it. Lin Mo sent the Shadow Fiend near Banner without hesitation. Lin Mo really thinks too much about everyone, and it's alright to cry for him. After finishing these two rotten Avengers, Lin Mo turned his attention back to Stark. History of at the moment Stark hadn't met Thanos yet, just in time to contact Charles. Lin Mo just saw how he left with joy, and how, returned with despair. This scene almost made Lin Mo laugh to death. The horror measures added in the stairwell seemed to be really useful, and he felt that he could use it often in the future. But when Thanos suddenly appeared, Lin Mo was a little surprised, and he found that things seemed to become more interesting. When he saw that Thanos was easily beheaded by 096, he couldn't help shaking his head, so people should not be too curious, and they all said that they should not solve the mosaic, they had to do it. Well now, it's almost a mosaic when I die. Lin Mo is not surprising about Thanos' death, he is not that strong without the infinite gems cobbling together, even the Avengers can easily kill him, let alone 096. Thanos died when he died, the problem was that he left the Infinity Gauntlet behind, which Stark put on. Our Avengers leader picked it up and got 3 infinite gems at once, greatly increasing his strength. When Lin Mo saw Stark open the portal and leave, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It seems that luck is still good, this can make you run away, or it's good, I haven't had a good time yet. Lin Mo doesn't want to be the kind of chess player who counts every move. In his opinion, that would be too boring. Only this variable situation can make people always look forward to the future. Stark left the stairwell, and Lin Mo took it back as well. For this kind of containment without much wisdom, he could easily deploy it. But for an existence like an epidemic doctor, he needs to communicate well. Definitely, as long as the containment objects run wild, he can't directly command them. It must be calmed down by the containment team's recontainment before it can be driven again, which is why Lin Mo previously needed to send D-class staff to contain Little Peanut. It's not that he doesn't want to recycle the peanuts directly, it's really a rule restriction. And he also wanted to take advantage of the containment opportunity to show off his muscles to the Avengers and the public. It turned out that he did so well. Because Stark escaped from the stairwell, Lin Mo's surveillance of him is not so convenient, and his time gem needs an anchor point. Now that Stark has left through the space gem, Lin Mo doesn't know where he went, so he doesn't pay more attention. At this moment, Stark didn't actually go far, he was in the residence where Professor X Charles lived, but he didn't show up. The scene of grabbing him back between the stairwells is vivid in his mind, and he is now wary that the other party will exert his strength again. But after waiting for nearly a minute he didn't return to the stairwell, much to his relief. Stark released his own state of nothingness, and his body returned to reality from the turbulent flow of space. This is the combined effect of Soul Gem and Space Gem, in this state he is almost invincible, at least not dead. Mr. Stark. As soon as Stark appeared in this space, Charles's voice came over. Yes, Charles. Without using the more polite name Roar, Stark's current mentality is not the same as before, and he feels that he no longer needs mutants' help. It's such a pleasure to see you come back safely. Charles came out of the elevator with a smile, and Deadpool, who was standing behind him, looked at Stark in confusion. He had already listened to Professor X's analysis just now, and the space where they were trapped might have a rule that would make a trapped person have to leave through their own efforts, not with the help of others. That's why Stark was arrested after he had already escaped. And the other party is standing in front of him now, except for the appearance that looks dirty and a little embarrassed, everything else seems to be good. Especially the mental head, Deadpool himself knew how depressing it was in that dark and terrifying environment. Even the optimists like him took some time to recover after they came out. Stark's lightheartedness was as if he were on a trip, which made Deadpool a little puzzled. He asked. Tai Baoro, you didn't really walk up and found the key and came out by yourself? Deadpool's words reminded Stark of what happened to him just now, his face sank and he ignored it. He previously thought that if he went up, he could go out, and at least he could find the key to unlock the space, but the fact was that he didn't find it at all. Even when Charles told him that the exit was below, he chose to run for his life without hesitation. And the most embarrassing thing was to escape, but he didn't escape completely, and he was even caught back in the stairwell. In the end, he came out relying on the space gem instead of his own ability and wisdom, which made him feel a little panicked on his face. However, Stark nodded his head in a weird way. Yes, I found the key to unlock that space, otherwise I should still be there now. Stark's eyes blinked when he said this, he didn't do things like lying very often. Deadpool didn't notice this little detail, but Professor X Charles did, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. At first, he also thought that Stark came out through his own ability, but the way he lied directly rejected this possibility. Charles's mental power swept across Stark's body inadvertently, and he found a different place. In Stark's left hand, there is a golden glove, and on the glove, there are 3 destructive gems inlaid. Charles perceives unrivaled power in these 3 gems. At this moment, he understood that Stark had some adventures. And this pair of gloves and the gems above are the real reason why he can get out of the stairwell. Stark's pride made him reluctant to admit that he got out of trouble with the help of foreign objects. Thinking of this, Charles couldn't help but sigh, but he quickly returned to his normal expression and spoke. Anyway, as long as you can come back safely, it's a good thing. I will handle the mutation of the stairs. Let's talk about dealing with the fleet first. 5. No, I don't think the Avengers need mutants' help for a while, we can figure things out on our own. Stark didn't care about Charles's concern and said directly. Charles froze for a moment. Don't you need it? Those fleets look strong, don't they? No need, they used to be strong, but that's just the past, I am stronger than them now. Stark didn't see Charles's expression, he just squeezed his fist lightly, exuding a strong energy directly. 4 flowers. Deadpool felt a strong sense of crisis, and the 2 knives behind him pulled out to be alert. In this regard, Stark did not take it seriously, and said with a smile. I have to go now. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal appeared in front of him, and at the other end of the portal was the new headquarters of Avengers. This scene shocked Charles, and it made Stark feel very satisfied, and he regained the old feeling of being looked up to. This greatly enhanced his confidence, and he believed that he would be even stronger in the future. Even one day, he can destroy the Foundation. On the other side, in the high-dimensional space of the Forbidden Land, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff ushered in his most important moment. At the moment, she is already in a state of erratic, you can see her for a while, and it is nothingness for a while. She is integrating with the high-dimensional space, and as long as the integration is completed, she can become a high-dimensional creature, directly beyond human understanding. Correspondingly, her potential will also be realized in a short period of time, directly becoming a Thai. It all sounds great, but is it really so? No, now Natasha Romanoff is at the most dangerous moment. She is integrating well with JOEI space, but she is also being integrated. This is the time when she needs energy support the most, and she can only become a high-latitude creature if she has a dominant position. Once she fails, the end is death. And she couldn't save much energy at all. When she entered this state, she was in a low-energy state, and as a result, there was no energy supply. She also used a large wave of energy to escort her teammates out. The epidemic doctor has already given her own judgment. Her integration this time will inevitably fail, and the list of Avengers will be reduced again. Natasha Romanoff can't blame anyone, she didn't judge what the situation was, and she didn't get any benefit from blindly investing. In fact, it was true that neither Thor nor Iron Man Stark came back to save her. With the deepening of evolution, the clothes on Black Widow disappeared. The fair skin began to become radiant, her whole body was changing to a strange state, and her human form was gradually diminishing. This is a manifestation of evolutionary failure. When she lost her human characteristics, she also integrated into the high-latitude space, and Black Widow was never alone. The changes here can also be seen by Lin Mo, who has no intention to lend a helping hand. Although Black Widow did contribute a lot to the Avengers. But she had her vote among those who kicked him out of the Avengers in the first place. And Black Widow was also among the people who later attacked him in public. Lin Mo won't relent just because this is a beautiful woman. With his current ability, it is not easy to want women. As soon as he announces his power, those women who want to stand out can queue up from him to the coast on the other side of the Federation. But Lin Mo doesn't care about these, he doesn't need women, and he doesn't need useless vanity worship. However, at this time, within this pure white space, a portal suddenly appeared, and a familiar figure appeared in front of Natasha Romanoff. The magic floating cloak was holding strange, and when he saw Natasha Romanoff's state, there was a hint of joy in his eyes, and he quickly put the arc reactor in her hand. After being repelled by the epidemic doctor, he is looking for the possibility of breaking the game, and now Natasha Romanoff is an opportunity. Natasha Romanoff's evolutionary success is the beginning, and only if she evolves successfully, the Avengers can get a chance to be reborn. Only when Avengers is reborn can he rewrite the ending of Strange in each parallel world. The chance to turn the tide is in sight. Spoon. Chapter 74. Through the portal, Stark returned to the new Avengers headquarters, the familiar sea breeze blowing on his face, which brought him a new lease of life. A wicked smile appeared on Stark's face, he already understood the powerful role of the Infinity Gauntlet, not to mention that it could solve those difficult containments. At least he could easily kill the Thanos fleet, and all he chose to flee was for revenge. He still remembers the fact that he was used as a cannon fodder by the Proxima couple Corvus Glaive. The current Stark's revenge can't wait overnight, all because his strength has been improved. In the headquarters, Stark Roar called out J.A.R.V.I.S, and called out the current movement of Thanos' fleet, but the scene in front of him shocked him. In the video, the familiar black fog kept rising and shrinking, and the entire Thanos fleet was destroyed in an instant. They didn't make much resistance during the whole process. Even the energy cannons that were fired were absorbed by the black fog, causing no damage at all. And this is just what happened to the fleet outside. J.A.R.V.I.S also found some videos of the battle in the Forbidden Land, which were recorded by netizens during the live broadcast. It can be seen that those subordinates of Thanos have been suppressed since they entered the Forbidden Land. Whether it's Wanda's origin magic power, or 100 and SIX's precision strike, the 6, 8, 7 make Thanos Legion overwhelmed. In addition, She-Stark did not see the existence of Thanos himself in the video, which means that he had been targeted by 096 from the beginning of the video. The battle in the video is one-sided, the zombie army of the epidemic doctor keeps growing, the Thanos army continues to suffer, and the Foundation is hard to lose even if it wants to. Moreover, the Forbidden Land also showed its own terrifying scene in this battle. Many people in the Thanos Legion, who were panicking, died violently because they used the same name Roar to describe it many times. No one ever realized it, and neither did Stark himself. Until the end of the video, only dozens of people escaped into the high-dimensional space, and it is hard to say how many of these people will come out. Seeing the destruction of the Thanos Legion, She-Stark's face was a little ugly. He came back to restore the prestige of Avengers by killing aliens. As a result, he was late, and he couldn't even eat hot cakes. Just as She-Stark was troubled by this, a familiar voice rang from behind him. "FK, Stark, explain to me why you're the only one left in the entire Avengers." 39. Nick Fury walked from the door with a gloomy face. He just went to track down the origin of the D-Class squad, and when he came back, he saw that Avengers had become what it is now. The relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers is not just cooperation, but also their input, both human and material. In other words, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a minority shareholder in Avengers, and it is reasonable for him to question Stark now. "What did you just say to me?" She-Stark did not directly answer Nick Fury's words, but looked at the black braised egg coldly. Nick Fury would not be polite to him, nor would he be frightened by him. He raised his neck and cursed. "Mommy fake, I said you are a waste, you can't even protect your teammates." As soon as Nick Fury finished speaking, he saw She-Stark's fist coming towards him, but he didn't dodge. The punch hit the building directly behind him. Boom! A thunderous sound came from behind him, and Nick Fury turned to take a look, only to see that the entire wall of the new headquarters was broken, along with the outer walls. Nick Fury's pupils shrank sharply. He knew very well that Stark did not use energy, the punch was his pure physical strength, and no one in the previous Avengers could accomplish such destruction without medium. "Mahafak, are you still Stark?" Nick Fury wasn't too frightened to move. He immediately looked around Stark. When he saw the extremely conceited look in the eyes of the other party, he was relieved. This was indeed Stark, and it was a fake. But She-Stark is not satisfied with Nick Fury's scrutiny. He said bluntly, "Please pay attention to the tone of your speech in the future, and let me hear words beginning with F. I will be very angry." Stark's reaction made Nick Fury's smile fade away, and he realized something. The Avengers will no longer listen to anyone's orders, not even the Federation will want to point fingers at me. I will be the first plenipotentiary leader of the Avengers. She-Stark ignored the change in Nick Fury's expression and spoke to himself. "Now you can get out." If the former Nick Fury heard this sentence, it might be rage, but he looked at the very unfamiliar Stark in front of him, but did not speak. Avengers was out of control. This was the first reaction in his mind, and the second reaction was that something must have changed in Stark's body. And this change must be in strength, and She-Stark must have been greatly improved. This kind of wolf ambition was not revealed when his strength was insufficient, or it was not fully revealed. But as its strength grew, it swelled in an instant. These were the things Nick Fury was thinking about in a split second, and he remembered what Lin Mo said to him when he left Avengers. "When you indulge a beast, one day you will suffer from it." 35. At the time, Nick Fury just thought Lin Mo was venting his displeasure at being kicked out of the Avengers. Now it seems that he has a very clear understanding of his own disciple. She-Stark is not a good leader, he's just an arrogant tyrant. It's a pity that Nick Fury knew it too late. He should not be able to fight against the current She-Stark, so he had to leave with a sullen face. Seeing the black braised egg that opened his mouth and closed his mouth to jerk fake away, She-Stark's face showed a bit of a grim smile. He didn't need to worry about anything, he liked seeing Nick Fury's look like this. But this alone won't make him feel comfortable, and the next thing he has to do is to deal with the Foundation. To solve this problem, he does not have to enter the Forbidden Land. With infinite gems, he can completely wrap up that area and exile in reverse. The space gem can do this. Whoever comes out of the Forbidden Land will be teleported to the desolate planet by the portal. History Stark hates the Foundation, the damage to his prestige caused by this organization is irreparable, and he does not allow such an organization to challenge his authority to exist. He didn't care if those containments were really related to the Foundation, and he didn't need to think about what to do with the containments if the Foundation was wiped out. People always need superhero anyway, when they don't have a choice, they can only trust him. Stark. Stepping on the portal, Stark came to the outskirts of the Forbidden Land, and a thick fog blocked his sight. Just when he was about to start setting up a portal to exile this place, 3 figures ran out of the thick fog in a bit of an embarrassment. Stark narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the figure with the war blade in his hand. And Corvus Glaive saw Stark too, and he smiled contemptuously. I didn't expect ants to survive. The blade in Corvus Glaive's hand has been raised high, and he doesn't care about Stark standing in front of him, just kill him. The blade pierced through the air and flew towards Stark with unparalleled power. Facing the full blow of Corvus Glaive, Stark stretched out his left hand and activated the purple power gem. Chong. 99. The sound of the clash of gold and iron came out, and Stark directly caught the blade with his bare hands. This made the Black Yao generals stunned, and when Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw saw the infinity gauntlet on Stark's hand, especially the 3 infinite gems inlaid on it, their pupils shrank suddenly. Father, he is dead. Corvus Glaive lost his voice, his eyes filled with disbelief. The infinity gauntlet is Thanos' personal possession, and cannot be lost unless killed in battle. Seeing the changes in the expressions of the 3, Stark's mouth rose slightly, and he said softly. Yes, he died right in front of me, this glove is my trophy. Anyway, no one knows what the situation in the stairwell is like, Stark said without hesitation. In his opinion, this will definitely shock the 3 people in front of him. However, the 3 enemies in front of him showed no fear, especially Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw, both of whom had a glint of greed in their eyes. The more infinite gems are for every careerist, the better. It's just that the 2 of them had been suppressed by Thanos before, so they didn't do anything. Now that Thanos is dead, there is no need to consider the consequences of doing things. Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw exchanged glances and nodded tacitly. In the next second, both the psychic magic and the warblades attacked Stark at the same time. With the protection of Soul Gem, Stark is not afraid of Ebony Maw's spiritual magic, and directly confronts the attack of Corvus Glaive. Although it has the blessing of power gems, Corvus Glaive's fighting skills are always much higher than that of Stark, and the 2 have fought back and forth. Stark was often smashed by the weapon in the hands of Corvus Glaive, and his body was bruised. Corvus Glaive was also knocked back by Stark's huge force, and the small missile 4.7 carried by the Bloodside Warframe also caused him some trouble. However, Corvus Glaive far surpassed Stark in restoring the ability. Generally speaking, Stark is very disadvantaged. His application of infinite gems is extremely poor, and he has not exerted the corresponding ability at all. Under such circumstances, it is easy to deal with those superheroes on Earth, but it is still a bit immature to deal with a battle-hardened space warrior like Corvus Glaive. The arrogance caused Stark a lot of trouble. But fortunately, Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf were gone, and they left the battlefield early. Stark doesn't need to worry about a cold arrow coming from the shadows. The battle outside the Forbidden Land. Lin Mo also saw it for the first time. When he saw Stark, who was holding the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand but was still being beaten, he couldn't help shaking his head. Never overestimate yourself, Stark. Lin Mo watched the back and forth between the 2 of them, and couldn't help but have an idea in his heart that he wanted to add some new variables to this wonderful battle. Looking at the list of containment items that he could unlock, Lin Mo directly chose a less conspicuous existence. SXP-053, Little Girl. Required to unlock, 10,000 fear points. Looking at 053's introduction, Lin Mo felt that she would let everyone see Stark's truest side. Chapter 75. Item number, SXP-053. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures, SXP-053 must be isolated in an area no smaller than 5m x 5m, 16 feet x 16 feet, with sufficient space for movement. Toys, books, games, and other recreational facilities will be adequately provided and replaced every 3 months. Proper bedding, bathrooms, and medical facilities must be available at all times. Food is provided 3 times per day, and 2 snacks may be provided if SXP-053 requests. Any contact with the SXP-053 is not permitted unless fitted with a fully airtight eye mask. Visual contact with SXP-053 is not to be made for any reason. Any items given to employees by SXP-053 may be taken away but must be quarantined for inspection until then. Only 1 person can stay in the room at a time, and it must be tied by a safety wire. All personnel must leave within 10 minutes of entering SXP-053's isolation chamber. Personnel who begin to behave erratically, yell, or attempt to capture SXP-053 are to be taken away and quarantined. Anyone attempting to remove their isolation suit will also be removed and quarantined. No sharp or firearms are allowed in the isolation room of SXP-053. Description: SXP-053 is a 3-year-old girl. She has the basic conversation ability and is a little more mature in mental development than normal children. Her personality is usually optimistic and rarely angry, only getting upset when surrounded by a lot of people. Anyone over the age of 3 who makes visual contact, physical contact with SXP-053, or stays around SXP-053 for more than 10 minutes will quickly become irrational, paranoid, and murderous. In most, but not all cases, these sensations will be directed towards SXP-053, and the affected subject will begin attempting to kill SXP-053 after killing or knocking down all personnel in view. Those who attempted to kill SXP-053 suffered severe heart attacks or seizures and died immediately after inflicting any physical damage to it. SXP-053 heals all kinds of wounds, no matter how severe, in a matter of seconds. SXP-053 appears to be completely unaware of these effects, and ignores all affected subjects. When asked about the effect, SXP-053 was unable to answer. The little girl 053 is a seemingly harmless existence, but after staying with her for a long time, she will change, and she will expose her paranoid bloodthirsty side. This is what Lin Mo values. He has seen clearly what kind of person Stark is, but everyone doesn't know. Without hesitation, Lin Mo put 053 on the outskirts of the Forbidden Land on the system interface, and immediately arranged for some D-class personnel to film and broadcast the battle between Stark and Corvus Glaive. Since this disciple of his own cares so much about his prestige and his own image, then Lin Mo will satisfy him and let everyone see what kind of person he is, Stark. In addition, D-class personnel should be prepared to contain them at any time, and it would be terrifying in the event of a runaway. At the moment, the battle between Stark and Corvus Glaive has reached a fever pitch. Stark was underwhelming at first, but as he became more proficient with infinite gems, he was able to fend off Corvus Glaive's attack. But Corvus Glaive has done him a lot of damage before, so Stark looks a lot worse. And even if he fought back against Corvus Glaive, the opponent could continue to fight with the terrifying healing ability, which made Stark miserable. He even started thinking about running away. But just less than a second after he had the idea, several drones appeared above their heads, each carrying a high-definition camera. They are shooting against Stark and Corvus Glaive. The two discovered these prying gadgets at the same time, but neither of them had the heart to solve them. Both Stark and Corvus Glaive were afraid that making a rash move would give the other a chance to beat them. The appearance of these cameras directly put Stark on fire. He can't run now, and he should change the name of Avengers to the League of Fugitives. This kind of thing can be done, but it can't be done openly. This is Stark's idea. Under the camera, Stark immediately raised his neck and pretended to be winning. Corvus Glaive saw the change in his demeanor and couldn't quite understand the reason. But he knew that the guy in front of him had a poor application of infinite gems, and he still had great hope. Without hesitation, the chopping knife in Corvus Glaive's hand slashed directly at Stark again. With his extraordinary strength and speed, this blow directly broke through the sound barrier with a huge momentum. Stark has the blessing of power gems, and his strength is definitely not empty of Corvus Glaive, but he is far inferior to the opponent in terms of reaction ability, so when he sees Corvus Glaive moving, the whole person has already begun to move. He wanted to evade Corvus Glaive's slash by moving erratically, and he really couldn't slow down the opponent's speed. Anyway, the premise of everything is to reduce the advantage of the other party's quick response. However, this is in vain after all. Fast is fast, Corvus Glaive's combat power is real, and it is not obtained by external objects at all. Stark's evasion was a monkey show to him, full of flaws. This scene was captured by the camera, and the audience who had just watched the destruction of the Thanos Legion immediately came over seamlessly. When they saw that Stark was smashed by a general of the Thanos Legion without any resistance, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded. I said why I haven't seen Mr. Stark, it turned out to be a fight here. What is a fight? It's a one-sided beating. Our Iron Man didn't even touch the corner of that monster's shirt. It's so embarrassing to call yourself superhero. It's almost like a super bear, ha ha ha. Many people don't have a good impression of Avengers, or more accurately, Stark. In their opinion, the new Avengers leader likes to talk big, but in fact can't get anything done. Stark doesn't know what netizens say about him. He only knows one thing now. He must gain some advantages as soon as possible. It was at this time that a little girl appeared on the edge of the battlefield for some unknown reason. Her eyes were full of confusion, and she was holding a doll in her hand, as if she had been lost. Stark's bloodside armor immediately detected someone approaching, and he simply ignored it, thinking about how to deal with Corvus Glaive's next attack. Corvus Glaive dodged immediately after a successful strike. Stark's current strength is very strong, and even a single blow will still be injured. If Stark hit the key, it would not be a trivial matter. No matter how strong his recovery ability was, it would take time. And the battle between the masters can often be decided in an instant. Although Stark is not a master, but infinite gems has raised his combat power and is still a threat to Corvus Glaive. Corvus Glaive's evasion did have an effect, and Stark's blow that could break the sound barrier didn't hit him, and just missed him. This feeling of power and nowhere makes Stark feel aggrieved, and his heart has begun to feel a little anxious, and he growled with a gloomy face. Come and fight me head on if you have the ability. Corvus Glaive smiled disdainfully at his words. Why didn't you say that when you were escorted by me like a dead dog to explore the way? An ant is an ant after all, and even if it has strength, it is only a slightly capable ant. 35. The long knife in Corvus Glaive's hand stabbed straight away. His blade can break through everything in the universe. The energy rays and missiles that Stark used to counterattack failed to cause him any obstruction. This time, the purpose of Corvus Glaive is clear, it is the Infinity Gauntlet in Stark's hands. History Stark has been able to fight him for so long because of the Infinity Gauntlet and the infinite gems above. Just remove the Infinity Gauntlet from his hand, or simply cut off Stark's arm, and the fight is over. Facing this attack from Corvus Glaive, Stark felt a strong sense of crisis. He didn't care about the image prestige he had thought before, and launched Space Gem directly, which made him instantly out of the opponent's attack range. Stark's retreat caused the audience in the live broadcast room to explode again. If you can't beat it, run away, no shame. It seems that Stark hasn't beaten anyone recently. Every time he sees news of him, he runs away, and this time he saw it directly. Stark, the enemy is too strong, I'll take a while. Since superhero can't solve these problems, let the Foundation try it. Because it was the Foundation's account that broadcasted this scene, the audience also coaxed the Foundation to take action. Can those warriors from last time really deal with this alien? I feel very dangerous. It's okay for the Foundation to deal with those monsters in a special way, but it shouldn't be enough to deal with this kind of alien invasion, right? No one thinks that the Foundation only has those warriors, right? They must also have stronger existences, but we just don't know. There are still a lot of speculations about the Foundation on the internet, but most of them believe that the Foundation is only accommodating monsters, and there is no ability to fight against a powerhouse like Corvus Glaive. It was at this time that a little girl slowly walked over in the live broadcast. When Stark noticed the little girl again, he couldn't help frowning. There was a wilderness near the new headquarters of Avengers. How could there be a little girl? He didn't need to guess that he knew that this must be another monster sent by the Foundation, but he didn't know what this little girl's ability was now. So he didn't act rashly and just tried his best to counter Corvus Glaive's offense. Corvus Glaive attacked Stark with a long knife in his hand, while paying attention to the little girl who exuded a dangerous atmosphere. In his opinion, this little girl is more dangerous than Stark. But the attraction of the Infinity Gauntlet and the 3 infinite gems in Stark's hands was too great, and he was reluctant to let go of this great opportunity. As a result, an extremely strange scene appeared in the field. The dog's brains were about to come out of the 2 people fighting there, but they did not forget to move the battlefield and kept a distance from the little girl 053. But this distance has already entered the little girl's sphere of influence, and her trigger condition is not only through eye contact, but can also be calculated according to time. Stark and Corvus Glaive's 687's eyes have begun to flash with madness, and the means of attack have also begun to be more violent. Seeing this unusual Stark, the viewers in the live broadcast room were a little curious, they had never seen such a brave Stark before. Now every shot of the 2 would leave a deep scar on each other's body, even Corvus Glaive's terrifying recovery ability began to be stretched, and Stark's hand broke through his body defense several times. Corvus Glaive also dies, and the resurrection after death is extremely long, especially in an energy-poor place like Earth. While their attacks became more and more violent, they also ignored the little girl. Just as Stark was about to insert his left hand into Corvus Glaive's chest, the little girl had come to the 2 of them. Both Corvus Glaive and Stark subconsciously looked at the little girl, which directly caused red light in the eyes of the 2 of them, and the attack methods originally aimed at each other also turned to her. 053's pure and flawless eyes are full of doubts, not knowing why the 2 adults in front of them would do this. Pissed. Both the blade and the iron fist fell on 053's body. She was directly knocked into the air, and the girl's sharp roar shout resounded through the audience. At this moment, both Stark and Corvus Glaive woke up. Stark saw the little girl lying on the ground, his expression remained unchanged, and he was about to continue attacking Corvus Glaive. But at this time, something abnormal appeared, and he felt his heart quiver violently, as if a hand had grasped it. Stark felt cold all over. This strange situation made him realize that something was wrong. He immediately controlled Soul Gem to create a new Stark, and let it help him compensate for this injury. His judgment was very timely. The manufactured Stark collapsed before it took shape, and the strength in his heart slowly disappeared. This time, Stark didn't care about the shame, he hurriedly opened the portal and ran away. He felt that this little girl was no worse than 096. In the blink of an eye, all this was over, and the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. After a long time, someone sent a barrage to say, "If I'm not mistaken, our Iron Man just killed a little girl. God, hope that kid is okay. It's alright? One punch directly out of the camera's shooting range, even if you were an adult, you'd be dead." Stark ran away after killing people, not even the alien. This is our superhero. All of a sudden, the denunciation of She-Stark was abuzz, and most people didn't notice that in the middle of the live broadcast, Corvus Glaive clutched his chest in disbelief and slowly fell down. Chapter 76. Seeing that She-Stark directly transformed into She-Runrun and disappeared into the portal without looking back, the corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly. She-Stark's performance is as he expected. 053 directly let him show his dark side in front of the public. Whether it was the brutal killing of an innocent little girl or the escape after daring to take responsibility, Stark's image has collapsed again. The federal public's favorability towards him has dropped to freezing point, and even the loyal fans of Avengers have begun to waver when they see his performance. This is clearly visible in the live broadcast room, and their barrage is the best proof. It's so sad that the Iron Man I like is such a person. If he killed the little girl because he was caught in a fighting state and acted carelessly, then his escape is undoubtedly a secondary injury to our supporters. 5. His name is Stark, Iron Man is long dead. She Pow Pow is She Pow Pow, it's still She-Stark, it's fine if you can't beat the enemy, and you're doing all these nonsense. Didn't you find it? That strangely dressed alien seems to have fallen to the ground. The last barrage drew everyone's attention back, and everyone saw the tragic death of Corvus Glaive through the live broadcast. He fell to the ground clutching his chest, his face full of horror, and the long knife that Thanos had built for him was thrown on the ground. The D-level squad that had been under martial law in the distance was slowly approaching Corvus Glaive, and Lin Mo's order was clearly conveyed. This alien will be resurrected, so their first goal is to separate him from the longsword warblade, and then bring it back according to normal containment methods. The audience was somewhat excited when they saw the appearance of the D-class team again, and at the same time they were very worried, for fear that there would be another wave this time. Fortunately, the worry is superfluous. Corvus Glaive's resurrection ability is not as terrible as imagined, and the D-level team quickly put it into a metal box for containment. The long knife was also put into a long metal box, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Sure enough, it has to rely on the Foundation. He, Stark, is a piece of shit. Looking at the operation of the Foundation, I feel that this alien is not simple, maybe it will be resurrected or something. No matter what, Avengers and She-Stark are already number one in my heart, and I only know about running away bears. Seeing that the audience in the live broadcast room was still madly shooting at She-Stark, Lin Mo was also satisfied. As for 053's recovery and being contained by the D-level team members, he naturally wouldn't let them see it. At this time, Natasha Romanoff in the Forbidden Land has begun a stable evolutionary journey, and the arc reactor brought by Strange from Universe 999,999 saved her life. Her much-needed energy was filled by the arc reactor, which gradually softened the multicolored light on her body. Once she's done evolving, Avengers will get a whole new thigh. But at this moment, two figures came together, and Strange's heart tightened when he saw these two people. The epidemic doctor and Wanda, who was under the control of the mask, left a deep impression on him. Before they gathered together as a group, they were not able to get any advantage. Not to mention that he is the only one to deal with now. Strange knows that it is impossible for him to win through battle, he can only use strategy. 049 brought 035 in just because he felt the arrival of Strange, and he was very interested in this plague that came across the universe. 049 felt a little disappointed when he came over last time, but he didn't expect the other party to come to the door now. There was no way he could let Strange run away this time. Leave that woman to you, and I'll deal with this man. 049 said to 035 with a smile. Wanda, who was controlled by 035, smiled charmingly and replied softly. That's for sure, old man. 99. As soon as the voice fell, a red origin magic power directly wrapped Strange and 049, and the two directly formed an inseparable link. With this link, no matter where Strange runs, 049 can easily follow him. This is somewhat similar to the scene where 096 chases and kills Strange, except that it is a two-way street, and Strange can easily appear beside 049 through this link. This is the origin magic power that has been blessed by Reality Gem. Even if other infinite gems come, it cannot be broken. After this was done, Wanda, who was under the control of the mask, didn't care about them anymore, and she slowly came to Black Widow Natasha Romanoff's side. Looking at the exquisite body in front of her, and her splendid thinking, occupying the mask felt supreme pleasure. It has never encountered this kind of existence that combines and evolves with high-dimensional space, and has never tried to bewitch them. It was this never-before-seen experience that made it so exciting that it drove Wanda to speak. Natasha Romanoff, you seem to be on the verge of success. Wanda's voice overlapped with the voice occupying the mask, straight into the soul. Even Natasha Romanoff in this state heard it. She replied cautiously. Stay away from me, you monster. 35. Because of you, how many people have died in the Federation? Because of you, our actions have failed. Wanda, you are a disaster. Natasha Romanoff's character is magnified by the high-latitude space, and her words at the moment are all the real thoughts in her heart, but they have not been modified in any way. As soon as these words came out, Wanda, who had been completely controlled by the mask, shuddered, and the red origin magic power kept fluctuating. However, she did not lose control. Although 035's control over her was not as good as her instinct, she could still suppress her impulses. If I am a calamity and a monster, what are you? Now you are neither human nor ghost. Without this arc reactor, you would have turned into nothingness. Natasha Romanoff, don't take yourself too seriously. Look, the She-Stark you trust, which one came to save you? Occupying the mask overlapped with Wanda's voice, and said leisurely, without being overwhelmed by Black Widow's words just now. They will come. Natasha Romanoff said this sentence without the firmness of when he scolded Wanda just now, with a little hesitation. 035 keenly caught this, and she laughed loudly. Really? But She-Stark was indeed outside just now. Hearing Stark coming, Natasha Romanoff's voice suddenly became firm, only to hear her say. I just said, She-Stark will definitely bring mutants help to save me, and take care of you by the way. 55. Ha 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 ha. Mutants help? Solve us. Don't be naive, honey, he didn't bring anyone, and he didn't come to save you. His target was Corvus Glaive of Thanos Legion, and he wanted to gain power by killing an alien. You have long been forgotten by him, ha ha ha. Occupy Mask laughed out loud, as if he heard a big joke. Her laughter fills Natasha Romanoff's head, and she can't even listen to it. How is it possible, She-Stark, he wouldn't be like this? Natasha Romanoff muttered to herself, and suddenly she remembered another person and said quickly. What about Dr. Banner? He must have brought the Fantastic Four and the others to save me, right? Banner? You mean the man lying on the streets of Manhattan right now? He didn't go to the Fantastic Four at all, he's just a piece of shit. 035 said without hesitation. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, which made Natasha Romanoff's consciousness start to vibrate directly. Noticing the change in the woman in front of her, the smile on the face of the mask became more and more strange. She continued. You know what? Everyone you sent out didn't even think to save you, and even they're going to be in trouble again. Everything you've done before is pointless. Just like these efforts you are doing now, it is destined to be meaningless. The words occupying the mask entered Black Widow Natasha Romanoff's mind, and she couldn't help but begin to doubt herself. Before, she thought that as long as she became a high-ranking creature, she could help Avengers solve the problem, but now it seems that Wang Qianzhao is not enough. First of all, her team members didn't quite believe that she could do all this. As the epidemic doctor told her before, she, like Lin Mo, became the object of everyone's automatic neglect. She became yet another victim, just to give the rest of the Avengers a better future. This is undoubtedly a kind of betrayal, and Natasha Romanoff's heart suddenly feels uncomfortable. At this moment, Wanda's voice resounded again. Is Avengers worth it? Is the world worth it? Clearly not worth it. 35. You have more choices as a Cushman, and I think the Foundation is a good choice. 35. Be a true Avenger. Stark's betrayal of you, and Avengers' betrayal of you, are unforgivable. Listening to these words, Natasha Romanoff gradually became confused, and she subconsciously began to repeat what Wanda said. And the integration of high latitude has also reached the final step. Her whole body has stopped flickering, and her fair skin has begun to reappear. The clothes representing her agent status also wrapped her exquisite body, and a powerful breath permeated the entire white space. Only this time, will she still fight for the Avengers? Chapter 77. History. Stark's battle with Corvus Glaive is over, but the denunciation of him is not over. The crowd watching in the live broadcast room at that time had already recorded this scene, and whether they were paying attention to Avengers or not, they were all having heated discussions. I don't know why that alien killed the little girl, but I can clearly see from the high-definition camera that She-Stark's eyes are full of hatred. What kind of person can be so cruel to a child who has no power? What kind of person is our superhero Iron Man? Can everyone still give their backs to them with peace of mind? I think this requires careful consideration, and the above is my evaluation of the whole incident. 35. This is one of the hottest analysis and guessing videos on the Federal Network platform, and it is a detailed analysis of what Stark did in the past frame by frame. The result of the analysis is that She-Stark was so angry that he punched the little girl to death, and he didn't even feel ashamed about it. She-Stark's escape is a kind of panic, not guilt, but panic. What could he terrify? Definitely the alien Corvus Glaive. Therefore, in the entire Federation, everyone's perception of She-Stark has changed from the savior superhero to tyrannical and slaughter, and he has also obtained a new name: Roar, She-Run Bao. In danger, he will definitely run faster than 99% of the people on Earth. As we all know, when you encounter a bear in the deep mountains and old forest, as long as you run faster than your companions, you can survive. Based on his super speed, She-Run Bao made everyone understand this truth. Once there is a major crisis on the Earth, She-Stark can definitely run faster than you and live longer than you. Under this video, everyone is not very polite to She-Pei-Peo's performance this time, or it is very contemptuous. I just said why there are fewer and fewer people in Avengers, but he has nothing to do with Stark. It turns out that he runs fast and sells his teammates quickly. If you want me to tell me, there is no need for 703 to exist in Avengers in the future. No one can beat it, and it's fine if they can't beat them. They have to go to tease people. If the Foundation didn't take action this time, the alien would probably have to fight again. Made a lot of damage. Iron Man? Wrong. Now he's a runaway. It can be seen from the video that Stark's ability has been improved, but after his ability has been improved, he still has not been able to beat the opponent, which is too wasteful. Stark, who watched a circle of comments after watching the video, was about to explode with anger. Everyone was belittling him, and no one was explaining the statement for him. He was quite sure that the girl was definitely not a good person, and that his escape was not from fear of Corvus Glaive at all, but simply from fear of the little girl. No one knew how terrifying he felt in this little girl. If he hadn't had the soul gem to help him, he would be dead by now. That kind of injury didn't even have time to respond to Corvus Glaive, a strong man who could heal without listening to him, so he just knelt down. What can you expect him to do? Stark has never suffered this kind of grievance. He directly logged into an account and reposted the comments that scolded him for a while. Fuck, can't I run fast? Why don't you blame Hawkeye and the rest of them for running slow? Survival of the fittest, understand. Which eye are you blind? I have fought back and forth with that alien. If the little girl hadn't intervened, I would have won. You don't think that little girl is an ordinary person, right? Whether it's Runaway or Iron Man, I'm better than you. If I'm trash, what are you guys? The hot-headed Stark also took a swipe at the video's creators after the backlash against the comments ended. Do you have a problem with your brain? Avengers headquarters is not in front of the village or the store, and suddenly a little girl with a doll appears. Isn't it suspicious? And, don't you think about why the alien fell without any resistance? I ran away because I knew very well that this little girl was an extremely terrifying existence. She induced the killing intent in my heart, and my shot was uncontrollable. I didn't kill anyone. That little girl is the real horror. She's definitely a monster. A series of remarks by Stark himself quickly fermented throughout the federal internet, setting off a wave. And the criticism against him accounts for the vast majority of them. I'm in a hurry, you see, superhero is the same as us. When it comes to his sore feet, I'm in a hurry. To explain is to cover up. Stark, you are so disappointing. 35. I have to say, Bao still needs to learn more on the road of spraying people. However, some people agree with Stark's statement, because they can clearly see through the video that Corvus Glaive has obvious physiological changes after the shot, which directly led to its death. Before they didn't understand why this happened, Stark's explanation made everyone realize. But at this time, a push appeared on everyone's mobile phone, which was a video released by the SXP Foundation. Since everyone cares so much, then we have nothing to hide. Such a title really makes people want to click in and take a look at it all the time. After everyone clicked the play button, they saw a little girl with sunglasses sitting on a chair, playing with the doll in her hands. Seeing this picture, everyone was stunned, because they could clearly see that this was the child who was beaten to death by Stark before. At this time, there is a mechanical synthesis sound in the video explaining it. The little girl you see is a member of the Foundation, codenamed SXP-053, I can't decipher more information. 35. But what we can reveal is that she is extremely effective in dealing with high-risk humanoid existences, and this time the containment of the Corvus Glaive of the Thanos Legion mainly relies on her. SXP-053 does have the ability that everyone can't understand, including self-healing resurrection. She was also a containment. Under the Foundation's reasonable containment, control, and protection, she has been placed in an optimal manner that will not cause harm to the public. 35. Under normal circumstances, the containment will not have any problems, but when someone deliberately provokes him, it will bring unforeseen danger. 9. In this regard, I hope you and all organizations will be very careful not to bring unnecessary danger to yourself. At the same time, we urge everyone to contact the Foundation as soon as they find any abnormality beyond their understanding. The video not only explained the appearance of the little girl, but also let everyone know what the Foundation looks like for the first time. For the first time, they knew that there was such an organization in this world that was silently protecting them from monsters. It was only the first time that everyone knew that those containment objects that looked very dangerous could become a weapon for everyone to counter the invaders. Although it is somewhat cruel to use a little girl as a weapon, it is worthwhile to prevent people all over the world from being invaded by aliens. And, according to the Foundation, they contain, control, and protect not just the people, but the objects they contain. Just like the little girl, if she is used by someone with a heart and causes irreparable damage to the people, she will definitely be resisted, and everyone will even want her to be executed. Both the people and the containment will suffer losses, and if the Foundation makes such a move, it is a win-win situation. The little girl will not be killed as a monster, and the people will not lose their lives because of her. Even, the little girl can help the people solve the threats that they can't deal with. Win 3. This made everyone more interested in the Foundation's operating model, and at the same time, everyone was full of disgust at Stark's words. The little girl is here to help, but you're good, and it's a punch if you don't say anything. If the little girl hadn't had the ability to resurrect, she would have killed you. Shi Baobao's reputation dropped again, and the entire Federation's goodwill towards him was almost exhausted. In fact, the Foundation's explanation this time also reminded everyone of what happened to Avengers before. It is hard for them not to suspect that the runaway of Little Peanut has something to do with Avengers. In everyone's opinion, Avengers must have done something to Little Peanut. In an instant, Avengers' reputation plummeted. Stark, who was talking to netizens with his mobile phone, didn't react, and there were a lot of replies in the background. This time, there was no one to support him, all of which were scolding him. This made Shi Stark angry, but he couldn't reply to everyone, so he could only curse inwardly while typing. Shi Stark felt that if the bad breath in his heart didn't go away, he would not be comfortable in his life. However, at this moment, a graceful figure appeared. She had red hair, was wearing a black tight-fitting agent suit, and exuded a strong aura all over her body. Shi Stark noticed it immediately, he turned his head immediately, and his face didn't look much better when he saw that it was Natasha Romanoff. How did you appear and evolve for so long? Now the people don't trust us Avengers anymore, they just despise us, we have to do something. Natasha Romanoff was about to say something, but when she heard Stark's first words, her expression darkened and she didn't speak again. He didn't care what happened to Black Widow, Shi Stark said to himself. Come on, Banner, they got them back, and they asked for help. So far, there is no help. We have also dispersed our own strength. It is pointless to do so. It is better to rely on ourselves. Hearing the 5 words "it's better to rely on yourself" from Shi Stark's mouth, Natasha Romanoff's face showed a self-deprecating smile, and she suddenly felt a little tired. Also, why didn't any of you come to help me when I fought Corvus Glaive? If it wasn't for my increased strength, I'm afraid you won't see me when you come back. Shi Stark didn't notice the change in Black Widow's expression at all. He was complaining alone. After saying this, he finally had time to look at his old teammate's face. I saw Black Widow with a mocking smile on his face. Although he didn't look at him, Shi Stark thought she was mocking him, which made the anger in his heart come up, and he only asked in a deep voice. What are you laughing at? Am I that funny? Did you see all the bashing about me on the internet too? Fake. Black Widow looked at the man in front of him who was instantly violent, shook his head and said nothing. The silence and disdain of Natasha Romanoff made Stark even more difficult to accept. Infinite gems activated instantly, he grabbed Black Widow's arm and roared. Say. Black Widow didn't speak, looked at the man in front of him and smiled again, her body began to flash with colorful streamers, the next second Shi Stark found himself grabbing the air. After becoming a high-dimensional creature, Natasha Romanoff will not be easily trapped, and she can go wherever she wants in the whole universe. Occupy Mask's conversation with her shook her, but she wanted to come back. It turned out that Shi Stark had given it to her, which quenched her last fantasies about the Avengers. Avengers' freshly baked thighs directly chose to self-separate. Chapter 78. Stay away from me, you rascal. Banner was stinged by the disgusted eyes of the woman in front of him, he was simply walking on the road. However, before he could open his mouth to explain anything, a gust of wind struck. Boom. Banner felt a burning pain in his cheeks, but he no longer had hands, so he couldn't cover his face at all. Even after he fell to the ground, it was very difficult to even get up. Stinky beggar, be careful with Lao Tzu, be careful. A strong white man covered in tendons held Banner by the collar and pointed his finger to his nose and said loudly. After Banner was pulled up, passers-by noticed that he had no arms. Someone in the crowd had an unbearable look on their face. Banner originally wanted to explain, but he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a black fog that appeared behind everyone. Looking at this familiar object, Banner's pupils shrank suddenly, adrenaline secreted frantically, and his ability, which had disappeared for many days, finally returned. What? With a roar, Banner swelled up, and his dark green skin began to appear. The strong white man who was still holding his collar just now was directly knocked down by this sudden change. The people around were also scattered in horror. Hulk! In the sound of people's alarm, Banner completed his transformation. They never thought that the sloppy beggar just now would be the Hulk. He had previously suspected that he had become a little unnatural, a little angry, and shy towards the lady who was conspiring against him, and he didn't know what was on his mind. Just when everyone was about to come forward to communicate with the superhero, a scene that made them memorable appeared. I saw the Hulk kicked hard and ran into the distance, and disappeared without looking back. Unfortunately, the foot he stepped on directly stepped on the body of the strong white man. Everyone present heard an extremely clear screeching sound. Past it, it's like the feeling of a tomato being stepped on, and the juice in it is sprinkled all over the place. The surrounding people who eat melons have tomato sauce all over their faces, and some of them also have these yellow-brown juices on their faces. This scared the surrounding people into screaming, their calves were softened, and they didn't even have the strength to escape. On the front, the woman who received most of the care was even more stunned. With her face full of ketchup and meat sauce, she could never have imagined that everything would turn out like this. She just thought that she had encountered a perverted stalker. How could she become a superhero? How could she be fed a mouthful of meat sauce and ketchup? Screaming was the only sound she had left before she lost consciousness. On the other side, Banner ran away subconsciously after seeing the shadow demon. He didn't care about safety and image along the way, and he would do whatever he wanted to escape as fast as he could. This security does not only refer to his own security, but also to others. Banner didn't know how many pedestrians he knocked down after killing the strong white man with 1 foot, and he didn't know how many outer layers of high-rise buildings were damaged. He didn't even dare to turn his head along the way, for fear that he would see the black fog following him when he turned his head. That deep-rooted fear made him run for more than 20 minutes without interruption, running from one end of Manhattan to the other. Banner completely forgot that shadow fiends are not very good at moving on their own, and its movement requires the help of other people. And the damage he made along the way was basically photographed. Everyone has a mobile phone these days, so they are not worried about such a thing as there is no evidence. The denunciation of She-Stark by the people of the Federation is not over yet, and here it is revealed that She-Stark, one of the elders of the Avengers, has acted as a demon again. All of a sudden, public opinion exploded again, and everyone expressed their opinions on this. What am I saying? Avengers don't need to exist at all, they can't beat aliens, they'll just be in their nests. The scene picture is really grassy, the tomato sauce and meat sauce all over the floor. I heard that several onlookers were splattered on their faces, and they were stupid. Before everyone was discussing whether superhero was reliable. I don't think we need to discuss it now. Why don't we directly discuss what harm they will cause us? Didn't she ran a lot before calling him? At him, let him see what his buddies have done. At the same time as the reputation of the Hulk banner collapsed, everyone's evaluation of Avengers also changed from dislike to disgust. No way, don't do any good things and do bad things, no one can boast about maintaining such an organization. Avengers did solve a lot of dangerous and difficult things for the Federation before, but it was not enough. Now these superheroes seem to have a tendency to develop into super destroyers. How can they make ordinary people feel at ease? Speaking of Banner, the Hulk at the moment was in a state of panic. After he destroyed the entire Manhattan block all the way, he finally found that there was no shadow demon behind him. However, just as he relaxed, a figure with a flame all over his body appeared in front of him. Jonathan. Banner subconsciously said the name of the other party, and the person who came was Jonathan Stone, one of the Fantastic Four, the Human Torch. This is also the target of Banner's operation. Natasha Romanoff sent him back to Manhattan to invite the Fantastic Four to join the Avengers. Banner's eyes lit up, and he felt that he might be able to ask them for help first to solve the shadow demon. However, the development of things was far from being as smooth and simple as Banner thought, and Jonathan snorted coldly. So you're still sensible? Hearing Human Torch's blunt tone, Banner's heart skipped a beat. See for yourself what kind of damage you've done to the city. Avengers don't need to care about the feelings of the people here when they move away. Human Torch's words were merciless, and Banner followed his hand to see the chaos on the street at the moment. Many high-rise buildings were smashed by him, as if they had been hit by a plane, and the federal people who had experienced such terrifying scenes fled to the streets one after another. On the street, there were also pedestrians who were hit and trampled to death by Banner, as well as people who were injured and maimed by secondary injuries. The most prosperous area in the world was like a chaotic ruin at this time. When Banner froze in place, the other three of the Fantastic Four, Mr. Fantastic Reed Charlize, Invisible Woman Susan Stone and the Stone Man Ben Graham also arrived at the scene. Human Torch just came to stabilize Banner first. If they want to control Banner, they have to go out in full force. They didn't know exactly what happened to Banner, so they had to be careful. Reed stretched himself directly and tied Banner, who was in deep thought, while Susan also used her control of energy to build a prison. Banner's destructive power is too great, and the scenes they see along the way have proved it. After trapping him, it is their plan to find out the situation and find out the solution. With the cooperation of the four, all the restricted actions for Banner have been completed, which made the Fantastic Four breathe a sigh of relief. Hulk's strength is extremely powerful, even they dare not be careless. However, at this time, Banner saw the familiar black mist again, and the shadow demons appeared again. This made Banner tremble directly, and he subconsciously wanted to escape, but neither Reed's rubber binding nor Susan's energy cage made him unable to move. The shadow demon approached slowly, and Banner was shocked. The corners of his eyes were cracked with fright, and he mobilized all the power he could mobilize to struggle. Now he just wanted to get out of this place quickly, completely forgetting that he was trapped here by the Fantastic Four. This shocked the Fantastic Four, and they didn't know why the Hulk in front of them was out of control again. 0. It's not that they didn't follow Banner's gaze to find the reason that caused him to lose control, but the Human Torch had circled several times and found nothing unusual at all. He didn't even notice a ghost, and nothing strange happened around him. From their point of view, Banner is suddenly crazy, or inexplicably run away. It felt like he couldn't control himself, and for such a time bomb, they had no reason to let him escape. Reed, Susan, and Ben started to increase their strength, trying to restrain Banner as much as possible. In the eyes of the Hulk at this moment, the Shadow Demon has come to his feet, not far from his shadow, and Banner, who knows what will happen next, has fallen into his first violent state in many years. At this moment, Banner's eyes have completely lost clarity, the muscles all over his body have begun to swell wildly, and endless power has begun to show. The sudden change made Fantastic Reed a little overwhelmed. Although he can stretch like a rubber band, there is a limit. He felt that his old waist was about to be snapped by Banner. And this wasn't Banner's limit, and he burst out with his greatest potential after fleeing to survive. Feeling this change in strength, Reed finally couldn't hold it any longer, and immediately reminded his team members aloud. "Hurry up, I won't be able to restrain him." The remaining three quickly dodged. Reed let go of his arms directly, and then he was thrown away, and the invisible woman controlled the energy and stopped him. When he lost his comfort, Banner shattered the energy cage, turned his head and jumped into the river. Those who knew thought he was running for his life, those who didn't knew thought he was absconding in fear of crime. That's what the Fantastic Four thought. The same is true for the vast majority of netizens, and the battle between Banner and the Fantastic Four has been uploaded to the internet. Everyone criticized his behavior, and this time there was no one to speak for him. And she Stark, who has been at everyone, did not come out to explain. Avengers have a bad reputation. Hulk Banner's reputation is even more stinky. Chapter 79. Lin Mo looked at the embarrassed expression of Banner in the video, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This time, he did not let the Shadow Demon appear directly in front of Banner. The Shadow Demons that Banner saw twice were nothing more than additional terror measures, but that was what drove the Avengers veteran into madness and collapse. This was something Lin Mo didn't expect. His original intention was to make Banner move so that he could run. If the prey gave up the struggle early, what fun would he have as a hunter? Now it seems that Banner's potential is still great, and there is still a lot of strength to escape, which makes Lin Mo very satisfied. As for the people who died, they are all federal people. It doesn't matter to him, he will die. However, Lin Mo also noticed other people he hadn't noticed, which were potential members of the Avengers, such as the Fantastic Four, such as Mutant. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff's idea is very good: unite all the people and forces that can be united, and then gather together to deal with the Foundation, which is correct in normal thinking. It just doesn't work for the Foundation at all, because the Container's ability is far more terrifying than they think. All the struggle in the face of absolute strength is just to add fun to Lin Mo. Lin Mo really wants to kill this group of Avengers, it's a piece of cake. He could have 096173 appear in the same place at the same time. If you open your eyes, you will be chased by 096, if you close your eyes, you will be smashed by 17733, and you will die horizontally and vertically. But that's so boring. Lin Mo wants to torture the Avengers, which is why he doesn't get off the pitch himself. He just wanted to watch Stark and the others suffer from behind the scenes, but never knew who his enemy was. Maybe one day when he gets tired of playing, he will appear in front of Stark and the others and deal with these people himself. Before that, Lin Mo wouldn't let them die so quickly, or at least not let them leave too happily. Thinking of this, a dangerous smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. It's still just appetizers, and people like Banner can't take it anymore. This made Lin Mo very much looking forward to how Banner would collapse next. On the other hand, Thor is also not feeling well. He is trapped in the time loop set by Lin Mo, and he can't leave no matter what. After seeing that he could not move, Lin Mo sent Mr. 106 over there to push the young man who gradually gave up treatment. In fact, the only problem Thor is trapped in the time loop is loneliness. There is nothing around him, all dead stars. No one was trapped with him either, leaving Thor to talk to himself. A person who talks to himself for a long time can easily split his personality. Lin Mo sent 106 there to care about Thor's mental health. He is a kind person. The loneliness for a long time made Thor stunned when he saw 106. He even thought it was his eyesight, and muttered to himself, "I'm imagining who is bad, imagining such a thing." Thor wondered if he would have hallucinations. He thought this kind of thing was inevitable, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. However, people have no concept of time in the time loop. Thor feels that he has been here for a long time, and this kind of change is normal. It's just that he was not satisfied with the object he imagined. He originally thought that it would be fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, but it turned out to be a goosebump. ABAJ. 106 let out an unconscious moan after seeing Thor, and a lost and found smile appeared on his face. He was satisfied with this toy. This sound made Thor realize something was wrong. He turned around suddenly, and saw that 106, who was just 4 or 5 steps away, was standing face to face with him. The weird smell emanating from 106 Thor remembered all his life. He didn't think the fantasy would even smell so real, so he quickly took 2 steps back. However, after just one round of the time loop, Thor returned to the position just now, and even he almost kissed 106 directly. Thor felt a chill in his heart and ran directly outside. Although he didn't know how this monster came to be, he knew that if he stopped in place, he would definitely be put into that dimensional space and become the opponent's plaything. Living in a time loop, he still has a silver lining to escape. But once he reached the 106-dimensional space, he was really dead. Seeing Thor fleeing, Uncle 106 became interested and ran after him. The void did not bring any obstacles to him. The corrosive mucus secreted from his body allowed him to run and walk like he was on flat ground. The 15-second time was over soon after you chased me, and the two returned to the starting point again, with a distance of 4 or 5 steps apart again. Thor didn't dare to be as bad as before this time, and the moment he was brought back to his original position by the loop, he began to run wild. He didn't want to give Uncle 106 a chance at all. And Uncle 106 still couldn't understand the time cycle. He stood there with a blank face. But when the next 15 seconds came and Thor appeared in front of him again, Uncle 106's eyes lit up. Where is this time loop? This is his fun perpetual motion machine. Because it will always return to the origin, the uncle can chase Thor as he wants without worrying about him disappearing. The speed of 106 is extremely fast, even the Thor who wields the Thor hammer will be slower, so Thor is particularly stressed, for fear that he will be locked in the dimension space if he runs slowly. God knows what kind of abuse he'll get in that space. In this way, he chased him and fled, and he could not escape. 106 is a very research-oriented containment. One of the old man's hobbies is to carry out various experiments on Thor. For example, if he catches up with Thor this time, he takes 2 bites, and the next time he catches up, he takes a few mouthfuls of blood. The 15-second reincarnation allowed 106 to do a lot of experiments on Thor. The result of each experiment is that the next cycle Thor returns to normal. At least in terms of physical function, this time Uncle 106 can let go of his hands and feet to play. It is well known that Uncle 106 likes to play with his prey, but he often kills his prey as a last resort. Those prey are too fragile and can't stand him playing for a few days, so they brought such a deep misunderstanding to everyone. Now with this time loop and Thor, the perfect tool man, Uncle 106 feels that he can play for a lifetime. But physical recovery doesn't mean mental recovery, and Thor feels like he's on the verge of collapse. The power of 106 and the infinity of the time cycle doubled the pressure on him. Thor did not know that he was growing rapidly. Or to say that Lin Mo is a good man, even if Thor treats him like an enemy and treats him as nothing, Lin Mo always considers Thor's growth. Look at Lin Mo's care for Banner. Sending Shadow Fiend to scare him is the same as sending 106 to help Thor grow up. Both are chasing them, he is crying. And Captain America Rogers, who was not personally guided by Lin Mo, was even worse. The place where he was teleported by Black Widow Natasha Romanoff was the Gobi of the Federation. When Natasha Romanoff sent him, the energy was insufficient, and he could not send him across the entire Federation, so he could only be put down on the Gobi in the middle. However, this also allowed Captain America to successfully avoid the battle between the Thanos Legion and the Foundation, not to mention Corvus Glaive. It's just that Rogers obviously doesn't know that. Stinky woman, you can't put me in a normal place, I have run dozens of kilometers, and I can't even see a person. 35. In the desert, Captain America Rogers doesn't need to care about his image, he didn't bring the nano-radio device from Stark Industries, and he just yelled. The current Captain America is sallow, embarrassed, and gloomy. Those who don't know him think he is a yellow sand monster. Just when he was about to find a place to rest for a while, 2 figures, one tall and one short, suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing the white-haired alien in a suit in front of him, Rogers' heart tensed. He has seen both Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf in the Thanos Legion, but he doesn't know much about the fighting power of these 2 aliens, so he is wary. Seeing Captain America Rogers' Ebony Maw also sank, he and Black Dwarf escaped. Although the fleet was completely destroyed, there were still some flight devices left by them on the surface, and the 2 of them escaped all the way to the Gobi by relying on the flight devices. On the Gobi, the 2 of them can hide completely, slowly accumulate supplies and then find an opportunity to leave the Earth. There are few people here, and it is not so easy to find them. But Ebony Maw didn't expect to meet the Avengers in this place, which reminded him of the Infinity Gauntlet in Stark's hands, and he was as cautious as Captain America Rogers. The 2 sides each had their own ghosts, and they were deadlocked in this Gobi. But Ebony Maw was 2 people after all. After his observation, he found that Rogers was not in a good state. This made Ebony Maw feel confident that the Avenger in front of him should have come here by accident, not to ambush him. Thinking of this, Ebony Maw said with a smile. This Avenger, I didn't expect to meet here again. In the face of Ebony Maw's advice to roar, Rogers was still very cautious and did not talk to him. Seeing him so nervous, Ebony Maw's eyes flashed with pride, he slowly stepped forward, and said seductively. Why don't you tell me what happened to you? Ebony Maw's hands behind his back flickered with dim blue light, and his spiritual magic was activated. Captain America Rogers' eyes froze, his body immediately relaxed, and he answered honestly. The blue pool in Black Widow actually teleported me to the Gobi. I didn't bring any contact tools. I walked hundreds of kilometers on foot, and I didn't meet a single person. I was so PD. I'm about to go out, but I also met you too. Do you think I'm not unlucky? Under the control of spiritual magic, Captain America Rogers completely put down the mask of the past and spoke without any scruples. Hearing these words, the corner of Ebony 4.7 Throat's mouth rose slightly. What he liked most was the darkness of these humans. And what he hates most is the darkness of human beings. They clearly think so in their hearts, but on the surface they have to cover up. Seeing that Rogers had been completely controlled by psychic magic, Ebony Maw walked up to him, stretched out his dark blue hands, and began to wash Rogers' brain. Rogers is Captain America, an important member of the Avengers. Such a person is controlled by him, which will greatly help him in the next plan. Even, he can try to capture the Infinity Gauntlet in She Stark's hands. Anyway, it won't be him who died, at most Rogers, the puppet, is destroyed. And such puppets, he can have as many as he wants. Thinking of this, Ebony Maw looked up to the sky and laughed. He didn't even notice that there was always an invisible existence following them not far away. With cunning and insidiousness on his face, it was Loki who was resurrected and controlled by the Plague Doctor. In the previous battle, he did not completely die, but was repaired by the Epidemic Doctor and became Lin Mo's containment. With a sinister and cunning existence like him, how could Lin Mo give up easily? It is best to use it as his own scout. As long as there are anchor points, Lin Mo can clearly know what happened during that time. Ebony Maw's little movements couldn't escape his eyes. At the same time, Lin Mo's house welcomes an unexpected person. Chapter 80. Beeb. The doorbell rang, and a low, hoarse voice rang. Old man, I'm here to see you. 35. Hearing Nick Fury's voice, Lin Mo was not surprised. He put down the wine glass in his hand and walked forward slowly. Opening the door, Lin Mo saw the black marinated egg. He was holding a bottle of red wine in his hand. It looked like an old friend visiting. Glancing at Nick Fury, Lin Mo said indifferently. Come in. 35. For Lin Mo's indifference, Nick Fury doesn't think there is anything wrong with Lin Mo. In his impression, Lin Mo has always been such a calm person. It seems that your retirement life is very comfortable. As soon as Nick Fury came in, he saw the wine glasses on the bar table, he said with a smile, and at the same time put the red wine he brought on the coffee table. Is there? And do you want this kind of comfort for you? Lin Mo said something in his words, but his expression didn't change much, which made Nick Fury a little unpredictable. He felt that his old buddy had changed, but he couldn't tell where. But he also thought about it, the organization he built by himself, the apprentice he taught by himself, finally betrayed him, and even kicked him out of the game. This kind of blow was too big. It's good that Lin Mo didn't just turn into a terrorist. In response to Lin Mo's rhetorical question, Nick Fury gave a haha and passed. Lin Mo didn't bother to ask, this braised egg looks beautiful, but in fact he can't control the current Avengers at all, and his life is no better than the previous one. Tell me, what do you want to do this time? Lin Mo took out the wine glass, poured a glass of amber ice whiskey for each of them, and asked when he handed it over. Nick Fury didn't speak, instead he drank the wine in his hand first, and after drinking, he stared at Lin Mo and said. Avengers are unreliable, S.H.I.E.L.D needs a new partner 35. As soon as these words came out, the air in the whole room condensed, and Lin Mo heard it. This braised egg was testing him. Lin Mo is not flustered, the Foundation has never contacted him, all his control is through the system, and it is impossible for anyone to know. And, even if Nick Fury found out, Lin Mo didn't care, as long as he sat in the forbidden place, who could threaten him? So in the face of Nick Fury's temptation, Lin Mo raised his brows and said very calmly. And then? Seeing Lin Mo's reaction, Nick Fury's eyes narrowed slightly, then he relaxed and sighed. I know it's not good to make this request after you've been through something like this. But I still want you to help me rebuild a superhero league like you did with the Avengers. 35. As soon as Nick Fury finished speaking, Lin Mo burst out laughing, which made the black braised egg look a little embarrassed. He knew that this request was too much. Lin Mo didn't say anything harsh after laughing, he immediately returned to his calm look and replied with Nick Fury's previous words. Old man, I'm retired, haven't I? In this sentence, Lin Mo did not emphasize any words or phrases, it was a straightforward statement, and there was no dissatisfaction in the rhetorical question. But Nick Fury still feels ashamed. Avengers' decision to kick Lin Mo out has nothing to do with him. S.H.I.E.L.D is just the link between the Federation and Avengers. It was Lin Mo who really called the shots before, and then She Stark, but it wasn't him anyway. So he felt guilty not because Lin Mo was kicked out of Avengers and he couldn't help him, but because he found himself, like those people, ignoring his old friend. Everyone thought that Lin Mo had done nothing but formed the Avengers and was just an insignificant piece of junk who should not occupy the position of a veteran. But Nick Fury knew very well that these superheroes wouldn't have gotten together without Lin Mo's communication and coordination. Even if they get together, it would be a good thing not to make more troubles. Each of them is an unruly power user, and everyone thinks that he is the strongest in the whole world. Such a person cannot be called a superhero. At most, they are power users, and Lin Mo's training has made them undergo qualitative changes. This group of power users finally understand what is cooperation and what is rule. Avengers are two organizations with Lin Mo and without Lin Mo. This is the most intuitive feeling of Nick Fury after his contact with She Stark this time. Now that he heard Lin Mo say that he had retired, he naturally knew what he was thinking. Lin Mo doesn't want to spend any more time cultivating a power user organization. Avengers is his effort, and there are so many things in total. Indeed, my request was too abrupt. Nick Fury responded with a slightly embarrassed smile. This black marinated egg showed his rare courtesy and respect in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and released the cold and hotness in his throat at the same time. Then he put down his glass and asked his first and only question of the day. Fury, what kind of existence do you think the SXP Foundation is? Nick Fury, who was about to leave, heard Lin Mo's question, his whole body froze, and he had left the butt of the sofa and sat back again. His expression was a little surprised, and he looked at Lin Mo suspiciously, but he answered honestly. It's about looking at it from multiple angles. Just from the information they gave, this is a secret guardian organization, probably like the Supreme Holy Place, containing control and protection, dealing with the endless monsters in this world. However, based on our own analysis, these should be just the tip of the iceberg. 55. First of all, the simplest question is, what is the relationship between these monsters and the Foundation, why some monsters kill, and some monsters actually cooperate with them? The second problem is their personnel. According to the previous video, the 20 D-class staff they sent to contain the mysterious statue are all well-trained elites. You know, how much time, energy, and financial resources are consumed by such elites who specialize in dealing with related affairs, and according to their numbers, there are actually tens of thousands of people. We haven't even caught a trace of the cobweb horse, which shows how stealthy the organization is. 35. And their containment operations are very skilled, and they must have operated in the past. However, the Foundation has not shown a strong hostility to the Federation and humans at present, so we believe that this is a powerful force at present, and it is good to be vigilant and maintain the existing relationship. 5. After hearing Nick Fury's remarks, Lin Mo already knew it, and it seems that his early guidance still played a role. Especially the sacrifice of D-class personnel, which let everyone know that the containment is good and bad, but the Foundation's intention is still good. The Foundation under the control of Lin Mo naturally does not have other O5-level existences, so there is no need to worry about someone being malicious. Although thinking about these things in his heart, Lin Mo was still talking to Nick Fury with a calm expression on the surface. This organization looks mysterious, but it's Avengers and SHIELD. I'm just a retiree now. Lin Mo's emotionless words made Nick Fury feel helpless. He had already heard it, it was to let him give up his fantasy, and don't even think that he could let this retired old comrade go to work again. Seeing that the purpose of this trip could not be accomplished, Nick Fury stood up, looking a little frustrated, but still very polite in his words. Old man, then I'll go, and when I retire, I hope we can still drink and chat together. Hearing this, Lin Mo finally smiled. He said. Hopefully, be careful along the way. In response to Lin Mo's advice, Nick Fury nodded, strode out, and when he was halfway through, he suddenly turned back, drank the whiskey in his glass, and said something subconsciously. FK fuck. Lin Mo also drank the wine in his glass and cursed back after hearing it. Then Nick Fury really left. Lin Mo saw him upstairs in the black Chevrolet and leave. He knew that Nick Fury's scolding wasn't just about worrying about the trouble he was going to face next. It is even more the memory of the two people going farther and farther. Lin Mo also gave his own response. The two of them have never been rivals, and they have no hatred. Sit down calmly, everyone can drink and chat. As for more things, don't talk about it. As for whether Nick F703 Rui has already guessed that he is the mastermind behind the Foundation, Lin Mo feels that he does not need to think about it. Knowing what to do, Nick Fury has parted ways with the Avengers. With his character, can he make a special trip to tell Stark? Even if I said that, with She Stark's character, how could he admit that his useless teacher has such great energy? In his opinion, Lin Mo is not even a super soldier. Seeing Nick Fury walking away, Lin Mo retracted his gaze, turned his head to open the system interface, looked at the refreshed D-class personnel, and had a plan slowly forming in his mind. On the other side, Banner is wandering in the suburbs of New York City, and because he can always see the Shadow Demon, he has destroyed a lot of industries along the way. He is now wanted all over New York City, and other superheroes are on the hunt. Banner fled to the outskirts of the city with his only remaining sanity, so that he would not be caught so easily, and he could see where the Shadow Fiend appeared more quickly. And he also discovered that this shadow demon seems to be driving him away. Every time it appears, it just frightens him, and does not cause any substantial harm to him. But Banner didn't dare to face it at all, and he didn't dare to bet that the other party was playing tricks on him. All he thought about was that if he was swallowed up, it would be the end. Therefore, his spirit has been tense during this period of time, and he is always in a state of high vigilance. Even if he is resting now, he still looks around from time to time. Just when he was so nervous, an embarrassed figure ran out of the portal, and he grabbed Banner without even a word of explanation. This frightened Banner, and subconsciously he was about to run away. But when he saw the face of the other party clearly, he immediately stabilized and hurriedly asked, "Doctor Strange, how did you come back to life?" Hearing Banner's words, Strange said while looking back nervously, "I don't have time to explain it to you, let's find someone else first." Before he finished speaking, a portal in front of him opened again, and the two directly teleported away. Not long after, the epidemic doctor in a black robe passed away in a flash. Chapter 81. The Hulk of Avengers is making a big splash in New York. The Fantastic Four said, "Banner has lost his mind, please everyone to avoid it in time." Superhero becomes a super destroyer? No. Hulk is an old criminal. 35. The Avengers are falling apart, who else can we trust? Looking at various reports on the internet, Stark waved his hand and stopped checking it, but after a while he couldn't help but click it again. After clicking on it, he regretted it again, because almost every message was a condemnation and abuse of him. Saying that he is an incompetent leader, incompetent to teach, etc., should have put the blame on Banner's head. This made Stark's teeth itch with anger, but now he has no way to vent. The Thanos fleet has been completely destroyed, and only 3 or 2 trash fish escaped. He couldn't beat the Foundation again, so he could only hide himself in the new headquarters of Avengers, sulking. At this time, a golden portal suddenly appeared in front of him, and 4 figures rushed out. When Stark saw Strange appear in front of him with Thor, Captain America Rogers, and the Hulk Banner, he couldn't believe it. However, before he could speak, Strange explained quickly. "If you want to break the game, you must keep Natasha Romanoff. After she integrates into a high-latitude creature, Avengers of 7,476 worlds have gained breathing time. Dozens of them have had short-term victories with the Foundation. Every time Strange said a word, he had to pass through a portal, and behind him was a black-robed figure, which was familiar to everyone present. This is the epidemic doctor, the terrifying existence guarding the square in front of the building." After the explanation, Strange disappeared. He couldn't bring the epidemic doctor to Stark and the others. The fewer people who fight with him, the better. Stark and the others were stunned after hearing Strange's explanation. The first person to speak was Banner. At the moment, he was completely different from just now. His hands returned to him again, which Strange borrowed from him. There is a world in the parallel universe that defeated the Foundation in a short period of time. Banner borrowed an arm from there for 3 months, and he said with a little excitement, "Natasha Romanoff evolved successfully? She was still weak and lacking energy when I left." Thor, who looked a little tired, said that he was on the verge of mental breakdown after being played with by Uncle 106 for an unknown length of time. Thanks to Strange for saving him, his spirit was immediately relaxed, but intense exhaustion also followed. Captain America Rogers, who was standing aside, did not speak, which was similar to his usual image. Stark's face was a little bad. Not only did he know that the evolution of Black Widow Natasha Romanoff was successful, he also ran away in anger. For this matter, Stark did not take the initiative to mention it. He was pointed at Banner and said solemnly, "Why did you make such a big noise in New York and kill so many civilians? Didn't Natasha Romanoff ask you to go to Manhattan to ask the Fantastic Four for help? What about them?" Hearing Stark's question, Banner opened his mouth but was unable to speak. "Do you know how many people in the Federation are condemning you now? Do you know how much the Avengers have to pay for your actions?" 39. Stark said reluctantly, which made Banner feel a little embarrassed. He replied, "I encountered that black fog, and it kept following me. What can I do if I don't run? It devoured me. Like the Avengers Tower and Dr. Pym." Banner's words made Stark's face darken, and he almost shouted, "Then you mean to blame me? The black fog swallowing the Avengers Tower and Dr. Pym is not my problem at all, it's too cunning. It's the cunning man who controls everything behind his back." Stark's roar made Banner's head go crazy too. He slammed his heart out and cursed loudly. "Then where are you going? You said that the people of the Federation scolded me. I think they scolded you the most. Which of the battles against the Foundation have you given a detailed battle plan? I haven't seen any alternative plans. After Thanos appeared, you didn't even need to sacrifice Hawkeye, you even missed the chance to save your strength and had to kill a carbine. The result? The result is that the 3 of us were captured as pathfinders and cannon fodder. If it wasn't for Natasha Romanoff's sense of reason and rescued us, you, Stark, would be a corpse now. Do you think you deserve to be a leader?" Facing Banner's accusations, She-Stark was trembling with anger. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Banner and said loudly. They scold me a lot, that's because I stand at the front, I'm the leader, you bastards can't do anything, and in the end, I'm the one to blame. As long as you guys can come back while I'm fighting Corvus Glaive, or bring some reinforcements, am I going to be scolded for being a sniper? You want strength without strength, discipline without discipline, what is the difference between the Avengers with you and without you? She-Stark was also in a hurry, and regardless of his feelings, he frantically fired map guns. However, Captain America Rogers still didn't speak, his face was bitter and hatred, and the grumpy Thor didn't care about it now, he just wanted to rest. Banner saw that the other two didn't care at all, and became even more angry. If you say we are useless, then you are useful? When you encounter a problem, you just ask someone for help. Why can't you win by yourself? Have you brought someone back yourself, who is commanding this and that all day? Natasha Romanoff must have asked you to ask for help, too? Why didn't I see anyone? 50 steps with 100 steps. You are a waste yourself, and you are still a waste of arrogance. If you really have the skills, you should kill the Foundation the first time they show up, and can you wait until today? If you think we are useless, then you can do it by yourself. Banner's words directly silenced Stark. He really felt that he was strong enough, so he didn't ask Mutant for help. And if he was strong enough, he could have wiped out the opponent when the Foundation showed up. Although these words are quite true, how could Stark admit it? But when he was about to say something, Captain America Rogers' voice sounded among the crowd. Isn't the key for us to rescue Natasha Romanoff? Let's talk about the rest when the time comes, and do the business first. Rogers, who had been silent, had an odd smile on his face, but neither Banner nor Stark noticed. Captain America's proposal temporarily stopped the quarrel between the two. Strange just said it very clearly. After Natasha Romanoff completed the evolution, the battle between the Avengers and the Foundation was greatly reduced, and more than 7,000 worlds were obtained. Respite. What the Avengers need most now is time. When they have time to adjust and determine a plan to deal with, the fight with the Foundation will still be fought. Right now, they are in chaos, and if they let their own people fight, it will be even more useless. That's why Captain America Rogers' voice reminder was very important, and Stark and Banner regained their sanity. See, Rogers advises. Tell me about the last time you had contact with Natasha Romanoff. He spoke first. I think Banner and She-Stark should be the same. The last time I met Natasha Romanoff was in that high-dimensional space, and she sent them to different locations for assistance. Banner nodded and continued his words. I was teleported to Manhattan, probably because I wanted to ask the Fantastic Four for help. After all, the Human Torch was once one of us. Hearing this, She-Stark sneered, and Banner's brows straightened up because of him. Although Thor lacked energy, he still knew the situation at this time and quickly interrupted. I was stuck in that place for 3 or 4 days, and I was exhausted and ready to give up, but Natasha Romanoff's voice suddenly appeared. She encouraged me to seek greater strength, and this was the last time I contacted her. In 3 or 4 days. That's about the time we go in. After Banner heard it, he did the math and said. Rogers and Thor nodded after listening, and then the three of them looked at Stark, who had not spoken. Seeing the three of them a little disturbed, She-Stark said hesitantly. The last time I met Natasha Romanoff was here, and it was yesterday. As soon as his words came out, the expressions of Rogers and the others changed. Since it was yesterday and at the new headquarters of Avengers, it means that Natasha Romanoff has completed the evolution and can move around. The three were a little excited and asked quickly. And then? Speaking of this, She-Stark's expression was a little embarrassed, and his eyes began to wander. She had a fight with me and she ran away. She-Stark finished the sentence in a relatively soft voice, and Limara said in a high voice. I think Natasha Romanoff should have surrendered to the Foundation by now, otherwise you think where did she get the energy? The Foundation must have reached an agreement with her to provide her with energy to complete her evolution, and the price is that she joined the Foundation. These words made Banner, Thor, and Rogers look at each other in dismay. They always felt that there were more problems, but She-Stark didn't give them time to react, so he set the task directly. But we still have to try, since Strange said she is the key, then we will tie her back. 39. Like this, Banner, you have the best relationship with her. After we enter that place, you will advise her, and Rogers and I will be responsible for vigilance. Zhao's good, Natasha Romanoff must have self-awareness, otherwise she wouldn't come to me. As long as Banner can play normally, we should have a good chance to bring her back. Looking at the high-spirited She-Stark, Banner asked in a deep voice. What about our backup plan? What if Natasha Romanoff is completely facing the other way? What if she doesn't want to listen to us? When She-Stark heard this, he confidently showed the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand. He said with a big laugh. Don't worry, I'm not what I was before. As soon as his voice fell, a blue light radiated from the gloves, and a rectangular portal appeared in front of everyone. On the other side of the portal was the square they were very familiar with. There they have fought several times. Portal. Facing Banner's shocked roar, She-Stark was very satisfied, he said with a smile. That's right, Thanos is dead, this treasure in his hand is mine, this blue one is the space gem, which can allow me to go anywhere in this universe. As for the purple and orange ones, they are the power gem and soul gem, respectively. They both have magical powers, and ordinary monsters are not my opponents at all. She-Stark's words cheered everyone up, and then they understood why he was so confident that he dared to go directly to the Foundation's home court. With Infinity Gauntlet and Infinite Gems at the bottom, the other three are finally relieved, they can still run if they can't fight. This time, they will turn the situation around. Chapter 82. Rogers was taken by Strange. When Lin Mo finished the preliminary work of the plan, he happened to see the news from Loki. The current Rogers is not the Captain America before, he is a puppet controlled by Ebony Maw, and everything he sees and hears will be seen by Ebony Maw. At the same time, his behavior will be influenced by Ebony Maw, a bomb that can be detonated at any time. Strange takes Captain America Rogers away, and Lin Mo thinks he must be trying to bring the rest of the Avengers together. Only when they gather together can they resist, and when they spread out, they give Lin Mo a chance to defeat them one by one. Lin Mo wanted to laugh at the thought of Strange bringing a bomb back to Avengers. Sometimes it's not he who wants to fix the Avengers, it's the group of them who kill themselves. But this is also normal, it's not that they kicked Lin Mo out, and so many things won't happen later. Lin Mo only made fun of She-Stark and the others, but had no mercy. He only hoped that the bomb of Rogers would not be too harsh. If they all died, it would be too unpleasant. There are many more items that can be unlocked in the system's containment list, and some of the most famous containment items have not come out yet. Just when Lin Mo was thinking about this, he received a prompt from the system. Forbidden Land detected space gem power, is it open? Lin Mo had received this prompt several times before, it was Thanos' temptation, he refused all of them, in order to let Thanos bring the army in, and wipe out the disruptor in one wave. And now that the space gem is in Stark's hands, Lin Mo feels that he can give him a wrong judgment. That is, the space gem allows him to enter the Forbidden Land at any time. This may lead to some unexpected gains in the future. At the moment, within the Forbidden Land, wearing an occupation mask, Wanda was talking to Natasha Romanoff in front of her. How is it? Are Avengers still what you think they are? The magnetic voice came from the mask, but Black Widow did not give a 703 response after hearing it, but her expression was a little unpleasant. This added to the smile that took up the mask, and it was answered without Natasha Romanoff speaking. Also, if that's the case, you won't be coming back. Speaking of which, why did you come back? Strange is gone, hasn't he? This sentence made Natasha Romanoff's heart tremble, and her eyes suddenly became confused. Yes, why did she come back here subconsciously? Looking back now, Natasha Romanoff felt that she didn't want to stay at Avengers for a moment, especially when she saw Stark's frenzied dumping and then incompetent rage, she just chose to leave. When she left, she subconsciously wanted to return to this area. It was silent and terrifying, but when she stepped into this space, she felt as if she had returned home. The change in the expression on Natasha Romanoff's face was clearly visible in the eyes occupying the mask, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he smiled silently. Black Widow integrates well with high-dimensional space, but she is not integrated with Taboo Land. The reason why it feels like home here is because of its spiritual induction. Human is a complex animal. When you listen to other people's words and identify with her, it is easy to believe every word she says afterward. During the time of occupying the mask, I have communicated with Natasha Romanoff a lot. It likes the process of this kind of communication, and prefers to see the feeling that the people who communicate with it are gradually influenced and eventually become their own trophies. There is a reason why it can get together with 049. Both of them are extremely paranoid people, and they both firmly believe that their ideas are correct. 049 will choose to purify in the face of the plague, and 035 will choose to persuade in the face of these objects. Fundamentally, both of them are promoting their own way, and they are using their own methods to influence each other. Now the change of Black Widow Natasha Romanoff makes 035 feel, a great sense of accomplishment. The person who was supposed to be the new thigh of Avengers has been brainwashed into this, and he feels that he is extremely awesome. At this time, with the permission of Lin Mo, the portal created by the space gem appeared in the square of the Forbidden Land. Appearing directly in front of 035 and Black Widow, the two looked at the sudden change, stunned for a moment, and then they saw four familiar figures walking out of the portal. Natasha Romanoff. As soon as Banner came out of the portal, he saw Black Widow and Wanda standing face to face, and he quickly reminded him. He knew too well how powerful Wanda was controlled by the mask, and it was not enough for him to warn him, and even stepped forward to bring Black Widow back. But at this time, She-Stark stood in front of him, only listening to Iron Man's cold voice. Be careful. 35. This sentence is not to remind Banner to watch out for Wanda, but to remind him to watch out for Natasha Romanoff. Stark's plan was to dissuade Natasha Romanoff and let her return to the Avengers, but this also had the premise that Black Widow was not under Foundation control. This requires them to have a time to judge the state of Natasha Romanoff, and they must be very careful in the early contact. Hearing this, Banner's outstretched hand immediately shrank back, a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and his eyes looked up and down Natasha Romanoff's body. Natasha Romanoff wanted to talk to them, but after seeing such a scene, especially after seeing the suspicion and fear flashing in Banner's eyes, she stopped. Watching this interesting change in the field, 035 controlled Wanda to laugh. Aren't you teammates? What's the matter, why are you acting like strangers? Ha 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 ha. 035's words made the faces of Stark and the four of them sank, and Natasha Romanoff took 2 steps back this time. Seeing the action history of Black Widow, Stark and others' hearts sank, and the last thing they planned to see happened. As long as Natasha Romanoff showed distrust and resistance to them, it meant that she was no longer on her side. It seems that everything has become clear, and I will say that this woman has defected, and it is true. Although Stark's face was not good, he was relieved. Now that Natasha Romanoff has fallen to the Foundation, the responsibility he needs to bear is less. He can fully explain that it wasn't because of his abuse that caused the other party to leave, but that Black Widow had turned against Avengers' mind. When Banner and the others heard these words, their gazes towards Black Widow were a little alienated, and their vigilance was even stronger. At this moment, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff sneered. Sure enough, you people have long wanted to abandon me. Hesitation were no longer visible on her face, and at this moment she felt that she had completed her true evolution. A colorful black light flashed from Natasha Romanoff's hand, which was the power of high latitude and the power of dimension. In this force, both Thor and Stark felt danger. The two of them are a force to fear as the 2 most powerful men in the Avengers right now, and it's even more dangerous for Banner and Captain America Rogers. The 4 of them stepped back without hesitation, wanting to leave here through the portal. But something unexpected happened to them, and they saw a sway in front of their eyes, and the entire space was distorted. They are obviously going backwards, but people are moving forward. This kind of weird thing made Stark's pupils shrank suddenly. He put the portal directly under his feet, and wanted to fall away by gravity. However, the strangeness happened again. He clearly stood on the flat ground, but began to fall to the sky. At this moment, the direction of gravity changed. Stark immediately realized that Natasha Romanoff was interfering, and he quickly reminded loudly. Attack Black Widow, only she can control the high-dimensional space. Stark's words spread, but no one shot. Banner shouted. The ghosts believe you, your alternative plan is useless, people beat us like we are holding hands. Although Captain America Rogers did not speak, his silence was equivalent to agreeing with Banner's words. The only unaffected person in the field is Thor. Mjolnir in his hand shelters him, and although the high-latitude space is unfamiliar to him, it is not incomprehensible. He was suspended in the air, looking at the woman in front of him who was gradually becoming unfamiliar, and said in a deep voice. Natasha Romanoff, we're not ignoring you, everyone is trying to save you, aren't they? Look at what you've done now. In the face of Thor's accusation, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff smiled. This smile charmed all beings, and the unrestrained Black Widow finally became himself, only to hear her say in a flat tone. Really? You are here to save me, so why are you so wary of me? Let me guess, you must think I want the Foundation to surrender? 99. Since you don't trust me so much, what kind of rescue is there to talk about? 35. And, is your real purpose really to save me? Or are you here for my ability? Speaking of the last sentence, Natasha Romanoff's beautiful face became a little distorted, her eyebrows were furrowed, and her eyes revealed strong hatred. She listened to what 035 said. The reason why she wanted to go back and read, including every sentence she just said, was to see clearly these teammates she used to be. Obviously, the other party's intention to rescue is false, and it is true to save themselves. After successfully evolving into a high-latitude creature, it must have a major role. Natasha Romanoff knew this herself, otherwise Strange wouldn't have forced his way across the universe to save her. The reality of Chikuakuo made the agent, who still had some illusions about Avengers, make the final change, and she should stop being their teammates. Natasha Romanoff's words made Thor's face not very good looking. They really came for Natasha Romanoff's ability. They wouldn't have entered the extremely dangerous place of the Forbidden Land if it wasn't for the fact that Strange told them that the only way to turn things around was to rescue Natasha Romanoff. Naturally, he wouldn't admit it, so he had to bite the bullet and lie. You misunderstood, we all want to save you. After all, at the most critical moment, everyone relies on you to leave. If we don't come to save you, it would be too cold-blooded, right? 35. Not just for Natasha Romanoff to hear Thor's words, but also for Banner and the others. After Stark and the 3 heard it, they quickly responded. Yes, we are really here to save you. However, as soon as the words were said, Natasha Romanoff laughed up to the sky, and this time she burst into tears. An Occupy mask, who has been standing beside her, started her own vivid imitation show. What are you laughing at? Am I that funny? Did you see all the bashing about me on the internet too? Fake. This is she Stark's voice. Stinky woman, you can't put me in a normal place, I have run dozens of kilometers, and I can't even see a person. This is the voice of Captain America Rogers. Afterwards, it even performed the abuse of Thor and Banner, all of which were bad for Natasha Romanoff. It didn't say a word, and the faces of the 4 Avengers who were trapped in the high-dimensional space paled. Their underpants are all seen through. Chapter 83. No. Natasha Romanoff, don't believe her, what that mask says is false, she is separating us. Natasha Romanoff, you have to trust us, we are all teammates, right? We really came to save you, otherwise why would we risk such a big risk to come here? I have been chased by the Black Mist before, and I lost both hands. At that time, I had no choice. Now that I have recovered, I will come to you immediately. You must believe it, Natasha Romanoff. History Stark, Captain America Rogers, Thor, Hulk Banner, all tried their best to defend. They even talked about the past and played emotional cards, trying to make Black Widow change his mind. But Black Widow, which has evolved into a high-latitude creature, can easily see their camouflage. From their eyes, she clearly saw the panic that the lie was exposed. Anything after that is just a clumsy disguise in an attempt to recover. She looked at a few people playfully, admiring the despicableness of their humanity. Are you lying to children? Her voice was cold, and it also shattered the hopes of several people. She Stark scolded loudly, UBCH. I knew that you betrayed us long ago, you are a betrayal just like Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Black Widow muttered the name silently. In her mind, the figure of that man who always had a soft smile and was extremely reliable appeared in her mind. At the beginning, it was Lin Mo's maturity, stability, and tolerance that made him fall in love with that man madly, and he was with him at all costs. Later, because of the participation of she Stark, Rogers, Banner and others. Let yourself think that Lin Mo, who used to be omnipotent, is so ordinary. Furthermore, even the former relationship chose to betray, and even when Lin Mo was excluded by she Stark and others, she did not stand by his side. She Stark is now the leader of Avengers, but compared with the former leader Lin Mo, she feels more and more that the man hidden in the armor is so incompetent. No matter how much grievances that man has suffered, he will not vent his grievances on his companions. And she Stark, who was only hit by the internet for a few days, kept saying bad things to her like crazy. She has always been in the enemy's lair, and her life and death are in the opponent's mind. Not only was he not cared for, but he was always blamed. You guys are all damned. She saw clearly in the disguise of these people that Captain America Rogers, whom she had always respected, was nothing but a hypocrite. While speaking, she raised her slender white hand and tapped her fingers. The power of the high latitude directly imprisoned the space, and she Stark's expression changed. Alarm. The armor is damaged. The damage is 10%. Alarm. The armor is damaged. The damage is 30% white. Alarm. A reminder from J.A.R.V.I.S came constantly in my ears, and the panel in front of me also constantly turned on a red light. This made him feel restless. The armor is his source of power. Iron Man, who lost his armor, is a smart ordinary person. In the face of an enemy with super ability, he is also so helpless. No, do not want. Natasha Romanoff used the power of space to easily peel off the hard steel armor. The fragile human body was exposed as the bright red battlesuit was broken into pieces. Fear occupied she Stark's heart. He shouted hysterically, Stop! Stop! UBCH! Traitor! I'm going to kill you! Rogers and others on the side also quickly discouraged them. Stop Natasha Romanoff, he's Stark, he's a bad guy, but he's a good guy. Yeah, wake up quickly, don't be affected by that mask. We are our companions, you can't kill him, or you will regret it for the rest of your life. Several people shouted desperately. But when Black Widow's icy eyes swept towards them, they couldn't say a word. Okay, since you are so righteous and have such a relationship with your companions, I will give you a chance to save him. Today, I only killed one person, it could be this Iron Man or any of you. You, as long as someone is willing to die for him, I can let him go. Then, who among you is willing to give up yourself and take on this righteousness? 95. The dull and playful voice reached everyone's ears. But after a while, no one answered. Rogers was silent, Banner's eyes dodged, Thor smiled awkwardly. Seeking flowers. They do not lose consciousness, nor do they have the ability to be blocked in language. But they were unwilling to answer. They didn't want Iron Man to die, but they didn't want to trade their lives for it. This scene was also broadcast live by drones to all parts of the world. Aroused unanimous condemnation from netizens. Damn it! When you let others offer sacrifices, you're righteous, but it's your turn to be dumb. 35. Hehe, this is the hero of the Avengers Alliance, amazing. What heroes? They are just a bunch of selfish villains. My father was killed by them by mistake, and they haven't apologized for 5 years. The big gangs who usually hold high morality coerce others to donate, and when it's their turn, they still choose to steal their lives. Haha, is this the Avengers Alliance that claims to be righteous? 0. Netizens frantically brushed the barrage. After so many things, they are full of disgust for the Avengers they once trusted. In their view, the so-called heroes of the Avengers Alliance are nothing but a group of hypocrites in the cloak of justice. Although they possess extraordinary power, they are selfish and cowardly. Especially after Lin Mo left, under the leadership of Iron Man Tony Stark, the Avengers made a series of major mistakes, and the hero ran wild. It also took the lives of many ordinary people. Iron Man's arrogance, the Hulk's cowardice and rampage, and their silence now, have exhausted the little hope that the people have left for them. For a time, Roar called on the SXP Foundation to replace the Avengers Alliance, and Roar's voice for maintaining world peace became louder and louder. BD. Help me. How can your life compare to mine? 35. As long as I save me, I can resurrect Ultron, and I can make an army of robots. Give me 5 years, no. 3 years. 3 years and I'll beat them all. As the armor was stripped a little bit, Stark's fragile human body was completely exposed to the air. This made him extremely uneasy, and frantically insulted his companions. And in his scolding, Captain America Rogers, who has always been at odds with him, also broke out. Shut up! What do you think you are? You're just a dude hiding in a battle armor. What are you still without a battle armor? Spoon. Chapter 84. Ha 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 ha. Wanda, who was controlled by the mask, let out a mocking laugh. She used to look forward to joining the Avengers Alliance, and she was even proud of it. Now, I only feel ridiculous for my naivete back then. What is the difference between these people blaming each other in a hypocritical federation? Support you when you are useful, and throw it aside like garbage when you are useless. Father's thoughts are right, human nature is dirty and needs to be purified. Wanda looked at the 4 members of the Avengers Alliance who were abusing each other, and an interesting idea appeared in her mind. She told Black Widow what she thought and got the other party's approval. The imprisoned space power is released. Stark and others were all let down. Their super scolding stopped, and they all looked at each other with doubts, and then looked at Black Widow. 703 Natasha Romanoff, have you figured it out? Then come with us, it's dangerous here. Doctor Strange from Parallel World 999,999 has come, and he will bring us more help, we can still fight. I immediately contacted the Fantastic Four and Mutant Academy, we still have a lot of partners, and we haven't lost yet. Stark also tentatively asked, Natasha Romanoff, are you still willing to come with us? Black Widow floated in the air, staring at a few people with playful eyes, his red lips parted lightly, you can go. 35. Hearing this sentence, everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They didn't even care whether Black Widow could leave or not, they turned around and ran away. But before he ran far, he hit the invisible space barrier and was bounced back. What do you mean? Rogers glared at Black Widow angrily. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished my words yet. 35. I mean you can go, but on one condition. What conditions? Several people hurriedly asked. Now they just want to get out of this ghost place quickly, and then assemble a large army to directly push this weird place down. Black Widow stretched out his slender white fingers and pointed at Stark, who had a bewildered face. Kill him, as long as you kill him, you can go. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and the greedy eyes flashed away. Captain America shook his head. No, we can't kill our own companions. Kill him, or you die. You have 10 minutes, and in 10 minutes, if he is still alive, you will all die. 5. After speaking, Black Widow released the space barrier and locked the 4 of them in a transparent box 10 meters square. And from the outside, he quietly looked at everything inside. In the box, Stark, who had lost the protection of his battle armor, subconsciously retreated to the corner and watched a few people vigilantly. He is very insecure now. If the armor was still there, he would even dare to kill all 3 of Captain America. He has already formulated a special armor for everyone. But now he can't. Not only was the suit of armor on his body stripped, but in this strange space, he couldn't even contact other armors. At the moment, Stark is really just a smart ordinary person. In the face of these powerful mutants, gods, he is as vulnerable as any other ordinary person. All it takes is a bolt of Thor's lightning to cleave him to charcoal. Don't be nervous, Stark, you know, we're not going to hurt you. Captain America Rogers came up to him and held out a generous palm. The handsome face showed a smile and looked so honest and reliable. Stark reached out his hand subconsciously, but just a second before he was about to touch it, he retracted his hand again. Why are you afraid of me? Stark, after all these years, don't you know me? Stark was still huddled in the corner, as if that was the only way to give him some faint sense of security. It was because he had been with him for a long time that he understood. The current Captain America is no longer the sincere captain of 70 years ago. Power can change a person. That is a terrifying spell that will ruthlessly devour a person's kindness and reason. Because he is also one of the members swallowed by that curse. Rogers turned his head, helplessly spread his hands to Banner and all the booths, and said, "Look, he's been frightened and he doesn't want to believe us." And behind him, she Stark, who had been terrified before, was staring at his neck with a gloomy look at the moment. A sharp blade appeared in Stark's hand, a fragment of the armor. He suddenly rushed towards the back, waving the armor fragments in his hand, and launched an attack on Captain America. The desire to survive magnifies the dark side of the heart infinitely. Even if it is to transform a person, if the neck is cut off, you will die. Boom! A dull sound appeared. She Stark was punched to the ground by Captain America, his face covered in blood. 9. Compared to your father, Howard, you are as childish as a crying child in kindergarten. 2 minutes. Black Widow's indifferent voice appeared. Several people froze. Thor also came over and proposed, "She Stark actually attacked you, he has been influenced by the enemy's mind." Banner also echoed, "I agree, the current Stark is no longer the Iron Man of the past, he is the enemy. Since it's an enemy, it should be eliminated." Several people said at the same time. They all looked at She Stark, who fell to the ground, revealing a cold killing intent. 1 minute. "No, ma'am, that's not good." Black Widow's words were not finished yet. A circle of light appeared out of thin air, and Doctor Strange broke through her ability and entered the space box. The next moment, he quickly grabbed a few people, and the cloak rolled up the weak She Stark, disappearing through space. Not long after, the Plague Doctor who tracked Doctor Strange also returned here. 4.7 Huh? Back again. You're so slow, you haven't caught that little mouse yet. The corner of the mask on Wanda's face evoked a mocking arc. The Epidemic Doctor was not angry, but also smiled, the fun of hunting lies in chasing. After speaking, the figure flashed and disappeared again. Supreme Holy Place. An aperture opened, and Doctor Strange put everyone down. With a serious face, he said to several people in a light and fast voice, "The power of the SXP Foundation is too terrifying, and our only hope is that Natasha Romanoff has also defected. The addition of Wanda and Natasha Romanoff makes it more difficult for us to fight the Foundation, and we need assistance." Banner asked, "Am I going to the Fantastic Four and the Mutant Academy?" Strange shook his fingers and said solemnly, "No, more power is needed. From The Power of Other Worlds." Chapter 85. Aid from Other Worlds. Strange did not answer their questions, but went straight to his own operation. He is being hunted down by the Plague Doctor, and can only flee constantly in different spaces. His time is limited. Immediately cast magic, opening the door to a parallel world. But before he had time to do the next step, his complexion changed and he entered the space channel in an instant. The next moment, the Epidemic Doctor arrived at the Supreme Holy Place. Thor and the others changed their faces, their hairs exploded, and they were immediately ready for battle. But the Epidemic Doctor just gave them a playful glance, and then he also got into the space that had not been closed, and continued to play the cat and mouse game endlessly. Several people looked at each other. "He doesn't seem to mean to kill us," Banner said. "His target, Strange." Rogers looked gloomy. The crowd was silent. Just at the moment, a figure probing his brain came out of the space channel. "Hey, you guys, you're Avengers. Whoa. Little Spider-Man? 99. Spider-12? Peter Parker?" The faces of several people were startled, and they immediately realized that he was a Spider-Man from a parallel world. The Spider-Man of this world is already a vegetable. "God, Ned, come and see, woohoo. This is great, get the autograph book out." 35. As soon as the voice fell, Spider-Man's good hacker friend, the little black fat Ned, also got out of the space channel. Seeing Captain America and others, he immediately widened his eyes in surprise, and handed out a marker with admiration on his face. "Captain America, I'm your idol, no, you're my fan. No, I mean, can you sign me?" He pointed to his stomach and said, "Just sign here." Rutgers did not refuse, and signed his name on that chubby belly. "Woohoo! This is Captain America's signature. Let the students know that they must envy me. I'm not going to shower anymore, no, I'm going to get this name tattooed on my belly." Seeing the excited little fat man dancing belly with his name on his face, Rutgers felt a chill. "No, don't do this, it's not necessary. Parker." She Stark's weak voice came. Spider-Man turned his head and jumped at once. "My God! You are Iron Man. I am your fan, and I have all your armor pictures in my collection. How did you get hurt? Who hurt you? I'll help you get revenge. I'm very good at fighting." Looking at the lively high school students in front of him, She Stark's expression was complicated. Tears rolled in his eyes. He's a selfish man, like anyone else. Even the companions in the Avengers, he is not completely trusted, and even secretly made anti-Hulk armor to limit their equipment. But for little Spider-Man, he has different feelings. Because he saw the shadow of his youth in this smart young man. He trained Peter Parker completely as his successor. When the blood-covered Spider-Man fell in front of his eyes, he was so sad that he almost suffocated. He didn't even think that he could see a lively Peter Parker again in his lifetime. Parker, it's great that you're okay. Seeing She Stark with tears in his eyes, Spider-Man looked puzzled. Ah? I'm fine. No, you know me. Seeing his reaction, not only She Stark, but Rutgers and others also looked at each other in dismay. It seems that Peter Parker of this world is not familiar with us. Banner said. But he's a really strong booster, he's got a lot of potential, he just needs training. 99. Afterwards, they told Spider-Man in the parallel world what happened in this world and the difficulties they faced recently. SXP Foundation? Murder photos? Black Widow mutiny? This. The huge information made Peter Parker's eyes widen in surprise and could not accept it for a while. On the contrary, the little black fat Ned was very interested. Parallel world, it turns out that this world really has a parallel world. What about us in this world? Ned asked excitedly. You're dead, and Parker is in a vegetative state. Forrid. Peter stroked his chin and mused, it seems that you need help. He patted Ned on the shoulder and looked straight. The world is facing a terrible catastrophe, Ned, and we are needed here. Play aviator now. Fire. I think, I should go back to do my homework more, or my mother won't give me cherry pie. Ned opened his wise little eyes as wide as possible, and forced a smile. Parker, I don't want to die. Peter Parker patted his shoulder and said seriously, don't worry, I will protect you. Also, I need your help. Real. Definitely, we are partners. Okay, then I'll stay. With a strong sense of identity, Ned overcomes his fear. Aside, She Stark also raised his own question, Parker, in that world, don't you know us? Yes, in that world. In that world, there is no SXP Foundation. Spider-Man doesn't know Iron Man either, he's just a good neighbor who works part-time in Queens and does good things. Occasionally go catch a few bad guys. As for Ned, he used his hacking skills to provide him with information support. There is no Thanos there, but there is Ultron. The Ultron of the 703 world did not want to rule the world, but joined the Avengers Alliance and became Iron Man's right-hand man. It seems that it is a peaceful and beautiful world. Banner said with emotion. He even had a yearning for that world. The battle with the SXP Foundation has left him with a serious psychological shadow. He always felt that the black fog was staring at him nearby, which made him feel very insecure. He wants to escape from here and never come back. Thor saw his fear, patted him on the shoulder, and said with relief, don't be afraid, I will go to Asgard to seek help from my father, and in front of the magic weapon, the SXP Foundation can easily be broken. 5. Banner nodded, temporarily hiding the idea of running away in the back of his mind. It seems that the biggest dilemma you are facing now is the Foundation. I am a loyal fan of the Avengers Alliance, and I will definitely help you. Spider-Man patted his chest and assured. He was very excited and very eager to join the Avengers Alliance. That was his dream. Even in this world it is the same. It's a pity that the little Spider-Man of this world has never had a chance. Rutgers naturally saw his serious fanaticism, stretched out his hand, and said sincerely, welcome, join Avengers. Spider-Man reached out his hand excitedly, and was about to take it, when a stern voice stopped him. No. You can't join. Chapter 86. She Stark suddenly rushed out and pulled Spider-Man to his side. Only Captain America's hand was left, stretched out there awkwardly. Mr. Stark, why don't you let me join? I'm really strong, I'm a spider mutant, I can lift more than 100 times my body weight. 5. Rogers also said, yeah, Parker's strength is not weaker than me, he has a lot of potential and is fully qualified to join the Avengers. If I say no, I can't. She Stark didn't back down. He'd already had Spider-Man fall in front of him once, and he didn't want that to happen again. He will never allow it. Rogers' face darkened, and he said coldly, She Stark, I think you may have forgotten who is the captain. J.A.R.V.I.S. She Stark shouted. Next moment, the door of the Supreme Holy Place opened, and pieces of battle armor flew in, quickly fitting onto She Stark's body. In just one roar inhalation time, he was fully armed. The reason why it is so fast is actually because he has also placed a spare battle armor near here. It is to ensure that you can get timely protection anytime, anywhere. She Stark, who has successfully transformed into Iron Man, has a tougher attitude. He stretches out a hand, and the laser cannon quickly charges, ready to attack at any time. Rogers stared at him sullenly. She Stark, are you going to shoot me? She Stark didn't show weakness, and almost shouted, shoot? When you were trying to save Bucky, I should have killed you. His father, Howard, was killed by Captain America's friend Bucky many years ago. This hatred, he will never forget. The little Spider-Man with a confused face was in a dilemma between the two. He didn't understand why Iron Man and Captain America were fighting each other. And at the moment, Banner also came out, he turned directly into the Hulk and stood beside Rogers. She Stark, you better calm down. Anti-Hulk armor. Boom. 1. After a few seconds. A huge figure directly smashed a big hole in the wall of the supreme holy place. J.A.R.V.I.S, turn on the escrow mode, and stare at the Hulk. Okay sir, escrow mode has been turned on. 35. The Hulk's expression changed, and he immediately said angrily, this thing is really used to deal with me. She Stark, you secretly made this kind of thing, this is not the way to deal with your companions. What about me? Did you secretly make anti-Thor armor? Facing Thor's questioning, She Stark said solemnly, would you like to try it? Next moment, a series of steel battlesuits, under the control of J.A.R.V.I.S, flew to the supreme holy place and stood on the opposite side of Thor and others. These battlesuits are all the works of She Stark. Not only exists as a backup battlesuit, but also can be used as fire support in emergency situations. Rogers looked gloomy. The Hulk roared angrily. Thor took a step forward, his electric eyes pressing. The two sides confronted each other, and the swords were drawn. She Stark, you shouldn't make a selfish choice for him, whether to join or not is his choice, and you are not his father. Captain America looked at Spider-Man and tried to make a gentle smile. Parker, Avengers welcomes you. History Stark said nothing. Just let J.A.R.V.I.S get a spider battlesuit. Parker, this is a present for you. Seeing the brand new battlesuit, Spider-Man's eyes lit up. Wow! Spider battlesuit. Is this for me? Definitely, it's yours. Stark She looked at Rogers with a playful smile, I think he's made a choice. 99. Humph. She Stark, you'll regret it. Hulk, Thor, let's go. The three left the supreme holy place. Although angry, they did not lose their minds. Because they used to be companions, they knew that the real horror of She Stark was not the name of Iron Man, but the super high IQ that was almost cursed. A runaway Ultron almost brought the world into ruin. If Lin Mo hadn't discovered the anomaly and deployed it in advance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now, so many armors stand in front of them. In the event of a fight, the situation will be very unfavorable for them. Just a single anti-Hulk armor can hold the Hulk in check. Who knows if he still has anti-Captain America armor, anti-Thor armor? Inside the supreme holy place, She Stark, who bluffed the three away, was also relieved. Only he himself understands his situation best. Those armors can only exert their maximum power when they are controlled by him personally, and they are actually just super soldiers in the custody state. A Thor alone is enough to destroy all those armors. After all, his own means of attack cannot break through the abnormal defense of the Protoss. Mr. Stark, I don't know what happened, but I don't want you to fall apart like this. She Stark touched Spider-Man's head, revealing a rare hint of softness. He suddenly remembered. That man used to see himself this way. The man who cared and helped himself like a father, the man who was ruthlessly driven away by himself. There was a momentary trance in She Stark's eyes, then fierceness. No. I'm not wrong. I just eliminated who should be eliminated. Lin Mo was like that, Natasha Romanoff was like that, everyone else was like that. I knocked them out. I am the master of the Alliance. No. I am the master of the world. Forbidden Place. The top floor of the SXP Foundation building. Lin Mo looked at the picture that Loki sent back, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help evoking a playful arc. The Avengers were falling apart, and he saw it all. He had long expected that, with the characters of Rogers and Stark, there would be a day when they would break up. In the past, it was he who mediated in the middle and maintained stability. After he left, these two people will definitely not be willing, Zhao's good, to do things under each other's hands. One is a respected totem-like belief character. One is an arms dealer and inventor with a very high IQ and enormous wealth. None of them would be willing to be submissive. This is the reason why Lin Mo was forced to leave the Avengers Alliance, and it will eventually be the reason for the split of the Avengers Alliance. She Stark, when you attacked my master, did you ever think that you would have this day too? Now, what kind of energy will burst out of you who have experienced abandonment? Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew Stark too well. This student who once made him extremely proud, if he does not get the correct guidance and restraint, once he is allowed to grow up freely, that would do no good to the world. The power of knowledge is far more terrifying than personal bravery. Hehe, I'm starting to look forward to your performance, She Stark. Chapter 87. It frightened the four of She Stark, and provided Lin Mo with a lot of fear points. Even if an ordinary person dies, it is usually about 100. If they are not frightened and die suddenly, it may be only a few dozen. But such a powerful person, even if only frightened, can provide a lot of fright. However, Lin Mo doesn't have the time to look at those tiny incomes now. His attention was on the Infinity Gauntlet in front of him. Power Gem, Space Gem, Soul Gem. On the Golden Infinity Gauntlet, 3 gem slots have been occupied. Then, he took out the Time Gem he got from Doctor Strange. He put it in the groove of the Infinity Gauntlet. Gemstones light up beautifully and mysteriously. Right now, only 2 slots are still empty. When Mind Gem captured Loki, it was already contained by SHIELD. I don't know where it moved to now. The Reality Gem, if I remember correctly, should be in the hands of my favorite Tiffany. The Reality Gem, with the power to rewrite reality, is also the most powerful of the 6 infinite gems. It can transform what you imagine into reality. However, because of its terrifying power, the price to be paid to motivate it is also extremely terrifying. Even with the help of a few other gems and the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos became vulnerable after destroying half of the universe. And other people want to urge this power, and even die directly. Power, space, reality, soul, mind, time. Each gem has its own unique power, and it is not easy to motivate them. When the unqualified master them, it brings not power, but destruction. The Reality Gem is not in a hurry, and now I have 4 gems in my hands. Even if I don't rely on the containment, there is no one in the whole earth who is my opponent. The power of gems is very strong, but it also depends on who will use it. If used by Thanos, it is used by level Godfather, and if used by Iron Man, it can't even beat Thanos' subordinates. And Lin Mo, he has the ability to communicate with all things. This ability seems weak, but it is extremely powerful. After all, infinite gems are one of all things. I can hear your voices. Lin Mo felt a special throbbing as he stroked the gems on the gloves that glowed with magnificent light. Seaside Villa. Iron Man's original headquarters. It's basically been abandoned since the War Machine stole it from here. But in fact, this is just an illusion created by outsiders. Deep underground, there is still a complete set of RD and production equipment. J.A.R.V.I.S. Activate the highest authority. Okay, sir, you have passed fingerprint, iris, and DNA authentication, confirming that it is you, and the highest authority has been opened. 99. A wall slowly opened, revealing the huge space inside. Spider-Man's mouth widened in surprise. For a high school student, what could be more exciting than a secret base? Mr. Stark, you are really amazing, there is still so much space in here. Stark did not speak, and continued to walk forward. His speed is very fast, obviously a little anxious. Sir, the life detection system found that your condition is not good and you have multiple injuries. Do you want to treat it immediately? No need for now, start the number 2 test base. Okay sir, I have detected that you are the highest authority and are starting the number 2 test base for you. The wall behind him was so tightly closed that it couldn't be seen that it was a door at all. History Stark led Peter Parker to a circular platform. His Iron Man triangular logo was lit up in the soft light. Stand still. Spider-Man didn't know what Stark meant by that. A circle of transparent protective chambers suddenly rose around the circular platform, followed by a rapid fall. The speed of the fall is very fast, if it is an ordinary person, it can't bear it at all. After more than 10 seconds, the speed slowed down and gradually stopped. The hatch is open. The outside is a very wide space, and you can't even see the edge at a glance. Oh my god! There's still so much space down here, I feel like it's bigger than Queens, no, bigger than all of New York. 99. Seeing Peter's excited look, Stark smiled. This number 2 test base is his secret fortress, which no one knows about. The depth here is more than 10,000 meters underground, which has exceeded the deepest record that humans can dig in official data. The top is covered by a solid rock layer, which is very safe. The entire base is a big box made of a special alloy. It is a new alloy developed by him, which can resist any degree of attack. Even if a nuclear bomb is detonated, it will not leave a scratch on it. J.A.R.V.I.S. Get everything on, we need to get busy. Okay sir, all equipment has been activated for you. Stark kept walking, going through several doors in a row, stopping at the last door. Even with so many security measures, he still set up multi-factor authentication here. Spider-Man is smart, and he also found this detail. He felt that there must be something very important here. Mr. Stark, what are we going to do? Accompanied by a start-up sound. 50 centimeters of alloy steel plates were shrunk into the wall from being divided into 4 pieces. Inside is a circular research room of hundreds of square meters. In the middle position, there is a culture chamber shaped like a coffin. The whole is also made of a special alloy, and the top is a transparent glass-like material. In this special high-tech coffin, there is a robot covered with metallic luster. Seeing it, Spider-Man's eyes widened instantly. Stark showed a deep love as if looking at a child. In the depths of those eyes, there is a touch of hysterical madness that cannot be easily detected. We're going to bring Ultron back to life. 99. That can't be done, it's too dangerous. Georgia, inside Avengers' new headquarters. The only 3 remaining Avengers, Hulk Banner, Captain America Rogers, and Thor, feud again. They were arguing over the history of Stark. We can't let Stark out, you know how horrible he is, this guy's intelligence is like a curse, don't forget Ultron, Banner shouted. As one of the world's top scientists, he knows best how terrible Stark's level is. Hey, I think you're too nervous, big man. He's just a normal guy hiding in a sheet of iron. I can smash him with a hammer. Thor drank a can of beer, looking relaxed. They have their own opinions, and finally set their sights on Captain America. What about you, Rogers, what do you think? Chapter 88. Once Stark left, Captain America Rogers became the true helm of the Avengers. Just looking at the empty conference room, he felt a little uncomfortable. It used to be very lively here, but now, only the three of them are left. He, the captain, seems to have become a team captain. I think Thor is right, if Stark doesn't have the armor, he's nothing. Suddenly, he remembered what he said when he quarreled with She Stark, I'm still a playboy, a genius, and a millionaire. Rogers was silent, but I also agree with Banner's idea, Stark She is indeed a threat, but the source of his threat has his wealth. I think Stark She has now seriously threatened public safety, I will look to the Federation, confiscation of Stark Group property. Okay, this problem has been solved for the time being, then, what should I do with the SXP Foundation? Even the mighty Odin's son was a little apprehensive about this foundation. Whether it is the mysterious statue or the terrifying old man, he is not the enemy of his ability. In the past few thousand years, he has never been so helpless in the face of any enemy. Rogers said solemnly, we need more power. 35. However, people don't trust us anymore, and the Fantastic Four are not necessarily willing to join us. Oh, I didn't say that what we want is the power of this world. Supreme holy place. The Rogers trio came here. The channel of the parallel world has not been closed. They were about to go in, but unexpectedly found the little black fat Ned hiding in the corner. Why are you still here? Ned walked out of the corner and said slightly disappointed, Iron Man didn't want to take me with him, so he flew away after going out. I wanted to go home, but I couldn't be reconciled, so I just sat here. Several people looked at each other. Rogers was delighted. It seems that Spider-Man from the parallel world also has a rift with his good friend. Hey, some people are like that, relying on their ability to do whatever they want, we are different, we respect our peers. 55. Companion. Ned froze for a moment, then beamed, you mean, can I be a companion? Definitely, come on, little fat man, want to touch Captain America's shield? Can I? Ned looked surprised. Captain America graciously took off his new shield from Wakanda. On the red and white striped shield, the silver five-pointed star was shining. Ned stretched out his hand tremblingly, and shrank back as soon as he touched it, shy like a little girl who was pregnant. God, this magical feeling, I can't even feel the lines on it, it seems that all the molecules are tightly connected without the slightest gap. Rogers laughed, I heard you're very computer savvy. Ned said proudly, definitely, that's what I'm best at, I can even hack into the Stark Group's system. Wow. Rogers was a little surprised. It seems that he has found a treasure. Little fatty, we need to find some help in your world now, I think, you are willing to help us, right? Definitely, I'd love to. After speaking, Ned hurriedly gave a military salute, swiftly rushed into the space passage, and even waved at them enthusiastically like a host. Rogers, are you really going to let him join the Avengers? A normal guy. Banner couldn't understand. Banner, didn't you hear what he just said? He can hack into the Stark Group's system, which is probably a growing genius. 39. Maybe. Maybe he's even more talented, maybe he can learn magic. Rogers shrugged, and then stepped into the space tunnel. Banner knew that Rogers was just using it as an idle move because Ned was Peter Parker's friend, and it might work sooner or later. On the side, Thor patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't be so pessimistic man, look, it's a brand new world, a world without the SXP Foundation, where we are still welcome. What are you waiting for? Come on 9. Then quickly walked into the space channel. Banner sighed and stepped inside. Parallel world. Peter Parker's bedroom. This is where? Parker's house, oh, this is his bedroom. 99. His bedroom? I suspect now that Strange opened the passage here on purpose, he just wanted us to reach Peter Parker first. 35. That's right, it's a pity that he's now the opposite of us, and he's chosen the big toy. 35. This is the first time he has been rejected since he changed from a thin dog to a sudden one. Many people in this world want to join Avengers, but that kid dared to refuse his solicitation. It made him very unhappy. The naive little black fat man obviously did not find those strange places, and continued to happily introduce the world to them, eager to express that he would definitely become a qualified informant. In this world, without the SXP Foundation, you are the most popular super ability combination, even more popular than X-Men. When you voted last year, Mr. Rogers even became the governor of Nevada. Thor quipped, looks like you're doing pretty well in this world. Point 0. Rogers smiled. Whether the passage of this world is deliberate or coincidental by Strange, this is a wonderful place. Here, with their popularity, more powerful helpers can be found. Maybe there is still a chance for Stark, the history of this world, to go back to meet the Iron Man of his own world. After all, only you can understand yourself. Parker, are you still up? You're going to be late for school. The door opened, and a beautiful woman with a hot body and a charming figure appeared at the door. She obviously did not expect that the room would be so lively, and she was immediately incoherent. Ned, I thought you were gone last night. She looked at Banner, Thor, and Rogers next to her, and she was so excited that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. But obviously, she was excited. Looking at Captain America's eyes, it's almost glowing. Oh, I didn't know, the Avengers Alliance would come to my house, would you like some hot cocoa? Definitely, I'd love to. Rogers smiled brightly. He is obviously very good at flirting with women, especially this kind of charming woman. On the table, Ned told Aunt May that Parker had been in an off-campus event and would not be back for a while because he flew out of the window in a hurry. Aunt May was also used to it, so she didn't ask any more questions. She obviously knew Parker was a Spider-Man thing for a long time, and was used to it. This surprised a few people. Chapter 89. Ned explained in a low voice, in this world, mutant is very popular, and there is even a selection of the most popular super ability people on the internet. Those who rank high will have the opportunity to join the first-tier teams such as Avengers and X-Men. Parker has always wanted to join the Avengers Alliance, but unfortunately his fame is out of 1,000, only in Queens. How do you know the difference between the two worlds? Rogers asked curiously. Ned said, I can connect to the network of that world. The technology of the two worlds is not very different, I use the same communication method, and my mobile phone can also use the network of that world normally, so I checked it out when I was bored. Captain America's spirits are lifted. He thought of the bad comments on the internet by himself and others. Ned, have you searched for our information on that world? 35. The little black fat man didn't notice the deep chill in Roger 703C's eyes. He whispered, I checked it, and it's all scolding you. I know it's all fake, that's how netizens are, it is easy to follow public opinion. He also showed a proud smile and said, and I also deleted all the negative information for you by the way, and now I can't find any bad words about you on the internet. Rogers was a little surprised. He had people do public relations in the first place, but with little success. Negative information on major websites cannot even be deleted cleanly. Even the person in charge of the website scolded him and hung up the phone directly. Ned, you're more and more impressive to me. It looks like you're not just an ordinary high school student. Ned said proudly, definitely, my skills are very good, I even have the confidence to reproduce Iron Man's battle suit, but due to limited funds, I only made a 20:1 restore figure. Can you fire a laser? Definitely. Although small, it can easily penetrate muscle fibers. I used it to hit rabbits. Wow, great, what about energy? The arc reactor is just a castrated version. You know, the funds are limited. Ned spread his hands helplessly. Roger's eyes lit up, and he thought he'd found a treasure. At this time, Aunt May put the hot cocoa and donuts on the table. The aroma of chocolate seduces their taste buds. They are really tired these days. Ned, don't you like chocolate? Ned was a little tangled. Aunt May, I recently lost weight and can't eat high-calorie foods. Really? But the captain is eating, he's in great shape. On the side, Captain America was very happy eating baked cookies, drinking mellow hot cocoa, and sweets made him happy. Ned was very surprised and asked quietly, Captain, don't you usually pay attention to your diet? Fortunately, I eat what I like. Not every day poached beef and protein powder? Definitely not, what's the point of living like that? I like hot cocoa, it's delicious. Sorry, can I have another? Definitely. Aunt May happily took the cup, and she paused for a moment on Captain America's sturdy chest muscles, and Captain America even jumped twice in coordination, causing Aunt May's deer to bump. Seeing Ned's doubts, Rogers explained, my body has undergone strengthening, my metabolism is at least 4 times that of the average person, I rarely get tired, and I can do high-intensity training all day long, so this calorie is simply not enough. A piece of cake. Hearing Rogers' words, Ned was envious. Super serum? That stuff is expensive, I probably won't be able to afford it until I'm 40. 35. He looked very lost. However, Captain America's jaws dropped in shock, and the original sound of Roar's eating became quiet. Banner laughed awkwardly in disbelief. Ned, I heard it right, you mean, super serum, can you buy it? Ned Lee definitely said, yes, but it is very expensive, and it is a castrated version, the original version is too harsh on the user's conditions. Several people asked for details. It turned out that in this world, Iron Man's father Howard was not killed by Bucky. He injected himself with an improved version of super serum, which directly exploded the seeds, almost hammering Bucky to death. Because the original serum would magnify the evil in people's hearts, in order to prevent the emergence of a second Red Skull, he modified the serum. In fact, it is a form of castration. And the large-scale use of this serum in the army. Any soldier who has passed the psychological test can use this strengthening serum. Serum can make their physical fitness more than double that of ordinary people, can easily break the physical fitness records of ordinary people, and even lift a car with ease, which is stronger than the strongest Hercules. In recent years, because of the formation of superhero fever, these castrated second-generation serums, after being castrated again, have become one of the best-selling products of the Stark Group. It can greatly improve the physical quality of the user, and can make an ordinary person who has never been trained to run 100 meters in 10 seconds. It can even make a dwarf grow 10 centimeters taller overnight. As soon as the drug came out, it was enthusiastically looted. In just a few years, the physical quality of human beings has been greatly improved. Hearing this, several people also understood. It's no wonder that the world is not hostile to mutant at all. It turns out that this is a national mutation. Because medicines are expensive, those who can use them first are definitely the rich and powerful. They are mutants themselves, and naturally they will not resist other mutants, but will want to pursue more extreme power. What people fear is not the mutant, but the supernatural force that cannot be resisted. But no one would deny himself this power. It seems that we have come right, the combat effectiveness of this world may be far beyond my imagination. 35. After receiving the hospitality of Aunt May, several people left the small house in Queens and walked directly towards the Avengers Alliance building. The Avengers Alliance building in this world is even more luxurious, even thousands of stories high. People can't help but wonder if living on the top floor will not lack oxygen, and the last elevator directly had altitude sickness. Hey, look, that's Captain America. Please, it must be cosplay again, fake, it turns out to be real. The real Captain America. And Thor, is that the Hulk next to him? Who's the little black fat man next to him? Help me video, I'm going to do a trick roar, upload it to YouTube and get at least a few million views. 99. The few people in fancy clothes are really recognizable. The frenzy of the people makes them intoxicated. They like the feeling of being sought after by fans very much, and even once wanted to stay in this world forever. Go to the SXP Foundation, to the Stark, to the Thanos. They are willing to stay forever as idols. Definitely, the premise is that they in this world can be willing. Chapter 90. Sir, Rogers, Banner, Thor were spotted at the intersection of Queen Street. On the top floor of the Avengers Alliance building, Stark drank his secret drink and watched the internet news a little. J.A.R.V.I.S's reminder gave him some headaches. These guys actually went to openly bomb the streets. It seems that they are very interested in my leadership position. Have they hidden it? He opened the web page of the most popular super ability person on the internet. Iron Man's name, which is now at number 1, has nearly doubled its approval rating from number 2. Although, he used technology to give himself more than 1 million votes, but he is still the most popular superhero. This is mainly due to the Iron Man series of movies filmed by the Stark Group released in recent years. This made his popularity rise by tens of thousands, ranking first on the list. In particular, this year's Endgame made him the only superhero who is still alive but is constantly remembered. Stark, we should discuss the press conference. 12. At this moment, the door opened automatically, and Captain America in a tactical tights walked in. Stark froze for a moment. Queens is still a long way from here. Captain America doesn't have the ability to move fast, even if it's a drag car, it can't be that fast. Sir, it was detected that Rogers was taking photos with fans in Queens. His video was uploaded to social platforms such as Facebook and YouTube, and the number of fans increased by 200,000. J.A.R.V.I.S's reminder made Stark a little embarrassed. After all, Rogers heard it. It is always bad behavior to observe co-workers secretly. But the next moment, he frowned. The Queen. J.A.R.V.I.S, turn on the cameras in Queens. A surveillance screen appeared in front of him. Fans screamed wildly. 3 figures can be clearly seen from the crowd. It is Thor, Hulk Banner, and Captain America Rogers. J.A.R.V.I.S, when is the video? It's Mr. Sync. Stark frowned, he didn't think it was easy. Captain America came over and joked, Stark, do you know that it is very immoral to peep into other people's privacy? However, what he faced was Stark's surprised face. What's your expression like? Stark was stunned. The one in front of him is obviously Captain America Rogers, but the one in the video, after analysis by J.A.R.V.I.S, is 100% sure that it is Captain America. However, how can one person appear in 2 places at the same time? Rogers, honestly, did you learn origin magic power secretly? Rogers. Stark pointed to the video screen. Rogers glanced at it, and immediately let out a startled roar. Walled Fark? Queen Street, the 3 of Avengers Alliance were surrounded by enthusiastic fans. Drones, cameras, mobile phones and other equipment almost got together on the faces of the 3 of them. Their video was uploaded to the internet, and in just 10 minutes, it has already attracted tens of millions of attention. They don't know yet. The popularity of several people in this world has been improved a lot because of them. Ranking is also constantly moving forward. In particular, the second-ranked Captain America Rogers has already gained hundreds of thousands of followers, and the growth rate is constantly improving. There have been speculations on the internet. He's preparing for the Avengers Alliance's lead. Don't squeeze, everyone has it, come one by one. Hey! Take care of your hands, boy, if you need to find me, I'm their agent. The little black fat Ned was squeezed in the middle, completely unable to move. He's used to the world's superhero fanaticism, but this is the first time the trio of Captain America have faced such a situation. In their world, they used to be very popular too. But fans are far less crazy than these people. Thor even discovered just now that someone was trying to steal his hammer. He let go of his hand, and the hammer seeds the man's foot into the concrete. Suddenly, a fiery red figure descended from the sky. The mask of the battlesuit was opened, and Stark, the history of the parallel world, looked at the people who were very familiar in front of him with a grim expression, and said solemnly, "Everyone, I think we should talk." Avengers Alliance building. The Avengers of the two worlds met for the first time. This makes the Avengers Alliance in the parallel world feel very strange. It's hard to find something more bizarre than a person who looks like you suddenly walks up to you and says he is you from another world. They don't know whether to be happy or terrified. Captain America Rogers of Universe 1 explained to them the dilemma facing Universe 1 and their appeal for their help. However, the attitude of the Avengers Alliance in the parallel world is different. Some people think that this is a good publicity opportunity, allowing them to become famous in another world, and even establish a long-term cooperation and trade between the two universes. There are also people who think that the world is too dangerous, it is better to be in this world and not be implicated. All are arguing, but none of them are in charge. Because Avengers Alliance is now talking about Iron Man history, Stark. He listened to the words of Rogers in Universe Number 1, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. The other party seemed to be hiding some important information. Rogers. Both Captain America looked at him at the same time. Stark waved his hand and said, "No, I'm calling this Rogers, 703 Rogers, I want to know, what about me in that world? What did he do?" Rogers' expression was a little embarrassed, but it changed into a sad look in an instant, and he hammered off the table and said, "He was cursed by the Foundation and became an enemy, not only him, Scarlet Witch, Black Widow, but also by the enemy. Means bewitched. 99. The curse." Stark frowned. He keenly caught some anomalies in Number 1 Rogers' expression. He is not very willing to believe this kind of rhetoric. You know yourself best. If the other world's self really betrayed, he doesn't think there is any room for these people to make a comeback. This is his confidence. "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't help." "No, you have to promise him." 35. Before Stark could finish speaking, a voice suddenly appeared and interrupted him. The magic tunnel appears. Strange. The three people in world number 1 looked overjoyed. Doctor Strange's magic is very powerful. If they can get the assistance of Doctor Strange in this world, their odds of winning will undoubtedly increase a lot. However, what came out of the passage turned out to be a fat Asian man. "King?" The three asked in surprise. "Sorcerer Supreme, what do you mean?" Stark frowned. "Sorcerer Supreme?" The three were even more surprised. Chapter 91. Wong walked over and said to Stark with a grim expression, "You should grant their request. Give me a reason." Stark spread his hands, "Why should I bring a crisis to our world for another unrelated universe?" 95. "Because, our world is not unaffected." "What?" Wang Yi waved his hand and condensed a circle of light out of thin air, which was playing a picture of Doctor Strange being killed by SXP-096 many years ago. 096's body was blurred, and only a bunch of mosaics could be seen. In the picture, Strange has just escaped from another dimension. In the next moment, a group of mosaics that looked very tall appeared out of thin air, using a sharp blade to directly kill Strange. The movements are extremely fast, and there is simply no chance for the opponent to resist. This is the second generation of Sorcerer Supreme. Strange was attacked and killed in the Supreme Holy Place, and at the same time, in different parallel worlds, hundreds of thousands of Strange were beheaded at the same time. After that, the monster traced to different worlds and carried out endless slaughter. Many years ago, the power of that world has eroded into our world, but you don't know it. Why did you code the video? Or is it what it looks like? Asked Stark. I don't know what it looked like, and everyone who saw it died, including the previous generation Sorcerer Supreme. This. Then why are you still alive? Didn't you record this video? Someone asked. Wang shook his head and said, I didn't do this video. These things were also told to me by Strange from Parallel Universe No 999999. He told me to help the other world recover from the disaster. That's where it all started, and the only way to end the disaster is from there. Disaster? What disaster? Do we have to disregard the safety of billions of people because of the death of one person, and provoke the enemy of another world? Stark is still unwilling to break the current calm. Wong walked in front of him, stared at him with dignified eyes, and said in a light and quick tone, "Listen, She Stark, the current crisis is more terrifying than you can imagine. Countless parallel universes have been attacked, and the world is just a lucky one in a few 100,000.99. The power of the SXP Foundation is terrifying, and the Avengers Alliance in one world is simply not enough to deal with them. If you still choose to stand by and watch, maybe one day in the future, I will personally collect the body for you." You. She Stark was very angry, but he thought about what Rogers said before. In that world, he has been cursed. Am I really under a spell? Stark murmured to himself. He has begun to believe a little. Being extremely careful about his own wisdom, he didn't think there was any enemy that he couldn't solve. The power of technology can make mortals stand shoulder to shoulder with gods. But if he also betrays, then, in the enemy's camp, there will be a new god of technology. It seems that your world has indeed encountered a lot of trouble. She Stark said solemnly. Banner number 1 hurriedly said, "We need your help. She Stark, help us." Seeing Banner's look of help, She Stark hesitated for a moment, then sighed, "Okay, Avengers Alliance is willing to take action. But I also have a condition, if our world encounters a crisis, you must also come to help." "Definitely." Number 1 Rogers stood up, stretched out a hand, and said with a warm smile, "It's a pleasure to work together." She Stark also stretched out his hand, but subconsciously paused, then retracted it. He felt a nasty feeling from the other party, it was very strange. But he just hates this Captain America inexplicably, which has never happened to Rogers in their world. "I hope so." And just like that, the first contact between the two universes Avengers Alliance ended. Before they set off, Avengers will also prepare to assist parallel worlds, and publish it on the internet. This immediately drew huge amounts of traffic. Over the years, superhero activities have been frequent. Because many heroes no longer have to hide themselves, super ability, mutant, has also become a well-paid job position. Under the attack and inducement, the crime rate, especially the crime rate of super criminals, has been effectively controlled. There is a serious shortage of super criminals. Sometimes in order to brush traffic, they even deliberately let the criminals out in prison and beat them again. Even Sorcerer Supreme has done it. He once released Abomination from prison and made arrests again to increase his popularity. There are even many people who hire people to play super criminals and make fake videos. Still, Iron Man is more witty. He was one of the first to start making superhero films, and with his deep pockets, his top spot has been untouched. 6 Oh my god! Parallel universe! Is this the latest movie? No, I have a friend who is working as a special agent in the Avengers Alliance, and he said that he is really going to a parallel world. I can testify. Remember meeting the Big Three in Queens the other day? Thor was on vacation in Hawaii with his girlfriend, and I took a photo with him. Parallel universe, this is so interesting. Is it finally going to open a new copy? Can I go there? 99. Look at the comments on the internet. Banner couldn't help feeling that this was a beautiful and peaceful world. Knowing that the battle is about to be terrifying, the netizens were not afraid, but were delighted by what was about to happen. This is almost impossible to appear in universe number 1. You know, every year, superhero associations everywhere are criticized by the public for the destruction caused by fighting super criminals. Many people even called for the cancellation of the superhero association by Roar, Zhao's Good, believing that the damage they caused was even greater than the criminals. Even the Avengers Alliance almost collapsed under the pressure of public opinion many times. If it weren't for Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Banner recited the name silently. He already misses the leader who is always smiling and kind. In the past, he couldn't use Hulk's power freely, which made him fall into fear. It was Lin Mo, who contacted him under unimaginable pressure when he was in distress, and guided him step by step, helping him become a real Hulk. Lin Mo is not just his bull, but more like his teacher and even his elders. Damn it! How could I have thought of that trash? Banner shook his head and cursed viciously. The guilt in his heart made him hate Lin Mo even more. A tasteless ability, even if he comes out of the mountain, it can't change anything. Zhang. Chapter 92. Forbidden Place. SXP Foundation Headquarters. The influence of Lin Mo passed back through Loki, and saw the three Rogers travel to another parallel universe through a space passage within the Supreme Holy Place. Because he didn't know the situation in that world, he didn't let Loki follow him rashly. But he also guessed what Rogers and others were thinking. This world has a bad reputation, and no one is willing to help you, so go to another world, you can really do it. Lin Mo shook his head and chuckled. No matter which world he goes to, he doesn't care. The power of the SXP Foundation is not something Avengers can resist. Not even the Sorcerer Supreme can beat those horrific containments. The only Omega-class mutant Scarlet Witch Wanda who can cause damage to the containment has also been occupied by the mask and turned into his own. In addition, the addition of Black Widow, which has evolved into a high-latitude creature, also makes the Avengers Alliance even more hopeless against the SXP Foundation. The new leader of the Avengers Alliance, Rogers, has almost become a polished commander. Coupled with the recent failures of the Avengers Alliance members and various scandals, the Federation has decided to cancel Avengers in order to improve the Federation's image in the minds of the public. 703. The SXP Foundation, which has dealt a fatal blow to the Avengers Alliance, is far from showing its true strength. SXP-106 successfully killed Doctor Strange number 999,999 in the universe, and gained 5,000 panic value. During the pursuit of Doctor Strange in universe number 999,999, SXP-106 caused a huge panic to 13,216 parallel worlds, and accumulated a total of 300,000 panic points. 99. Current panic value, 305,800. More containment items have been unlocked, whether to exchange them. Seeing the recent gains, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This sudden and huge gain made him very happy. I can't help but feel that there are still many rewards from the parallel universe. Usually kill a superhero, only a few thousand points. After a trip in a parallel universe, he has directly worked hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is even greater than the gain brought by SXP-096 chasing and killing Doctor Strange. 096, 106, they are all model workers, they must be rated as excellent employees. 9. Lin Mo opened the latest exchange list. SXP-247, Harmless Kitten, 10,000 fear points, set, required to exchange. SXP-184, Architect, 10,000 horror points are required for exchange. SXP-082, Cannibal, 30,000 fear points are required to exchange. 35. Seeing the latest exchange list, Lin Mo didn't have hesitation, he just exchanged all of them. No way, money is willful. After the exchange was successful, he also introduced several containment items. Item note, SXP-247. Item level, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-247 is to be kept in an enclosure of at least 20 x 40 m, which has been renovated according to the protocol provided by the redacted zoo, surrounded by SCP-148 and kept at least 50 m away from the site to mitigate its mental effect. SCP-247 is fed 18 kilograms of fresh meat 3 times a week. Feeding is carried out in a separate isolation area, and cleaning personnel are only allowed to enter the enclosure for cleaning during the specified feeding time. No entry into the fence is allowed in the rest of the cases. Video footage of violations of this protocol is used to educate SCP-247's cleaning and monitoring personnel. Description: SXP-247 is a Bengal tiger, however, to any observer, it appears to be a harmless cat with tiger-like orange and black striped fur. Typically, when a human approaches SCP-247, it purrs or meows. Victims find it cute and try to approach and pet the subject. This has been observed even in people who hate cats very much. SCP-247 will receive caresses from victims and disembowel them after approximately 7 minutes. As for SXP-184, the Architect, is a containment similar to the stairwell of SXP-084. It is a space-type containment that can transform an object's interior into a complex and sprawling maze without changing its appearance. After some time, the interior space will be further complicated. Whether the target is a house or a cardboard box, the interior space will become an unreasonable file size and become a complex maze. The effect of the changes will not disappear even if SXP-184 is contained and removed, but no new changes will be made. The lethality of these two containments is actually not that great. The harmless kitten has the fighting power of a Bengal tiger, and its scary part is that it will make anyone think it is a harmless-looking kitten and can't help but get close to it. It can attack the target at this time and eat it. And 184 is actually a labyrinth, which can delay time and create some fear, and does not have great lethality. Among these containment items, the one that interests Lin Mo the most is SXP-082, the Cannibal. This guy is a psychopathic and physically mutated monster. Although he still has the physical features of human beings, due to plagues, mutations and other reasons, his body has undergone an abnormal giant. He is about 2.4 meters tall and weighs more than 310 kilograms. He has a slightly pointed bald head, a large round jaw, a bulbous nose, and sunken jet black eyes. Both being overweight and having huge amounts of muscle mass. The muscular forelimbs are dangerous, with a circumference of about 71 centimeters. The fist is about 30 centimeters wide along the knuckles. Feet are large, but small in proportion to the body. Tan skin and numerous scars all over the body, the result of years of trying to suppress and contain. Due to the extremely high density of its muscle tissue, most X-rays are difficult to pass through, but scans have revealed numerous bullets and several daggers and blades embedded within SCP-082's body. His demeanor is very friendly and laid back, and he enjoys dressing himself in different trends, including regular clothes, military uniforms, Joker clothes, and women's clothes. He likes to invite people to dinner, and prefers to start by biting off the target's head. He tries to look as elegant as possible, attacks more casually, and even makes Hannibal his idol. After the containment has been exchanged, will it be released immediately? Put it in. Lin Mo said without hesitation. At the same time, Rogers and others also brought their rescuers from the parallel universe to this world through the space channel. However, as soon as he arrived, Stark from the other world frowned. Chapter 93. Do you like opening passages in labyrinths? Faced with Stark's questioning, Rogers was also a little confused. The space passage was opened in the Supreme Holy Place, he remembered it clearly, there was nothing wrong with it. But the current Supreme Holy Place, the space is at least 3 times larger than before, the terrain is very complex, and the interior space is like a twisted paper ball. Someone opened the door, but in the next second, he returned to the Supreme Holy Place from another door. They can even see the front and back of the person in 2 different doors. This bizarre scene suddenly raised everyone's spirits. Looks like we were ambushed. Stark frowned, J.A.R.V.I.S, building a 3D model of the house. Okay sir. The crystal blue light spread out, and it cooperated with the sonar to detect, and even the narrowest gap in the house was not missed. In less than a minute, Iron Man's eyes radiated projection light. The 3-dimensional image of this house appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Wong came to him and observed it carefully. He's been in the house longer than Doctor Strange, arguably the person alive who knows it best. The size of the house has been nearly tripled, but the height has not changed, we must have fallen into some kind of spatial magic. The space channel belongs to their basic magic, and Wong is very familiar with the space-type magic. And said that he can easily take everyone out. But this time, when he stretched out his hand to draw a circle, trying to open the space channel to take everyone out. This spell actually failed. There was only a faint spark that appeared, and then it went out instantly. 6699. Wong was a little embarrassed, adjusted his emotions, and continued to cast space magic. It has to be successful, it has to be successful. He kept silent in his heart. This is one of the most basic spells that every magician in the Supreme Holy Place will do. Except at the beginning stage, no magician will fail such a low-level spell. Wong knew that it was the enemy's space magic that was interfering. It can interfere and prevent the release of another space magic with one kind of space magic. At least it must be the same level, or even a higher level of space magic. Swipe with your finger. Sparks spread, and a man-high passage opened. Wong breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd was also very happy. Nice job, King. As expected of the Sorcerer Supreme. What SXP Foundation, nothing more than that. Number 1 Rogers stepped forward and called roar, this kind of place shouldn't stay for a long time, let's go out first and then celebrate. But just when he stepped into the passage with 1 foot, the space passage closed instantly. Swish. Stab it. Even if a strong sense of crisis made Rogers retreat for the first time, a piece of his new shield was cut off. The cuts are smooth, as if they were sanded. Space is the sharpest knife, and nothing can compare to it, not even the hard vibranium. He glared at the king angrily. Wong quickly raised his hands to express his innocence. It wasn't the channel I closed, it was the other party who interrupted my magic. The enemy's strength is very strong, and it can even affect my space magic. I don't think it's a good choice to continue using the space channel to leave. 35. The crowd agreed. Captain America's shield was made by vibranium, and a piece was cut off in an instant. None of them thought their body could be stronger than vibranium, even Thor chose to remain silent. The channel of the parallel world has not been closed. Strange's strength is very strong, and he is known as the most powerful Sorcerer Supreme. Maybe we can leave through the channel he left. Someone suggested. But, in that case, don't we go back again? Yeah, isn't this just a visit for nothing? Fans are watching, we can't come back without success. 99. We can go back first, and then let Wong open another passage in a safe place. You should write down the coordinates, Wong. Sorcerer Supreme was a little embarrassed and said embarrassedly, well, in fact, I have no way to open the channel to the parallel world, it is very high-level magic, and it is dark magic, I have not learned it. 99. What? No. Everyone was disappointed. Especially the 3 people in world number 1, they missed Strange a little. Hey, I'll be dejected no matter what, since space magic can't be used, just smash this place, isn't it a house? Thor stood up. He raised his Mjolnir, and with a surge of power, he swung it out, and threw it towards the wall. Everyone knows the destructive power of Mjolnir. They realize that they are trapped in the inherent thinking. When I saw the maze, my first thought was how to get out, but I forgot that I could completely break the maze. With great power, you can always walk in a straight line. Boom. One by one. Mjolnir punched a hole in the wall with ease. But in the next instant, the other wall was broken, and the hammer continued to fly over, hitting Thor's waist directly from behind, knocking him out. All the smiles were frozen on his face. Banner pondered, it seems that this is not a good idea. The enemy not only transformed this place into a labyrinth, but changed the space here. 0. The space of the house was isolated and elongated, connecting the nodes on each side, like a ring, adds 33 history Stark. Having said that, Ned suddenly had a flash of light. It's like a kind of annular fish tank. No matter how the fish run, they can only constantly circle in it, and they can only get out through the entrance of the fish. He just thought it was funny and said it casually. But King Sorcerer Supreme, inspired, cast an admiring look at Ned. You are very capable, lad. Ned smiled shyly. Wang looked at everyone with a confident smile on his face. Any use of space magic cannot be without flaws. The other party just turned the space of this house into a never-ending ring. If we can't break the ring, if so, you need to find the only exit. 39. Will there be an export of such a thing? Definitely, it might be a door, it might be a window, it might be behind a wall, it might even be hidden in the toilet bowl. So, we're going to split up and take every detail of this house until the door is found. Okay, then let's act. Luo. The crowd dispersed immediately, and She Stark directly released the nanorobots to conduct an all-round investigation of the house. Thor struggled to get up from the ground, clutching his waist, his face painful. Guys, I may not be able to help for the time being, I have some protruding discs in my waist. Spoon. Chapter 94. Okay, then you just stay there and don't run around. No blame for Thor's inability to help, they understood. After all, he was hit by Mjolnir in the lower back, and if someone else didn't die, he would be paraplegic in a high position. If only the lumbar disc was protruding, the injury was already very light. Don't miss any details, that door could be a door or it could be disguised as a wall. The crowd spread out and conducted a carpet search of the entire Supreme Holy Place. Among them, Iron Man is the most efficient. Many nanorobots can be isolated on his battle suit, the detection data can be synchronized in real time, and the three-dimensional stereo map can be directly fed back to him. It can be said that his efficiency alone has surpassed everyone present. Even the Magician King needs to use spells constantly to test, through subtle differences to find the interface of the space node. J.A.R.V.I.S. What happened to 703? Looking at the three-dimensional image that was being distorted in front of him, She Stark was a little puzzled. He is very confident in his invention, and such a serious failure usually does not occur. Sir, the three-dimensional space of this house is changing. She Stark raised his head, and when J.A.R.V.I.S. passed the message, he had felt it. My feet trembled, like an earthquake. Others also noticed anomalies. Parallel Hawkeye is opening a door. But after opening the door, there is a white wall. The door in front of the parallel Black Widow was directly twisted into a tangram-like shape. This change continued for quite a while. Not only did the whole house expand more, but even the various furnishings in the house were distorted, like an abstract painting. What's going on here? I feel like I'm in a Van Gogh painting. Are you sure it's Van Gogh? I don't know, but I'm sure it's abstract painting. I think it's more abstract than Van Gogh's abstract work. Okay, you can shut up now. Everyone was arguing endlessly, expressing their opinions, and the atmosphere was actually a little cheerful. They are all superhero after all, with extraordinary power. The Avengers Alliance in the parallel world has not experienced the baptism of the SXP Foundation and Thanos, and has not experienced a completely crushed battle. Strong self-confidence, so that they do not have any sense of crisis. It wasn't until the king's words that everyone felt a sense of urgency. The space in this house is already in an unstable state, maybe the nodes have collapsed. The change is continuing and it may not be long before the house falls apart. Someone said happily, that's great, it means we can go out soon. There is such a possibility, but it is also possible that space turbulence will occur, and we will be banished into the cracks of space forever. Wang frowned and his tone was heavy. This kind of speech made everyone a little difficult to accept for a while. Are you serious? You mean, we may not even see the enemy's face, and just die here? God, this is ridiculous. No, I'm going back. Some people retreated, but when they tried to return to the parallel world through the space channel. However, he was surprised to find that the passage had disappeared at some point in time. This means that they may never get out. And also to be buried with this old house. This time, everyone panicked. No. I can't die here, my daughter is still waiting for me to come home. Hawkeye snorted and immediately shot a blasting arrow. The arrow red light flashed, accurately blasting a window. And behind the window that was supposed to lead to the street outside was another room. The room was copied. And a lot. She Stark said solemnly. Just now. J.A.R.V.I.S. has sent him the latest 3D stereo graphics. Not only did the entire house expand in size, but the terrain became more intricate. There are several in the hall where they are located, and what is even more terrifying is that there is no exit at all on this map. Click. Boom. The chandelier above his head suddenly fell, smashing the floor into a depression. Wang, are you not willing to renovate your supreme holy place? Someone complained. Before Wang spoke, She Stark said solemnly, no, it's not the problem of the house, it's the space here that is collapsing. Click. There was another crisp sound, and a crack appeared in the house. Hey! We have to hurry up, or we'll be buried with this broken house. Parallel Banner let out a roar, turned directly into the Hulk, and started smashing against the wall. This is also a way to destroy everything that can be destroyed, and then you can find the door. Yes, provided the spatial turbulence doesn't engulf us before then. 35. Tuco returns to Tuco, but no one is lazy. When life and death are in crisis, they all use their own methods to find the only way out. But no one found out. I don't know when, someone has disappeared. Phil Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D. 8th agent, right-hand man of director Nick Fury. Although he is an ordinary person, he has played a key role in reconciling between many superhero and mutant by virtue of his strong affinity and high business level. This time, he also brought many new agents to this world for special training. But in the last space change, he was isolated. Hey! Can anyone hear me? Phil Coulson held a gun in both hands, leaned against the wall, and walked with alternating feet, very cautious. There was only his echo around, and no one answered his question. It looks like things are going bad. There are many doors around, I don't know where to go. He opened door by door, hoping to find the exit of this weird space. Meow. Phil Coulson turned his head and saw a black and orange kitten crouching at the corner of the corridor. A totally harmless-looking cute cat that puts Phil Coulson at ease. He even really wanted to go and pat 4.7 on the cat's head. Are you trapped here too? What a poor child. Come here and I'll take you out. 39. Phil Coulson crouched down and clapped his hands. Meow. The kitten walked slowly towards it as if it understood what he said. It licked its lips and made a roar sound and looked so cute. What an obedient kitty, do you want to go home with me? Do you want to eat canned food? 35. Phil Coulson's eyes were soft. In his opinion, this is just a poor and helpless beautiful cat. But in fact, this is a shocking Bengal tiger. Mental illusion, which will make those who are close to it see themselves as a harmless cat, and generate strong empathy. SCP-247 licked its lips, a bloodthirsty glow in its eyes. Meow. Chapter 95. SXP-247, kill S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson, gain 1800 fright. Forbidden Land, in SXP headquarters. Seeing the numbers that appeared, Lin Mo was slightly surprised. Generally speaking, after a superhero dies, there will be a fear value ranging from 1000 to several thousand. For ordinary people to die, 100 points is a lot. In terms of life level and combat power, Phil Coulson is only at the level of an ordinary human agent, and compared with the superhero with super ability, he is inferior to Tai Yuan. But his death actually contributed 1800 points of fear, which is really surprising. Could it be that the number of fear points is actually related to the weight of this person? Phil Coulson is a normal guy, not a superhero. But he also played a very important role in resolving many conflicts between superhero. It can be said that the role of this person is similar to a weakened version of Lin Mo. It seems that you also like him a lot, system, but unfortunately, this is a talent. Lin Mo rubbed his chin numbly, he quite liked this little man. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the third level authority. 39. The target killed by the containment can be resurrected by the host by spending panic points. The panic point consumed is related to the target's ability. After the target is resurrected, it will be completely loyal to the host. Seeing the latest system information, Lin Mo smiled. You son of a BCH aren't listening to me. 35. The first level authority of the system can only allow him to manifest the containment given by the system. The second level authority of the system adds the function of item exchange. The Forbidden Land and Time Gem are exchanged for fear points. The third level authority is to add the function of resurrecting creatures on the basis of the original. Lin Mo is very satisfied with this function. Unfortunately, the price is ridiculously expensive. Whether it will cost 18,000 fear points to resurrect S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson. Damn it! Why don't you snatch it from your dog system? Killing Phil Coulson only gives him 1800 fright, while resurrecting him adds 0. One by one, the price will increase tenfold. Wall Street's capitalists will cry when they see it. Resurrection. The rich and powerful Lin Mo chose to resurrect it. What he lacks most now is the fear value. Not long after, the office door opened. Phil Coulson, wearing a black work suit, appeared in front of him smiling. Mr. Lin Mo, long time no see. Lin Mo also smiled, long time no see. 55. Supreme Holy Place. Until now, no one has found that they have lost a person. The presence of ordinary people here is indeed not high. Hello, anyone? Please reply when you hear me. Even at this time, Black Widow can still maintain a good mentality. She is worthy of being an excellent agent. In terms of her ability to resist stress, she has never been afraid of being pointed at her head, except that she was almost scared of incontinence when Hulk ran away. Well, there's music. There is a gate on the third floor that looks exactly the same as the gate on the first floor. These spaces were copied and spliced, and she was used to it. She has opened 3 such doors in a while. But this fan gave her a different feeling. The door is pushed open. The lights inside were dim, and melodious music was playing. On the stage, a tall man is holding a microphone and singing affectionately. Fluent French songs, magnetic voice, make people feel that he is an elegant gentleman. After a few minutes, the song ended. On the dimly lit stage, the figure looked towards the door. "Oh, beautiful lady." His tone was contrived surprise. "Would you like to have a drink with me?" "Definitely." Black Widow smiled and walked inside. The beautiful singing made her feel that this was an interesting man. More importantly, this may be the key to leaving the supreme holy place. "You're good at complimenting people, but you haven't told me your name, it's not a gentleman enough." "Don't tell me, your name is Elaine." "Je m'appelle Helene, my name is Elaine," is the song I sang just now. It is a very famous French song. "Interesting lady." SXP-082 came out of the darkness, and every step fell so heavy that it seemed that the whole ground was shaking. Under the light, it was a tall, bald man with sunken eye sockets and a wide jaw. He even has a funny ball nose like Joker's. "Hi, my name is Fernand." When he spoke, his mouth was tightly closed, and his voice sounded a little strange, different from when he sang just now. Definitely, his appearance is also seriously inconsistent with his singing voice. Boom. He just sat down in the chair and made a dull sound. Those muscular and strong upper limbs and huge fists silently displayed his terrifying power. This moment, Black Widow sat down with some regret, an embarrassed but polite smile on his face. This guy, at least in appearance, is even more terrifying than the runaway Hulk. However, she still maintains basic courtesy, at least the ugly giant in front of her can communicate normally. "Maybe, tell her how to get out of this place." "My friends and I are stuck here, is there any way you can get out?" Black Widow asked. "Definitely." 082 pointed to the back door of 703, "You can go out from there." "Really? That's great." Black Widow smiled. She was extremely glad that she stayed, otherwise she would miss the only chance to leave. Now she felt that this ugly big man should be a nice person, at least a kind and warm-hearted person. "Want something to eat?" 082 asked. "Okay, do you have steak here?" "Maybe, maybe not." 082 stood up from the chair. Black Widow thought he was going to take a look at the kitchen, but when 082 passed by her, a bad wind hit. The terrifying alertness made her hair stand on end, and she rolled to the side like a conditioned reflex. Click, click. Black Widow looked at the figure under the light in horror. Fernand bit down on the back of the chair she was sitting on in one bite, and his wide jaw made an exaggerated chewing action. The wood was as fragile as paper in his mouth. "Ma'am, you shouldn't run away, we haven't eaten yet, have we?" 082's lips were closed, and the weird English squeezed out of his teeth. A meat cleaver appeared in his hand, thinking that he walked towards Black Widow with an elegant gait. "Beautiful lady, you haven't told me your name, I need to name this dish, she must be delicious." Chapter 96. What? The woman's high decibel scream penetrated the wall and reached everyone's ears. Hulk's eyes widened, and he recognized Black Widow's voice. "Natasha Romanoff." Banner's voice came out of Hulk's mouth. He jumped high in the direction from which the sound came, passed through one wall after another, and approached the direction from which the sound came. Iron Man History Stark flew over from behind. "Hulk, she's not here, follow me." 35. She Stark flew by quickly. J.A.R.V.I.S, lock on to the target location. The fastest route map appeared in front of him, and he chose the faster one. Boom. 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 The shells were shot out one by one, easily piercing the wall, and flying in a straight line throughout. It only took less than 3 seconds to reach the open door. He flew right in, followed by Hulk. Bar? She Stark frowned slightly. Hulk rushed directly past him. 082 was directly knocked out by his huge body, and smashed heavily into the wall behind. Natasha Romanoff. She Stark flew to the bar. Black Widow, who was seriously injured, lay there covered in blood. There was a penetrating wound in her neck, and blood was pouring out like a fountain. J.A.R.V.I.S. Turn on the life support system. 35. Pieces of battle armor were separated out, assembled into a life support system, and fitted to Black Widow's wound. But even so, she gradually lost her eyes. Then, that door, exit. Black Widow repeated simple syllables with difficulty, and pointed in a direction with difficulty. She Stark looked at the back door. At the same time, Black Widow's hand also fell down weakly, his pupils dilated, and there was no sound at all. The vital signs have disappeared, and the target has died. The mechanical voice of J.A.R.V.I.S pressed the OK button for her death. Natasha Romanoff. Stark's eyes turned red. He angrily fired a laser cannon at 082 who was wrestling with Hulk. Boom. This laser cannon exploded directly on the two of them. Not only did 082 fly away, even Hulk was knocked out. Who? Hulk roared angrily, dissatisfied with his teammates' actions. If it wasn't for Banner's forcible control, he would have to smash this red iron lump. How dare you kill Natasha Romanoff, damn you! She-Stark raised his arm again, and the laser cannon kept accumulating, continuing a terrifying blow. At the same time, the rest of the people who heard the movement also rushed over from everywhere. Bar 35. Does the Supreme Holy Place have this place? 55. Could this be an exit? Everyone was pleasantly surprised by the novel environment, until someone spotted a tall figure fighting Iron Man and Black Widow, who was still cold at the bar. FK. Thor roared. He raised the Thor hammer and was about to shoot, but Stark had already fired the laser cannon one step ahead. The powerful energy bombarded 082 mercilessly, venting his anger. The entire bar was destroyed by shockwave, in a mess and filled with smoke. Did that guy kill Natasha Romanoff? Damn BD, Stark, you shouldn't have killed him so easily, you should have smashed him down with my hammer. Thor wields Thor's hammer, indignant. But in the next second, a figure slowly stood up in the ruins. 082 stepped out of the smoke. At the moment, apart from the cleaver in his hand being melted, he didn't have any serious injuries. What? Everyone was shocked. History Stark is also solemn. His laser cannon is a huge amount of attack that instantly radiates after the energy of the reactor is stored, which contains powerful energy. Even among these superhero, there are very few who can resist him this time without getting hurt. Even Captain America relies on the vibranium shield to survive. Beat-resistant guy. She-Stark gritted his teeth secretly. Leave him to me. A strong palm rests on his shoulder. Thor charged straight up, jumped high, and smashed Thor's hammer on 082's head. With this powerful blow, he was confident that he could smash anyone's head into pulp. Boom! The hammer fell, and Thor's eyes widened in shock. A large, generous hand held his hammer directly. Aside from the fact that the ground sank a little, this tall man was unscathed. 082 looked at Thor, his teeth clenched, and even his gums were bleeding from the huge amounts of pressure. You dare to shoot at a king, you should be damned. 082 always thought of himself as a king. He can maintain a grace to a beautiful lady, but he will never allow his authority to be desecrated. He threw away the cleaver with only the handle left, and one pulled Thor in front of him, opened his bloody mouth, and bit down directly at his head. Before that, Thor has always had extreme confidence in the physical strength of his god. He didn't think there was any kind of attack that could leave scars on his body. Even Iron Man's hot weapons don't even try to hurt him, at best they'll just cause him some trouble. But now, his self-confidence has been shaken. Facing that big mouth, he chose to retreat, not even the hammer. But it was his choice that saved him. Mjolnir leaves Thor's grasp, empowered by the divine power of Odin, with terrifying powers. Fell directly to the ground. Even 082's hands were pressed to the ground and could not be taken out. Now. She-Stark took the time. In an instant, hundreds of tiny missiles were fired. Each one was precisely bombarded on 082's body. But all superhero with long-range attack methods also gave fire support. The attack even lasted a few minutes. When the dust settles. Zhao's good, a bottomless pothole was blasted directly on the ground. J.A.R.V.I.S, retrieval target. A palm of the target detected, under Mjolnir, sir. She-Stark breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the guy has been bombarded with no slag left. He looked at Black Widow's body, and after taking revenge, most of his sadness disappeared. He pointed to the back door and said to everyone, there is the exit, we will avenge our companions. Everyone eagerly opened the narrow back door of the bar and rushed out. Fresh air, open space, all make them fascinated. She-Stark also flew out. Everyone was standing quietly in the open space outside. The sky is vast, and a huge amount of building is standing there in the distance. That used to be the headquarters of Avengers, and now it has a brand new sign. SXP Foundation. Chapter 97. Is this the foundation you speak of? The exit is actually the entrance of the enemy's base camp, which is a bit interesting. Go in? I see, they are very welcome to us. 35. A group of heroes from parallel worlds are eager to try. They were very upset by that room, and now they can't wait to find someone to fight and vent. Only a few veterans of the Women's Federation felt something was wrong. The style of that building is very similar to the Avengers Alliance building, is it a replica? Hearing this question, Rogers was a little embarrassed. Actually, this building was originally the building of the Avengers Alliance. They spoke out about the Shadow Demon. When everyone in the parallel world learned that there is a fog that cannot be imprisoned or dispersed, it can actually swallow everything, even the arm of the Hulk, all of them are shocked. Hulk's strength, they know very well. It has nearly endless power in its body, and the more angry it is, the stronger it will become. Even if the Protoss comes to it, it will only be passively beaten. That fog is weird, it devours not just objects originally, but existence, Banner added. Exist. Yes, after my arm was swallowed, a nanoprosthesis was installed, but it was completely useless, because it swallowed the concept of existence of the arms, as if I was born without these arms. And when someone is devoured, others gradually even forget that person, that he ever existed. 35. Banner's words shocked everyone. Becoming a superhero means volunteering to be on the front lines, carrying out the most dangerous missions. Death often passes them by. They are not afraid of death. However, they cannot accept being forgotten. A person who just died, without even holding a memorial service, was forgotten by everyone. Just thinking about this kind of situation makes you feel depressed and breathless. But this building is still here, which means that what has been swallowed can also be recovered. This should belong to a kind of plundering ability. Parallel history. Stark said, he made a rational analysis of the matter. Is there a way to deal with it? 35. I think they've got a way to deal with it, man. Want us to help? Information is always shared, and I need to know all the information you've got, Stark said. The three of Rogers looked at each other and Captain America finally came out. I'm very sorry, but please believe, we didn't expect to face the Foundation directly. I originally planned to invite you to our new headquarters to discuss the battle plan. He pointed behind him. The new headquarters of Avengers can be seen clearly here. Wow, heroic, building the new headquarters across from the enemy, amazing. Parallel Falcon compliments. The three of them were a little embarrassed. Banner turned the rope and covered his face with his hands. They were embarrassed to say that it was the enemy who took the initiative to build the base opposite their headquarters, and they were helpless. This kind of thing, after all, is a bit too embarrassing. Rogers didn't go any further on this topic, and hurriedly talked about what they knew. The first containment we encountered was a photo of a murderer known to the Foundation as SXP-096, and he would constantly hunt you down whenever he was seen. 5. This kind of pursuit cannot even be limited by space and time. This is how Strange died, and even Strange in the parallel world was chased and killed. Afterwards, we also encountered the black mist that devoured the existence, which was called the Shadow Fiend by the SXP Foundation. As long as there was a shadow connected to it, his killing conditions would be triggered. 99. There is also a terrifying statue among them. As long as you don't stare at it, it will rush up and break your neck in an instant. At present, only Wanda can subdue it. It's a pity. Rogers shared all the information he knew about the SXP containment with the parallel world reinforcements. He thought that knowing this information would make them retire. But what he didn't expect was that after he finished talking about the horror of these containments, the reinforcements were not afraid, but rather eager to try. Parallel Captain America said with a smile, "Don't worry, we have eliminated many terrible enemies, Avengers is the strongest, and any enemy who stands in front of us will not be able to escape the fate of being eliminated." He waved his intact vibranium shield. "I could fight them all day." Parallel Banner couldn't help but turn into Hulk. He did not suppress the desire to fight, and even a little impatient. Parallel Hulk, who has never experienced a beating, beats himself in the chest to show his mighty power. Okay, now that the enemy's information has been obtained, things will be easy to handle. Parallel History. Stark asked J.A.R.V.I.S to organize the information of all the contained objects. It didn't take long for him to sort out a perfect coping strategy. If you see the face, you will be constantly hunted down, so as long as we put our eyes on the lower body, and to capture it, we only need to cover him in a dark and airtight space. This is easy to do. The stone statue will not move as long as it is stared at, so we can guarantee that at least 3 people are in a group, and at least 1 person is watching him. The internal materials can be added with display effects, and the 6 sides will display gazing photos. 99. As for the Shadow Fiend, it can be contained in a sphere that glows inside, so there will be no shadows. The nuclear reactor can provide enough energy for it, and the lights will never go out. 35. It didn't take long for Stark to develop a response to almost every containment. This kind of efficiency makes everyone moved. Even the 3 members of the Avengers Alliance in the main world had a wonderful sense of security. Since the opponent is so close, we immediately started to prepare the props, and we will start tonight. Stark immediately flew to one of his closest processing plants in the world. The fully automated processing equipment and artificial intelligence inside allow him to complete it himself just by importing the drawings. Both speed and accuracy are greatly guaranteed. Even the others didn't mean to leave. An hour later, trucks drove up. The top is carrying various materials needed for the shelter. Stark also took out several red and white boxes. Each box is made of nanomaterials and can be turned into almost anything you can imagine. I have already poured the program into it, and when encountering an enemy, I just need to take the corresponding plan. 99. These boxes are emergency. The big guy in the car will be their permanent home. Due to limited time, the nano-containment box cannot be guaranteed to be 1 per person. Therefore, according to the characteristics of each person, Stark divided the people into several teams of at least 3 people, and each team held a nano-containment box. As long as a containment is successfully captured, turn with the others immediately. If an accident occurs, such as encountering multiple enemies at the same time, the signal is sent immediately. Flare guns are standard for everyone. Except Thor. This guy's direct thunder is more conspicuous than anything else. Hey, have you seen Phil? When the team was allocated, it was discovered that the commander of the S.H.I.E.L.D agent was missing. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and said they didn't see him. Some people even wondered if he was here. J.A.R.V.I.S. Start. I am here. She Stark was just about to use the nanobots to search for Phil Coulson, when he came out of the bar behind him. I'm sorry, I just went to the bathroom. He smiled. Seeing him come back, the number of people is all together, and no one will say anything. Set off. With a high roar, everyone entered the Forbidden Land one by one. At first it was a big road, and they walked together. But they didn't go far, and a fork in the road appeared in front of them. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. 9. A total of 9 roads. Under the count, set, everyone found that the number of these forks was exactly the same as the number of their teams. Rogers cautioned, it is possible that this place was originally a kind of containment, and the number of forks varies from time to time. Okay, move on according to the team we assigned, and send a flare as soon as possible when the situation cannot be resolved. Following an order from Parallel History Stark, everyone dispersed and continued to move forward. Okay, we should go too. Banner was about to walk into the last passage, but Rogers grabbed him and shook his head slightly. Banner understands, and Thor is silent on the side, apparently reaching a consensus. For the power of this mysterious SXP Foundation, they have already experienced it. Every time I come, I have to lose many teammates. The last time they sneaked in, although there was no dead man, it also led to their break with Stark. This time, they were cowardly. He did not dare to go further, but quietly waited for the battle situation ahead. Parallel Hawkeye, Falcon, Ant-Man Scott Group, entered the third fork. Their abilities are complementary. Falcon can be pinned down with super mobility, Ant-Man can interfere by getting bigger and smaller, and Hawkeye can be harvested with long-range bows and arrows. Stark upgraded his weapons, which greatly increased their attack power. And as one of the first batch of transforming people, although he is not as powerful as Captain America, he also has a terrifying combat power far beyond ordinary people. Scott, you go down to the front and check the situation. They encountered a corner, the situation ahead was unclear, and they hurriedly passed, and they were likely to encounter an ambush. Ant-Man doesn't have this bothering him, he can completely become smaller than a bug and hide in the bushes to check the situation. Scott did not refuse, and immediately reduced his body to a third of the file size of an ant. His strength has not weakened, which allows him to run very fast even under such a size. Steak quickly came to the corner. He hid behind the leaves, carefully stuck his head out, and looked outside. About 20 meters away, a strange statue with its head tilted was placed abruptly in the middle of the road. Scott immediately connected with Falcon, the stone statue in front of it that looks like it would break a man's neck. It didn't find me. 99. Okay, we'll be right over here. Falcon nodded to Hawkeye, then flew forward quickly. Scott stared at SXP-173, he wasn't sure if his file size would trigger the other party's killing mechanism. Because according to the information provided by Rogers, the stone statue is not twisting someone's neck by hand, but some unknown force. Even if there is only one head left, it can easily unscrew the target's head. Meow. The trees trembled, and a cat's voice came from beside him. Scott looked back subconsciously. A cat with black and yellow stripes was walking towards him. Although the other party is very cute, but because he is too young, he also has a great sense of fear. What's more, this is the enemy's lair, and he dare not take anything he sees lightly. Scott, watch out. A reminder from Falcon came from behind. A shadow shrouded, and Skek's head didn't have time to turn back. Boom. An inexplicable force was exerted on his body, which was only 1/3 the file size of an ant. Accompanied by a click. Ant-Man, died. Scott. Scott. 35. Falcon called roar twice in a row, but got no response, his heart sank immediately. Swish. The bushes trembled. Falcon was immediately alert and ready for battle, and Hawkeye's bow was full. Meow. The harmless kitten emerged from the bushes and landed lightly on the ground. Looking at the two of them, he showed innocent and flattering eyes. Meow. It walked towards the two of them, with a very kind expression, and the beautiful coat color made people want to get close to him subconsciously. Falcon's eyes were drawn to him, and he squatted down slowly. Falcon. Hawkeye suddenly burst out, his eyes still on the little Peanut at the corner. He clearly remembers Peanut's killing mechanism, and suspects that Ant-Man has been killed. Strong vigilance made him also keep an eye on the cat. But he couldn't turn his eyes away, otherwise he would immediately stab the arrow into the cat's neck. Falcon shuddered suddenly, and was woken up by that voice. He saw the stone statue at the corner, and said to the harmless kitten with some regret, "Poor kitty, this place is very dangerous, you'd better go to the back." Saying that, he stretched out his hand, trying to hold the cat to a safe place. But in the next instant, blood burst out. 2 forearms were directly bitten off. Blood flowed. The sharp pain woke Falcon. This isn't an innocent kitten at all, it's a Foundation shelter. Unfortunately, when he realized this, it was too late. Before the metal wings could be flapped, he felt a chill in his abdomen. Looking down, his belly has been torn open, and his internal organs have flowed all over the place. Falcon! Hawkeye shouted roar loudly, but to no avail. Falcon has been disemboweled alive by a Bengal tiger that looks like a kitten. He didn't dare to move his eyes, but the light footsteps kept approaching him. Like a death knell. Hawkeye put a hand on the nano-containment box. He wanted to contain the amazingly defensive little peanut first, and then shoot the kitten. But just as he was about to act, a fluent French voice came from behind him. Hi, my name is Fernand. Chapter 98. SXP-173 kills Ant-Man Scott and gains 3000 horror. 9. SXP-247 kills Falcon and gains 3000 horror. SXP-082 kills Hawkeye and gains 2000 horror points. 55. Inflict panic and gain panic value 2000 points. Just when the reinforcements of the parallel world and the first team collapsed, Lin Mo was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the Foundation, drinking coffee and admiring the fear and mourning of everyone. He is very grateful to Doctor Strange for opening the space channel, so that he can collect another shock horror value from the dead people in this world. The game has just started, and a team has already been destroyed, so he also gained 10,000 fear points. This is the so-called earning money while lying down at home, which is really comfortable. There are a lot of teams coming this time, and he felt that he could add a little more excitement. Lin Mo took a sip of coffee, lips parted lightly. Strengthen SCP-247, SCP-082. SCP-247 and SCP-082 have been strengthened for you, costing 20,000 points of terror. Damn it! Lin Mo couldn't help but swear. It's just that the system is so dark. Not only has the price of the containment items risen, but even the fear value required for strengthening is already very terrifying. He had just obtained 10,000 fear points, and when he turned his head, he spent 20,000, which really hurts. Forget it, there's still money to be made. Spending money now is to make better money. 35. Quill, you better be on your guard, those things can kill you. Stop kidding, Spider-Woman, I'm a mutant, how can I be so vulnerable? Come on, can you be more steady, like Iceman? 55. The Quills, Spider-Woman, Iceman, form a team. They joined Avengers relatively late. The Quills were once Magneto's men, Iceman was Charles's pupil, and they joined the Avengers as they grew untouchable. As for Spider-Woman, although she also wears a tight red battlesuit and has the ability to jump over walls, she has nothing to do with Peter Parker. Spider-Woman, whose real name is Jessica Drew, is an American born in England. Having been exposed to lethal radiation, Jessica's father, Jonathan, injected his daughter with spider serum and froze it in order to treat her. Decades later, when Jessica woke up, she had the ability to walk around the walls, and her physical fitness was strengthened. Jessica once joined Hydra, and later chose to become a superhero and joined SHIELD. She is a very good female agent. As a veteran agent with super ability, she is naturally the leader of this team. The containment box is also kept by her. Iceman? Steady? I don't think he is steady, but his body is too cold to speak, right? Ha ha ha. Although Quill is Magneto's subordinate, he's just a little minion. The strength is not strong, but he always thinks he is strong and likes to pretend. Spider-Woman is also sad that he has been assigned this teammate, but unfortunately no other team is willing to take over even if it is free. But Quill didn't seem to notice the disgust of others. Still walking on his own. Perhaps because he was afraid that others might not hear him clearly, he even walked backwards, with the slightest sense of being in the enemy's headquarters. Don't worry, with me here, whatever containment items will be made into holes for him. 35. Boom. Quill, who was walking backwards, suddenly hit something and was bounced back, almost falling. Hey! Don't you have eyes? Living sucks on you! Quill yelled. He turned his head and saw an extremely tall humanoid creature with unpigmented skin and no hair. This is... He raised his head subconsciously and saw a very strange human face. SXP-096, known as the Shy Man. It dislikes being seen. But now, someone is staring at its face. This made it very uncomfortable, and immediately launched a swift attack. Spider-Woman wanted to remind, but it was too late. Before the words were spoken, Quill had already been cut in half, and the dead couldn't die any longer. Don't look at its face, she shouted, reminding Iceman next to her. Iceman's line of sight was always below his waist. When the enemy appeared, he had already pushed out his hands and released an ice fog attack. The ice fog of -76 degrees swallowed 096 in an instant. Being attacked, 096 was very upset, and it looked like it was about to be provoked, and walked towards the other side. Its body cannot be afraid of high temperature and ice, and it also has a strong ability to resist and restore. However, the extreme cold of -76 degrees still caused it to encounter great obstacles when it moved. Nice job! Spider-Woman exclaimed. Iceman's ability is Omega level, with great potential. It's just that he is still relatively young, and he has not developed enough ability, so he can only exert the combat power of a 4th level mutant. The ice fog continued to output, and you could hear the sound of clicking from the front. He wants to freeze 096 directly into ice cubes. Prepare for containment. Iceman yelled. He could feel the strength of the enemy, even if it was continuously output by the ultra-low temperature of -76, 096 was not directly destroyed, and even with a strong physique, he constantly moved forward. 0. Even under ice's influence, it's not that fast. But Iceman can clearly feel that he can't suppress it now. Spider-Woman did not dare to delay, and immediately pressed the button of the containment box. SCP-096 detected, plan selected successfully. An emotionless mechanical sound came from the containment box. At the same time, the shape of the containment box has also changed, flowing and reorganizing like a liquid. Soon, it turned into a square room with a length, width, and height of 5 meters. Its interior is made of a completely non-reflective material, known as the color closest to a black hole. It's big, but light, no heavier than it would be if it were a case. Spider-Woman held it up easily and approached 096. The bottom of the case has not been closed, which is just convenient to cover the 096 inside. The fluidity of nanomaterials can also form the bottom after the other side is buckled. She came to the position 3 meters before and stopped, and she did not dare to approach any more. Because the terrifying low temperature made her whole body stiff, and even roar felt stinging to suck. The containment box was covered. Perhaps it was because of the stiffness of her limbs that she exerted a lot of strength when she buckled down the containment box, which brought a strong wind. The strong wind blew away part of the icy fog, although it only took less than 1/10 of a second. But Spider-Woman still accidentally saw the weird face of 096. Oh no! Spoon. Chapter 99. What? The high decibel screams of women cut through the silence of the night. Almost everyone heard the exclamation and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Stark frowned. He was doing this expression frequently today. The woman's scream reminded him of Black Widow subconsciously. But he knew that Black Widow was dead. He used to like this sexy female agent very much. Although there was no chance for anything to happen, that emotion was always well hidden in his heart. Black Widow's death made him very sad. Even if he thought that he would only need 1 minute to get out, but after more than one disappearance, he would still think of that figure. Sir, I have detected a large fluctuation in your heart rate, whether it will be fully tested for you. 35. Need not. Stark rejected the kindness of Jarvis. He knew that 703 was just a little irritable. The voice came from the left, and the women over there are Storm and Spider-Woman. Judging from the distance, it is more likely to be Spider-Woman. But isn't there an Iceman over there? He was a little puzzled. Iceman is an Omega-rated mutant with huge growth potential. Even now, he can play the strength of a 4th level mutant. Except for the big guys like Wanda and Professor X, under the Alpha level, almost no one can compete with him. Spider-Woman has been injected with spider serum, and her body has undergone a lot of strengthening, with strong strength and agility, and rich experience. Although Quill's slag who made up the number is very hip, but with Iceman's ability, at least he should be able to run, right? Stark immediately vacated the air, ready to go over to see the situation. But as soon as he took off, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Natasha Romanoff. Stark looked at the sexy woman in disbelief. That beautiful face and long red hair were clearly what he had in mind. Natasha Romanoff. Stark was a little lost. Black Widow fell from the air and walked towards him, smiling. Stark, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Iron Man also fell down, the metal mask opened, and he looked at the woman in disbelief. Natasha Romanoff, I thought, you're dead. The corners of Black Widow's mouth twitched slightly, and he smiled softly, definitely, when you abandoned me, I was already dead. A wisp of ice appeared in her eyes. What she said was that when she was evolving, she was ruthlessly abandoned by her teammates. But Stark thought that they threw Black Widow's body in the bar just like that. No, Natasha Romanoff, I thought, Stark, who was articulate, was at a loss for words. Suddenly, his face turned gloomy and he said solemnly, no, you are not Natasha Romanoff. 35. I definitely am. Natasha Romanoff is dead. I'm sure she's dead. You're just a poor copycat. Stark exclaimed. From the analysis of J.A.R.V.I.S., the woman in front of her is Black Widow. But he can be sure that Black Widow has definitely died in the bar. The person in front of him, if not a ghost, must be a fake. J.A.R.V.I.S., check her combat strength. On the crystal blue stereoscopic projection in front of him, a box selected Black Widow. The numbers on the side are soaring rapidly. It quickly surpassed 5,000. Humph. You are indeed fake. Although Black Widow is a member of Avengers, she who has injected strengthening serum is definitely not a pure ordinary person. But the energy fluctuations in her body are not large, far from the terrifying level of the Hulk or Captain America. Oh, you are still so hypocritical. Black Widow took the catwalk and continued to walk forward. At the same time, the value scanned by J.A.R.V.I.S has exceeded 10,000. The note of 10,000 was measured by She Stark according to his own combat strength. This means that the woman in front of him who looks the same as Black Widow, but is likely to be some kind of mutant, is no weaker than him. This made his expression a little dignified. What is even more surprising is that the value continues to beat. After breaking the 10,000 mark, there is no intention to stop. 12,000. 15,000. 20,000. She Stark's eyes widened instantly. You must know that even Thor's value, in normal times, is only more than 10,000. Unless you use the power of thunder, it is impossible to break through to 20,000. But Thor is the god of Asgard. The level of life is different from that of human beings. Through the injection of Tsinghua serum to strengthen, Captain America has already reached the ceiling, and it will only exceed 10,000. This man broke 20,000. Who the hell are you? She Stark took a step back, he was a little scared. Hehe, I'm Natasha Romanoff, don't you remember? Or do you prefer to call me Black Widow? Boom. As Black Widow approached, She Stark seemed to have a stress response, and directly blasted the past with a laser cannon. With a violent roar, the laser cannon hit Black Widow's body, and even his clothes were not blasted. How can that be? The laser cannon is not the most powerful attack method of Iron Man, but after many enhancements, the power is also very terrifying. In his opinion, even if the opponent is an alpha-level mutant, it is impossible for him to be unscathed. But the facts in front of him made him have to believe it. You actually shot at me, hehe, it seems that you wanted to kill me for a long time. Black Widow's voice was still full of natural charm, but it was a little colder. She Stark stared at her and said firmly, You are not Natasha Romanoff, who are you? She Stark, do you remember the first time we met? You tried to fight me, and I beat you up. I was wearing a white v-neck shirt and black trousers that day, like that 5. As the voice fell, Black Widow's clothes changed in the flow like Iron Man's nano battle suit. Exactly how she first met Iron Man. This. History 4.7 Stark couldn't believe it. Not many people know about this matter, and he thinks that he is the only one who can remember it. Because he almost never forgets it. On that day, his wife, Chili Pepper, was there. But he didn't think she would remember what another woman wore on a certain day many years ago. Are you really Natasha Romanoff? Definitely, don't you recognize it? Black Widow came over and stretched out a slender white hand. At this moment, Iron Man suddenly felt a great fear, and immediately turned on the energy of his battle suit, wanting to escape from here immediately. But at the moment of flying, he was imprisoned in the air by the power of invisible. Hehe, why are you leaving in such a hurry? I clearly only appeared when I felt your thoughts. Looks like it's all fake. Chapter 100. An invisible big hand directly blocked the space. No matter how much Iron Man struggled, he couldn't move. J.A.R.V.I.S, maximum power. Sir, the power has been turned on at 100%. FK. Iron Man from the parallel world, beloved by a billion people, is the most popular superhero. He has defeated countless criminals, and is a superstar who has won hundreds of billions of box office. No matter where he goes, he is the most dazzling star. Even in the air crash many years ago, he had never suffered so much grievance. FK. UBCH, let me go. 35. As you wish. The mecha was peeled off piece by piece, and there was a sound of bones being torn off. First, 2 feet, together with the mecha, were dragged down. A piece of blood roar. Alert! Alert! Mr. Stark was detected with serious injuries, profuse bleeding, and his life support system was switched on. 35. You have been given a hemostatic coagulant 9. Detected that the injury has reached the pain threshold, and will be injected with anesthesia for you 12. 5. J.A.R.V.I.S quickly provides an emergency rescue for Stark. The blood flow at the broken leg is gradually slowing down, and the scab will soon coagulate. The anesthetic has also taken effect, and the wound is not so painful. Now She Stark not only can't feel his calves, he can't even feel his thighs at all. You stinky BCH, how dare you maim me? I'm going to kill you. Fake. The loss of both legs is a blow to She Stark. His legs, bloodshot from pain, stared at Black Widow, his eyes terrifying as if he was going